I know I say this every time, but like, goddamn, does the music in Star Rail like slap? It's so good. I can't get over how much this music is just so fucking rad. Let me turn it down a little bit. So, welcome to Star Rail. I normally would wait a week, but I decided, no, I want to do this today. I got nothing else to stream right now. So, I see you guys are excited. I'm excited. I have no idea what to expect from this patch. I've seen almost no spoilers of any kind, so it should be fun. Alright, Spotify, I gotta pause you. I'm also trying out something a little different. I normally would just use like a desktop share for stuff, but I figured I would try again to do the game share. Usually game capture never works for me, but hopefully it works. If you guys have any issues with the sound balance or anything else, let me know and I will adjust it. So we are supposed to go here. Where's my controller? Hope I don't get any like random disconnects today. That would be really annoying. Marge, what are you doing? What's up?
Wait, did you hear that? The moon just spoke!
Oh yeah, that is how the last patch ended, isn't it?
I'm not hearing things, am I? The Master of Elation is here?
Apparently.
Hurry, make a wish. It might actually come true.
Hang on. This isn't right. Is it?
I don't know, dude.
Oh, that winking moon up there in the sky. It just spoke. For real.
Apparently. Oh wait, no, I don't want to skip, sorry. I wanted to autoplay it.
Hey, it wasn't just me, was it? You heard that too, right?
Oh, can I gaslight her? Damn it, I wanted to tell her no, I didn't hear anything. Damn it! The whole world heard it.
I heard it too. That's why I came straight back for you.
Okay, what say you,
The winner
Himiko?
of these Phantasmoon games shall inherit all my authority and become the true, permanent Eon of Elation. Which means...
The AHA changed the prize, or the Eon of Elation just raised the stakes. I think we'll just do that.
Precisely. AHA has raised the stakes. The final winner will inherit the authority of Elation itself.
Are you serious?
What does
This
that
is
mean
so
exactly?
wild. It doesn't even feel real anymore.
Every time a path has vanished or been absorbed, the cosmic turmoil has lasted for dozens of Amber eras. The transfer of an Eon's divine authority. How could that ever amount to a mere wager, lightly traded in a single world's game?
Like, why would AHA even want to do that anyway? Like, that raises so many questions of like, A, how the fuck do you even do that? Can Eons just do that in general? Or is this like a thing that only AHA can do? And also like, why? Let's see what Himiko said. Why would AHA do something like this?
The most logical explanation is that AHA wants to steer this game toward utter insanity. But then, who can possibly fathom the mind of an Eon?
I don't know. I thought they might be able to be reasoned out. Had the stakes ever been raised like this before? Probably not like this specifically.
Not every Phantasmoon game's ending has been recorded. Many were lost to time, most likely a consequence of the winners exercising their newfound divine authority.
Okay.
But as far as recorded history goes, this is unprecedented. After all, the chance to be an Eon for just 1 minute is already an irresistible lure for many.
But, you know, from my understanding, being Eon kind of sucks. Right? Like, yeah, you have this, like, unlimited cosmic authority or whatever, but, like, you're also shackled to your own path, in a sense. It seems kind of like a shit deal. Something about this feels off.
Exactly. It's just too weird. Can you really just give up being an Eon? What if this is just a big prank by those masked fools?
In the historical records, instances of the Phantasmoon speaking are few and far between, and the likelihood of it being influenced by an external force is exceedingly slim.
So what's the point of all this?
Basically, unless what the Phantom Moon said is some cruel joke or a play on words, once the games are over, a new god will be born. One of unknown identity, unknown morality, and unknown purpose. They won't be a guest with a 1-minute pass to the Elation theme park. They will be its new owner. They may spread good fortune and steer the great wheel of the cosmos toward hope. Or they may be a god of utter malice, mocking all who stand against the destruction, intent on dragging the universe into an abyss of despair.
I still don't understand the logistics of that. Like, how does that actually work? Well, I think March, for once, has asked a rather perceptive question of, like, can you really just give up Eonhood? Is that how that works? I thought you were kind of, like, stuck. Is that not how that works? Aha must have overheard my wish.
You wished that if you won the Phantom Moon games, Aha would become the new leader of the Anti-Destruction Alliance.
That's actually a hilarious explanation for
Perhaps
that.
Aha heard your idea and decided to pack up and flee in the middle of the night.
That's actually hilarious if true.
No way! It's Baseball, Raccoon, March Bunny, and Hime Cat in the flesh! Oh, what are they doing here?
All right, yeah, we're famous.
I couldn't even get a ticket to Star Rail Fest, and now I'm seeing them right here on the street.
Yeah, sup, nerds?
Whoa. Where did all these people come from?
Hey, that declaration the Phantom Moon mentioned was about you, right? What are you gonna do? Got any kind of moon landing plans in the works?
What? What are you talking
You
about?
should just hit it with your bat! Send that thing spinning into a black hole at the edge of the cosmos!
What the fuck are you guys talking about? Why would I do that?
You smash anyone who stands in your way with that bat!
I kinda?
The way they say it makes you sound like a supervillain.
I don't know, I kinda like the sound of
Uh-oh.
it.
You don't think that fight with the Daybreak Squadron made everyone turn on us, do you?
Come on, isn't that basically your trademark? You beat the Daybreak Warriors senseless.
They picked a fight with us. That wasn't our fault.
Oh! All these big shots from across the cosmos, fighting to the death right in our backyard. It's gonna be epic!
If you say so, man.
Epic. Are you brain dead? One wrong move from them and we're in serious trouble. Just like what happened with the Herald of Death years ago.
Is that what happened? That is so
Sign this for me, future Eon!
Yo! When you become an Eon, can I be your Emanator?
What? I don't even know you. Why would we do that?
We should get away from this mess. Let's head back to the Express and discuss matters there.
Why would we even do that at all, girl? Y'all need to chill the fuck out. You squeeze your way through the crowd. Yes, please. I don't like people.
You're back.
What's up, Welt?
Himiko messaged me. She filled me in on the Star Rail Fest and the Phantom Moon's declaration.
Hi, Rena.
Things really
Why
are
didn't you on
changing
YouTube say
fast.
things? Let's see, what did Welt just say? Himiko messaged me. She filled me in on the Star Rail Fest and the Phantom Moon declaration. Things are really changing fast. Okay. So he says our allies, or we say our allies may have start to have second thoughts. Winning the games is more important than ever. I believe our objectives remain the same. Well, who exactly are our allies again? We're allies with Pearl, kinda, and Yao Guang's not really one, but like I guess Sunday is there, and I don't think he would really want to be an Eon necessarily. I mean, I guess maybe. And then there's, oh god, who did we form pact? Did we? We're not allies with Silver Wolf yet, are we? I don't know.
You're right. The fact that the Phantom Moon openly made a promise is anything but ordinary.
To prevent the divine authority from falling into the wrong hands, the supplicants may go to any lengths now with their tactics and actions. After all, in most people's minds, they alone are the ones best suited to wield power. Right or wrong has little to do with it. Such is the nature of human will.
Valid, I guess.
Yeah, and that may be exactly what the Phantom Moon wishes to see. A spectacular, head-on battle of ambitions.
Madam Pearl has sent a communication request to the Astral Express.
I fucking bet she wants
Accept
to talk.
transmission?
Yeah, let's talk to Pearl.
It hasn't been long since we parted, and here I am disturbing you once more. My sincerest apologies.
Please, there's no need to apologize. Given the urgency of this transmission, Madam Pearl, I assume you wish to discuss the Phantom Moon's recent declaration.
Nothing manipulates people's emotions quite like that moon in the sky. A permanent handover of divine authority. It is unprecedented.
Yeah,
I
so we
can't
figured.
help but wonder whether some malicious presence lurks behind the Phantom Moon. Still, who else but the Elation themselves could wield such control over it?
Yeah, I mean, I guess that is true, right? Like, didn't they already establish that the Phantom Moon was supposed to be like a creation of Aha in the first place? In which case, like earlier when like Mark suggested that the Masked Fools might be behind it, like who really could influence that at all except Aha and maybe another Eon? Weird. Also, I just noticed that Himiko's like necklace thing does not connect to her jacket here. It's a little bit distracting.
In any case, the Phantom Moon's speech has made the public realize that the power to create a god is in their hands. Their emotions, and perhaps even their wish power, are swelling to historic levels.
I fucking bet.
The Department of Aberration Defense even detected a surge of agitation and unrest among the Imaginae.
Why do the Imaginae care?
When normal people believe power rests in their hands, their decisions tend to grow more radical and reckless. Please, be careful, and make sure to protect yourselves.
Valid, Anne. The mystery of how Himiko's jacket stays up has been there since the beginning of the game. This is true. I mean, I always kind of assumed that, like, her jacket has, like, okay, if we look at it, she's got it draped over one of her shoulders, but it has, like, what looks, so it's supposed to be, like, a clip that's supposed to go to, like, the other side of this, but it's not really connecting properly. I think it's supposed to. But the other weird thing is that it goes under the straps of her dress, which I've never really noticed. Why does it go under the straps of the dress? Because you would think when Himiko gets dressed that she would have to, like, the dress has to go on first, and then the jacket would go on afterwards, in which case this necklace thing should be over it. But it's under, which suggests that she's, like, basically weaving the necklace part under the straps of her dress for some reason. I've never really examined her design this closely, and now I'm, like, very confused. We need protection?
It isn't required, but I advise you to limit your appearances in public spaces. The Media and Public Relations Department has been monitoring public sentiment. At present, speculation and criticism regarding the Astral Express are surging.
Look, Daybreak Squadron had it coming,
I've seen it online myself. Following the fight with the Daybreak Warriors, there's been no shortage of hostile commentary aimed at her.
Yeah, they had it coming, though.
A commentary program on TV has been claiming the Express's adventures are nothing but stories fabricated by the IPC.
Don't tell Nihilix that.
Many believe the Astral Express is oppressing the local heroes, and some are even speculating that she is the new Herald of Death.
What the fuck? They think we're a serial killer because we beat up some
what
Power
the-
Rangers?
What's wrong with these people?
We beat up some Power Rangers and all of a sudden we're a serial killer? What the fuck? Think I'm a bit quiet compared to the game? Okay, yeah, let me adjust my volume here. Okay, my mic looks like it's peaking, so let me turn the game audio
These
down.
narratives are
Let's turn this down to, say, 7.
Undoubtedly being
Let's try that.
amplified by media platforms steered by Full Wish.
Oh, right, yeah, Full Wish is the bad guy here. Completely forgot about that.
I've received a report from the Security Bureau. They tell me that many fans of the Daybreak Squadron have been stirred up and are threatening retaliation against the Express.
Let him come, then.
We'll
It's
reinforce
fine.
security in case agitators attempt to storm the station.
I'll fight him. You can control public opinion, can't you?
I can, but you overestimate what control really means. In the arena of public opinion, those who look strong are often the ones at a disadvantage. And besides...
And besides, you'll be distancing yourself from us for a while. Isn't that right?
Valid enough, I suppose.
That is accurate. We intend to scale back our public association for the time being. If it's confirmed that the Express is colluding with the IPC, its public image would only deteriorate further.
Yeah, that is fair, actually. Why don't we disclose what really happened in the fight?
Regrettably, I cannot agree to this. Clarifying the facts amid a frenzy of public sentiment is like trying to quell boiling water by stirring it. It only fuels the flames. The happiness surgery causes recipients to undergo an abundance transformation. Disclosing such sensational information would probably be taken as a hoax, or trigger public panic.
Yeah, people are stupid like
I
that.
will instruct the Department of Aberration Defense to verify the true mechanism behind the happiness surgery as soon as possible, and assess its potential impact. I strongly advise you to exercise restraint in front of the media. Even the smallest statement can be selectively edited and misrepresented.
Yeah, I live in America. We know all about that. This is Full Wish's doing.
That much is certain. Still, given the current volatility of public sentiment, please exercise caution and self-control. I sincerely hope that the Phantasmoon's declaration will not disrupt the goodwill between us. A greater danger still stands before us. After listening to the declaration, who knows what extremes Full Wish might be driven to.
Yeah, she's a bit of a problem child.
Affairs demand my attention, so I must excuse myself. Should there be further developments, I will keep you apprised.
I'm not exactly sure how we intend to best a media mogul, but I'm sure we'll figure it out. Hi, Fox.
What do you make of the current situation?
Shit's fucked.
We need to take action and put a stop to Full Wish before things get even
But
worse.
they didn't give me a choice. She
Even
just
if
said
I'd
the
never
thing.
joined the Phantasmoon Games, I'd still make this decision.
Stella actually acting as her own character. I'm not choosing for Scott. No matter how many times you give me this, I'm not gonna avenge him. Fuck Scott. We're not doing it. For Cinderborn. I like that guy better.
Cinderborn and his friends only wished to become heroes. Yet Full Wish toyed with them, trampled their dreams, and cast them aside as expendable pieces. As his idol, I have to protect him. I'll fight for him and for everyone who believes in the Express.
I like her
Agreed.
voice acting. quite a
Given the
bit.
likelihood of Full Wish acting unpredictably, we should confront her with everything we have.
Let's go fight. I'm ready.
That reminds me, I've been wondering, the happiness surgery taps into the power of abundance, yet Full Wish seems perfectly normal. Just, how did she get her hands on something so dangerous?
Yeah, that's a good point too.
Perhaps it's the lingering poison left behind by the previous Herald of Death.
They were connected to abundance? You found an HD rebuild of a game you sank hundreds of hours into? Oh? That sounds dangerous, by the way. What do you mean by lingering poison, Himiko?
15 years ago, the monster who turned living flesh into his artwork would, in the heat of combat, slip into bouts of frenzied elation and delirium.
Okay.
The murderous mark he left behind, the bloody bloom, was no mere delusion. According to his interrogation transcripts, he claimed to witness a brilliant golden tree promising him everlasting life.
So the Abundance, okay. It's called Freelancer's MMORPG Space Fighter game. So that's kind of fun. Ambrosial Arbor.
I cannot say whether the vision this madman claimed to see corresponds to something real, but the possibility cannot be ruled out. He claimed that in his hallucinations, the golden tree's branches coiled around him, drowning him in frenzy and pleasure. He wanted its blossoms to bloom before all, and to bring about that miracle, he was willing to slaughter without restraint.
What would that do for the
In
Abundance,
hindsight, it's clear that the Herald of Death was a supplicant who bore the power of abundance. The tragedy he orchestrated in plain Arcadia ultimately forged another version of himself. Full Wish.
Okay.
Right now, in plain Arcadia, how many have undergone the happiness surgery and turned into potential abominations of abundance? It's a terrifying thought.
And rightfully
Full Wish.
concerning.
What has happened to you over the years? Hiding behind these innocent people. What are you really trying to accomplish? I need more information about this junior of mine. I plan to head to Graphia Academy. Care to join me?
Yeah, I guess we don't really know like
If
that
we're
much about
to investigate Full Wish, we need to examine the traces left behind from the Herald of Death incident that took place during the last Phantom Moon Games. The recollections of teachers and the student records sealed away by the school. We're bound to find a vital clue there.
I mean, why don't you know more about this? I mean, you were literally there. Like, I assumed you would know more, but I guess not. It was created by the same person who later made Star Citizen. I'm not familiar with Star Citizen. Any good, though? Speaking of games, by the way, I was talking in voice chat last night with, like, DK and Ann and a few others, and I was spitballing some ideas for, like, future series we could do in this channel. So I guess in the VOD, on the YouTube set especially, if you guys want to let me know what you think of this. I was thinking maybe we could do like a series with like Ratchet and Clank, or maybe like the Jack and Daxter games, like something with that. Because I used to play a lot of those growing up, and it would be kind of fun to revisit them. On top of maybe doing things like Animutationum or Replaced. I've been kind of spitballing a few different ideas. I haven't really decided, but like if you guys wanted to see something like that, I'd be interested to see what your thoughts are. Let's find out everything about Full Wish.
If you're set, let's get moving.
Well, after that so-called dream campus experience, we've ended up back at Graphia Academy. It's almost like revisiting the place after graduation.
Yeah. Obviously throws a curveball and plays Tomodachi Life. I don't have a Switch 2. Though Cheryl's been playing it, in which case I do have some screenshots I could show you guys. Hold on. She posted some in Salty that are extremely funny. And I would like to share a few of them with you. Because I felt very attacked by this, but I also couldn't deny it. So I was like, well, this seems correct. Let's see if I can find one. Here we go. Let's see, open media link. We have this one. When I talked to Shirley about Honkai Impact 3rd, Yuri, we both got super into it. Oh, but no, I forgot I'm not sharing my thing. Shit. Hold on, I have to share, fuck, window capture. Okay. Oh, hold on, I have a window capture already. Shit, this is why I don't change my stuff usually. I'm so used to it being like the other thing. Like now I have to like consider another thing here. Okay, let's turn this on maybe. Properties. Okay, window. Oh god, which one is it? I think it's this one. And of course it's behind some stuff. Okay, let me drag it up here. There we go. We got it. This is this, which I thought was very, very funny because it's also very, very accurate. And I was like, well, I can't really argue with that. That seems exactly like what I would expect. It was very amusing. No, she actually turned romance off. So all the romance options are not a thing in Cheryl's playthrough currently. She has that all disabled. So far, I think she said that, like, what was it? Apparently, Coco and her are roomies. DK and Pending are roomies. And it's kind of gone off the rails immediately. Something like that. It's very funny. Pending and I became friends because we talked about, according to her, Star Rail spoilers. So... And she keeps outing me constantly with my vernacular and mannerisms. And I don't know how to feel about this, but Charlie is bestie. She does know me better than most people, so. Wake up, March.
Wait a minute. This nostalgia isn't an after effect of the Sparksy virus, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna gaslight you, March. Let's go.
Don't worry, March. The Department of Aberration Defense conducted a comprehensive disinfection of the campus.
Also, I don't think I've ever addressed this, but I did get the new outfit for Stella, and I love this outfit, by the way. I'm a bit biased because my own character, you know, Coco's design has like red, white, and black as a theming, and I just really vibe with this. But like, it's good. It's a really good outfit. I'm glad I bought it.
That's a relief. The last thing I need is to be mid-investigation and suddenly morph into some...
Hold on. I didn't...
Dancing.
Shit. Hold on. What did she say?
That's a relief. The last thing I need is to be mid-investigation and suddenly morph into some hopping, dancing mushroom rabbit.
I don't know. I think it'd be funny if you did.
Speaking of which, where should we begin our investigation into Full Wish?
You can like that. You're entitled to have wrong opinions. Pending, how dare you? Why don't you like this outfit? What's wrong with it? What's wrong with it? There's nothing wrong with it. Let's turn that off for a second. What's wrong with it, Pending? I'd like to know. Let's see. How about talking to the dean first? Reminds you of Scott.
Should we go and find Mr.
I suppose that's fair.
Ryusuke first?
Yeah, let's go talk
it's
to
only
Dad.
appropriate that we obtain permission from the dean before proceeding with the investigation.
But you know, Scott's dead though, and we refuse to avenge him.
15 years have passed, but there should be a backup of the student files, work logs, or visitor records, and only he knows where they're stored.
Yeah, I'm sure Himiko is
Let's
thrilled
go then.
to talk to her dad.
To the dean's office.
I'm not convinced he's not evil.
Say yes.
He may not be the Herald of Death like I thought, but like, I'm not convinced he's not evil.
From the math teacher. Fitness club's looking for new members.
Wait, fucking finding his office was this easy? Wait, it was this easy? We struggled so much on the pull stream to find this. It was this easy? God, I feel stupid.
Himeko, there you are at last.
What's up, Dad?
The news said you got into a huge fight with those, what were they called? Warriors at the Floating Isle exhibition. And then you disappeared. Let me see. You're not hurt anywhere, are you? I sent you a dozen messages, and you didn't reply to a single one. Do you have any idea how worried I was?
Guys, I'm talking to my actual parents, Jesus.
But seeing that you've come to tell me you're safe in person, I'll let this slide.
Sure, man, if you say so.
If you're really so preoccupied, a message or a call would do, you know.
Oh God, I'm getting PTSD flashbacks. What the fuck is this?
Ah, it's you two. I saw you on the news as well. Valiantly fought, huh? These Megatron warriors don't know who they're messing with. To think they dare challenge my daughter's subordinates.
Sure, man.
Well, now it feels like we're the underlings of Warlord Himeko or something.
I'd like to see
In
that.
any
That'd be
case,
fun.
I'll leave Himeko in your hands. Please try to keep her out of combat.
She'll do whatever the fuck she wants. Of course, Grandpa. I got it, Grandpa.
Stop, stop. Every time you and she get together, the conversation somehow drifts completely off course.
You expected any less?
I'm fine. I'm good. Your daughter's no porcelain doll. We came here to...
I know. I understand. You didn't come as my daughter. Rather, I am currently speaking to the navigator of the Astral Express.
Yeah.
But tell me, has there been progress on the new Herald of Death case? I wasn't expecting the questioning to come in rounds.
Wait, you already asked about this once before?
In rounds?
Whoops the fuck has talked to you
The
already?
Department of Aberration Defense also sent someone here before you. They inquired about Fullwish. But regrettably, I truly don't know how to answer. On one hand, I wasn't here 15 years ago. On the other, she is still considered one of our school's distinguished alumni. I'm aware that you're involved in the investigation too. So, I compiled the pertinent documents ahead of time.
Convenient.
I hope they'll be of use to you.
Thank you, Mr. Ryusuke.
I hate how they pronounce
Go
his
ahead.
name.
The files are inside the archive room. Take whatever materials you need.
Cool, thanks, Grandpa. Alright, about Full Wish. Yeah, what do you know?
To be honest, it wasn't until the Herald of Death incident 15 years ago that I first learned her name.
What the fuck? Aren't you the dean?
As the dean, I should have met up with her more often and tried harder to soothe the wounds it left on her. But I just couldn't.
Sure, but why is that?
Do you really need all the details?
Yes.
The whole serving as a model example thing. I don't want to tarnish it completely.
So you were a coward. Okay.
I knew it was a selfish thought. But I just couldn't help it. Back then, whenever I heard her name, I thought to myself, if someone was able to survive the incident, then why couldn't it have been my daughter?
Ah, okay, so you were being a dick. But Himiko did survive, so I guess whatever.
15 years ago, I received a commission to paint a massive portrait for an elixir seeker chief on the planet of Goliath Shepherd.
Mm-hmm.
They said he had an elixir that could cure countless diseases. By the time I came back, everything had changed. There had been a terrible accident on campus.
Accident, he calls it.
And my daughter. Even though I knew my presence here wouldn't have changed anything. Because of that incident, I made a promise to never leave this world again during the Phantom Moon Games. That's why I immediately flew here when I heard about the full Phantom Moon. But, once again, I was too late. And the supplicant called Sparksy had turned the campus upside down.
Okay, so I have a few questions about that. First of all, as a dean, don't you have, like, some kind of obligation to the school anyway? Like, you can't just be, like, dean in name only. Like, surely you have obligations that would require you to be here anyway. Secondly, we've already learned that the Phantom Moon has, like, a long history of, like, bloodied conflict. And you just decided to leave one time without, like, watching your daughter making arrangements? Dude, that was just shitty decision-making on your part. Like, you should have absolutely known better. I got no sympathy for you on that one. I just couldn't. It felt awkward that I was the one who killed her parents. Ryusuke, maybe. Yeah, kinda. He does seem to go on a lot of trips to abandon the school and parks. Yeah, like, what is he doing? Like, I figured he would, like, have obligations to the school. Does he, like, work remotely or something? Like, how does that work? How are you the dean and yet you're, like, never here?
It's alright. You can leave the crisis solving to the nameless.
Allegedly.
Right about that. Yet oddly, once Sparksy stirred up all that chaos, applications to the school soared to an all-time high. Oh, times we live in are increasingly beyond my comprehension.
We won't take up any more of your time then.
You're always welcome. Other than the archive room, You could also try talking to Miss Dolly. She's the longest-serving faculty member here and likely knows the most.
Oh, right, yeah. He's very
Then we'll
kids
try the
these days, a
archive
little
room.
bit, yeah. He is
Let's
a
go,
little
you
like that.
two.
Alright, off we go then.
Thank you, Dad.
See ya, Gramps.
We should be able to find the archive room and Miss Dolly around the Imagenesis classroom, right?
I'm surprised you actually remember that, March.
I heard. Oh my goodness! I thought I recognized you in the distance. Himiko, it really is you!
I mean...
Miss Dolly, please
Sure.
forgive me for not coming to see you sooner. I've been back for a while now, but this is the first chance I've had to come see you.
Don't worry about it. I'm simply happy that you cared enough to visit.
I like her voice, actually.
I must apologize about the mask you entrusted me. In the end...
Please, I can't thank you enough for safeguarding the mask all those years.
Look at you. You haven't changed a bit. Oh, you and your friends look like you're in a hurry. Is there something you need to attend to?
So just found out there's a dinosaur episode in the newest season of Star Trek Strange New Worlds. Well, there's a dinosaur. I mean, that's kind of fun. I don't watch Star Trek. That's a pending thing. Penny would know about that. We're here to ask about Full Wish.
Full Wish? The poor child who survived the Herald of Death.
Correct.
The school organized a fundraiser for her back then. I still remember how she bowed again and again with tears in her eyes at everyone who helped. Poor girl. Though she was lucky to have survived, her parents didn't make it. There were rumors flying around the school saying she had something to do with the Herald of Death. Otherwise, why would she be so lucky? She's the only one who survived. What a bunch of scoundrels. She had good grades and a good heart. And becoming famous, she often came back to visit the school and sponsored a number of scholarship projects.
Speaking of which, do you know anything about what happened to her after she graduated from school?
Okay, I'm a little confused. They said that Full Wish was the only one to survive the Herald of Death, but doesn't Himiko also count? Like, wasn't she the one that, like, stopped his rampage in the first place? So wouldn't she also be a survivor? Or do they mean strictly in the sense of, like, somebody who was deliberately attacked, thought was killed, but survived the attack anyway? Because I guess in that case, Himiko wouldn't count. But that is a little bit confusing wording there. Probably linked to the Star Trek Voyager dinosaur episode, so go shop, see that one. Oh yeah, I remember you mentioning that. We gotta set up some time for that at some point.
I heard she went somewhere beyond the sky to further her studies after graduation. She had the chance to work for the Interastral Peace Corporation, but chose to return home and take over Seafell TV instead, which was on the verge of bankruptcy.
Somewhere beyond the sky. Miss Dolly, do you know where she went exactly?
What a weird way to word that.
I never heard. However, she pushed out many projects after taking over the TV station and managed to expand their business to the whole of Plain Arcadia in just a few years. That is all I know.
Like, within 4 years, I understand why they would say things like, you know, worlds beyond the sky or whatever. But, like, for other planets where, like, you know, interplanetary travel is fairly common, why wouldn't they just say she went somewhere off-world? Like, why say beyond the sky? That's such a weird way to word that for a place that should absolutely know about, like, interplanetary travel and stuff. What a weird way to say that. I think the only one who was in the school itself during the massacre, Himiko stopped the Herald after the disaster. Okay. I guess that makes sense. So it's what I said before, basically. It's like she was attacked and survived, whereas Himiko just kind of beat his ass.
Thank you, Ms. Dolly, for your intel.
From the back
Alright, let's talk to you. What say you?
The new Herald of Death is real! They say he came back to life and was responsible for what happened in Dovebrook.
Well, that was Daybreak Squadron, but yeah, I'm sure. I don't know why they're calling back to Amphorius' warning. Yeah, it's super weird. Because, again, Amphorius makes sense. They're like a Greek world, that's its own thing. I get that. But, like, Planet Arcadia has people here from off-planet. They know that, so just say off-world. Why word it so weirdly? Oh, yeah.
He's not coming here to kill again. Is he? Maybe we should ask for leave and stay home until this blows over?
Yeah, the other thing I've thought about, right, is like, again, we've talked about how, like, the Phantasy Moon games has a long history of being really bloodied conflict to some extent. There's always a problem. Why are so many people super chill about this? Like, you would expect that a lot of people would see this as like a hurricane incoming and decide to fuck off and, like, not be around here, but so many people have just kind of stayed, and isn't it until, like, things are getting bad that people react to it? Dude, if I live in Planet Arcadia, I get the fuck out of there. I'm like, oh, hell no, I ain't staying for this shit. I'm out of here. I would just leave and wait for it to be done with. I wouldn't even bother staying. But, like, so far, everyone else is like, they're only like this girl. She's like, oh, maybe we should leave now. Only after, like, people have been killed in Dovebrook. And I'm like, what? You all know what happens every single time this happens, right? Like, surely you know the history of it.
What are you, scared? If he really comes, I'm live streaming the whole thing and getting all the clout for it. Who needs leave after that? I'll just quit school altogether.
Honestly, this might be the most realistic response to it, because people are fucking stupid and they will film shit for clout. So, I guess I can't argue with it. The guy who says the most chronically online shit's the one I can't argue with. Evidently, the plot needs collateral damage. Exactly. Wonder if that's a weirdness of the writing or specifically the English translation. There are parts of the text that make me think, I get what you're saying, why are you phrasing such a stiff way? Yeah, like, I wonder what that's about. It's really odd, because, like, you don't need to say it that way. Or, you know what would be even funnier explanation is that the writers have just been so used to writing shit in weird roundabout ways for Amphorius, they just haven't broken the habit yet.
I heard he murdered hundreds of students here 15 years ago.
Hundreds? Really? I only heard that the crime scene still exists somewhere on campus.
I mean, if they killed hundreds of students, then that would mean the entire campus is a crime scene.
I don't feel too good about this. We should get out of here.
If we help the Express gang, there's a chance we might get featured in The Fluffy.
Fucking dude. Come on, man. No. Take shit seriously, man.
You're seriously obsessed with becoming famous.
Word of advice, kids. Don't be like that guy. That's unhealthy. That is not a normal response. Don't be like that. Honestly, there might be some Amphorius leakage into the dot. Like, it feels like there is.
Ugh, the atmosphere in this archive room is giving me the creeps. It's so gloomy. Almost like we've stumbled into Fixtroll Garden.
I don't think there's any heliumite here, though, Marge.
It was like this 15 years ago as well. The archives tracked all academic results. Near the final exams, students dissatisfied with their abilities often poured their frustration into painting unsettling things.
Like?
There's a lot of data stored here. Aside from what my father organized for us, let's explore the other areas as well. If possible, keep an eye out for clues regarding Full Wish's life after graduation. She returned to her alma mater frequently, so there must be records of her visits.
I mean, yeah, that tracks.
Dabbling in technology related to the abundance. Where exactly did she acquire it? Perhaps her past holds a clue.
Wouldn't it be fucking hilarious if the person that gave Full Wish this nonsense was Locha? Or Void Archives? Just yet another fucking auto. Always comes back to that bastard. I feel like that would be the best explanation by far for me. Would people who play Star Rail care about auto showing up again? No, they would not. I would, though, and it'd be very funny. Sparksy, why is your doll here?
Is this?
Could Sparksy really have pulled the same trick again and left you a gift at the school? Confiscated from the Sparksy fan club's unauthorized late-night gathering. Sparkle plushie. Reason for confiscation: 3 second-year students and 5 first-year students formed an unauthorized club called Sparksy Fan Club and held an unsanctioned gathering in the gym late at night. Club members wore bizarre costumes, waved glow sticks, and chanted "Destroy the old model" and "Sparksicle forever," all while surrounding the doll. The continuous noise resulted in a night patrol teacher suffering a sudden seizure and requiring emergency medical attention. What the fuck? How fast were you waggling them glow sticks to trigger a seizure in somebody, man? Damn. Stored in the archive room to be returned upon graduation. That's a long confiscation period.
Did they really have to put this here?
You know, actually, I saw that you can buy a Sparkle plushie, and I would not be opposed to getting one, because they are kind of silly. What's on the computer? A computer that's probably older than you, living out its golden years on this desk. Alright, let's search for Full Wish. Renowned entrepreneur Full Wish visits school recently. Full Wish warmly shakes hands with students. What do they take away from the speech? Here's what those 3 students had to say.
There are so many press releases here.
Scroll forward a bit. Renowned entrepreneur Full Wish donates scholarship. School makes first appearance in Full Wish TV's annual university rankings. Full Wish TV covers our school's anniversary celebration once again. Scroll to the earliest record.
School's annual distinguished student register from 1982 to 1984?
Okay.
For 3 consecutive years, first place was always Full Wish.
Also, I see that Evanesceo on the background there. Which, if we go by our theory before that Evanesceo can only exist during the Faintest Moon games to some extent, why is there a painting of her there? Unless, like, she put it there somehow, in which case, why? But assuming that that's always there, who's seen Evanesceo to be able to, like, draw a picture of her? Alright, search Herald of Death. No results found for your search. The search page slaps the black text on a white background right in front of your face.
The IPC has severed all channels of intel with its iron grip. Hardly a surprise.
Yeah, that tracks. Search Himiko.
Formal caution regarding a student's non-compliant hairstyle. Disciplinary action concerning a student's involvement in 3 food poisoning cases.
Himiko's a menace.
Disciplinary notice for a student's involvement in a physical altercation.
Now see, that sounds like the Himiko I know. Can't cook for shit and food poisons people. Beats the fuck out of people. That sounds like Himiko, alright. Let's go. Simply magnificent. You read with... Oh god, wait, hold on. Turn this shit off. Let me get this again. Simply magnificent. You read with bated breath, and it takes a good long while before you snap out of it. Right, this isn't exactly the task at hand. At the very bottom of all the entries regarding Himiko lies a faculty appointment notice from 15 years ago. That new red-haired assistant is the dean's daughter. Her constitution is weak, so she can't handle heavy labor. Remember, don't assign her anything outside of clerical work. So reads the note in the file. Interesting. So Himiko is supposed to be frail, and then she just starts fighting people and food poisoning people and shit. That's fantastic. Let's go. I'm here for it. Oh, let's go see what this has to say. The label of this cabinet reads Alumni Yearbook. In which year did Full Wish graduate? You seem to remember you obtained this information somewhere. Recall deeper. Sometimes a little deduction is sufficient to make up for missing memories. Current year is 1999 of the Planarcadian calendar. The Herald of Death took place 15 years ago. I remembered all along! Year Full Wish graduated is... Flip through the Alumni Yearbook. Oh, I can just get it wrong. Let's go to 1982. Your gaze sweeps across the youthful smiling faces on the photo. It feels surreal to think that these people are now pushing middle age. Regrettably, Full Wish is not among them. Let's go to 1983. The yearbook's got a pretty wild design. Everyone in the graduation photo is dressed like they raided a costume shop, and some genius even brought their illegal, imaginated creations from the group shot. The school's culture sure is quite liberal. Regrettably, Full Wish is not among them. Alright, now to 1984. The first page is a somber graduation photo. None of the students in the photo betrayed any hint of a smile. They stood sparsely, like the teeth in an aged person's mouth, separated by absences that could never be filled. Well, that's just depressing. In the Alumni Yearbook for the class 1984, you find the page belonging to Full Wish. Alright, Full Wish. Address, Seafeld City, Plan Arcadia, Consternation, Star Zone. Post-graduation destination, Institute of Cognitive Science, Garden Star of Botanical Study. Okay, what the fuck is that? Her favorite color is white. Dream destination at the seaside. Favorite animal, hallucigenia. Hey, I know what that is! Why do you know what that is, Foolish? That's an Earth thing. Did you guys also have hallucigenia? Which is named because of its weird-ass shape? I'll see if I can find a picture of that so I can show chat. Hold on. It's very specific. Let's see. Images. Let's find a picture of this wonky looking thing. Let's see. Let's remove that one. Okay, let's see. And of course, window capture doesn't figure out where it is. That one. Yeah, look at it. That thing. That's her favorite animal. Is this thing. That's such a weird one to choose. But okay. Sure. I'm here for it. Alright, let's just drag that over here again. Oh god, okay, let's scroll back up. Ideal career, teacher. Okay, message from classmates. Graduate day has finally arrived, but 70 never made it back. If I hadn't slipped away early that day, could I have done something for them? When I look at the empty seats in our classroom, I often feel guilty for being powerless. Foolish, did you feel the same? But I've come to terms with it now. The past is the past. Those of us left behind, we have to take care of ourselves. I hear the climate on Garden Star of Botanical Study is very different. Take care of yourself, Foolish. Winning first place in the campus Imagenesis. I can't fucking pronounce words. Competition. Ranking at the top for several consecutive semesters. You've always been outstanding, Foolish. That's why I truly believe you can make it through that nightmare and show all of Plan Arcadia with a smile that we won't be easily defeated by a single tragedy. I've never doubted that. A new chapter in life is about to begin. Facing the lens of life, please keep on smiling. Okay, message from a teacher. Hearing that you will soon leave Plan Arcadia to pursue cognitive science, I can't help but feel a sense of loss. It's a failure on my part as a teacher that I couldn't inspire you to stay in the Imagenesis industry. But, as your teacher, I fully understand your choice. To have helped shape a researcher like you for the Intelligentsia Guild fills me with deep pride. I sincerely wish you the vastest of horizons, Foolish. May you realize your dreams, and may the sorrows sown in the past blossom to flowers of happiness in the future. Message from parents left blank.
Garden Star of Botanical Study. Cognitive science research. Miss Dolly mentioned that Foolish went beyond the sky to study after graduation.
How about a weird way to say that?
Turns out this is where she went. Let's go chat with the others.
I like that they actually animated Stella talking here instead of her like thinking about it in her head. So I like that she just talks to herself. It's fun. All right, Himiko, what say you?
Well, did you find anything?
I found these clues. You tell Himiko about the clues you discovered in the alumni catalog.
Garden Star of Botanical Study? It appears to be a greenhouse world located within the Consternation Star Zone. Oh, found it. Its property ownership is registered under a specific school within the Intelligentsia Guild.
Okay.
Strange. The name of the school is encrypted.
Time to text Herta.
I've heard conspiracy theories claiming the Herald of Death from 15 years ago was actually someone from the IPC. Given the great lengths the IPC went to in wiping away all traces after the incident, perhaps the rumors are true.
Or it's a problem they created.
Foolish was hurt by the Herald of Death. Yet after studying in an institution funded by the IPC, she became a suspect in the new Herald of Death incident.
Is that where Foolish obtained the technology of the abundance?
You mean she created the happiness surgery after studying on that greenhouse world?
It's certainly possible, but the information is still too vague to make any judgments.
Let's ask Herta.
I'm more inclined to think that after witnessing the power of the Herald of Death, she resolved to uncover the truth behind it. That's why she went to another world to study after graduation. But is the knowledge she gained in just a few short years enough to create the happiness surgery? If the power of the abundance used in the happiness surgery stems from the Herald of Death's lingering poison, would the IPC, who have tried to hide this in every way possible, really be unaware of her actions? There are too many things here that an ordinary scholar simply couldn't achieve.
Yeah, I kind of agree with her on this one.
Perhaps I should contact her as a fellow alumna and have an open, honest talk.
Is that really a good idea?
Contact Full Wish as her senior? After all this time, would she even want to see you?
I can tell you right now that if somebody from high school texted me one day and was like, hey, let's hang out, I'm like, who the fuck are you? Like, I don't think I would actually respond to that really at all. Or would even remember who they are. Like, I've got like maybe 2 people that I know from high school and I would like probably hang out with now as an adult. But like, if anybody who I haven't spoken to in like 15, 20 years that I went to high school with maybe was like, hey, I'm one of your fellow alum. You want to chat? No. No, why would I do that? Why would I go to like anything like that? Absolutely not.
I don't know.
Can you tell us about the Full Wish you knew?
Back then, I had taken a leave of absence from university due to health issues. So I was doing some idle work at my father's school to clear my mind. Full Wish would occasionally run to the library to slack off. She and Belle always appeared together, helping me organize newspaper clippings and library cards, all while chattering on about classmates' crushes and the latest gossip.
Culture
They
of
didn't
Asia
treat
for
me
Alumni
like a
is pretty different.
patient
Yeah, it
who
kinda
needed
is,
special
isn't it?
care, nor did they treat me like the dean's daughter. We often shared snacks brought from home and secretly dug out the school's collection of ancient books and paintings to admire them. Full Wish, she was the model student, always knowing a little more than everyone else. Her questions often went beyond the textbooks, pushing past the boundaries of what someone her age should know. When she looked through those illustrations of Imagine, her eyes would always sparkle. I could feel the passion in her eyes, and an unspeakable sense of loneliness.
That was even before the Herald of Death, I guess. Herald of Death.
If she still remembers our old friendship, she will meet me. Full Wish is walking a dangerous path right now. And the deeper someone walks into the abyss, the more they crave the recognition and understanding of old friends. I want to ask her myself, why has the happiness she pursues become an illusion that can only be maintained by a taboo surgery?
I will protect you.
Me too.
Yeah, you're not gonna go meet
you,
the
you
sketchy
too.
serial killer lady on your
And
own.
thank you for
Bad
your
idea.
investigation. Though many questions remain unanswered, at least I now have a clearer picture of her movements after graduation. By the way, before we leave the school, there's one more place I'd like to visit. Before I meet Full Wish, I want to say goodbye to that memory from 15 years ago.
You mean that old school building from 15 years ago?
If you say so, Himiko, I'm not sure if this is a good idea, but if it brings you some kind of closure, then sure. All right, I should do.
Turn over
should do
this
this.
eternal page.
And now we're faster. Alright, where do I need to go? Up top. Okay.
Students these
I'm so fast. I forgot that Ellie does this. I could just teleport, but what's the fun in that? Alright, let's see what we got going on here. Oh, hello.
I'm so sorry. I just couldn't finish tidying up the ribbons, and now I've dragged you into staying this late.
Even in the past, Foolish was
Don't worry
pissed.
about it, Belle. It was my turn on duty today anyway.
Himeko? Is this?
Ghosts.
Yes. In this imaginated classroom, the after images of the students from 15 years ago still linger in their original places.
Why aren't you here?
Tomorrow is the school anniversary. I wonder how lively it will be. They've invited parents here. Will your parents be coming? Oh, Full Wish?
You seem surprised?
Oh, that's Full Wish from her youth.
Yeah, Dad already took time off. By now he's probably out on the streets with Mom, picking out formal wear. If it's my daughter's performance, we have to dress to the nines. That's just like him. He always loves making those kinds of jokes.
Is that a joke?
Then you'd better put on a good show, huh?
There won't be a show anymore, Belle.
What the fuck?
Because unexpected guests have arrived.
Oh, okay.
Everyone from the Astral Express and Himeko. I didn't expect to meet you here.
Why the fuck are you here?
Did you enjoy yourselves at Star Rail Fest? Did you grant those smiling kids their wishes and bring joy to everyone?
Full Wish.
Okay.
Himeko, you recognized me at just a glance.
You know, Full Wish definitely like leveled up in her design because her old like younger form looks very generic in PC, and her adult form decidedly looks a lot better designed. What are you doing here?
I am here to mourn that dusk from 15 years ago. Before making any major decisions, I always come here to sit in silence for a while.
So you torture yourself by looking at the memories of the
I
dead.
thought Himeko was at school like the rest of us that day. When I saw Belle lying in a pool of blood, when I was crushed under the collapsed wall and unable to breathe, the thought crossed my mind. Poor Himeko. If you had met the Herald of Death with that delicate frame of yours. But who would have guessed? You're alive and living quite well.
You seem pissed about
You became
that.
the navigator of the Astral Express, roaming freely beyond the sky, just like the three of us used to talk about in our chats. Your dream came true.
I sense a hint of jealousy. in that.
Congratulations are in order.
Or resentment, or both.
Himeko, do you know 15 years have passed? And my wounds have mostly healed.
I don't buy that.
Regrettably, there are some scars and emptiness that time can never heal. Look around. Even here, even with these phantoms, their seats are still empty. Belle, Leon, Zion.
That's how you spell Leon? You have to
Mia.
use Lyon.
And so many others.
I would have read that as lion.
15 years
Leon,
have
that's a
passed.
weird one.
And I've learned that time isn't a cure. It's a shroud, binding itself around me, layer upon layer. So I made a decision. I'm going to tear it open. I'm going to let everything bloody and unforgettable beneath it see the light of day again.
The fuck does that mean?
See the light of day? You were a victim of the Herald of Death, only to become the second Herald of Death yourself? You intend to use a power you can't possibly comprehend to win the Phantasmoon games. How are you any different from that monster back then? From the monster that took your parents' lives?
Damn, Himiko's coming out strong.
I'm sorry. I shouldn't compare you to that devil. You still have a chance. Stop this now.
Shouldn't you, though? I mean, she already, like, has done some pretty unforgivable shit, right? Like, she's putting people through this weird surgery that's, like, corrupting their brain. She's instructed them to basically become her pawns to murder people and pretend to be a serial killer. I would say, yeah, it's probably pretty valid to compare her to the last Herald of Death.
Stop. I'm sorry. I don't quite understand what you're saying.
In that case, I won't let you leave. No, I was like, you know exactly what we're talking about.
I would advise everyone to think twice before making rash accusations.
I wouldn't say that this is particularly rash.
As a media professional, let me give you a piece of advice. From now on, when you're in front of a camera lens, watch your expressions and be cautious with your words and actions.
Where the hell did they come from? They weren't here the entire time. Did you just, like, manifest these dudes into existence?
At the very least, try not to look so flustered during this public exchange.
How the hell did you do that?
We live in a world where we are constantly gazed upon and watched by others. This camera crew was originally prepared for my upcoming speech, but meeting you all here, it really adds a wonderful dramatic flair.
Right.
To the audience watching from your screens, you know my name, and I know that right now, you are watching me. 15 years ago, with the tacit approval of the IPC and the Arcadia Council, the Master of Elation's divine ritual degenerated into a barbaric, bloody game.
You know, an interesting thing I'm noticing about this picture is that you have, like, the you know, cat mouths on all of the, like, microphones, and then the weird creepy eyes on all of the cameras. I'm digging that design thing. It's very obvious what they're trying to do with it. Like, it's not exactly subtle, but it is good.
You and I, the residents of this Arcadia, surrendered a lifetime of dignity, wealth, and time to them. All in exchange for a single full meal. We are surrounded by bizarre entertainment and stimulating gore. We soak all day in shallow, boring programs, achieving nothing. And now, we must live in fear of the unscrupulous atrocities of these supplicants from beyond the sky, forcing smiles as we applaud and cheer for them.
You're really harping on that.
Is this the happiness the god promised us? No! Absolutely not! The Master of Elation would never be deceived by miracles, but with pain and blood. What they desire to see are heartfelt smiles. And so, they granted me a revelation.
Well, we know you're full of shit,
Everyone, on that evening 15 years ago, what saved me was not luck. It was not the supplicants, and it was certainly not the IPC. Right here, as the Herald of Death approached, step by step, the one who sent down a miracle was the Master of Elation. They allowed me to escape with my life. And when I was trapped in a small room, consumed by loneliness, they sent me a mask.
Huh?
They revealed my mission to me. To bring happiness back to a plain Arcadia that has lost its smile.
What the hell does that mean?
I, Fullwish, survivor of the Bloodstained Games, hereby formally announce that I will join the Phantom Moon Games! In this game, I shall win the Eon of Elation's authority. And then, I will make smiles of happiness bloom on the faces of every single person in plain Arcadia!
She keeps using a lot of, like, literal flowery dialogue, which is not helping her. I have nothing to do with the abundance stuff. Like, it's not exactly subtle. She keeps doing that. But, like, let's go back and look over at this again. Like, damn it, I can't look at it again. So, her entire, like, case for her cult, and for, I guess, this, is that, like, she claims that she's heard something from Aha. But, like, she also doesn't really say... Oh, I guess, did she say specifically that it was Aha, or is she saying they constantly? Because, like, that could mean really any Eon if they just have only ever said they. I guess she's, like, at the very least, she's trying to imply that she's heard Aha's voice, and that whatever she does is, like, ordained by God in a sense. Which, as somebody who grew up in the South, yeah, gross. Don't like that. Ew.
Himiko, don't frown. Smile.
Ew.
I will bring happiness to you too, just as I will bring it to everyone.
Girl, I ain't buying what
I
you're
won't
selling.
manipulate the Phantom Moon Games like those high and mighty IPC executives. Nor will I treat the rewards granted by the God of Elation as bargaining chips for profit. We are in plain Arcadia, so we should decide the winner in a plain Arcadian way.
I guess.
I'll give you a stage if that's what you want.
Well, Himiko's not
I
the
invite
supplicant,
you all
so...
to a televised debate at Fullwish TV in Seafeld City. The invitation extends to all supplicants.
A plain Arcadian way? That's just a way that benefits you. We're not going.
Yeah,
You
that definitely is a trap.
refuse, of course, but then, under the gaze of billions of viewers, you must accept your public image as frauds deceiving the world and cowards with guilty consciences.
How do you fucking figure that?
Remember, this isn't just an invitation. It is your only chance to defeat me in front of everyone. Since you believe you represent what is right.
Girl, that logic
The
ain't adding up.
stage is set. Come and perform this final act that will determine the future of the Arcadia with me. Or simply leave. The choice is yours.
Oh, it's obviously a trap.
Darn it. Are we just going to let Fullwish walk away?
Yes. What do you expect to do exactly?
We are right in the middle of the cameras she prepared. Remember to be cautious with your words and actions. Let's leave here and return to the Express.
Yeah, good point.
Hello, everyone!
All right,
and
the
welcome
plushies.
back to the Arcadian Morning Report. We're continuing our exclusive coverage. Just moments ago, we received some shocking news. The head of our station, Lady Fullwish, has officially announced that she will be entering the Phantom Moon Games as a supplicant.
At the same time, Lady Fullwish has announced a blockbuster special! The end of a century TV debate! She's inviting supplicants to the Fullwish TV studio to discuss and debate the topic, what kind of future will the Phantom Moon Games bring to this world?
What a magnificent topic! At a time when supplicants from beyond the sky are brazenly suppressing and insulting our local heroes, finally, a supplicant has appeared who truly cares about and represents the citizens of plain Arcadia.
You know, this feels a little too on the nose. A bit. As an American, I'm rolling my eyes at this. And I'm like, ugh. God, this shit again. Do I not suffer enough on a daily basis? Jesus fucking Christ. This is more PTSD today, apparently.
Too true. Ever since these Phantom Moon games began, signs of things spiraling out of control have been popping up everywhere. First, the famous dreamer Sparksy tried to spread a mimetic virus. Then the nameless of the Astral Express clashed with the Daybreak Squadron, causing
They did that on their own.
Cloud and the Skyline Express line.
That was their own fault. They did that themselves.
With so many accidents happening, you really can't help but wonder, are we seeing a repeat of the Bloodstains games from 15 years ago?
You got that right! Speaking of the Bloodstained games 15 years ago, Miss
They gotta bring real life into the game? I know.
survivor of that tragedy. She's come such a long way, never once letting her painful past keep her down. A true legend of resilience. Now Miss Foolish has joined the fray as a supplicant. She must be here to stop the tragedy from repeating itself and to reclaim the peaceful days this world deserves from the hands of supplicants from beyond the sky.
You know, as I understand it, this whole, like, pining for a golden era kind of thing, in real life and in Star Rail, is some bullshit. Because, like, as we understand in Star Rail, like, Planet Arcadia wasn't exactly peaceful before the IPC took over. Like, things didn't just, like, suddenly get worse because the IPC controls the planet now. But that's the narrative that Foolish is trying to push, so. And sadly, I know that's effective because I fucking seen it happen in real life, so I can't really say
Will
no
she
on
be
that.
able to shoulder the wishes of all Plain Arcadia and set this game right again after it's spiraled out of control? Let's wait and see.
That just makes me tired to hear.
So shameless.
I agree, March.
Reporting news about your own station director on your own TV station, and you still have the gall to pretend you've received some shocking news? Don't you guys talk to each other internally?
March, your rage is justified, believe me.
I see. Full Wish actively issued a challenge.
Yeah,
I ran
obviously.
a search. Seafeld City is a port town neighboring Duo Mention City. Full Wish TV's predecessor, Seafeld TV, is located there. Looking at it this way, the televised debate is obviously nothing more than a diversion. What Full Wish wants most is for us to walk right into the trap she's prepared.
Obviously.
So, what do you think?
I won't back down. I ain't no bitch.
You're really going to the TV station to fight her?
That's what my bat's for, right?
I'll go, but not to debate. I'm going to tear off her mask of happiness in front of the entire audience.
Damn straight. Let's go, girl.
But before we act, I need more help.
Let's go find Silverwolf.
We can all help you. Wait. Do you mean...
We gotta call up our besties. Sunday, Sparksy. Let's just say Sparksy.
Sunday!
Ever since Sunday was dragged into the Phantom Moon games by Yao Guang, he hasn't returned for days.
Oh yeah, he has been kind of fucking
However,
around, hasn't
I
he?
haven't heard of him making any public appearances either. Asking him to cooperate as a wild card right now is a good idea.
But what's the deal with finding Sparksy?
I love how I said Sparksy and they immediately ignored the fact that I said Sparksy. Like, I love that they just promptly, completely ignored everything I said.
Whether Sparksy counts as our ally is a massive question mark. But right now, there is indeed something we need her help with.
Oh? What is that now?
Full Wish said that when loneliness trapped her in that small room, the Master of Elation sent her a mask.
So, she's a masked fool?
Correct.
Oh, she actually is.
Every fool has stepped into the tavern before, then there must be traces hidden there left by Full Wish as a fool. Just like...
Huh.
How we tracked down the clues about SparksyCon.
Sparksy. Will she stand on our side?
If it's funny.
Well, this is certainly a condition she wouldn't be able to turn down.
Oh yeah, I forgot we had that. Oh, Evanesia. Okay, what do you want? Not before in the Phantom Courtyard.
You just said, as for the brewing storm, whether the turmoil once again is the result of the Laughter's mischief. What exactly was that supposed to mean? You mean to say the Joy Seeker wants to destroy the very rules they laid down? The game they wove with their own hand?
Maybe?
Come over here.
A high pending.
This fox mask is a ritual instrument I once used in dance and music. It accompanied me across vast distances in
just
search
gonna be quiet
of an
while this
elixir
syncs.
of immortality, a mark of who I was in life. I've lost count of how long it has been since I last wore it since being enlightened and transplanted here. But here it is, presented upon the altar again, which means...
As the game's referee, you've been pushed onto the field. In this moment, you are now a supplicant.
Hold on, remember what she said again? She says, "This fox mask is a ritual instrument I once used in dance and music. It accompanied me across vast distances in search of an elixir of immortality, a mark of who I was in life." So she's dead now. Is what her existence now is essentially not life. She's making a distinction here, which is interesting.
Yeah, well, remember, she is of the abundance.
This is true. I mean, I guess like if we were to take it as that, like she looks for an elixir of immortality, which would naturally take her to the abundance. Anyway, so that might explain like how she managed to become an abundance creature in the first place. But I do like the idea here of like she makes a very clear distinction that whatever her life is currently doesn't count as life. That's kind of an interesting way to word that.
For over a century, I presided over a war game in which supplicants carved out their own territories and vied for supremacy, using the power of the masks. I've also hosted survival games where emanators took the stage to compete, invoking eonic powers to try and slaughter every last opponent in a single day.
Wait, what do you mean you hosted survival games with emanators as like the players? What the fuck? What do you mean by that? That's kind of like a big deal, isn't it? What does that mean?
Whenever the Phantom Moon games are at risk of being suspended or disrupted, I will use the authority granted by the elation and the abundance to measure, judge, and punish any violators.
Okay.
I guess you could call me the security protocol for the Phantom Moon games. But now, someone has gone and designated me as a supplicant. It's utterly unheard of.
You don't seem too pleased with this.
Who else but the Laughter could pull off something like this?
Perhaps. Some entity harboring a deep-seated hatred for the Laughter.
Who could it be? Entities like that. I couldn't count them all even if I used my toes.
What?
I warned that jerk ages ago. Take a joke too far, and you're bound to make enemies. See? Instant karma.
Wait, so you've actually talked to Aha and you're like, that fucking asshole. I warned you not to do this shit, and you did it anyway, and now I can deal with the consequences. She's so mad.
Never mind who he is, or what he's after. We're here, now. So what do you plan on doing? Fortune rests upon misfortune, and misfortune gives rise to fortune. Becoming a supplicant isn't necessarily a bad thing. Wouldn't that allow you to step openly into this chaos and drag the puppet master into the light?
I guess.
You're looking to team up with me? Team up with someone from the abominations of abundance that you Xianzhou people despise?
That's hardly appropriate. You're an ancient sacred tree. It's the furthest thing from an abomination of abundance. No?
Interesting distinction to make, Yao Guang, but sure.
Your standards are certainly flexible. The hunt and the abundance. We really make quite the interesting pair. So, where do you plan on starting?
So, in Yao Guang's mind, is she just straight up talking to the tree right now?
Friend in the tree.
I mean, I guess kinda. I think for her, it's just more of like a convenient interpretation.
Yeah.
Because, like, I mean, they did say earlier that, like, Evanescia is basically just an ambrosial arbor, or she's like a personification of the tree in a sense of it. So
I guess, yes.
Yao Guang's more or less just saying, like, yeah, you're just a tree, right? That's just convenient.
Yeah.
Whereas, like, anybody else in the Shanzhou would probably not be so flexible about it.
Yeah. Didn't, like, the ambrosial arbor ending up on the Xianzhou cause, like, a huge issue?
I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, when we first got there, it was supposed to be dead, and then it blooms again, and it blooming was a problem. I think its existence in and of itself wasn't necessarily a problem per se, but when it blooms, that leads to, like, the Marastruck and things like that. So, like, I mean, not that specifically is the cause, but that was during our time in the Xianzhou, which is what was part of the reason for that. So, like, I guess. I don't know. It just seems to be like Yao Guang is really just like whatever's convenient, because I think she's like a general, right? So like she is supposed to be thinking strategically about how to handle these things. So like I think she recognizes kill abundance creature without any thinking about it, or strategic alliance that will help me like deal with this issue at its root because there's more going on. I think she's obviously going to choose the second option.
Yeah.
She doesn't get to be a general just because she makes like rash choices. Like she's clearly thinking things through, and she knows that like pairing with Evanescia is like more beneficial than not.
Yeah.
So.
I nearly forgot about that. Chip away, little bird. I'll allow it.
All right. Yeah, I forgot.
General Yao Guang
wasn't like working.
Miss Fox, I've received some news that might interest you.
You received news. What is it, Sunday? Okay, they're leaving us in the dark then.
A happiness surgery that wipes away suffering. The power of abundance in this world is disgustingly excessive.
I would agree with that assessment.
It seems the most terrifying omen I foresaw may not originate from the Stellaron hunters, nor from plain Arcadia itself. This supplicant, called Full Wish, is also a dangerous variable.
Yeah, I guess Yao Guang hasn't really like been involved in Full Wish's story up to this point.
If you can, I would ask that you direct your focus toward Seafeld City.
You want to take a trip to Seafeld City? It seems I'll have to use some special measures to shorten the journey.
Sure.
Oh, this is the part I've been looking forward to the most. I've always been curious where exactly this secret court is located, and what it connects to.
Wait, you guys, how did you get here if you didn't know where it connected to? Excuse me? How did you get here then? Or maybe she just teleported like she's off to do. Well, that's rather convenient for you just to teleport to exactly where you needed to be.
Xianzhou lady, let me show you this world's most impressive method of travel.
Is it jumping through paintings again? Because that's kind of fun.
Here we are!
Already? Wait. Why are we at the station?
How are we at the station?
Because naturally, we're taking the express to get where we're going.
Sure, Nessia.
All that buildup, and this is your idea of an impressive method of travel?
Well, what else? That's why I said you've definitely never seen this before. It's the Bulletworm Express. I bet you've never taken a ride on this.
Nessia, what?
You're the arbitrator of the Phantasmoon games. For crying out loud. Don't you have a cooler way of getting around?
Why are you worried about that, Yao
You're a
Guang?
great general of the Xianzhou for crying out loud. Don't you have a cooler way to get around?
Yao Guang wanted to fly on the tree.
I love their banter. This is great so far. Yao Guang is so pissed.
Fine, fine.
Good.
For the first time in my life, I finally know what it feels like to be the fool.
Yeah, this is great. I like this fucking
bound
chorus.
for Seafeld City is arriving at the station.
Alright, the weird worm cat.
Hey, you got any money on you? Spot me a ticket, would ya?
Nessia, you bomb. I like her.
That's the second time.
Who are you looking at? Why are you looking at us? Oh, can I actually play as her? Yeah, I want to walk around as Evanescence. Let's go. I'm definitely pulling for you anyway, so... Let's see. Who do I remove?
Did you clock the song that she was humming, by the way?
No, I wasn't listening closely enough. What was it?
I don't know if I can do it justice. She's humming do 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 do. It's hang on. You know what? Let me Google what song it was that she just hummed.
That might be more helpful, actually.
Yeah.
Also, I'm slowly getting the pink hair squad. We got Cyrene, Evanescence, and Hyacinth. I could remove Cass and replace her with some other pink-haired character like Fu Xuan. The true pink hair squad.
I want you to know that Google wants me to autocorrect Evanescia to Evanescence.
Good. Okay, we finally had to look at her design properly, like up close. So let's see. She's got a Labubu Tamagotchi. She still has like the Japanese aesthetics, which is fun. Schoolgirl kind of vibe to her, which still I feel like leans more into she's a Rin variant than a Sakura variant. I like her design quite a bit, actually. What's her idol supposed to be? Oh, what the fuck? That's cool.
Our hairs breadth apart. Only the heart can judge.
Okay, we're summoning Helmaru. Fantastic. All the more reason that she's Rin.
Oh, is that an HI3 one?
Kinda. So in Impact 3rd, remember that like previous era Rin when she died, or when she became the Hersh of Corruption and then she dies, they seal her Hersher core and whatever's left of her in the purple box. It's supposed to create the divine key Jizo Mitama, which it doesn't for like 50,000 years. During the Sakura Samsara story, we learn about what happened to like Sakura in the present era. So her Rin had to be like Sakura was forced to kill her, and that was the whole thing. And the boss of that is Helmaru, who's like the big fox thing. Which I guess technically speaking is like kind of what Sakura sort of becomes during the actual like real timeline, and Colin fights her. But in context of like the story of it, it's also sort of implied that the fox is Higokumaru. It's the personification of the previous Hersher of Corruption, so it's Rin from the previous era. And in the Sakura Samsara story, she becomes Higokumaru, which is also Helmaru, who's the fox boss. So like she's literally the fox. Like that's actually what it is. And even in like the manga when they talk about Sakura like wandering around in the current timeline after she's been allegedly dead for 500 years, the Hersher of Corruption voice speaks to her in the fox form, which remember is still Rin from the previous era. So the fact that they have like Evanescia's idol where she summons a fox thing, it's not exactly Helmaru, but like it is an important visual motif for Sakura and Rin both. So it's just kind of a fun little thing that I'm going to call Helmaru, even though the design is not the same by any means. Let's look at it again. Also, her fucking like sword is a ruler, which is really
Truth
funny.
and lies. Our hairs breadth apart. Only the heart can judge.
Yeah, the fox she summons is decidedly more like lanky than Helmaru was, but that's. Ooh.
Pedestal without a trace.
Here, I don't know if you'll be able to hear this, but I'm gonna play in a scuffed way. Eva humming.
Do you not have like a link to it that I can just pull up on stream?
Oh, you know what? That's smarter than my idea.
I was like, I could just do that.
Yeah, okay. No, that makes sense.
Is it something I'm supposed to know?
No, well, maybe. To be honest, I don't know. It sounds super familiar, but I don't know what it is. Here,
Okay, where did we put this?
there you go. I time stamped it too.
Okay. Let me pause this. Let's.
Mhm.
Okay, let me pause that one. Let me turn the sound off when I'm not
Yeah.
looking at the game.
Yeah, so you can
properties.
so you can listen to whatever it was that Eva was humming just then.
Yeah, okay. So let's put it up here so you guys can watch this as well.
Yeah.
It doesn't sound familiar.
It sounds so familiar to me, but I don't know what it is.
I'm not chat. You guys got any ideas? It doesn't sound like something I've heard before. I feel like I should though.
Yeah.
Let me just
The comments didn't have like any note about what she's humming there.
I don't know. Let's listen to it again. You know what it might be? It might be one of like the battle musics. Let's
Maybe.
play one of those. Let's see. Sorry, because I played this when I started the stream off. Let's play one of those. Let's see. It might be that. Let's see. Yeah, I think it's one of the battle songs. It sounds like some of the Plan Arcade music. Like it feels very similar to one of those.
Mm-hmm.
If we go back and rewind the song here on Spotify and play it again, it sounds similar to this. Like, I think that might be why it sounds weird, because it's just more of like the regular Plan Arcade music.
Okay. I guess that makes sense.
If it's something from like Impact Third, I'd be very surprised, because there's not a whole lot we really have from that anyway. Like, let me go check Spotify again and go look for some really old shit from Impact Third stuff, because there's not a whole lot we really have. Because that's like, remember that like the Sakura Samsara stuff was one of the like very first things we had as like an expansion for Impact Third when it came out. Like that was really, really, really old shit. So I'd have to go back to some of the oldest soundtracks to see if we can even find anything. Sakura Samsara, let's play that one. That doesn't sound familiar.
Yeah, I checked the transcript to see if that would help. The transcript just has Evanescia and then like music notes. That's super unhelpful, guys.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I would imagine that it's not particularly very helpful at all.
Yeah.
And look at some like our even older stuff here. They've got like a few things from the Sakura Samsara expansion, so none of that sounds familiar to me. Like, it doesn't quite sound like the stuff she's singing. Because I'm gonna err on the side of it's probably not an Impact Third reference, for sure. I would be surprised if it was, at least for her, because she's not like, again, we've talked many times before about how she's possibly like a Rin variant, but like Rin as a character doesn't really have much in the way of like anything to do in Impact Third. Like, really, when we meet Higo Kumaru, which is just an expansion quest thing in the Sakura Samsara story, she does get a little bit of time there, and we learn about her a lot in terms of like talking to Sakura about Rin in the Elysian Realm and reading in the manga. But like Rin herself doesn't actually get time to do anything. So there's not like, say, a theme associated with her. It's not like whenever we pull up like Silverwolf and she has like Cyber Angel playing whenever you summon her Pac-Man, right? Like that's a very clearly connected to Bronya thing, goes all the way back to Guns Girl Z. Like that's something that's unique to Bronya. Whereas like Sakura and Ren don't really have that as far as I can remember. But her singing something from Planet Arcadia's like battle music, that seems more in line with what I would expect.
Okay, that's fair.
Which is my current theory. It might be something different, but...
Yeah.
You haven't said a word the whole way, Xianzhou Diviner. Are you mesmerized by the scenery? Or is there something in your divinations weighing on your mind?
After casting divinations 1,000 times, one may learn to keep a still heart. Yet, each foreseen omen of doom still clouds the inner lake with gathering shadows.
Sure.
That is why, before divining, I usually wipe clean my mind's eye to clear away stray thoughts, lest the outcome be disturbed.
Yeah, whatever that means.
Take a word of advice from someone slightly your senior. Maybe it's nothing new to you. If we treat every approaching calamity like a final reckoning, wouldn't an infinite lifespan turn into prolonged suffering?
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
Enjoy the present. Indeed. Yet, worldly joys are fleeting as morning dew, while our duties are as immovable as heavy mountains.
You know, having Yao Guang play the straight man in this conversation is not what I was expecting. Given how much of like a troll she's been up to this point. But I guess she's finally met somebody who can fuck with her in a way that she was not prepared for, which is kind of fun.
Diviners often miss the fun right in front of them because they foresee tomorrow's suffering. But have you ever thought about this?
Hi, Charlie.
That so-called suffering of tomorrow might just be the poisonous fruit sown by you being terrified today. It is precisely because we know the ending that every scene along the way is so precious and unique, isn't it?
I like her
Look
outlook.
at this harbor before us. When I first set foot here,
Looking guilty? She does look
all
guilty.
these streets, the fishing boats, the people, none of them existed. As far as the eye could see, there was only fire.
Wait, what are you talking about?
The seas had been vaporized, leaving only fractured seabeds and ash that blotted out the sun. The demonic legions from beyond still hadn't departed, and the waves that would surge into Dovebrook had, in that moment, not yet arrived.
Wait, what the fuck are you talking about? When you first set foot here, all these streets, fishing boats, people, none of this existed. So you predate the existence of Ahatopia? Also, Charlie, you were definitely guilty. Whatever that look is, I know you only do that look whenever you're like up to some shenanigans. I know you're doing something. I don't know what it is, but you're up to something.
I can't remember if at this stage the history of Ahatopia was already previously established.
It probably wasn't. I forgot it, to be perfectly honest with you.
Do you want me to give a brief explanation that may or may not be spoilers? Because I don't remember if you're supposed to know yet or not.
Let me ask Anne, because Anne, you just played this.
Should he know about the history of Ahatopia at this point?
Yeah, because I don't remember if I've actually been told this. I'm at a Forgor.
Yeah. And to be honest, I'm not going to be the best to explain it.
I assume that the game will inevitably go over it anyway.
If it hasn't, this is the first time that you're told. Okay, so you shouldn't know all this yet,
Okay,
anyways.
cool. 'Cause
Okay.
I'm confused. I'm like, wait a minute. Have we talked about this? I feel like I should have known this.
Apparently,
Just on the mountain over
this
there,
is new information.
a painter and I looked out at the iron red scars on the earth. She told me, that which vanishes is bound to return. She swore to use her brush to preserve everything claimed by the destruction.
Okay, so they got into a fight with the
It
destruction.
seems she succeeded.
And so, I too shall keep my promise to her, maintaining the course of the Phantasmoon Games until the sands of time
slip away.
I'm gonna go through this again. So she says, there was a painter in her that looked out over the the planet that was, I guess, destroyed by the destruction, and then said painter, whoever that was, said that she'd use her brush to preserve everything claimed by the destruction, which could be Graphia if we're thinking about like famous painters we've already learned from Planet Arcadia's history. Which is interesting, but I feel like it seems like you're talking about somebody older than that. And then she says she'll keep her promise to her, maintaining the course of the Fantasy Moon Games until the sands of time slip away. What does the Fantasy Moon Games have to do with the planet being destroyed and this painter you're talking to? I feel like I need somebody to probably explain that to me later, but I guess we'll
With
get to it.
every descent into this
Well, she's
game's
the-
cycles,
she's
I
the
shall
referee
enjoy
of the
myself
Fantasy
to the
Moon Games.
fullest.
Well, I know that.
Like sipping tea. Be it
I
sweet or
think what
bitter,
she's saying
I shall
is that,
savor the flavor
you know, she's
of
going to
every
continue
instant. To do otherwise
refereeing
would
the
be
Fantasy Moon
a
Games for as long
disservice
as
to
there
the
are Fantasy
people
Moon
and
Games.
things that have passed.
Well, it's just
So
the way she words it is like she says that, she says, and so I too shall keep my promise to her, maintaining the course of the Fantasy Moon Games until the sands of time slip away. But which means to say that the promise she makes to this painter is to maintain the Fantasy Moon Games. She promises that she's going to maintain that. So my question is, this painter, who in the context of this conversation she had in the past, is they're talking about Planet Arcadia being destroyed by the destruction. And so the painter's like, I'll preserve everything that the destruction took. And then Evanescia's like, okay, and I'll maintain the Fantasy Moon Games in the meantime. But like, what does the Fantasy Moon Games have to do with the destruction and everything previously? Like, that's what I don't see where the connection is.
I think it's less that the destruction has something to do with the Fantasy Moon Games, but like this, like the destruction, like ravaged this planet, right?
Oh, we got that much, but again, like it just seems like an odd segue to talk about the Fantasy Moon Games.
Because like the planet was basically remade, and with the planet being remade, I think that's when the Fantasy Moon Games started. So like one of them was in charge of remaking the planet, the other one was in charge of ensuring the integrity and the continuation of the Fantasy Moon Games for as long as the remade planet exists.
If that were the case, wouldn't this conversation be something that she would have to have with Aha? Because Aha created the games in the first place. So like you'd think that this promise would be to the Eon who's in charge of it, not to this allegedly detached painter of some person or another. Like, I'm not really seeing like, where the connection actually is between the destruction of the planet and her saying, yeah, I'll maintain the games.
Imagine that, yes, there would have to be a connection to Aha as well that we don't know about. But you are correct that Aha is like the overseer of the Fantasy Moon Games, or at least like Evanescia is the referee of it, but she is doing it with the authority of Aha as best we understand it.
Well, yeah, again, it seems like to me that these are like somewhat disconnected events. Like the Fantasy Moon Games, the destruction of Ahatopia or whatever, like I don't really see how these events connect in any real meaningful way.
It's possible, and this is just speculation on my part, this isn't like future information, at least not future information that I have. It's possible that Aha was also involved in all of this, and she is simply not mentioning Aha's role.
Right. Maybe. Let's see. Anne says, maintaining the course could encapsulate more than just the games. The games could be just a small part of it. We don't know what promise they made yet. Yeah. Like...
True.
There could be like a section of it as well. We don't also know who the painter is. Like, it could maybe be interpreted that the painter is Graphia, in which case that's Himiko's predecessor. But that's not necessarily guaranteed with the information that I'm given right at this moment. That could change.
Yes, I think it's fair to say that we don't have enough to say things definitively.
Now, if I wanted to put on my little tinfoil hat, I like the idea that the painter is Sakura, like the actual Sakura variant. Because, and I say this because in Sakura's story, having a promise made to Rin and vice versa is a really important part of her story. Right? Like, if you ignore Genshin, because Genshin's not relevant in this conversation at all. Genshin's fucked it. But, like, in Sakura Samsara, they explain to you that, like, part of why Sakura feels so much hatred towards her village and stuff, and why she eventually is a victim of the curse of corruption, is because before Rin died, and Sakura's forced to kill her kind of a thing, she made a promise to her to be the best Miko that she could. And trying to, like, honor that promise is, like, a thing that, like, eats Sakura alive, because she also hates everyone for forcing her to kill her sister. And then in the previous era, Sakura doesn't necessarily make a promise per se, but, like, the idea of her, like, looking after Rin, of, like, trying to, like, shelter her and look out for her, is in its own way kind of a promise. And then she dies for that. Because when Rin becomes the Hearse of Corruption, Sakura's like, I won't let her be alone. I'm going to go and try to bring her back if I can. I'm going to do whatever I can in this, because she needs me as her sister. And then she dies for that. So, like, this idea of, like, having a promise being made, to me, is like, if the painter is Sakura, that feels really on brand for, like, the storytelling they have done with these characters before. And I really like that. Is that what they're doing? I don't know, but I would like that to be what they're doing.
Right.
I would like that to be the case. And even if it's Rin, like, even if, like, Evanescia is not Rin and she's a Sakura variant, which I'm not entirely convinced of, even if that was the case, it still works one way or the other. It doesn't really matter which variant she actually is. As long as the other one is the sister, which I like a lot as an idea. I don't know if that's the case. And even if the painter is Graphia, that doesn't necessarily mean that it can't be a Sakura variant, right? Like, it can still be that. But
yeah,
is that what's happening? I don't know,
we don't know enough about Graphia to know if it's a. I think the only thing we know, the only two things I think we have as far as information about Graphia, is obviously the school is named after Graphia, and Graphia is. I'm going to say the name wrong. Amurata.
Yeah, she's Himiko's ancestor.
Yeah. So I would imagine that neither of those facts preclude the possibility that she is also, like, either Rin Sakura or Yae Sakura.
Yeah, by the way, Yae is the family name, so it'd be Yae Sakura or Yae Rin.
Right, sorry.
It'd be one of the two. So,
yeah, she could be one of the two.
I like the idea of it. I'm not entirely convinced of it yet, but, like, that's my tinfoil hat thing of what I would like to be the case.
Right.
Because that could play in somewhat stuff we said before of, like, you know, maybe Nessie is trapped here. Because, again, that also works for, like, as a Sakura story, right? Sakura was, like, trapped in being a Miko because of the promise she made to Rin. Then she gets trapped in the memories of being, you know, with Colin and the betrayal and everything else that happened, and Higuchimaru taking over, like she's this, like, idea of being trapped in a thing really works for Sakura. And Rin also, this is the same thing, because remember, she becomes the Hearse of Corruption, but before that happened, she was locked in a cell and treated like a criminal and a weird beastie before people murdered her. And then her Hershigor was trapped in a purple box for 50,000 years. So, like, both of them are kind of trapped in their own way. And I feel like that does feel very, like, narratively on brand for them. So it doesn't really matter which one we're talking about. It works for that. So I'm really into the idea. And with Hoyo, that could be very deliberate. That could be what they're trying to do. I don't know for sure. But knowing them, it's very possible at the very least.
Past. To savor a fleeting moment against the backdrop of eternity. Naturally, the flavor is profound. A pity, though. Even as a long-life species, my time is brief compared to yours. As a Xianzhou native, the karma I carry is far too heavy. I could never learn how to be as carefree as you. Miss Evanescia, what to you is a game to be savored, is a life and death reality for the living beings of plain Arcadia?
Interesting.
Alright then. Next up, I'm entering brooding and edgy serious mode.
Okay, Nessia, sure.
That won't be necessary.
Girl, you don't take shit seriously, and
I shall use the Eye of Ishvara to divine the fates of the people in Seafeld City. If they face imminent catastrophe, a red fate slip will be hanging above their heads. The rainbow surveys the heavens, perceiving 1,000 forms. Across the meridians of destiny, the jade abacus reveals its script. The celestial eye opens and shuts as calamity and fortune reveal themselves. Calamity looms overhead. The crimson slip is cast.
Alright. Did you need to go to that much trouble? I don't think you needed to do that before, but sure.
Mr. Sunday will share my insight with you through the spirit bird, Miss
She's
Evanesia.
just trying to impress Evanesia.
Please, bear witness.
I mean, I ship it. It's fine.
Is that their fate hanging over their heads?
Precisely. Come on, let's take a closer look.
Oh boy, another area to find all the sprites and things.
Plot armor?
I went through all the trouble of finding them, like, in the last few areas and getting everything squared away, and of course, there's now more for me to do. I could do all the interplanetary jumps, but I don't really want to do that right now. Also, as like a side note, this is like a personal thing.
Welcome
I know
to
we
the
have these like weird little like
sideline.
duck monster
The
things.
current stop is
I feel like
Seatbelt
Hoyo
Station.
very much had to
This
resist the
train
urge
is
to turn
bound for
these into the
Dopamine
homos,
Memorial Airport.
which
Next
I
stop,
would have liked a lot more.
Seatbelt TV Tower. This is a model station for healthy
Hey,
dining.
fucking
and your
voice?
entree is fully on
Can
the
we
honor
not?
System. Please validate your own ticket before boarding.
Don't like the voices.
And be a model.
Odd. Why do these people have wheel slips hanging over their heads?
I get it now. You set up a surprise for me,
What?
didn't
Say
you?
homos? Yeah, Homu. It's H-O-M-U. Homus are a thing from Impact 3rd and from Guns N' Z, technically. Let me find a picture so you can see what I mean. Actually, it was in the Silverwolf trailer recently, because they had an alternate outfit of her where she was holding one. All right, images. So, let me do... Oh god, window capture. Let's do that. It's that thing. So these are the Homus. There's a few different ones, but like there's a lot of them. Bronya is very much associated with these things. In the recent trailer, they did have Silverwolf level 99 holding one of them in one of her alternate skins. But they're cute, they're fun, and I like them. Bronya's a big fan of them. And me personally, I think Plan Arcadia would have been really fun if they had like changed all the duck monster things to these instead. It would have served basically the exact same purpose, because it's essentially what they used in 4 and Impact 3rd. They're always like mascots or plushies or something else. They sometimes enemies, like if you were to compare it to Zenless, they're kind of like the Golden Bang Boos sometimes. They sort of serve the same similar function. It's not often they use them in like serious storytelling at all. And also, we did have this one with Star Rail making a joke about it ages ago too, with like a Homu fighting Pom Pom, which is fun. But like, I don't know, I feel like a somewhat missed opportunity to not put the Homus in Star Rail. They were supposed to be Kappa, changed them to ducks, get rid of the Japanese one. Yeah, I know, but like, I feel like they definitely had an opportunity to like turn them into like a more Honkai, like recognizable thing, and they just didn't, which is a little bit of a sad thing, because I'm like, I would have liked to see all of, because imagine, like, we're wandering around, and instead of it being these little duck dudes, it's just Homus. Like, I feel like that would have been really fun. You like the ducks, the Homus would have been cute. Yeah, like, the Homus are just, they're very on brand for, like, what they've done. Also, Silverwolf, excuse me. Silverwolf have left a fucking Mario Kart box here for us? Excuse me? Also, I probably should put Silverwolf in a thing.
Plot armor?
I have a Silverwolf team. I should go look at that. Hold on. Or I can just put Silverwolf in here. Let's just swap out Castris. It doesn't matter. Where's Silverwolf at? Alright, add.
Go on then. What kind of stunt are you planning to pull?
Alright, let's get a Silverwolf. She's so short. I love how tiny she is.
Not a mimic? Not interested.
You said not a mimic, and that's why you're not interested? That's funny. But yeah, if you listen to her technique, she does the Cyber Angel thing, which is fun.
Let's have some fun.
Alright, play it for me. Do it. Do it, Pac-Man. Hold on. No, not male. I'd like to go to my settings so I can turn the music off. Alright, let's listen to it. Alright, do it. Do it, you coward. I know you will. Do it right now. Do the Honkai Impact 3rd reference, you coward. Let's go. I love that they put that in there. That's so fun. And for those of you who are not
You're
aware
very happy
of,
right now.
I am. For those of you who are not aware of that song, let me go back to Hoya Mix and I will find it for you. Because that is absolutely Impact 3rd. I mean, technically it comes from Guns N' Z originally. But, you know, a lot of more of us are going to recognize it from Impact 3rd stuff, so I'm going to pull that one up instead. Which is really fucking old. Here we go. It's this song. Oh god, I gotta fast forward it for a minute. So this is what that thing is singing. Which was when Bronya became a motorcycle, which I know is Finning's favorite part.
That is my favorite part. I love it. I love it when Bronya became a motorcycle.
On a side note with that, I saw something on Twitter today that was like reminded me about that, which is that before that version of Bronya came out, right? We didn't have her motorcycle yet, right? The original motorcycle design started because of the Evangelion crossover.
Oh, really? Okay.
And Bronya did not drive said motorcycle. It was fucking Himiko. And then when after that event happened, then they made her reason Bronya, and she had the motorcycle thing again. It was basically the exact same thing, which is really funny.
That's awesome.
Or actually, no, I lied, because I just remembered, timing-wise, her reason had already been out because they gave her the Evangelion skins during that. So, but yeah, like the fucking motorcycle thing was used by Himiko during that patch, and Bronya never drove it. And in the main story, while they do reference Bronya driving it and losing her license, the person we've actually seen drive it since then and actually been able to control her was Seeley. It wasn't actually Bronya again. The bit of Bronya losing her license constantly, though, is so funny. I kind of hope they'll do it again with Silver Wolf, but they haven't done it so far. But like, I want them to do a bit of like her like losing her license, losing her powers, something like that, to keep making the same joke over and over again. Some people might get annoyed with it, not obviously. I find it funny.
If they ever have like Silverwolf doing a motorcycle riding thing, she's got to say the ride online.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
God, it brings me so much joy that she has Honkai references. Also, and I put this in the description for YouTube, but I wanted to pull this up here because this is one of those things that like is kind of confusing to me a bit. All right, Silverwolf, let's go to your voice lines. I think it's one of her combat voices. And I think it's one of her old ones, or maybe it's...
It's all about feast your eye, watch and learn. This is Honkai.
So she references Honkai directly. But, like, the only other person who's ever done that is Welt. So, like, what the fuck do you mean, Silverwolf? Like, what do you mean this is Honkai? Like, who are you talking about? Like, what are you talking about? Like, no one has ever talked about it except Welt. What do you mean?
I assume it's, like, meant to be a fourth wall break.
I mean, that's sort of where I'm at with it, is it has to be her, like, breaking the fourth wall. But also, like, literally no one has ever mentioned Honkai except for Welt one time when the game first launched. And they've never talked about it again. Even though it should be relevant.
Yeah. I don't think that there's any reason to believe that she is canonically aware of Honkai.
Yeah. I mean, no one's really talked about it.
Like, she has made other fourth wall breaks before, though.
I mean,
Like,
she also
when-
has like a line in like it's like the finished dub or something where she says I mogged on the
Not a
betas.
mimic. Not
So,
I
like,
have
interested.
heard of this, yeah.
which is very funny, and I'm like, God, she really is like the brain rot character.
She truly is.
I mean, I love her, but like, Silverwolf, what are you up to? But like, I don't know, like, no one has ever really mentioned it up to this point. So I look at that line, I'm just kind of confused as to, does Silverwolf actually know what Honkai is? Or is this just like the devs making a joke? Like,
I think it's just a joke. Like, I don't think there's any reason to believe that she knows what Honkai is.
well, I think there's, and I guess this is not to ancient time. So,
Yeah.
as far as like Honkai is concerned, we know that it is like sort of integral to like the way the world is constructed even. That like it's sort of like if you look at Herschers, right? Herschers exist because they're like Herrscher cores are like singularities that channel imaginary energy from the imaginary tree, which remember is like the higher dimensional representation of all possibilities in time. Which means that like Honkai in and of itself is sort of tied to the imaginary tree and imaginary energy. Impact Third uses imaginary energy and Honkai energy interchangeably. Those are basically the same thing. So you could maybe make a case that, like, imaginary characters are wielding that power as well in Star Rail, though they have never directly addressed it. That's purely just like tinfoil hat speculation. But like, it is an important thing. It does exist, and there are like, there's evidence to suggest that other planets and stuff do use different words when referring to Honkai. It's not always called that. So like, it's a bit strange that Star Rail has never once ever addressed it, that they've never talked about it. Because like we have like a line from Welt who says like, you know, he thought the Eons were the enemies of his own world, but that's not really the case, which tells us that Eons aren't really Honkai beings in the same sense that like Herschers are, or the Cocoon of Finality is. And that might, because that was early game stuff, that could have also been like retconned by now. But like, originally speaking, the plan wasn't that Eons were related to Honkai at all. They're like separate things. So I'm just looking at this and I'm like, how does Honkai actually fit into the Star Wars universe? Like, what exactly is it? Like, how did these people think about it? Do they even know what it is? And so far, we've not seen any evidence that anybody knows what Honkai is other than Welt and Vita and Void Archives.
Yeah.
And now apparently Silverwolf for some reason. Even though she makes a joke.
Yeah, I'm not clear on what how Honkai fits into any of this.
Well,
it doesn't.
There are some people who think that the Cocoon of Finality is tied to the Eon of Finality in some way. I don't know that that's really the case. They use different words in Chinese for them. When discussing finality in Star Rail, they don't really use the same like word for it. And again, given that the Cocoon of Finality is deeply tied to Honkai and stuff, and we've already had Welt say that Eons aren't really tied to Honkai necessarily, it would strike me as odd if the Cocoon of Finality was just boiled down to a creation of an Eon, which is a bit of a weird thing. And we already know that Kiana, like, for what little bit she's interacted with the story universe, like, they said that, like, she, by nature of how powerful she is, creates ripples in the mirror that the Garden of Recollection uses to see things when they're not supposed to see things. And she has, she's doing the same kind of, like, you know, effect that Emanators do, which is to say that she's, at that time, was roughly as powerful as an Emanator without having any connection to Eons at all. And another thing that Impact Third tells us is that the solar system is completely free of Eonic influence. Like, no Eons at all have affected Impact Third, really, in any like direct sense. That is not to say that we don't see influences of Eons ever, because especially in recent story, we have, like, Coralie, who, like, is sort of like an inheritor of the powers of permanence, because she met with Nalarob, who was a scion of permanence. And a lot of the story dealing with Senna and stuff in Part 2 relates directly to permanence. And they discuss that quite a bit. And obviously Sparkle's shown up, which has to do with elation. So, like, we've seen entities tied to the Eon stuff outside of that, but as far as, like, the overall, like, things that happen, Eons do not influence Impact Third story. They're not there. They're physically not in the solar system. And the solar system is, like, protected by an imaginary energy, Honkai energy, like, barrier of some kind. So I'm just wondering, I'm looking at that and I'm like, Kiana already rivals Emanators from a power that's derived from something entirely separately. You'd think if the cocoon of finality was tied to an eon, that, like, maybe a messenger of recollection would be aware of that in some way. But they're not. They're only there to, like, harvest Keanu's memories for their own. Which, if it was a unique existence of some kind or tied to the existence of the world, that they would be there for that, not because it's just, oh, some emanator thing or something or another. So, like, I'm just looking at this, and I'm like, how does Honkai actually relate to the world? Like, clearly parties outside of the system have interest in powerful beings like Keanu that are tied to it, but, like, why? What is it? What does that mean to them? I was hoping that, like, after seeing the line from Silverwolf, I was hoping that maybe we'd get something from it, but, like, so far, no. And I don't know what to do with that.
Yeah, I don't really know. It is weird. I don't really know what the answer there is.
I mean, I feel like we're not really going to get an answer until Vita or Vord Archive shows up.
Right.
Because both of them are intrinsically tied to Honkai. Like, especially Vord Archives, like, if he's going to talk about it, he has to explain that he's a divine key made from the curse core of the Hersher of Reason from the previous era. In which case, he has to talk about Earth's history a bit in some way, or he has to talk about Otto or Honkai in some way. He has to discuss that because his existence is vaguely tied to it. So whenever they introduce Vord Archives, they're going to have to talk about it in some way, even if they, like, gloss over a lot of the specifics. I don't know. I have so many questions about that, and I have yet to ever get a satisfying answer. Maybe one of these days, Hoya will decide to finally sate my curiosity.
10 years from now.
Yeah, I'm gonna be like 84, they'll finally talk about it.
Yeah.
It's been 84 years. Just honestly how I feel these days. Like, I try to, like, figure out how to combine these two lores, and I just can't figure out at all how it relates in any capacity. And there's so much misinformation. It honestly reminds me of, like, the early Impact Third days, where, like, all we had about world building and stuff for Impact Third at the time was, like, what Gunsteel Z had established. And there was a lot of instances where, like, the wikis for Impact Third were pulling information from Gunsteel Z, and they were kind of, like, confusing the lore of the two games. And so there was a ton of misinformation and unverified stuff for a really, really long time. And even now, there still is kind of that. Because of just how much wasn't explained or, like, separated out initially when the games came out.
Right.
And I'm wondering if, like, the same thing is going to happen here as well. Also, what does it mean? Enter the Floating Grease Chronicles world? What the fuck? What is that? I'll deal with that. Also, I'm seeing texture glitches on the door. That's fun. Or there was texture glitches.
I'm sure that's fine.
Yeah, this is fine. A lot of people with DeLoreans, or not DeLoreans, not DeLorean, fucking the E86, the initial D car. My brain was like, DeLorean, but it's not. It's not that. I have shamed everyone who cares about that car. Also, fun fact: I've never seen Initial D, only the memes. I'm sorry, anime fans. I'm a fake fan.
You were when you said, because you said DeLorean, I assumed you were gonna say that you never saw Back to the Future.
No, I have seen Back to the Future. I have copies of that, like actual copies.
Attention visitors.
But Initial D, which is where that car actually comes from.
I see.
No, I've not seen it.
Public facilities. Thank you for
it's on my list.
I haven't seen Initial D either.
I've never gotten around to it at all.
Not interested.
Something like Fist of the North Star is another one that's on that list. But, like, I feel like I should probably have seen Fist of the North Star. But I've never actually seen it. I've only ever seen memes.
That's fair.
And JoJo. I've never seen JoJo. Rena keeps trying to get me to watch Steel Ball Run, and I'm like, I mean, I guess I could watch it. But I have no context for anything in JoJo's Bizarre Adventure at all. I know nothing.
Turn over this eternal page.
Alright, run, Evadesia. Go fast as fuck. Her fast running is kind of silly looking, honestly.
It does look silly.
This is fine.
She certainly spreads a lot of flowers around.
Oh yeah, that's because of Ellie's skill.
Astral
Astral Express! Boo!
Oh.
Get out of
Okay.
Seafeld City! Astral Express! Boo! Get out of Plain Arcadia!
Fucking make me, bitch. You won't.
Oh, good afternoon. Would you two lovely young ladies care to join us in protest for the bright future of Seafeld City?
Not particularly.
Hey, Pops. You guys are grinning like it's
Hey,
a holiday
Pops.
festival, but your slogans sound so fierce. Doesn't that feel a bit weird?
Her calling him Pops is so
We
funny.
Seafeld folk pride ourselves on our manners. Even when expressing dissatisfaction, we do it with a smile. Now that's real happiness etiquette.
Or, you know, denial.
We won't
Whatever.
let anyone ruin this serenity. Come on, ma'am. We have a flag with us. You'll feel better in no time.
No, absolutely not.
Their emotions are so synchronized. It's like they rehearsed it. This kind of happiness feels like some compulsory routine.
A little bit.
Mm-hmm. Their smiles send shivers down my spine.
So they are creepy. Cool.
Hey,
Thanks for the confirmation
wasn't
on
it
that.
your Director Fullwish who invited the Astral Express crew here to debate? Showing your guests away like this is hardly polite.
You! You're from the Astral Express, aren't you?
Why would you think that?
Hey! So, do I really look that much like a nameless? It's not like I have a boarding pass stuck to my face.
She's so excited to be mistaken for a nameless.
You... What are you so happy about?
Just look at you, dyeing your hair like that at such a young age, instead of doing something decent with yourself. You're no better than that bunny on the Astral Express. Anyone could tell you're not from around here.
Bitch, she fucking predates the damn planet. What do you mean? Or the city or whatever. She's old as fuck. You guys know nothing.
Hey, jerk! It's not dyed. And for the record, March Bunny is adorable. Wait, what happened to all those happy smiles on your faces before? How did you flip the switch so fast?
You people from beyond the sky. You just don't understand our happiness. If you keep causing trouble, don't blame us if we get nasty.
Oh, I hope I can get Evanescence to beat the shit out of you guys.
My apologies. My little sister is young and doesn't know better.
Yeah, go on. Do you really think
We'll
people
be
can
on
believe
our
that
way.
Evanescence is your younger sister?
Who are you kidding? Sisters? You
Yeah,
two aren't
exactly.
even the same species.
I was gonna believe that.
Cause any more trouble and I'll call a whole boatload of Ploos to toss you both into the sea as fish food.
Try me, bitch. I'll kick your ass. Also, I just realized that, like, if I'm gonna have Evanescence in the team, I probably should have, like, a team built specifically for her. Do we even have team information for her right now?
So she wants more or less the same characters that Silverwolf wants. Sparkseed isn't as important for her. Yao Guan is important for Evanescia. You could put in EMH instead of Sparksy if you wanted.
Yeah.
But she does like having that third slot with another elation
May I-
character.
So seeing as I
It's-
don't have Sparksy.
Thank you. You're so gentle.
Now where is... I gotta fix my team's back for a second.
So,
Yeah.
Princess
It's a little bit of an
Homebody.
awkward situation
Can
right
I
now
have a
because
look at your big
a
side?
little bit under the hood. When they first made, like, I think you heard there was a period during the beta where people were upset about Evanescia's kit.
Yes, I remember that.
So basically, to kind of go based on what I remember about the beta cycle for her, when she started out, she was an elation character that was very flexible in the sense that she didn't necessarily need other elation characters to be on her team. So she was just kind of a plug and play DPS.
Right.
Then they overhauled her kit in such a way that made her essentially dependent on other elation characters. It might be a little bit unfair to use the term dependent, but certainly it turned her from being a flexible DPS to a DPS that has like a particular type that she wants. She wants like other elation characters in her team now.
Right.
Whereas that wasn't always the case, and that's when people were kind of starting to doom post a bit about her. From there, she did get some additional changes that kind of caused things to balance out. So at the end of the day, her power level is similar to what Silverwolf's power level is, but it didn't undo the fact that she was essentially an elation dependent DPS. So we're in a weird situation right now where Sparksy and Eva are two different types of characters, but they still want basically the same team.
Right. See,
yeah,
like,
so
what should I have for Yaoguang? Because I haven't actually built Yaoguang yet. The reason that Silverwolf has like anything at all remotely useful is because I've been using like the relic thing, which gives her like mostly okay. I think her crit damage is shit, but like I'm trying to figure out like how can I boost any of my, because like both EMC and Yaoguang have not been built yet, and I'm like, if I'm gonna put these in a team to actually do shit, I should probably level them up a bit to be useful. But let's see.
Yes.
She has a crit rate. She has a crit damage one. Do we not have a crit rate?
I can't remember what EMC wants. But Yaoguang, like, it's pretty much crit and speed.
Yeah, she's got speed boots on, but all of her substats are shit.
Yeah. Yaoguang
really
would
bad
like
stuff for this.
kind of as much speed as you can get, Yaoguang wants. That's like her highest priority.
Yeah, I'm gonna check to see what EMC needs while I'm looking at Game 8 as a walkthrough.
In part because, and this might be less and less of a thing now because we have more relation teammates, but you know how Aha takes actions?
Yes.
So the way Aha's actions work is their place on the turn order is determined by the combined speed of all the elation characters on your team.
Right.
So building Yaoguang with speed also means more Aha actions.
Let's see. I think her... Oh, right.
So
Her main stat for her chest is bad. That's why I can't use this. I need crit rate or attack. Wait, why does it say... Wait, what is the problem with this one? Why is it giving me an alert that this is bad? Or incompatible main stat? What do you mean? She needs attack percent or crit rate.
Oh, so... okay, so... elation characters don't care about attack.
Not according to this thing. According to the actual like guide here for building EMC. Yeah, according to this one, this is the Game 8 guide. They say the EMC wants either crit rate or attack percent.
Interesting. Okay, maybe EMC converts attack to elation damage. Sparksy converts attack to elation damage, which is why Sparksy can use attack. But like Silverwolf, for example, converts speed to elation damage, which is why attack isn't a useful stat on Sparksy. Sorry, on Silverwolf. So I just kind of assumed EMC didn't have anything to convert attack to elation damage, but I guess I'm wrong. I guess they do.
This is just Game 8. It's not like Pridwin or whatever the other one.
I mean, the game is probably going to give you accurate information.
Yeah, more or less.
I haven't looked too hard into EMCs because I haven't built my EMC yet, so it's not... I probably just kind of made a wrong assumption. I just kind of assumed.
I think my guess is that, at least based off of how I've interpreted this guide before, is that the first skill listed is the preferred one, and the second one is like, if you can't get the first one, you can get the second one. They do about the same thing. So for EMC, they recommend crit rate or attack for the body. And so I'm assuming that the crit rate is probably the preferred skill. Let's check out with the sphere, they give us like attack percent or HP, and it's probably attack is what they're actually wanting you to get. But obviously,
I would imagine so, yeah.
It's just, I'm looking at that and I'm like, I don't really know. Because like now I'm looking at like what the game summons, like, oh, it's incompatible. And I'm like, what do you mean it's incompatible? Like, explain yourself.
Yeah, I don't really know. I guess I'll like quickly Google what
What is it? How does it mean when there's like incompatible main stats?
But it just means that it won't do anything.
When compiling relic stats, the system will recommend the relic's main stat. After compiling, the recommended main stat will be updated as the main stat most commonly chosen by players. Yeah, so like as I kind of figured, when you use like the smart equip stuff, it shows you kind of like what is recommended by most players, which is kind of interesting. It's why I don't worry too much about it whenever I use the sword equip. I know people get pissy about it, but
okay, so what Pridewin is saying is you want to prioritize speed, and then after speed, the next best thing is crit, both rate and damage. And then after that, the next best thing is HP percentage. It doesn't... I'm trying to figure out if attack can help it at all, because Pridewin doesn't mention that you should be looking for attack.
yeah, it does say like for the planar sphere, it does say HP percent, defense percent, attack percent. For the body,
Yeah.
they're saying crit rate, HP, and defense, but crit rate being the preferred.
Yeah.
Like
It might just
go
be
between the two
that
of
for the
them.
planar sphere, it doesn't really matter that much what the main stat is.
Yeah. According to them, like for planar sphere, HP, defense, or attack, all three of those are roughly the same. Whereas like with the body, crit rate is the preferred, and then HP and defense are like either.
Yeah.
And then feet wants speed, and then the rope needs energy regen.
Yeah, it looks like, yeah, they're saying prioritize speed over offensive stats. I guess probably my best guess is because they're a support character anyways, their personal damage is not particularly important. So you just want them to go as often as possible, because I think, I might be wrong, but if I remember correctly, the EMC's thing is that the trigger like their allies' elation skills. So, which is, I guess, a pseudo action event. So the faster you make EMC, the more often they can trigger their teammates' elation skills.
I mean, I guess that would make some sense.
Yeah.
Looks like I just haven't ground out the relics for them to really like have a whole lot to really pick from. So like all the relics kind of suck.
Yeah.
So again, like the only reason that Civil Wolf is even partial is like while we were doing our pull stream the other day, I literally just did like all like the relic pull stuff, so I didn't have to do anything or whatever. And it's chosen all the stats, but even with this, like when you look at her details, her crit rate should be like I think it's about like 80%, and it's at 69%, so it's not quite as high as it should be, or something like that. But everything else seems like mostly fine. Of course, that's according to the Game 8 guide. I don't know what Pridewin says. I gotta go find their page for Silver Wolf. Where is that even? This is a whole other tangent now. This is like not a usual tangent, because I don't typically care about talking about builds and stuff because I just don't bother with it.
So for Silver Wolf, basically you're trying to get as much speed as possible, with crits being like a secondary thing. The reason for that is because Silver Wolf converts speed to elation damage. So it's kind of like how, like, Cass, the more HP she gets, the harder she hits. It's the same idea for Silver Wolf. The more speed she gets, it's not just that she's taking actions more often, it's also that she hits harder with every action when she has more speed.
Yeah, so according to Pridewin,
Firing on all
crit
cylinders.
damage for Silver Wolf needs to be between 80 and 100. Her speed needs to be 160 to 200, 200 being the goal if you're getting S1. And then her crit rate needs to be 84 to 92. I'm at 143 crit damage, so I think I'm good on that. And 180 something speed, so we're good on speed and crit
Talent's
damage.
maxed out.
So you have, did you get the light cone for Silver Wolf?
I did, today actually.
Okay, so the light cone is what makes 200 speed possible. So given that you got the light cone, you can try for 200 speed if you want.
I mean, seeing as that's, according to Pridewin, that's only, like, useful for S1, I don't
S1
feel like
is the light cone.
Is it? I thought S.
Yeah.
Oh.
E1 is the Eidolon. S1 stands for light cone.
I
So-
didn't realize that. I've learned something new today. Like,
Yeah.
position 1 is what that means.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
So you got E0 S1 Silverwolf.
Correct.
Yes. So that's why you can go for 200 speed, because the light cone gives you a speed boost.
Okay, that makes sense. I'll probably have
Yeah.
to, like, because all I've really been doing, like, legitimately has just been, like, where is it? The Relic Recon thing. Just as I unlock this, it's just click, 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 just choosing whatever. It says my Relic rating is S, but I'm like, I think we can change some of this stuff. I think we can improve it a little bit. I'll have to probably be a little bit more deliberate about what I choose for this.
Yes.
But
yeah, you'll have to be somewhat nitpicky, but I mean, it certainly sounds like you already have a really strong Silverwolf, so it sounds like you're
I mean, losing out on, like, the one
going to have
stat is
something
fine.
very strong there.
Yeah, because, like, I mean, all I've really been doing, like, to explain this is the brain go brrr kind of thing, is the more effective substats I have, like, the higher that number is. That's usually what I choose the relics based on, is, like, how many effective substats does this relic have? And so,
I mean, that's not a bad strategy to use.
Yeah. So that's what I've been doing, is, like, cool, give me that. And that's actually why Cyrene is, like, relatively powerful. She doesn't have, like, I didn't choose the correct, like, or the recommended, like, you know, gamer chosen, build for Cyrene, but I chose the one that the game recommended to me originally for her. And that set for Cyrene is, like, also the same thing, like, actually pretty damn solid. So I'm doing the same thing here with Silverwolf, but at least with this, the one I chose for Silverwolf does line up with what the community also says is good for her. So I'm like, cool, my Silverwolf at least does some kind of damage, but I have to build the rest of her team first.
Yeah, you got a strong Silverwolf.
For once.
So
maybe Insane won't yell at me for my character builds for once.
Yeah. You just got to build up your Yao Guan to go with Silverwolf. You don't have Sparksy, do you?
No, I skipped Sparksy.
That's fair. You don't. Sparksy isn't super important for Silverwolf. She would absolutely help, but Yao Guan was more important, as it turns out.
Yeah.
So, like, you can slot in EMH. Sorry, the EMH is a Star Trek thing. EMC you can slot in.
I was like, I don't recall EMH being in this game pending.
EMH stands for Emergency Medical Hologram, which is one of the main characters in Star Trek Voyager.
Sure.
I know what that means. They'll often call it the EMH for short.
I know these words. I know this stuff.
Well, my point is, I have heard EMH said vastly more than EMC, so it's taking me time.
As expected, honestly.
The sun is shining and the vibes are immaculate.
What was I saying?
This is
Oh yeah,
Foolish
so
TV's
yeah, you can put
on the street, bringing
EMC
you real
in there.
smiles straight
Eventually,
from
we're
the
gonna get
streets
more
of
relation
Seabell.
characters. I would be shocked if this is the extent of the Silverwolf team. I'm kind of thinking that it's going to be like Casterus, where they just throw character after character to buff her, because I think Silverwolf's going to end up being the new favorite child of this expansion, in the same way Cass was for the last one.
Yeah, and now that I have, like, the highest light cone, my cast does a lot of fucking damage with Cyrene.
Yeah.
It would only be better if I had
highest
Evernight,
team-
but I don't have Evernight, so that team only has to work with Cypher.
Honestly, Hyacine is way more important to Cass than Evernight was anyways.
Yeah. Also, like, my team right now with that is, like, Cyrene, Cass, Cypher, and Hyacinth.
That works.
Yeah, and it works fine. Like, I think they're probably my most powerful team right now. But, like...
Yeah, it would be.
You know, if that team were to be somewhat optimized, I would swap out Cypher for Evernight, but I don't have Evernight, so it's fine.
Yeah.
Whatever.
I mean, you could also consider swapping out Cypher for Tribby if you have Tribby.
I do not.
Okay, then that doesn't help.
So... I didn't get, like, half of the Chrysos Eris. Like, I had, like, sort of dropped Star Roll for a while, and it wasn't until we started streaming it regularly that I got back into it. So I missed a lot of the banners for those originally. The other one that, like, started, or that had been released before I started playing it again, that I got later on, was Aglaya.
Right.
And, of course, I skipped a bunch of them, so... You just have Evernight, no Cass. So now account-wide buff of reviving characters. Yeah, it's great. People always bitch about it, but I'm like, this game's mostly single player anyway. I don't care about that.
I mean, I don't love it, but it is what it is, right?
Yeah.
Like, I don't like that they do that, but at least they seem to be restricting it right now for only anniversary characters. And like the buffs are quality of life, but they're not game changing. Like, it's not stat increases. Cassis gives you the one-time auto res per battle. Silverwolf gives you the firewall thing, where if you got crowd controlled, Silverwolf's firewall will take away the crowd control thing.
The way I view like the buff, it's a very, very specific thing that you would have absolutely no context for, but I'm going to explain it anyway. So in Impact Third's like early days, we had the dorm was introduced, right? And the dorm was a part of, you had sort of like a base ship thing you could build up to for like armadas and things. And leveling up both that base thing, which you had both like your personal one, and then there was like an armada one. There was like two separate things. They were kind of semi-connected. Leveling that up would give you permanent buffs across your entire account. Leveling your health, like leveling up the amount of attack your characters could do, things like that. So it was a buff. And they had like sort of skill trees that would level up buffs for very specific characters, so like all Teddy battle suits, all Himiko battle suits, things like that. Said buffs have since been purged from the game entirely because that entire mechanic is now gone. But in its place, we still have the dorm, and I think the dorm gives you those buffs. So like we just have like a global buff in the same way that Cass does for Impact Third for basically everything now. And we've always kind of had that, and that was like a account by account thing, which is why part of this like never really bothered me in any way, because I was like, well, like yeah, we've always gonna have something like this, because it doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things. Like I feel like at the end of the day, if your teams are competently built, the global buff won't really matter anyway. It might give you like a slight edge if you're playing like on like the competitive scoreboards for like, MOC or something. Like if you're trying to like beat other people's scores or doing max damage, like if you were trying to do that, then like yeah, okay, I can see where that might give you like a slight edge, but I don't see it like really giving like that much of a substantial boost to be so bent out of shape about it.
It's a question. So for me, right now, as the art currently, it doesn't really matter that much. Where it would become an issue for me is if the game is starts getting built around the assumption that you have certain characters, or certain characters become like kind of must pulls. Like you stop being able to be competitive. Like you stop being able to clear endgame if you have specific characters you don't want to pull just because their global passive is too useful to pass up on. So that's where I could
see it as a possible concern, but again, Cass has been out for how long? And
yeah,
we've
so
not really
the way
seen
that they
be a
rolled
thing.
it out has been like disciplined enough that it hasn't really had that issue. It's more of a fear of what could happen than what is. So if this is the extent of what they're doing with the global passives, then it's whatever. It's only if this is the beginning of something more that it bugs me. But if this is
ultimately is like,
yeah,
you're getting mad about a thing that it doesn't exist. So it's like there's no point in like getting mad about a thing that they clearly haven't done. We don't know that they're planning to do that, and if they do, like get mad then. But like, it's not a thing that exists yet. So.
I wouldn't say I'm mad. I would more say that it is an area of concern.
I mean,
I would say that
is like potentially fine, right? Like I get that, but I'm also just like, they're not doing that currently. As far as we've seen, it's not really relevant. And even if that was the case, it's a very easy thing to patch out in the sense of like, say you're doing MOC and you can just say in MOC this stuff doesn't activate, right? Like they could just turn it off for in-game modes, which would be a very, very easy thing for them to do.
But thus far, it doesn't look like thus far they haven't.
Well, that's what I'm saying, though, is like, if it became a problem where people were pissed off enough about it, where that became how they were handling things, then their response could be just easily turning it off in in-game modes, and then it's no longer an issue. So,
yeah, like, they could always backtrack. They could always backtrack. It's not clear if they would want to, because the reason why they would do it is to incentivize people to spend money, right? Like to
Well, they already do that anyway.
pull on more characters.
Like, they already have like
this
patches
is
dedicated to character stories. So I'm like, does that really matter when they're already doing that?
It's one thing to make a character appealing. It's another to make a character mandatory.
You know, I hear that, but like, and this is going to be just more of a vibes discussion more than anything else. I see a lot of talk when it comes to like in-game meta for like Zen list for this. And people it's like, oh well, this character's a mandatory pull. It's a must-have. Your account's been bricked if you don't have them. And then for every one of those that I see, I will sometimes see people who are like, if you think this, then you've built your characters like shit and don't know what you're talking about. So, for example, in Zenless, a lot of people sound like, oh, all the newer characters, all the Void Hunters are required. And then you'll see somebody who has like a Nicole and Billy team that's out DPSing Void Hunters because they've properly built their characters. They know what they're doing with them. And so, like what Anne's saying.
But see, that's a matter of skill, and yes, skill is something that you can work around. Like maybe certain characters are going to be easier to play than others.
Right.
But like ultimately, if it's a question of like just get better, that's one thing. The problem with the global passives is if the move beyond just quality of life things and become stat sticks. Like if there's a global passive, for example, that says boost all your character's damage by 5%, then it's hard to argue that it is better for your account to pass on that character.
I can see it, but I'm also of the mind of like, I don't think there's been any evidence so far that these gold passives have been the deciding factor that like even with good skill you could never out DPS this.
Oh, I agree.
Like, there's
like
never been any evidence that
passives...
that's how they're handling it, in which case, to me, the argument really kind of falls flat on its face. Of like, again, you're concerned about a thing that they may or may not ever do. We've never seen them do this. And as of right now, they've not done it. And right now, you can overcome that quote-unquote like a drawback by just being better at building your characters.
I agree that it is a worry that has not been realized and is currently does not seem on course to be realized. When CAS first came out, because it was a new thing, and because it wasn't clear how often these global passives would be coming out, the concern was that they would be far more frequent than they were, and they would eventually be subject to the same kind of power creep that we see in general, which would have been more problematic, but that hasn't been how it's played out.
That's on the other point too, that people always complain about power creep. And maybe this is because I've been playing Ho-Yo games for a really long time, but like power creep's always been an issue. Like it was an issue in Guns Girl Z, it's an issue in Impact Third. And while Impact Third has definitely done a lot better, like I think right now Part 2 characters especially are extremely well balanced where power creep doesn't really exist as much. Power creep has like largely been an issue in every Ho-Yo game ever. And I'm like, bitching about it to me just feels kind of like a waste of time of like, yeah, they clearly want you to play the new characters. Obviously, new characters are going to be powerful. They might rebalance them later to make things a little bit better, like whatever. But ultimately, they're trying to push you to play new characters, like, and that's kind of like what their goal is. It's how they make money with these things. And I'm like, love or hate it, that is kind of what you sign up for when you play these games. And I don't find that a power creep discussion is all that particularly useful, personally. Other people put a lot more weight on that, and I'm not saying that isn't without merit, but like for me, I just don't find it particularly useful. I'm like, I don't see, like you should have known this going in, because this is what all these games are like. Everything Ho-Yo has ever done has always been like that. I don't see a point in complaining about it. Anne says, it's definitely for in-game. People with CAS as global can make sustainless teams viable. Like I've said, if you're doing in-game, you're probably investing in teams anyway, so it doesn't matter. Yeah, exactly. Somebody said that you don't have it, but yeah, I totally forgot about the global passive until I saw a streamer talk about it when they were doing in-game. Like, yeah, like if it were something like, like a 50% like buff to all damage of all characters, I could maybe see that being like a lot more substantial of an issue. But like a 1 or 2% increase, I don't know that's going to do a whole lot unless you're like really, really, really trying to min max and you're trying to be competitive with other people. But like, because there's like so much like not in this game that's focused on like directly facing with other players, there's not like a competitive aspect to how they do any of this. All it's really doing is like maybe making some stuff more annoying than others. Potentially, sometimes, if you haven't built your characters right. That's just what it looks like at the moment. Maybe they'll change that. Maybe it'll be more annoying later down the road. But at present, I just don't see that being an issue.
At present, I don't see it being an issue either. I guess my thing is, I only see it not being an issue because they've made the calculation that players would be upset enough that it wouldn't work out for them. Like,
Except
I think they would
Silverwolf,
do it
so,
if
like,
they could get away with it.
Like, if that were the case, then why did they add it with Silverwolf? Like, if they knew that people didn't like they were going to walk it back, they wouldn't have added it for another character again. But they did.
I think the reason why they've held back as long as they have might be because people made such a stink about it the first time, and now they're kind of testing the waters again.
I mean, maybe. I don't know that I've really seen a lot of that back and forth yet. Like, I just again,
I don't know.
I've always been in the mind of I don't really see if this global like passive thing. I just don't think it's as much of an issue as people are making it out to be. I just don't see that being a problem. Like, yeah, if every single character ever has that can maybe be a compounding problem. But like, they're not doing that.
Well, that's kind of where I am at. Like, I don't see it as an issue right now. I see it as a potential issue if it gets ramped up. But as things stand right now, no, it's not really an issue.
But okay, in the hypothetical scenario that every character coming out has this like global like buff, right? Even if that were to be the case, the only people that would really hurt are people who are basically skipping every banner, right? Because they are going to assume that you're going to be getting some of these characters anyway. So while people who have like every single one of them are going to have somewhat of an edge in this context, everyone's going to have at least some of these characters if you're playing the game like consistently. So you're going to have some of these global buffs regardless under normal gameplay and normal pulling stuff, unless you've just skipped every single banner, in which case you would be at an active disadvantage. Or the people who have like wailed on every single character who would be at an active advantage. But again, this is a hypothetical that isn't existing.
I guess my fear is more that I guess my fear is more that it would increase the number of banners that you have to pull on. Like right now, I skip a lot of banners, and I skip a lot of banners mostly because I want to make sure that I'll have pulls sufficient to get the characters that I want to get.
Mm-hmm.
And already, like, they rolled out a new game mode that I've kind of had to say, okay, I just can't do this. Like,
which game mode was that?
I'm just the anomaly arbitration thing. I'm just like, you know what? It's not fun for me. My characters, while maybe someone with a higher skill level could clear this with my teams, I just don't feel up to it. So I've just kind of abandoned it. And I'm like, you know what? It's fine. Like, the only real reward I care about is Jades, and the only reason I care about Jades is because they are the currency that I use to get the characters that I want.
Anomaly arbitration on the rails. I would agree. To put anomaly arbitration into context for me,
I've already kind of abandoned the idea of like being like I'm in this for the end game, and now it's just more like, okay, well, I do the other end game modes because those are the modes that have Jades, and like I can build a team sufficient that someone at my skill level can clear those modes. So I can get all the Jades to maximize the number of pulls that I can have within the ecosystem. If they do things that ramp up the difficulty more by introducing things like more relevant global passives and then using that as an excuse to increase the difficulty of the bosses under the assumption that you have a sufficient number of those global passives, so I have to be less picky about which characters I grab, and I have to like kind of go out and get more and more, then it pushes you to spend more money on the game, which can create kind of a perpetual cycle where you're falling behind and you're having to accept that you can clear less and less while still maintaining something resembling free to play, because I'm not actually free to play, but
to be fair, I would maybe make a case that they're already doing that, and that's just, again, what you sign up for when you play these games, right? So like every new planet they've introduced, they have like new mechanics that are unique to those planets, so you have to pull for those characters to be able to combat those things. Remember, like with Pinnacle, for example, we had every boss was dealing with like shielding characters, so we had to get characters like Aventurine to deal with it. We have like the new Elation stuff now, and Forest had its own things. Like every planet introduces new things that are encouraging you already to pull for these characters to be able to clear bosses in areas that you would not be able to do with characters from previous planets and stuff, because they're trying to get you to do that already.
True, but but it's at a level right now where I can view this as decent. Like right now, for example, yeah, they're pushing us towards pulling for Elation characters, but they've also like updated Break so that Break's decently competitive. They recently threw Dot a bone. They've recently thrown Follow Up Attack a bone. It looks like there's two different semi-different Elation teams that you can go for, and at this time it doesn't look like you necessarily needed to go for both of them. So they are saying kind of like, yes, you do need, like, there are tactics that I would classify as being kind of predatory. Like Elation as a mechanic is kind of inherently predatory. And to your point, like gacha games as a genre are kind of inherently predatory too. So it is
what you sign up for.
It is kind of what you sign up for. But like, I guess how I feel is like there are degrees to it, and like I feel like the game as it is right now is not predatory enough that, you know, I would feel the need to kind of cry foul about it. I would be disappointed in the future if it kind of went down the path of other gacha games.
So the way that I view this for myself is Hoyo has earned a pretty substantial amount of goodwill, because if you recall, like having a sort of guaranteed system, like a countdown to show you how many you get, like that didn't exist in gacha games before Impact Third came out. Like that was not a thing. Like F goes up, they just like you would roll and you would maybe get it. Maybe not. It's very close to just actual gambling, right? They've added a lot of systems like that already were like an improvement over the gacha system that was significantly more predatory when you were to branch out outside of Hoyo. When you consider how they've handled Impact Third and how they're handling Star right now, I'll use how Impact Third did stuff, right? They had like their older characters that were clearly aging. Some of them did not age super well, right? Then they added a thing called Augment Cores, which gave characters entire new movesets and gave them buffs and stuff. Or they added different buffs to characters and things like that. And they've done a lot of that stuff since then to help boost characters. Right now, we're getting a new thing where like characters are getting a new like Stigmata set and Divine Key that gives them access to the Astral Op system that we did not have access to for these characters because they were released before that system was added. So like our next patch, for example, gives us a new Divine Key that lets Bronya access this system that she wasn't able to get because she was long before Part 2 came out with this new system and new mechanics. Star Rail has introduced like Nova Flare stuff, and they're rebalancing characters. They're redoing some of these things to make these characters better.
Yeah.
They're a company that has a history of like recognizing when this becomes a problem and implementing things to the game that directly counter that to make those teams still viable so people can still play the game properly. Because their whole goal is they still want people to play the game. They still want people around. They know they can't alienate everyone, and they do know that people want to use their old characters. And they respond to that in kind. They had a history of responding to that appropriately. So for me, like worrying about this thing, given the history of how the company's handled this stuff in the past, I'm like, I just don't think it's a problem. I just don't think like it's going to be an issue with Hoyo ever, because they've never had this issue. They've always responded in kind and like dealt with things appropriately. When people get really annoyed with them about something, then they've corrected it. Like they've earned enough goodwill from me to be like, yeah, I trust them to like not fuck that up. Should be like just let it slide all the time? No, obviously if they do something bad we should speak up about it, but like in this specific instance I just don't see that being an issue. And says, I think the systems are probably thanks to Chinese gaming laws, because gacha games coming out in Japan still don't have guarantees. I mean, this is true, but like again, like Hoyo as a company might be Chinese based in some regards, but they were also like in Japan as well. Like their games earlier on were China and Japan both. And they were actually, in Impact Third's history at least, nicer to the not Chinese servers. The Chinese servers got shafted pretty hard in certain regards. But like some of that is Chinese gaming law for sure. But like they're far from the only Chinese dev making gacha games. And like they're still ones that change that landscape for the better, I would say. Because games like FGO, for example, they added like a pity system. Like they changed their pull system after Hoyo stuff started taking off. So like Hoyo has changed the gacha landscape generally for the better. And while they are worth criticizing when they do things that are wrong, I'm looking at this and I'm like, I just don't see this being a problem with them. And even if it is, we complain and they'll adjust it accordingly. Like that, they've always done that. I've been playing their games for like almost a fucking decade now, and I'm like, I trust them enough not to fuck this up. Like I don't think they're gonna like alienate players because they're gonna lose their player base if they do that. And they live or die by their games succeeding, so like they have to kind of like listen to us at least at some point in time. So I just don't see them doing that because it just seems like a profoundly dumb thing for them to do. Unless you want to believe that they were getting super greedy about stuff, and I don't really know that I've seen the evidence that Hoyo is a greedy company necessarily. Not in the same way that other gacha companies are, at least.
Yeah, like I would push back. I would push back on the idea about whether or not they're greedy, because like I was thinking about this during this patch's story in particular, where I'm like, this is a pretty solid story. It's a shame that it's a gacha game because there are aspects of this story that I feel like would be better if not for their marketing department. Sure. And it's hard to get into it with this one in particular because you haven't played it. But like, if we look back at Euphorius, like we talked about how like how much of Euphorius's kind of mess of, well, I maybe it's going too far to call that story a mess, but like the bloat of that story, how much of that is due to like having to have a certain number of character banners kind of thing. And I think this one is doing better in part because they made more of the banners second versions of existing characters. So we get to explore. So this story gets to further explore existing characters rather than having to constantly establish new characters.
So what I would maybe make the case here is like, is that really greed from them or not? Like, it is a criticism that I think is a very valid criticism, both with Genshin and with Star Rail, that like they keep pushing new characters. Every patch, it's a new character, a new thing.
It's greed.
But is that
in
greed?
And of the...
I don't know. A bad choice,
it's hard
definitely.
For me to say because I'm of two minds for that. One is like part of me thinks that it is inherently greed because by virtue of the fact that they chose to go the gacha route. Like the gacha route is inherently a greedy route to go down.
But that's a criticism of like the entire company as a whole from its very inception to now, because it's always been gacha. Every game they've ever made from the beginning of the company's
But I don't think that changes the fact that gacha is inherently greedy.
Oh no, I mean it's a predatory system for sure. There's a reason why I didn't play them before Impact Third came out. Like,
yeah.
But does that in and of itself?
But I guess the alternative would be. I guess the alternative would be: could they tell like a 7-year story without the economy of a gacha? And that is the part that I'm like, I don't know that they could have. At least not in a way that would have been like any more desirable.
I feel
because
like
then they would have to just keep releasing new games or something.
Because I feel like you could probably slot this into two separate complaints. The first, you can complain about the gacha system as a whole, which, yeah, gacha is predatory. It has always been predatory. But, like, just because gacha, by the very nature of gacha being predatory, does that warrant criticizing Hoyo specifically for it? I don't think so. yeah, we can bitch about gacha all we want to, but every gacha has always been predatory from the very beginning. This is, again, what you're getting into when you sign up for it. So saying that Hoyo specifically is inherently greedy by the nature of them choosing to do a gacha game, it's
I don't think it makes them immune to the criticism just because that's kind of what they've always done. Because, I mean, it's not as if they don't have the resources to make non-gacha games. They choose to make gacha games because it's an economic model that
But the other
has
counterpoint to it is that, again, gacha being an inherently predatory system is its own thing, but also context being that Hoyo has improved that system. That, like, it was significantly closer to actual gambling. It was far, far worse before they came onto the scene. And the changes that Hoyo made did make it far less predatory and more accessible to people.
Oh, yeah. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, as far as gacha systems go, like, HSRs is fairly tolerable. Like,
yeah.
Like, I do appreciate that with minimal investment or potentially even no investment, like, you can do most things outside of anomaly arbitration.
Yeah.
And there's probably an argument to be made that a free-to-play player can do anomaly arbitration, just not me specifically.
Well, see, again, like, what I'm getting is, like, it isn't to say that, like, gacha systems as a whole are, like, free from criticism just because you know what you're signing up for. Like, yes, we can and should criticize the gacha systems. I think that's fair. But my whole issue is more so targeting Hoyo specifically for it, especially given the context that they have improved said system quite a bit. Maybe make a case they didn't improve it enough, but they did improve it for like the entire industry. Like, it is like a lot of other games that weren't Hoyo changed their systems to match Hoyo because it was better and kept players around because it was more friendly to you. They're more free to play.
I definitely wouldn't say. I definitely agree that, like, Hoyo shouldn't be singled out for gacha when they certainly aren't the only example. The only reason why, like, I talk about Hoyo and not other ones is just by virtue of, like, it's the only gacha I play. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But I'm not saying that Hoyo is worse than other. Sorry, my voice cracked there. I'm not saying that Hoyo is worse than other gachas. I think the evidence that I find it to be better than most is by virtue of, like, this is the one I play and I don't bother with the others.
Again, like, when I'm looking at it, the way I would say it is, like, I wouldn't necessarily say that just because they chose gacha that makes them inherently greedy. It kinda, but not really. I don't think this is really, like, necessarily relevant. The other complaint, which I think is more of a separate thing, is, like, whether or not, like, every character has to be a new one. Because, again, look at, like, Impact Third, right? We don't have that as an issue with Impact Third. They usually follow the same core cast with new SPs of new characters because that's how we maintain a core cast. And they still have new characters coming out every single banner, but they're usually new variations of existing characters. I think you could maybe possibly make a case that, like, because they're trying to push new characters every single patch that are new, different characters, not, variations of existing ones, that is potentially greedy. I think I sit more on the side of that's just a bad choice.
So,
like, that was just, like, not a good choice for, like, a narrative standpoint to give it cohesiveness. It was just like, hey, look, new character, new character, new character, new character. And
I think
that can be a bit greedy, sure. But, like,
I think where, like, marketing and story met each other in kind of a tough way with Amphorius is, like, with Honkai Impact and with, like, this expansion, for example, like, with Honkai Impact, it's new variants of the same characters. So you can continue to explore those characters while continuing to sell those characters. So it's like a happy compromise kind of thing. And then with Plan Arcadia, for example, you get a lot of that again. Like, sure, Eva's a new character and Yao Guan's a new character, but you're gonna get yourself a new Silver Wolf. You're gonna get yourself a new Blade later. Like, you're gonna get yourself a new Sparksy. So you get, like, these opportunities to, like, examine those characters while being like, okay, we're also gonna make money because we're gonna meet our quota of new banners all the same. Like, a new banner is a new banner, whether it's a rerun of an old or a variation of an old character or a brand new character. So I don't think that there's a mandate that says, hey, we need X number of new characters. I think it's just like, hey, we need X number of new banners to sell. I think where Amphorius ran into a problem is their pitch was, hey, we want to tell a story that's going to encompass like 8 patches on a planet that's isolated from the rest of the world. So we're not going to have any of the previous people outside of like the Astral Express crew. And the marketing or the whoever's in charge of like the business side of things is like, okay, you still need the same number of banners. So if you can't lean on old characters for that, then we need enough new characters to fulfill our banner quota.
Okay, so I would push back on that for a couple of reasons. The first being that, like, remember that when Forest was pitched, they were basically adapting the Elysian Realm, which established that there were 13 Flame Chasers. So we already knew we were going to have that number of characters anyway. Like with the Elysian Realm, they introduced 13 new characters. That was already going to happen. That wasn't made for a marketing choice to push banners. That was already going to happen regardless. That was going to be the case. And all those characters introduced were all parts of the Flame Chasers. That was all a new thing. That does not necessarily mean that they can't introduce characters for other places. Impact Third does this quite a bit in a somewhat different direction, but like they'll have like the Captainverse things where they have characters who aren't connected to the main story at all. We're introducing them. So they had like, you know, like a Luna, right? Like the Big Teddy. She's not connected to the main story. She doesn't have anything to do with like what's going on with Kevin or with what's happening in Mars. She's an entirely separate character. Brawny was the same way. Entirely separate characters with their own things going on that we had as a new character for that. That was kind of fun. It was just a whole new thing. Star Rail could do the same thing with like, hey, here's an event that takes place somewhere else in the timeline. Maybe earlier, maybe later. And this is a character related to that story, right? Like, they could totally do that just fine without having to like push all the characters in Amphorius. What I think is ultimately the problem, and this is where I think I would actually criticize Hoyo.
Like them doing that, yeah.
Yeah. What I would actually criticize them for, and this is where I think the argument for them being greedy has a little bit more of a stronger foothold, is how short their patches are. They're pushing a lot of patches with new characters every single time, and a lot of the times the patches are focused solely on those specific characters, which has the twofold issue of trying to sell you new characters and also breaking up the story to focus on those characters giving their whole little like mini arc. And that does not work for cohesive storytelling.
Yeah,
that is a decision that is made to push banners, to push sales. That's what that choice actually is. So like having their banners being
I would agree with
short
that.
and having them push this stuff affects the game negatively in every possible way. If they were to like increase the time between patches, then that would maybe reduce that a bit, but they would make less money for it. And I already know, because I see how the community responds on Twitter and stuff, that people are going to hate that. Whenever they have
absolutely. People would be upset if they added like an extra 2 weeks.
It's also important to remember like what Hoyo sees from the community and what the community responds well with. So the first one was like, remember that when we had a patch that was like, 8 weeks long or whatever, people doom posted about that. And I was like, meanwhile, Impact Third's been on a 6 to 8 week patch schedule since the game launched. They moved just to like 8 to 10 weeks. And people were like, oh no, it's an end of life thing for the game, end of service. And then it wasn't. But like, whatever. And people were pissed about this whenever Sorrel did it. And then you also have the other factor of people in the store community don't like SPs. They don't like,
which I don't get.
I don't get it either. But like,
yeah, like that's
as much
my
as
preference,
like
to be
for
honest.
me, I would also prefer it because I do think that it does like actually flesh out your characters to follow our core story. It addresses one of the major issues I have with how the Hoyo does their storytelling with games that aren't Impact Third. But like the actual community does not like SPs. They don't like them at all. They want new characters. So like, can you really call Hoyo greedy for giving the community precisely what they asked for?
I mean, I guess
I don't like it.
I guess they
but
are
like
doing...
that is what the community wants. So
I guess it is what the community wants, which is unfortunate. Which is unfortunate to the extent that it kind of diverges from what I specifically want, but of course, like the majority rules kind of thing. Yeah, I can see that. Like, it is interesting that HSR kind of always has like a meaty main story quest and then like kind of like some small events.
So night Ann.
Good night, Ann. And that's kind of like their entire patch. Like, we don't get a whole lot of side stories. I guess the events do give us like a taste of side stories, and I don't want to suggest the events have no substance to them because there's some fun like side games and stuff in those events. But yeah, we don't have an equivalent to like a Captain Verse thing.
Yeah, we don't. And like the Captainverse itself was largely very low stakes as well. Like that wasn't like a big thing. It was just like an ongoing story.
Yeah.
Like because they had originally finished it, like they were done with it, and they just kind of kept coming back. Because originally their plan was like Captain was supposed to be like a self-insert character, and then it was supposed to be like a haha fun thing with these characters. We'll just do little cute non-canon side stories, and then they decided to make it into a more overarching story. They like brought it back from the dead because it literally died. Like Teddy, like Luna Teddy was dead originally. Like that version of Himiko from that timeline also died. That version of Colin died. Like everyone in that story basically died. And then they just decided, yeah, retcon it. It's back. We don't care. And that was met with like some mixed response. Sure, people didn't like that Luna was like the captain's canon wife, but like, whatever. But like, you know, it's like generally like a low stakes thing. It's just like a fun little side story to see these characters do their own thing. And they've been sort of doing that now with these like maybe Kiana's Dreams events where like they're very low stakes. They're more just helping us better understand these characters, how they respond to things. That's kind of what they exist for. And I feel like Star Rail could very well do that, but they would have to approach it slightly differently. Obviously, we're not going to go to like a disconnected planet that has nothing related to anything going on. They're going to have to follow existing characters, but like they could just slot in random things happening at other points in time and just have that be a thing. Yeah, as Ann pointed out, they did it with the Fate collab. I hate the Fate collab, but like that is a way you could do that. Just do it better.
Yeah, like the Fate collab. Like my problem with the Fate collab isn't that it existed. It's just that the story wasn't good. Like you, so like you take that and you do a good story with it.
I was like that done better is the solution to that.
Yeah,
but like
or like I remember with HSR, you could play like those backstory quests, so you could like. You could see like
I like how Zenless does
Tara's backstory or whatnot.
So it's like what Zenless used to do with like the agent stories, where you could like play through like a little side thing with them, which is also a great way to do that. I think that'd be really fun. Yeah,
like just give us like I don't know what medium you would use for it. It may be something with the Guardian of Recollection or whatnot, but like. Have us explore the backstory of some of these characters. That would be fun.
Like all that is to really say is like I don't necessarily view Hoyo as like an inherently super greedy, selfish corporation like I would with others. I think they're largely earned enough goodwill from me. And when I see things like the global passive and stuff, I'm just like, I just don't see that being a problem. Like I think that people make a mountain out of a molehill with it. And I'm like, I can see some potential concerns, but they've never given us any reason to get pissy with them about it because they've literally never done it. So it's like I don't see why we worry about a thing that doesn't exist in game, they have never done, and we see no evidence that they will be doing it. People want playable Miku now from the collabs. I want playable Miku, god damn it. I want that. They did the Silver Wolf collab song with it, which I've not actually seen, but I've seen clips of it, which is super fucking cute. And now they have, like, a new, like, you know, MV coming out with Miku and Planet Arcadia. I want Miku in Star Rail. Gib. I want this.
Yeah, that would be fun.
I don't care how canon you have to make it or not. Make Miku canon in Star Rail. I want it. Just make all the Vocaloids canon. I'm here for this. Anyways,
you two look like visitors from afar. I take it you're also following Plain Arcadia's grand event.
That was like an hour tangent or something.
Also, is this reporter Sayu?
The sun is shining and the vibes are immaculate. This is Fullwush TV's Happiness on the Street, bringing you real smiles straight from the streets of
It's fucking Sayu again! God damn it, Alejandro, why are you here? You were the blue Power Ranger guy, and I knew you were, and then I confirmed it by seeing your TikToks about it, and now you're the fucking reporter. Sayu! What are you doing?
It'll always be Sayu.
Even when it's like not the joke of him being like a very attractive character, he's also just all the NPCs. He's fucking everywhere. Somebody stop this man.
Of course we're following it. It's not every day you see something this lively.
That's great. We've noted many echoing widespread concerns that the Astral Express's intervention is dragging our sacred Phantasmoon games into a quagmire competition with outsiders. What are your thoughts on this?
Widespread concerns? Mr. Reporter, I suspect your question already comes neatly packaged with its own answer.
Judging motives is futile.
What we want to be focusing on is the real-life consequences of our actions.
Oh, that's so deep! Many Seafelders feel that rather than any IPC vision of prosperity, it's the healing smiles, healing Arcadias proposed by Lady Fullwish that is the more grounded future we desperately
God damn
need.
it really is, Syed.
What is your take on this?
If the happiness comes at the cost of stripping away the perception of all pain, then it calls into scrutiny just how authentic such a happiness really is.
Exactly. By that logic, eating candy until your teeth fall out counts as happiness too, right? I mean, hey, at least it tasted sweet.
That's a very vivid analogy. Finally, a hypothetical question. If you had to choose, do you believe the preservation defined by outsiders or the happiness advocated by Miss Foolwish better represents the future of plain Arcadia?
I would say neither, but sure.
The real future has never existed within such a narrow dichotomy. Now, if you'll excuse
Y'all
me...
seem so pissed.
Thank you both for sharing. Have a wonderful day.
Saya, did you have fun reading that? Did you enjoy
All
yourself?
defensive answers, not a single morsel for us. This whole segment is wasted. Go find some citizens who can chuck us a few happiness testimonials to pad out the real.
That was a little too real there.
A wheel slip? This one's a lucky wheel, too.
Isn't that a good thing?
The fact that we just talked to some random NPC and it was fucking Sayu, I don't know how to feel about this.
Welcome! Come try our happiness soda. One sip, and you'll be as lucky as Director Fullwish all day long.
I almost had a panic attack because when this guy's first word came out, I'm like, oh god, is it Sayu again? It's not, but I was like, if he voices two NPCs back to back, I was gonna be very annoyed. I was like, no Sayu.
Why is it always Fullwish? Doesn't she work in media? What's that got to do with soda?
Oh, you're an outsider. You would know. Director Fullwish is Seafeld City's pride and joy. She grew up just a street over. She's a true daughter of Seafeld.
Uh-huh.
Can you imagine? After that terrible disaster 15 years ago, that child lost her whole family. Just a little kid. Truly
I mean, she was a high
heartbreaking.
schooler, but whatever.
Self-proud. She pulled herself through it all, relying on sheer grit and optimism.
Motherfucker, are you really trying to sell me on that she picked herself up by her bootstraps narrative? I don't want to hear that nonsense. That's always bullshit.
Fullwish TV, back then it was still called Seafeld TV, even produced a special documentary about her called A Smile Against Adversity. I can't even tell you how many people were touched by it. And now, despite all her success, she hasn't forgotten to bring happiness to everyone. It's just amazing.
So it's propaganda. Okay.
Do you really feel happy right now?
Of course! Just look at how happy I am. It's all thanks to the Research Society of Happy Smiles and Miss Fullwish. She not only supports the local economy, but she's brought with her a positive attitude toward life. We can all be just like her. Forget about all those painful memories from the past and just be happy every single day.
I smell bullshit. I see enough of this every day.
If you ask me, only someone who's come from suffering like her can truly want what's best for all of us. She's the one who could deal with all those outsider supplicants running amok and bring glory to our people. Come on, why don't you try some? It's on the house. You simply have to experience the unique taste of happiness that we have here in Seafeld. Guaranteed to make you forget all your troubles.
This Fullwish really is something else.
Yeah, con artist.
And this is also a wheel.
Yeah. God, that immediately is like PTSD listening to these people talk. I don't like it. Not one bit. That is gross and weird.
Bid farewell to painful memories and embrace the eternal now. Let the smile of happiness become your only truth. Follow Master Fullwish's path, embrace rebirth, and you and I can both become the happiest people in this Arcadia.
How very strange. No matter how many times I perform the divination, the signs hovering above the passers-by in Seafeld City are all wheels, signifying peace. Is my Eye of Ishvar suffering interference from a supplicant's abilities here? But how is that possible?
I actually think your judgment is looking more and more likely. The pedestrians on the roadside, the fishermen at the port, the shopkeepers on the street, and the ones preaching happiness. From the moment I entered this port city, I felt it. Something stirring gently within them, resonating with the same essence I carry.
Okay, so you sense the abundance in them.
This entity is far too faint. I can scarcely feel its strength. It was once shattered to nothing, crushed into powder, burned down to ash, nearly extinguished. But it has no concept of death, and so it simply went to sleep. It quietly lurks, waiting for the farmer to scatter it across the fields. Given time, it will inevitably wake up again.
I believe most people in this city must have undergone the happiness surgery. Just look at the spectacle the Smile Society is putting on over there.
The cult? Because, yeah.
At the courtyard, you once said, "Fortune rests upon misfortune."
A great calamity for some, but for others, perhaps a turning point leading to ultimate bliss. If there really is something that lets people survive apocalyptic disaster, then a wheel slip hanging above their heads would be only fitting. However, those who survive will no longer be human.
By that time, there won't be any need for a general of the Xianzhou to petition an audience. The gaze of the hunt will be firmly locked on this place.
Yeah.
Follow me.
Which is not
What's
great.
your plan?
Because they'll destroy the planet.
My plan? As the referee of the Phantasmoon Games, former referee, I mean, when faced with a supplicant who blatantly breaks the rules and dispenses blessings on a whim, the only thing I can do is issue an executive ruling.
Meaning what exactly?
So, this so-called ruling, does it involve summoning a bolt of lightning from the sky to just zap Foolish dead out of nowhere?
What do you think she is, May?
It's nothing so violent. For my judgment, I must first retrieve the sacred instrument.
What
Only
is
by
that?
using it to measure the supplicant's crimes can we sever her power. We're almost there.
She's like a gardener pruning a branch, huh? Again with like the plant imagery.
Attention visitors. Please keep off
Also,
the
I love
glass
these
and
guys
refrain
who are
from
taking
picking
selfies with
flowers.
no phones.
We ask that you treat public facilities with care.
Love that
Thank you
one.
for your cooperation and enjoy your visit.
What
May
say
the
you, Pending?
laughter
Do
keep
you
you
see this?
smiling.
I love them.
They couldn't. There wasn't budget for phones.
Yeah. Who needs a phone? You can just use your hand. That's how we take selfies now, right?
Apparently so.
Is this it? You keep this sacred instrument out here in broad daylight? Aren't you worried someone might make it disappear?
Hold your horses. We've still got a ways to go. As for my precious measuring instrument, do you really think I'd just leave it lying around in the middle of nowhere?
I don't know,
With all
Evanescia. I
due
don't know what to make of you.
respect, there is no path ahead. I get it. It's probably just an optical illusion. Extraordinary beings like you always love pulling that "the path only opens to the destined" trick. What's next? A secret passphrase? Do I find a stone matrix and jump through it? Or maybe Do you sing a little song, wave your hand, and the trees just obediently stand up and split into 2 neat rows?
I'm no woof woof Dawn. I don't have that kind of skill.
No woof woof Dawn.
A long time ago, I raised a floating island right here for someone to paint. To prevent
I mean, he did do it that one
from
time.
wandering in
Yeah,
by
he
mistake,
did. He parted the Red
I
Sea.
asked that artist to paint thick fog
Yeah.
and woodland here, so passersby wouldn't stray inside. We made a deal. As long as I play my song, the fog will disperse.
Okay. So you have a song, Nessia. Okay. Is this like a... It's not a rhythm game.
That's a cute puppy.
No, it's
Looks
not.
like it's taken a liking to you.
It's platforming.
Wait. Okay, I can't, like, walk over them?
No, you can.
Okay. I still feel like I tried and, like, didn't let me do that initially. I'm like, what?
I'll just borrow this cutie's head for a
Yeah,
second.
that was weird. But you should be able to walk over them.
Yeah. Also, the little capybaras. It's cute.
Yeah.
Big doggo. I like the little, like, barking, too. It's fun.
Mm-hmm.
What the fuck is this? Wait, what did that do? That just dropped the spiky dudes around? What is the point of that?
I was super unclear if I messed something up with that, but you seem to do the same thing I did, so...
Yeah, what the fuck? What does that do? I feel like that's just like introducing a thing to you. Where like you might get something, but you also might not get something.
Yeah, I guess so.
It's like a mystery block kind of thing.
Yeah.
Alright. I mean, what else could you have possibly done with that other than, like, hitting it? I mean, there's not any other interaction we have with this. There's only so many different things you can do.
Yeah, I'm not sure what was meant to happen there.
Here we are.
Alright, let's do that. Items obtained. Oh, there's a bizarre melody. Am I supposed to play that here?
I think so.
Oh, so that explains why Evanescence has this. So whenever we use this thing, it's her doing stuff? Okay. So she's just giving us the thing.
Let's go.
Orpheus's lyre. Okay. Sure.
Please keep off the grass and refrain from picking flowers.
I'm wondering what the implications of that being, like, something that Nessia can do specifically. I'm wondering, like, what the point of that actually is.
I'm not sure.
What do you think? It's beautiful, isn't it?
Compared to the Yuchua's scenery, I suppose it's more natural.
Would it kill you to pay a compliment?
Yes.
Yeah, Guang, I love your banter back and forth with her. That's great.
I love that Yao Guan seems to be simultaneously in awe of and thoroughly unimpressed by Eva. Like Yao Guan had certain expectations for what like a divine being should be, and Evanescence is not fulfilling those expectations.
I mean, she did say earlier, it's like, now I know what it feels like to be a fool. As, like, Nessie's like, hey, let's go ride the train. You've probably never seen this before.
Yeah.
Like, it's great, and I do like their banter quite a bit.
Yeah.
My apologies. I didn't mean to mock. I was merely curious. Is this thing really the sacred instrument with which you pass judgment upon supplicants? Is it really just a literal ruler?
Lamau.
Hey, don't underestimate the spirit branch of true law. When it first appeared in the form of a blade 150 years ago, it could cleave a mountain in half with a single effortless swing.
Uh-huh.
Miss Evanesia, let's keep such fanciful tales between us, shall we? Best not go spreading them around. If any of the Cosmicon Collective players find out, we'll never hear the end of their complaints about how mountain-busting power levels are for noobs.
I never expected a high-ranking Cianjo general to be so well-versed in the gossip here on Plain Arcadia.
Such is the way of a diviner.
Keeping
To
up with
enter
popular
a
trends
place
the way of your-
is to observe its local
of your people?
custom.
Sure.
Same goes for us arbiters. Times change, and my babies have to change with them. Just picture it. A pretty girl in a school uniform, striding through the streets with a giant sword slung over her shoulder. You're right.
I'm amazed that you changed it just for appearances.
I see you are a law-abiding citizen, Miss Evanesia. Cute.
Yeah, I see why people ship these two. They've got
Now
a good back
then,
and forth.
Please, begin your measuring.
Okay.
Weigh and sever this world, and engrave the laws of the cosmos. Spirit branch of true law. By the scale that adjudicates reality and illusion, truth and falsehood. Measure for me all sins beneath the Phantom moon that transgress the law.
I like that there's like a cute little charm on the hilt of her ruler sword.
Yeah.
What is going on? It's telling me Full Wish is not a supplicant.
She's not.
If she's not a supplicant, then there's no way to judge whether she's transgressed or not.
Huh.
What do you mean? If Foolish isn't a supplicant, why would she openly declare that she's joining the Phantasmoon Games? And that mask, back of the altar, shaped like an eight-legged creature. Just who does it belong to?
I love how she speaks eight-legged creature, but then the text says octomorph. Which is something.
Behind that mask, countless supplicants are wearing it. They're spread across all Seafood. No, all of Duo mentioned City too. Supplicants, they're everywhere. Not in the history of the Phantasmoon Games have I ever seen a situation like this.
Okay, so like we figured.
General, someone is approaching your position. It's Don Hung, and...
Blade, I'm assuming. Yep, hi Blade.
Don Hung, you've returned. And the one beside you.
You don't seem very happy,
Blade.
Yao Guang.
Or perhaps I should call you by your true name. One of the Cianzhou's most wanted criminals, Yingxing. You've delivered yourself into my hands. Good.
General of the Yuchue, your vision remains confined within the laws of the Cianzhou.
Don't look so tired with his husband. It's fine.
I came here to kill our common enemy.
Our common enemy. You are the Cianzhou's enemy. Ever since you became a Stellaron hunter, you have slain countless emissaries of judgment sent by the Shuling Palace of Law to capture you. You even incited the artisans of the Juming to reforge your blade, entangling them in your crimes.
Okay.
But your most unforgivable crime is daring to break into the Ten Lords Commission restricted area on the Cianzhou Yuchue with your accomplices. You destroyed the Ashen Steelwood, disturbed the slumber of our valiant heroes, and stole the secrets of the dead.
I don't know any of
What
those
kind
words
of
mean.
vision drove you to commit the countless crimes of your past? And what common enemy could
He
possibly
did
stand
bad
between you
things
and
of
me? By all means, enlighten
Some
me.
nature.
Oh? Well, I was in seclusion all these years. You've clearly been up to quite a lot. If I'd known you were such a magnet for trouble back when you came to the Juming, begging for a sword, I would have dragged you out of the forge and drafted you into my crew myself. Tied up.
I didn't
if
realize you two
necessary.
knew each other. Interesting.
And this would be?
Huh.
A pleasure to meet you, General Yao Guang. It's truly touching that my friends on the Xianzhou have kept me in their thoughts for all these years. I never change my name, no matter where I roam. I am La Mancha.
What is with this fucking shit behind you?
You're obviously using a fake name.
Good job, Blade.
The head of the Galaxy Rangers. I didn't expect this trip
I
to
like
come
that
with
they're
such
adding
a
those
pleasant
little
surprise.
light effects there.
I think so too. It's good for presentation.
General, I'm
Yeah,
afraid all the
it's a
grudges will
little
have to
detailed,
wait.
but I think it adds a lot.
What we need to discuss concerns the survival of this world, and that catastrophic calamity you foresaw in your divination.
I won't deny the crimes you've listed. But I know full well that the Xianzhou cares nothing for the life or death of someone guilty like me. What you truly want is to exact a blood debt from the nemesis who has repeatedly awakened demonic stars, summoned abominations, and could not be slain even after 100 deaths. You wish to subdue the emanator of the abundance, Shu-Hu once again, and even deny them rebirth for all eternity. And now, General, I have brought this opportunity before you.
Okay.
If you are dead set on condemning me to answer for my crimes, I will submit to your judgment and board the Navis Astridura for the Shuling's Inquisition. But as I said, I did not come here today to play the savior. I came to stop the past from repeating itself, and to prevent our common enemy from having their way.
So I guess Shu-Hu is the other
General,
abomination of abundance then.
if you do not want the fate of the battle of the Fenghu from 30 years ago to fall at your feet, then you must believe what I am about to say. The happiness surgery, promoted by the Smile Society, utilizes none other than Shu-Hu's cells. Cells acquired from an unknown source.
Okay. Interesting.
You mean everyone who underwent the surgery?
Have all become supplicants. Once the wish power converges, the will of the flesh will awaken and turn every host into nourishment.
The one wearing the eight-legged mask is not a single person. It is an emanator of the abundance, dismembered and currently parasitizing the bodies of the masses here.
Interesting.
Who on earth could have brought something so terrifying to Plain Arcadia?
I mean, Full Wish did, apparently. At the same time, in the tavern. Okay.
Oh, what innocence! We all saw it with our own eyes. You got your supplicant's mask stolen, and were strung up for a beating.
Hi, Christina V.
Yeah, you even went out of your way to set up a live stream for yourself. Afraid the whole universe would miss your heroic bearing, huh? A live streamed public punishment.
Hold on, let's do this again. I wonder if this really is Christina V.
Oh, what innocence! We all saw it with our own eyes. You got your supplicant's mask stolen and were strung up for a beating.
That might be Christina, actually. Yet another voice actor that I think I've clocked immediately. I'm like, I think I know who you are.
What do you mean, stolen? Can a supplicant's affairs really be considered stealing? That's called tactical emotional engagement. A tactic and an art. Don't you get it?
Trying to save face, huh, Sparksy?
Yoo-hoo!
What if she ends up winning these Phantom Moon games and becomes the new Aha?
Did you miss my praise?
Did you get the invitation for the supplicant debate at Full Wish TV?
My, oh my, talk about bad timing. My stream got banned, and the leader of the haters confiscated my supplicant mask. As for the debate, I'm afraid the spirit is willing, but the flesh is weak.
Okay, Sparksy, sure.
But, seeing as you called, you clearly still have a shred of conscience left in you. Are you planning to give me a chance to haggle?
Answer me this question first. Is Full Wish really a masked fool?
The tavern doesn't exactly register every fool's name and address. But having watched her stream, I believe she is. As for why, call it a kindred intuition. And just listen to our slogan. Healing smiles, healing Arcadius. That level of crazy? She's a certified fool. Most masked fools make a huge racket when they approach you. That, hey, look, I'm about to stir up some trouble vibe is impossible to hide.
Yeah, just look at Vita.
But Full Wish is clearly the exception. Her brand of crazy is calm and sophisticated. Look at that haute couture getup she's wearing. It's worth 10 times a normal person's salary. Who'd have guessed a career woman with state levels of wealth who was always preaching social welfare would be a masked fool? Simply the most exquisite disguise.
Sure.
I'd like to ask you to look into her background for me.
Now that's going too far. You actually want me to betray another masked fool?
Since Spitter Fools loyal to each other.
Give me the intel on Full Wish, and I'll return the mask to you.
Betrayal itself. That's the finest reward of all.
Of course you'd be
Deal.
this easy to
Leave it to
sway.
me. I'll contact you as soon as I get the intel. Full Wish. Is there really someone like that among the masked fools? How come I'd never heard of her? Maybe we should ask Giovanni about her. He's got connections everywhere after all.
I mean, I guess so. We keep seeing Giovanni, like, on every planet, so... Alright, let's go. What say you, Giovanni?
Woohoo! Mr. Giovanni! Long time no see.
Miss Sparksy? You just looted Sparkle's entire inventory right from under my nose. How can you say long time no see? Please spare me. Just give me a straight answer. Whose collection are you planning to steal this time?
Just calling her out immediately. Fantastic.
Sparkle and I just had the reconciliation of the century. Let bygones be bygones. I'm actually here to ask for some serious advice. I swear, my hands are squeaky clean.
Are they now?
Oh, do tell. Anything that can make you this serious must be fascinating.
I want to ask about someone. Full Wish, the media tycoon who went on TV and invited all the supplicants. Is she really one of us? How come I've never seen her in the tavern?
I know of her, but I've never actually seen her in the tavern. If Full Wish really is a fool, with all the people coming and going, surely she would have been mentioned. As for the storage area logbook, no, there's absolutely no record of her.
Interesting.
Either she never stored anything here, or she used a fake name.
We're doomed. Even the well-connected Mr. Giovanni knows nothing about this lady.
Nice try. but goading won't work on me. I do have a theory, though. Hear me out.
Okay.
Every fool sets foot in the tavern at least once in their life. If Fool Wish really is a fool, then the moment she entered the tavern must have been in the wake of some unforgettable tragedy.
You mean the blood-stained games from 15 years ago? That's a tragedy which would leave a deep wound on a young girl's mind and soul.
Right.
I get it. Maybe we should head to the hospital and dig up the girl's medical records.
I'm struggling to understand how you get to some of this logic, but sure. I guess. Violation of medical ethics. Let's go. Let's say this. What are you trying to find out? Someone's secret or someone's embarrassing story? I'm sorry, but all that's left here are the scraps of joy from the Arcadia. Let's go check the box. Patient name, Plan Arcadia. Diagnosis, sadness, tears, fear, and misery. Okay. A strange note is tucked inside the filing cabinet. It reads, for a patient, the defining trait is illness. Without it, they wouldn't be a patient. For a Plan Arcadian, the defining trait is happiness.
Full wish. Full wish.
These are such fun presentations. I like these. Alright, Full Wish.
Yeah, I like those too.
Let's see. Chief complaint. After experiencing significant psychological trauma, the patient developed an unknown disorder in the language center. Specific symptoms include an inability to describe negative feedback received by the self, and an inability to actively express the pain perceived by the self. Meanwhile, the patient exhibits hallucinatory symptoms, described as the ability to sense the inner desires of others. Past medical history. The patient is in good health with no relevant medical history or family history of hereditary diseases. Patient previously suffered from a post-traumatic stress disorder. Examination report. Electroencephalogram, central lobe structural imaging, and modeling analysis indicate no foreign bodies or visible damage to the patient's brain. Mild non-pathological tissue growth detected at the synesthesia beacon implant site. The cause remains unknown. So that might be the abundance stuff in Full Wish then. Following a localized wish power detection approved by the Department of Operation Defense, low-frequency undetectable imagery appeared in the anterior cingulate cortex and hasn't significantly affected the cranial nerves yet. Its correlation with the patient's condition remains unverified, and the possibility of psychologically induced language disruption can't be ruled out. Testing confirms the patient can accurately describe the desires of others. Simultaneously, as the patient verbalizes these descriptions, the empathetic subject experiences intense hallucinations and loses all rationality. The mechanism behind this remains unclear, though it appears to fall under hypnotic or telepathic phenomenon. For now, we'll designate the patient's unusual condition as happiness syntax. Prescription: aberration interface, sustained release tablets, type 2. Take 2 tablets daily, 1 in the morning, 1 in the evening, 30 minutes after meals. Dosage will be adjusted based on disease progression and follow-up evaluations. Schedule a visit to the clinic upon feeling unwell.
Happiness syntax. Now, what kind of disease is this? Trying to read this stuff is just torture. I'd better find a doctor.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised that you have, like,
Hello?
0
Is there a
patients for reading
doctor
this
in
stuff.
the house?
Sparksy.
Calling all doctors.
Well, if it isn't Patient Zero of the Sparksy Con. To think the Department of Aberration Defense still hasn't locked you up. Heaven truly is blind.
Okay.
Because of you, I was planning to skip town and leave Plain Arcadia overnight. I even booked the tickets. It's a good thing she was here. So,
I guess.
What's the emergency this time? What ailment are you going to pretend to have?
Not me this time. It concerns an old case. The patient in these records. Ring a bell?
Wait, you... You didn't actually buy that I'm a doctor, did you?
I mean, I assumed
Forget
you
it.
weren't a doctor, but whatever.
This patient you're asking about? I remember them.
So, what kind of fool is Foolish?
Looking back through the history of this hospital, there are countless characters who've turned this place upside down. But to tear the ceiling off on her very first visit? She's truly one of a kind.
What do you mean tear the ceiling off?
What exactly did she do?
Hard to imagine she was still just a 16-year-old back then. And yet, she wanted to smash the fool's mask she'd just received into smithereens.
Can a fool's mask be destroyed?
Of course not. Though you'd know a thing or two about abusing masks, wouldn't you?
Don't be ridiculous. I'd never be stupid enough to try and destroy my own masks. I just had to be heartless enough to abandon them.
You're really proud of
The
that.
mask is part of the fool's self. Unless the fool is reduced to ash, how could anything happen to it? There were even some fools nearby rubbernecking who decided to help out. But despite all their efforts, they only managed to make a single crack. And the power that erupted when the mask shattered also left a crack in the hospital wall. Ugh, I spent several days peeling those bungling fools off the walls, and half a month more repainting and restoring the place. Room rewind.
Whoa! Is this the crack? Dr. Zhongshan, what's inside?
Hard to say. Fools have tried walking in before, and well...
I liked that, like, read that Sparksy gave the woo-woo-ha-ha thing.
Yeah.
There's something
Muttering to
just very fun
themselves,
about that.
Deliriously happy. No one knows what they saw. And I don't want to know. So I sealed the entrance. If you want to go in and take a peek, don't say I didn't warn you.
Okay, let's see.
Whoa! Is this the crack?
Oh, yeah.
Dr. Zhongshan, what's inside?
That is kind of fun, isn't it? I do like that.
Yeah.
Dangerous? What could possibly be more dangerous than little old adorable Sparksicle?
Are you dangerous or are you just stupid?
Listen up, my dear Sparks heads. Sparksicle is about to take you on an exclusive expedition through this mysterious fissure. Smash that subscribe button so you don't get lost. Let's roll!
My god. Surely this tall like a fucking YouTuber. Jesus Christ. Smash that subscribe button! Like, comment, and subscribe! Just... okay. I suppose I can't really criticize because that we are also on YouTube right now. And I guess I should be encouraging people to like, comment, and subscribe, but also... there's something, something about that. I don't know how to feel about it, but something about that. Alright, so we're seeing little Babby Foolish. What does she want, Foolish?
Mom! Dad! Everyone's gone! Why? Why am I still alive?
The vocal crack in this is pretty good.
Are you foolish?
Who's out there?
Foolish, there's a delivery for you.
This is... Who's this from? I didn't buy anything. Is this a mask? There's a piece of paper inside, too. What does it say? To the survivor, welcome to the world's end. Oh, right, the way you cried on TV was truly hilarious. Who are you? Why? Why are you doing this to me? What did I do wrong? Answer me! Answer me!
They're probably gonna
I don't
get a
get
little
it.
bit more.
All of this. Just what is so funny about all of this?
What the heck? That's the day she received an invitation to the tavern. I really don't know which utter degenerate from the tavern sent her such a cruel joke. Even someone as stone-hearted as me can barely stand to watch. Wait, these hallucinations. Exactly what part of them is supposed to be happy?
Okay, the shifting to black was odd. Okay, Foolish, you're in the sparkle bed.
How did you get in? Never mind. That's not important. Welcome.
Okay, so
Don't be
Foolish is
afraid.
actually here?
Relax. You're that streamer who caused a scene at Graphia Academy, right?
How the fuck are you actually here?
Whoa! Even a media mogul like you recognizes me?
The first battle between supplicants made your name known to all. I can hear the desire in your heart, Miss Sparksy.
You can hear my desire?
You charged in here seeking answers, didn't you? To mercilessly tear the mask off another masked fool. See what card she's holding.
So you're semi-omniscient.
You'll get your wish. Just like you, I obtained my own mask through a twist of fate. But unlike most of you, I don't even want to touch it. So, I'm not like you, with all your miraculous powers.
So her powers do come from the
I
mask.
possess only one trivial little talent. I can hear the happiness you desire most, deep within your hearts.
Happiness. My days are filled with happiness. But what about you? Are you all right? I saw what you've been through. You have my sympathy.
Sympathy, yes. Dr. Zhongshan called it the happiness syntax. She mistook it for some kind of disease. But I say no. This is the blessing of the elation.
I'd say it probably has something to do with the elation.
Precisely because
sure.
my past was so agonizing. The divine allowed me to hear the happiness deep in everyone's hearts as a form of consolation. I can smell the pulsating desire within your heart, like sweet honey dripping from a comb. It travels along your nerves, dissolving into a syrupy, sticky sweetness.
I don't like the wording of that.
No surprise there. After all, I'm just a sweet girl whose sugar content is totally off the charts.
If you say so,
But
Sparksy.
Miss Connoisseur, merely savoring the scent isn't enough. Are you planning to taste it for yourself?
Why does that feel like a euphemism?
As you wish. Let us start tasting from the first bite. Recognition. Deep within your heart, you desire everyone's gaze to be filled with adoration. The secret you use to seduce the audience is the very same thing you crave yourself, isn't it?
Sure.
Correct.
Next comes victory. The first supplicant battle was merely a minor setback. Without a doubt, once the mask is back in your
I love
hands,
she dreams of beating us
you
in
will
Sparkle.
conquer the entire Phantasmoon games with ease.
That's it! That's exactly how it should be!
If you say so.
The laughter will appear in person to crown you for eternity. They will weep and beg you to become the brand new eon of elation. And the end of all this is eternal fulfillment.
It's so quiet.
All that revelry is nothing but hollow noise, meant to fill the void before reaching this ultimate fulfillment. Come here, newborn god. Behold this world that belongs to you. It lies at your feet, submissive, humble, within your grasp. Jump down.
Foolish, what do you hope to accomplish?
Throw yourself at it. Embrace it. This paradise will become one with you, leaving no distinction between you.
You really trying to get Sparksy to kill herself? Sparksy, surely you're smarter than this.
So this is happiness. Syntax. Interesting. Oh, you're quite the illusionist, making this dream feel so real.
I don't like the whispering.
To think you could resist this perfect desire. What a contradictory girl. You make me feel both pity and curiosity.
Perfect! You've got it wrong. No matter how beautiful your illusion is, it can't change its essence. Once happiness is within easy reach, it becomes as bland as a cup of plain water. In our line of work, who hasn't tasted the true zest of life only after long torture? Satisfaction. Listen to me, you phony fool who can't even face your own mask. What we masked fools do best is distill pain into the strongest wine and spin despair into the maddest joke. Thanks for the sugar water. It tastes pretty bland.
Huh.
Since you refuse the sweet happiness I've offered, I have no choice but to insist you drink the bitter wine of punishment.
I want to reread that again. So she says, in the masked fool's line of work, who hasn't tasted the true zest of life only after long torture. Satisfaction, listen to me, you phony fool, who can't even face their own pain. What we masked fools do best is distill pain into the strongest wine and spin despair into the maddest joke. Interesting. Which I guess explains in some sort of roundabout way why they recruited Vita. Because, like, if you think about, like, Vita's history, she's, like, a clone of a woman who abandoned her own name and planet to build a sort of fake planet at the edge of the solar system with populated by, like, you know, I guess continuations of the people that died on Venus and then little clones to manage everything. And then Vita suffered under that as, like, you know, a sort of slave to Saw for a long time. And then she breaks out of that to have to deal with, like, people always thinking she's, like, up to no good, because she kind of is. And suffering, I guess, in her own kind of way, even though she is a god now. Interesting that, like, that's the thinking about how it is. But, like, her actual description of, like, what she is, like, a lot of, like, I guess you could, like, hatred of gods and people in power, in a sense. So, I guess, if we were to think of, like, distilling pain into the strongest wine, spitting despair into the maddest joke, I think, like, that's also sort of what it is. Like, she's sort of, like tearing down those kinds of systems in a way. So that's kind of an interesting way to think about it in terms of, like, the other fools we know. Don't know how that applies to people like Sampo, but it's curious. Which we also don't even know if this is, like, how Sparksy, like, if what she's saying applies to all fools, but I have no reason to think that it doesn't.
I would assume that Sampo, as, you know, as Aha, is an exception to it, though.
Potentially. But, you know, there also is a thing of, like, remember that Aha did grieve the loss of Akivili?
True.
So maybe, like, that, like, long torture and suffering from Akivili's death or disappearance or whatever could be.
It does seem like a theme of this planet overall and of the fools specifically is to kind of laugh to drown out the crying. Like their attitude seems to come from a source of trauma that they have kind of found a toxic way of embracing.
Or, in a sense, also, it's sort of like vaguely misanthropic. Like that's about how the fools kind of are, and like you said, like it's sort of like a coping mechanism in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
But it isn't purely just that either. It's like also like what Sparkle says here, like spinning despair into the mad ass joke is like, yeah, it's sort of like nihilistic.
Yeah.
But like taking that and saying like nothing matters, but taking that into the sense of like if nothing matters, then everything matters, kind of thing. Like I can do whatever I want. It doesn't really matter what happens.
Yeah.
So like that's sort of like how the fools operate.
To some extent, it reminds me of how Sparkle's reaction when she found out that Aha rejects her now. Like her reaction of that was a moment to collect herself and looking down followed by laughing it off.
I mean, it's also like whenever you like when something like so terrible happens to you that the only way you can really respond is just by laughing at the absurdity of it.
Yeah.
I think like the fools also seem to be like something like that. At least some of them do.
Yeah. Like I don't know what Sparkle's trauma is. The like the original trailer seems to suggest that her trauma has something linked to the feeling of like not being able to stand out of being plain, but I would imagine it probably cuts deeper than that.
It could be a fear of just disappearing into obscurity.
Yeah.
Whether or not you can call that trauma is its own thing.
Yeah, I mean that's not trauma in and of itself. Certainly not of the same variety that Foolish is dealing with.
Yeah. I was gonna look at like the other thing they said about the mask. She says, you tamed my own mask through a twist of fate, but unlike you, I don't even want to touch it. So, but she does confirm here that like Sparkle's powers do come from the mask in some extent, which I suspected was the case always.
Yeah.
She says twist of fate, which could mean any number of things. Sparkle's reaction seems to suggest that like normally masks are given, which does line up with what we've seen, like with how Vita got her mask, was that Sparkle stole masks from other fools and gave one to Vita. Which is how Vita now has that as a whole thing. It wasn't just because Aha just gifted one.
Yeah.
So I am wondering, like, because Sparksy asked this too, of like who gave her the mask, like who thought this was funny. That even in the context of fools, it seems like even Sparksy is like, this seems a bit much, even for most fools.
Right.
So I don't know. I'm looking at this like how this is actually sort of like who gets a mask, why do they get the mask, and like is suffering in any capacity. Like how do you really decide that? Like you can't like compare levels of suffering. Like what's like the deep-seated fear of like dying in obscurity compared to like watching your entire friends and family be murdered? Like, what exactly is, like, the difference between these things that would allow Aha to give you a mask? I guess that Aha actually gives them in the first place, which I'm not convinced of anymore, but, like...
I don't think so. Like, I think the mask fools seem to... Like, as a mask fool, you seem to have the power to recruit other mask fools.
Yeah.
I don't know exactly how that works. Like, the power... seems to come from Aha, but Aha is not like directly overseeing the masked fools.
Yeah, well, it's like I said before, like the only person we've really seen get properly recruited and get their mask was Vita. And Sparkle specifically says that she stole the masks from other fools and gave them to Vita.
So maybe it is the case that there's a limited number of masks and like and like you're given, like someone else will give you a new person's mask. Like maybe the mask fools take the masks of other mask fools.
It's possible, but then how does it also like tie into things like Sparkle discarding her old ones?
Yeah.
Like how, like I'm not really clear on like how masks come into being anyway, because it seems like new ones are being made somehow, in some way.
Yeah, like in order for Sparkle to have the ability to discard as many masks as she did, one would think that she would either need to be getting these masks, or she would have had to stolen a lot of masks over the years.
Which we know she has done to some extent, but like.
Yeah, this does seem to also suggest that masks can't be destroyed.
Yeah.
Um.
Because, I mean, like,
So,
it seems like what it did here was, like, cracking her mask opened up, like, a weird portal thing that brings you into her mind, where you're most susceptible to her, like, mental attacks with her, like, syntax thing. So, like, then the question comes of, like, okay, so stealing a mask and giving it to another person can make them a masked fool, but, like, what about the mask that Sparkle discarded, right? Like, what's stopping anybody from just stealing those and using them? What exactly changes the nature of the mask to be tied to the new host of it?
I'm not clear on that yet, because those masks seem to have a certain degree of sentience of their own, like the ones that Sparkle discarded.
Yeah, and if Sparksy or Sparkle is a mask themselves, then they also have like a personified body.
Sparksy suggested that Sparkle is simply another discarded mask, and Sparkle, whether or not that's true, Sparkle seemed to take that as a genuine possibility. So a mask has sentience, and the idea of like a mask being able to roam autonomously did not seem, at least to Sparkle, as something outside of the realm of what is reasonable.
Yeah, and even with her own like explanation of things, that she believed that she had left Sparksy as a mask to cover things for her at Planet Arcadia.
Yeah.
So it's how does that work?
One of them is one of them is theoretically the original, and the other one is the copy. It's those twins, the blue twins in Invincible all over again.
Yeah, exactly. But I'm really just looking at this, and I'm like, how exactly do masks work then? Like who decides when you get one? And if it's fools just giving a limited number of them, then what happens to discarded ones like Sparkles, and like what's stopping anybody from taking them? Like I don't feel like I understand the rules of the masks really at all.
Yeah, it could be like if it turned out that the rules are very like loose and inconsistent because that's what amuses Aha. Like I could accept that, but I feel like I'd want that set at some point.
Yeah.
So that I'm like, okay, I guess like don't think about the mask rules too much. But as things are right now, yeah, I don't feel like we have enough information to really understand how these masks work.
Yeah, I don't know. It's super weird because I'm just looking at her describe this, and I think about like how like Vita didn't get hers the same kind of way, but also maybe she did because again she was gifted one. They imply that Foolish was gifted one, so I'm like, I don't understand how I got to this.
Foolish seemed to get a mask in the mail.
Yeah, like somebody just sent her one. Also, hi Crayola over there on the YouTube side.
Welcome.
I don't get the mask. Masks are so fucking weird.
Yeah, like, and like, is it because masks come from the Planet Arcadia? At least it seems that way. Is it the act of creating the mask and then you imbue it with Imagine, and that's what gives it its power? Like, is that how a mask comes to life?
Necessarily the case. Like,
I don't know that that's necessarily the case either. It's just like
masks seem to not really have
a potential thing.
I don't think they have anything to do with Imagine. Like,
it might not.
Maybe what I would maybe accept as an explanation is that like we already established before that like losing your mask is like not only just like a great humiliation, but it is a problem for fools that like they lose their powers or some extent. Like there's some control that you like lose when people control your mask.
Yes.
So I'm wondering if like when a fool loses their mask, that like it also like will eventually lose their essence after a set period of time. And then it can be gifted to other people to be used for something else. It kind of reverts to a more like pure mask state.
Maybe so. I don't know if they'd lose their. At very least, I feel like it's reasonable to believe that, because they said like a fool without their mask is just a fool. So I think it's reasonable to say at very least whatever powers they get associated with the mask, they lose those powers if they lose the mask.
Yeah. And again, that doesn't really explain what happens to the discarded ones, but we also don't know how long it's been since those were discarded.
Yeah.
So I'm
Yeah,
wondering
we
if
have we
maybe
really
there's
have
like a
no concept
cooldown.
for how old Sparkle is.
We really don't, or how long she's been active as like a fool. Like, we have no context for this. And I'm just
Yeah,
looking at this and I'm
because
like,
Foolish
clearly,
kind of rejected her mask too, right?
yeah, and she's had it
But
for like
despite
15 years.
yeah, but despite rejecting the mask, she still has the power.
Yeah, she does, but she might also still have it on her, is what it is too.
I
Like,
guess that's true. I guess she might still have the mask even though she doesn't want it. Like she doesn't advertise herself as a mask fool or participate in like the mask fool stuff. Like she never goes to the tavern.
yeah,
So I guess she's decided it's possible she decided to keep the mask, but she's like, I'm not going. I'll keep the power, but I'm not gonna like align myself with the mask fools.
yeah. I mean, that's sort of what it feels like. Is that she rejected the idea immediately.
Yeah,
But yet she still
which I
does enjoy
guess
the benefits of it.
is allowed. Like I guess like I know the mask fools are an organization without much in the way of rules, but I guess like you can keep the mask even if you're not a mask fool. Like I guess the mask fools are cool with that.
I mean, there's also the thing of like, what do you do with somebody like Foolish who like doesn't want the mask? Like, she's not going to suffer the humiliation of losing the mask because she doesn't care.
Yeah.
So like, she doesn't operate under the same rules as most masked fools, or the morning actors or anyone else. So I don't really know what her deal is. I don't know like how the masks work or where she even keeps hers. I don't.
Yeah. Also,
so
kind of as an aside, I'm probably just spacing on it, but I'm like looking at Sampo's character and like, where's his mask?
Well, he didn't have it with him for a long time. Remember, I think he left it with like Sparkle, and she like stuck it in like a drum in the tavern or something.
So like,
I think he does have it now, but he did not have it originally with him. He
well,
made
like
that
if
very
the masks are so important, like and like critical to them, it's kind of weird that he gave away his mask.
Well, he also like Sparkle does call attention to that too when she addresses him originally. She's like, "Oh, you're finally putting back on the mask you've abandoned for so long." That like he's sort of like going back to embracing his like masked fool roots, despite the fact that he had moved away from it for some time.
Yeah.
So
because he was like clearly he is not from Bellabog.
Yeah, or if I don't know using the mask to get through the tavern allowed him to leave, or something like that.
Yeah, I don't know how he ended up on Bellabog, but like, given that Bellabog had no contact with the rest of the world, or the rest of the universe, like there would have been no way for him to get a mask if he was
Aha
originally from Bellabog.
Which would be one of the only times we've seen that.
I guess it's possible that Aha, for whatever reason, decided, hey, I'm going to give you specifically a mask. I don't know.
Sampo's a very mysterious character, too, because, like, we don't really know much about him, like, at all.
Yeah.
Because, like, all we really have about him is, like, we know that he and Sparkle have known each other for a really long time. Because, like, even in Impact 3rd, which takes place years before we actually get to Bellabog in Star Rail, that Sparkle knows him, and she drags him off of Bellabog to Earth to cause problems.
Right.
So, like, she already knew him then. So the question is, like, if he's a fool, he's been a fool for a long time, to some extent. They have some kind of history. He might be able to leave Bellabog by going through the tavern, but that doesn't necessarily explain how he has the mask in the first place, unless Aha straight up gave it to him.
Yeah, or he wasn't originally from Bellabog and decided
and just took up
to
shop
go
there.
He was unique on Bellabog in the sense that he knew how to get from the underworld to like the city and back again.
But that was also kind of a weird thing too, remember? Because didn't he like pass out and he never really explained how he took us down there?
Yeah, I can't remember for certain, but you're probably right about that. Like, I don't remember us ever physically going from one place to the other. I remember us ending up in the new place.
What I remember of that, and maybe
so it's possible that
he
does it. It's possible that he does it by way of the tavern.
Yeah, that's also very possible. Or if we go by the other thing that he's Aha, that he just uses Eonic power to do it, just because.
I mean, if he's Aha, then he is the equivalent of Q from Star Trek, and like at that point, like he can do whatever he wants because he is essentially a god.
Yeah. Which does raise some other questions too. Like, I as much as I like that idea, I'm also like, if he is Aha, then like why? Why do any of this? Like, why take on that form? Why show up in Belobog? Why hang out with Sparkle so often? Why pretend to be a masked fool and like go fuck with Earth for a little while? Like why do any of that? Like,
yeah, I would want an explanation. I mean, I guess the most probable answer is fun.
Yeah, I mean, if he finds it amusing in some sense, in like a sort of, I like the SpongeBob joke of like in a cosmic sort of way, yes. Like that's kind of how it is with him, I would suppose.
Yeah. I mean, he does. So, one thing we know about Aha is Aha likes Akivali.
Yes.
So, if we are a reincarnation or something of Akabeli, it would clock that he would want to go to Belobog to kind of play with us.
Right.
Or even if we're not necessarily Akabeli, like even if that's not canon, the idea that we're trailblazers, like it wouldn't be out of character for Aha to take an interest in the Trailblaze.
But then there's also the extra questioning, because this requires us to think about the Impact Third crossover, where Sampo hangs out with Sparkle, goes along with her stuff to Earth, which is in a solar system that has no connection to eons, including Akivili, in any way whatsoever.
Yes.
So, like, why go do that? Why go along with Sparkle's whims for this? How do they even learn of that? Like that crossover raises so many questions. Because how the fuck does Sparkle know about that? Like, with the Memo Keepers, like, that sort of makes some sense, right? Like, they have, like, knowledge of things that they shouldn't. This is how they knew about Amphorius, among other things. Like, yeah, Nihilux hired people to go over there, and they all died, which was kind of funny, but, like, it isn't just
how Nihilux hired Memo Keepers, I don't know, but clearly she didn't hire the best of Memo Keepers, because, like, Evernight slaughtered them off screen.
Yeah. But also, how did Nihilux learn of Amphorius? Like, that wasn't really well known until, like, the Rise of Iron Tomb became more public knowledge, right? Like, till the Alliance was formed. Yeah. So, how did she learn about that?
My headcanon for that is it's not that she knew about Amphorius. She hired Memo Keepers to trail the Trailblaze in general. So when the train started going to Amphorius, those Memo Keepers simply followed there.
Yeah, that makes sense, actually.
Yeah, and then they started feeding her information up until the point where Evernight killed them. And that's when she got cut off from her information, aside from the fact that she would still know about the Iron Tomb part because everyone knows about the Iron Tomb part.
Yeah. But, like,
so
Memo Keepers knowing about Earth makes some sense because, like, they already told us that, like, they have, like, their weird mirror thing. And Kiana's existence creates, like, waves on that to the same extent that Emanators do. So, like, they were, like, even though she's not an Emanator and she's not related to Eons in any way because they already established that, but she's creating waves like Emanators do, at least at the time that they spoke to her. So, you know, them finding her makes some sense. Like, that tracks. But, like, why the fuck does Sparkle know about, like, the Dreamseeker system and the Mars quantum computer? Like, why does she know about that? Why does she show up on Earth with Sampo just to cause problems and recruit Vita? Like what exactly told them this? Because Earth is not easy to access. Like, in our most recent patch stuff, right? We learned that, like, you have Nalarab, who is a Scion of Permanence, and she and Senna and a delegation of, like, 20-something other people left Senna's original planet called Lakadar to look for a new place to settle. And when they hit the solar system's, like, outer boundary of, like, that imaginary energy, like the Honkai energy barrier, that, like, not only did it damage the fuck out of their ship, but the only reason they got through an even tiny crack was because Nalarab used her power as a Scion of Permanence to create a small opening for them to go through. And then they crashed on Mars, and they were stuck there. So, like, the only reason they even got there was because they had an Emanator of Permanence there. So I'm like, how the fuck did Sparkle get here? Like, how did you know to come here? Why the fuck are you here? How did you do any of that?
Yeah.
Like, there's so many, like, questions about this. I'm like, how do you do any of this shit? Because, like, there's another bit of, like, Impact Earth's lore where, like, we get a letter from Mara, who is a digital copy of a person from Venus who worked with Saw, the original Vita. And she's pissed. She hates Saw and she hates Vita. And doing that conversation or whatever, she basically says that you can't really like enter the solar system without like a Stargate, which they don't really exactly tell you what that is, but like it's a weird some concept, something or another sci-fi thing that lets you pass through that barrier. And clearly that's not a thing that everybody has access to. Welt managed to leave through a Stargate by accident because of the Sky People or something. Mara left through a Stargate that we don't know how she got one. Nullarob had to tear a hole through it, and it almost killed her. And then now we have Sparkle and Sampo, who somehow get
Who just kind of did it.
Who just did it somehow. And I'm like, how the fuck did you do? How did this work? How did you do that? But if Sampo is Aha, then like, yeah, okay, sure, an Eon could probably break that barrier. But like, how would Aha know about it? Like, why would they care?
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I can understand why Aha would care about the Trailblaze. Why Aha would care about Earth, I have no idea.
Yeah, or like the Mars system specifically. Because, like, there's another weird bit of dialogue, too. And this is maybe the only real answer I can give for this, is that when the Mars system, like, sort of reactivated, it sort of worked like a beacon across the entire galaxy. People all were immediately made aware of its existence. And this tracks a bit, because remember that, like, all of Mars was created by people who weren't from the solar system anyway. Senna's planet was originally a planet that had been, quote-unquote, blessed with permanence. Long had, like, passed by their planet, dropped a scale on it, and turned everyone immortal. And that devolved into hundreds of years of unending war and suffering, where people were starving to death but couldn't die. And eventually, like, Senna had to, like, leave her planet because of it, with a delegation of 20-something people, including Litos, her knight, and Nullarob, the Scion of Permanence. So, like, there's a bit of that. So you can maybe make the case that the technology that they used, which was foreign to begin with, is sending some sort of, like, I guess, signal to people who are outside the solar system who would be able to pick up on that, because she's not from the solar system in the first place. And maybe that's the only reason that anybody knows about it. But Impact Third has not really ventured in explanation to that at all, because they've really not talked about Star Rail in any real capacity at all since that crossover. Like, again, we've met, like, Nullarob. She's gonna be, like, a big boss in, like, our next patch, I think. And she, again, is Scion of Permanence. So, like, she does connect to Star Rail topics in some way. Vita, we know, is aware of eons and stuff, and we know that she shows up in Star Rail. Inevitably. We haven't seen her, but we've seen text from her and Star Traveler. But, like, it does raise a lot of questions of, like, how the fuck does this connect? How did you get here? Why do you care? Even if it was technology from some other planet, like, what does the Masked Fools care about a dead planet called Lakadar? Like, what do they care about that? Like, Lakadar's gone. Locked in eternal warfare forever, assuming they're even still alive. It's just suffering and death on that planet. What does Aha care about that? Unless he finds it just really funny. Which, you know, actually, to tie it all back, they're talking about how, like, you know, Masked Fools taste the true depth of life only after long torture. What more torture could you have in Mars from, like, a society formed as a continuation of a dying planet, quote-unquote, blessed by permanence, only to have your so-called god trying to embrace finality and failing to do so over and over and over because she has no idea who she is, and then passing said, like, obligations off to a child who became so codependent she became a twisted, evil villain person. So, like, I suppose Aha could find some funniness in that, and then when the system reawakens, you have Dreamseeker, who is just a sort of digital clone of said codependent god. I guess he'd be like, hey, that's kind of funny. But then they only went there to recruit Vita, and then when they failed to disrupt the Mars system, fucked off and didn't bother with it anymore. If it has to do with Senna at all, or anything to do with, like, the origins of that technology, why did they just leave? Like, did they just come there for Vita?
I mean, I guess it's possible that they just had interest in Vita.
But then, like, why? Like, she's like the strongest god in the solar system. Like, she just is a god. The last descendant of the Venusians, or Putashins, or whatever they call them. I can't remember the exact term for what they call themselves, but, like, she's not even really like a descendant. She's just a clone of the original Vita. So, I'm like, what? Like, it's not about power or anything. Like, what exactly did Vita do to warrant, like, the gaze of Aha, in a sense? Like, what exactly does that matter? I have a lot of questions about this, and the more I think about it, the less it makes sense to me. Because I'm like, I don't get why they were there. Like, that was clearly important, because it's how Vita knows about how the rest of the world works. Like, Sparkle's the reason why Vita knows about eons and stuff. So, like,
yeah.
That's a direct reason for that. But, like, but why? Surely they didn't just come there just to fuck with, like, Shixal and, like, everybody else on Earth and the Mars system, and then just to leave, just after Vita decides to recruit the become part of the Masked Fools. Like, surely that's not the
Hopefully not. Hopefully there was a reason that they're going to give us at some point.
Well, they've also not explained too much about why the Memo Keepers were so interested in Kiana. Like, we do know that they showed up to try to take her memories. And they explained that, like, the solar system is completely free of eonic influence. But, like, even so, how, like, I guess they were, like, investigating this whole thing. They're like, okay, so we have this thing making waves. We don't know what it is. Let's go investigate that. And we've not seen them again. And when Kiana tells them to fuck off, like, I assume that she has a way to stop them from coming back, because she is, like, the Hersher Finality, and Finality is its own, like, weird cosmic thing that they've not yet really explained. So, are they, like, afraid of her and what she can do? Is it just that this is, like, one probing Memo Keeper, and we've just not seen them again because the rest of them don't know what happened, like what happened with, like, Evernight killing the other ones? Like, is this what happened? But in which case, I don't think Kiana killed them. That's not really her MO. She just told them to fuck off, and we never really saw how that conversation ended. So, I have a lot of questions about this shit. like a lot of questions. Sparkle, why do you care? How did your mask work? What's going on exactly? I don't think we know.
How about this, Miss
Hopefully we'll get those
Connoisseur?
answers eventually.
Why don't you have a
One
taste
day.
of my spirit?
Yeah.
Welcome to the live stream. Lane Arcadia, Happiness Syntax, Honkai Chapter.
What do you mean Honkai Chapter, Sparksy? Excuse me? What do you mean by that?
What's up?
Okay, Sparksy literally says, welcome to the live stream, Planet Arcadia Happiness Syntax Honkai Chapter, starting now. What the fuck do you mean Honkai Chapter?
This is Honkai.
Okay, now I feel like we're definitely getting into some, like, actual explanation. Like, we have to be. This is now the second character this patch who talks about Honkai directly.
This is Honkai.
What the fuck do you mean?
They're trolling you, Obzy.
Too bad. 0 viewers.
This is Honkai.
Hi, Jay. I'm confused.
Hey, Jay. Honkai.
I hope they give me some answers. I need answers.
Found me.
Thanks for your help, Pending.
With enough believers.
I'm really here to really make this a lot better for you.
Stars, shine for the heroes.
I mean, I'm spending a lot of my time trying to organize my thoughts on this whole thing, but having two characters mention Honkai directly, I'm like, okay, I need to explain that. That's a really important thing to mention.
Not exactly tough, just overwhelming in sheer volume. Honestly, it's enough to exhaust even a fool. Suffering all this just for a mask?
It would probably help
Definitely
if
not a
Welt
good
ever did
trade.
anything ever.
This is true.
Why did you break my toy?
What the fuck?
Oh, not even pretending anymore, huh? I should have known. Full Wish was only ever a puppet placed in the spotlight. So tell me, puppeteer in the shadows, what are you supposed to be?
Oh, here's the creepy laughter again.
I know this one. Shush is the name of the robot on the express.
The Sparksy, what the fuck?
I'm begging you. Leaving another version of yourself to suffer while you hide on the sidelines having a laugh? That's just low.
Sparksy, what the fuck are you talking
Look
about?
at you. Nice going. We've really poked a massive hornet's nest this time. Let's fight our way out together.
Sparkle, why are you here? Excuse me? What?
And that's the situation. Blade's getting restless because of Shuhu's flesh. I need to stay here and keep him from losing complete control.
Bro, I am so confused right now. Like, legitimately very confused. She says, like, she mentions Honkai directly, and then we have this, like, weird voice thing that's pissy about something. It's not a Honkai entity as far as we are aware. Sparkle just shows up fucking randomly because, of course, she would.
You don't think that giant emoji is a Honkai entity?
If it is, it behaves not like anything we've ever seen before. Like, in Impact 3rd, the only time we ever see Honkai, like, talk to people is when it's not really Honkai, right? Like, you had, like, Grey Serpent was able to do this by taking out a Honkai form, but he's not really a true form of life anyways. It's sort of like how Mantis soldiers have a Honkai beast form, in a sense. So it's not really a Honkai beast per se, it's a beast being controlled by something else. Or you get to some more weird cosmic level stuff where it's like the Cocoon of Finality, where it is semi-sentient in some way, but exactly on what level and why is its own thing, and it doesn't really talk to anyone other than the Hersher Finality, or the prospective Hersher Finality in the case of Senna. So, a lot of questions to be raised about that. If that thing is Honkai, I don't know why it would be. I have a lot of thoughts, and I have no idea what to direct them at all.
Stay safe. Don't worry about us.
I will answer any question. I just might not have the correct answer, but I will be like an AI and just give you an answer confidently, whether it is right or not.
Turns out the happiness promised by the Smile Society is actually the flesh and blood of an emanator of the abundance. Seems like Full Wish's conspiracy goes far beyond just resurrecting the Herald of Death.
Yeah, like, my brain is racing to try to find explanations for this, and I can think of nothing. Sonny, what's the situation on your end?
Mr. Ashvale and I have arrived at the TV tower. They're still setting up the debate venue here, and nothing looks out of the ordinary.
You know each other?
It's a long story. I'll have to explain later. With the help of tuning, I will conceal my identity as a supplicant and cooperate fully with you.
You're almost as mad as I am about these digital hockey ads on the ring. Yeah, like, I'm not really mad. I'm just, like, I'm struggling to understand why mention it now. Like,
Jay, tell me more about what these digital hockey ads. Is it ruining your viewing experience? The superimposed ads in the game.
I'm so confused. General Yao Guang, what say you?
She wants to find a way to cure the patients.
That's weird. She's caused such a huge mess, yet she's still inviting people to this debate? Isn't she afraid of getting exposed in front of everyone?
If the public catches wind of this, panic is inevitable. She knows we wouldn't dare risk exposing her in such a situation.
Okay, I have another thought, which is really funny.
Okay.
So, the voice is like, shush! And then Sparksy's like, you mean the robot from the Express. Which, remember, was programmed by Void Archives. Which, to me, would be really fucking funny if all this shit really was tied to Void Archives. God, that'd be fucking hilarious. I would love it. Please bring him in, finally, and let Welt be traumatized for real by somebody he actually knows.
That would be swell.
If it comes back to being auto fucking shit up again, God, I'd be serious. I think that would explain why they talk about Honkai. I mean, Sparksy has no reason to know who Void Archives is, necessarily, or, like, Honkai in the sense that we know of. I mean, I guess, like... how to explain this? Sparksy does know what Honkai is, for sure. At least in the sense of that Sparkles talked to Vita. She's been into the Soul System. She would have had to pass through Honkai energy to get there in the first place. So she does know what Honkai is in some way. At least she should. But I don't know what Honkai looks like to everyone else, like what that's supposed to be. Or how it relates to this in any way whatsoever. Unless they really did retcon Welt saying that, like, Eons aren't related to Honkai, because they might be. But I don't know. But also, if Vorta Archives is actually the one at fault here, God, that'd be so fucking funny. I need that. I really do. Because, I mean, he fucked everything up in a post-Honkai, so he's the reason Welt is stuck in space. I want that to be who they bring back in. Him and Vita both. Like, God, please bring in the actual Honkai characters so we can start connecting shit.
Allow me to add.
It definitely seems like at very least they're laying the groundwork for Vita's debut.
More than 200,000
I would say
citizens have
absolutely.
undergone the happiness surgery.
I would say, like, of all the Impact 3rd characters who are likely to show up, Vita almost certainly is coming down the pipeline soon. Like,
yeah.
I feel like that's an inevitability. She's already shown up in text form to take Star Traveler back. And again, because Star Traveler exists in this universe right now, we already know that's a thing. And of all the people to show up, Vita is the one I said before makes the most sense. I said this for a long time, that Vita makes the most sense to be here. Because she doesn't really want to be in the Soul System anyway. So her fucking off does track for her in a lot of ways. And she's also, as we already know, she showed up in the trailer where she's in the top most wanted people from the IPC. We don't know what she's done.
So the IPC already knows Vita.
Yeah. Not that they could really do much against her. And I've already said that there's a possibility.
But they're aware of her.
There's also a possibility that, like, when Evanescence broke the fourth wall, that she was talking to Vita, whose entire power is the Eyes of Bodhi, which allows her to basically be, like, semi-omniscient, where she can view scenarios and things from a distance. That's something that she has inherently. Like, we don't know what the Mask Fool stuff gives her, but we already know what Vita had inherently to start with. Like, even before she stole Saw's power, Vita was already using some of that authority to be semi-omniscient. And that's sort of like why she's a big threat in part 1.5, is because she can see basically anything that happens. But it's sort of like looking at TV screens. So if you're looking at like 15 screens at once, she can only really tune into one at a time. So she can see everything if she wants to, but she can only really watch things once at a time. And she can just go channel between them, kind of a thing. So, like, there's a chance that Evanescence was addressing Vita as an observer directly.
Right.
Which could be its own thing. But, like, I don't know what, like, if Vita's here for the Phantasm Moon game specifically, the question really comes up, like, okay, what does she want out of this? Because Vita does not have any respect for gods in any way whatsoever. We haven't seen how she relates to Star Rail stuff, but I guarantee you she doesn't like the Eons. She's not here for that. So her being on the side of, like, let's kill a god does seem pretty much on brand for her. But, like, the idea of usurping a god is a thing she's also already done. But, like, would Vita want to become the Eon of Elation? I don't know. I would say maybe not, but, like, usurping a god's authority for their own ends is her MO, and she would do that. She's not the little tentacle supplicant, because that doesn't make any sense for her. Like, if she has a mask, it would be, like, a more peacock-themed thing. So, like, we already know she's not a supplicant, for sure.
Yeah, I don't think she's a supplicant.
No. But Vita's around. She's here. She's watching shit. But, like, as far as what she's doing, I don't know. And if that's why Sparkle and Sparksy would mention Honkai chapter, okay, why, though? What does Honkai have to do with this? Because, again, Honkai is a very tangible, real force. So, what? And maybe you're keeping mum about it because the patch does say something, or maybe it says nothing, I don't know. But I'm wondering about it.
To extrapolate, the advantage these supporters provide Full Wish is negligible. The probability of your victory is 71%.
But Full Wish isn't a supplicant. Not that they know that. I didn't expect it to be that high.
Full Wish is challenging all the supplicants, so her odds of winning were never high to begin with. She must have prepared a defensive position. We need to stay on guard at every instant.
What's the IPC planning?
I will publicly decline the invitation and prioritize the abundance anomaly. Logic. Plain Arcadia needs a CEO right now, more than it needs a supplicant.
Fair.
If the situation spirals out of control, I will immediately terminate the Phantasm Moon Games.
You can do that.
But until then, the PR department will do its utmost to support you and defuse Full Wish's PR offensive.
That should be enough. Thank you.
Danger lurks everywhere right now. I don't think it's wise for all of us to rush to Seafeld City. March and I will stay in Duo Mansion City, just in case something goes wrong.
Oh, right. We gotta watch the Express. It'd be a disaster if someone tried to steal our home. Besides, debates aren't really my thing.
You mean you're not good at debating, March? Wild. I never could have guessed. I never would have known. Can they cancel the games like that? Yeah, that's my question too, Jay. I don't know if they can or not. That does strike me as, like, odd. But comedians are way more popular.
Who are you calling a comedian? This girl's got beauty and brawn, too.
God, I love pissing off March.
Then let's head out. We'll be in touch.
I love pissing her off. It's so fun. I miss her.
Can we please keep going like this forever? Turn over this eternal page.
Museum of Possible Past. Next stop is
Actually,
Let's
go. I can sprint with Cypher as well.
And keep an eye on your personal.
Put her in.
I didn't expect Plain Arcadia to have a spot as peaceful as this. I guess there are pros and cons. Even after all these years, public transport around here is still a huge hassle. The TV...
I shut Himiko up. Oops.
We're here.
Looky here. How is the white striped wolf polling so high? Just 'cause he looks cool? What gives?
Who? That detective? Where did he get a title like that? Oh, that special program? It's wrapping up already. By the way, when was the deadline again?
I have so many questions. I'm hoping the game actually answered me.
Yesterday?
I thought someone would be here to welcome us.
It is a bit unusual. We should be on our guard.
I like music in this area.
I'm not a supplicant, so I can't go up on stage with you later. Will you be nervous facing the cameras alone?
I got it, Mom. Doesn't that mean that Obzi's sprinting past the important dialogue? I mean, maybe. Even if nerds, I still gotta step up.
Time truly flies. You're all grown up now. Perhaps it won't be long before you no longer need my guidance.
Girl, don't give me more death flags, Himiko. You've got more death flags than any character in the entire game. What do you mean? You gonna die again on us.
I'll always be standing right where you can see me.
Yeah, that's a death flag.
Then let's go find Sunday and the others.
Oh no, Himiko's gonna die again, guys. Are we ready for this? Games are an artificial construct. I mean, in a sense. This place just got weirdly quiet all of a sudden. I don't like that. Let's not do that. Why is it so quiet? What the fuck? Okay, the music's back. That was so weird. A camera that is set up. Its position looks a little strange. There's no need for it to exist. Leading for a closer look. Just another boring corner, not even worth stopping for, let alone finding anything newsworthy. Not even a corner like this is spared. You can imagine just how complete the camera coverage is here.
We really need to tread carefully.
Listen, give it a rest. Can't I get a moment's peace before the debate starts?
That voice. Is that Mr. Ashvale?
So all the people that died could have not potentially. I don't know what you mean. I mean, Himiko died in Impact 3rd and Guns Girl Z a few times. So.
What's going on? Blue chips are out of stock again?
What can you do? Man. Those are blue chips we're talking about. An Arcadia bestseller for over a decade. One bite drops you into a whole new world of crunch.
Sayu, why are you back again?
Exquisite! A taste sent from another dimension!
I mean, he's gonna get that bag, I guess.
Is this a film set or something?
Sayu, my guy, again? I mean, I'm very amused that it's always Sayu, but also, what the fuck?
Oh, this is a disaster. We didn't pick up a single scoop worth mentioning from the first two supplicants. Oh, how am I supposed to publish any of this?
What's the rush? I'll head over in a bit, find an angle, snap a few shots. The headline is entirely up to you. Frowning over such a trifle? You should hurry up and get that happiness surgery done when you get the chance.
The first two supplicants. Hi all, hello on the YouTube side. Good to have you.
Hey, maybe we should save this for when we're back upstairs? This really isn't the best place to talk.
You know, now that I'm looking at this art again, and maybe I'm a little biased, but I see a resemblance. I don't know why I see a resemblance, but I see a resemblance. Big thonk there. The last game in Himiko's class games, Sayu saw he could be a nerdy one-liner for chips and wanted, yeah. Hello on the Twitch side. Good to have you. All right, Sunday, what are you in Asheville doing?
Miss Himiko.
We meet again, you two. About to be on TV. Aren't you going to change into something a little sharper?
Says the guys wore the same thing since you've seen him. I don't want to hear that. I changed, just didn't notice. Yeah, I'm wearing a different outfit this time, dude.
Talk about low key. Guess I'm just blind.
Yeah, my outfit's a whole different color, dude.
You guys noticed it too, right? The entire first floor of the TV tower is one big set arranged by Fullwish. A live stream broadcast.
Sure.
Those two look busy, but they haven't taken their eyes off us. I'd wager the debate started the moment we stepped into the TV tower.
Yeah, that would make sense. Just as I thought.
This is a prime opportunity to bait us into exposing our weaknesses. She certainly wouldn't miss it.
Speaking of which, I didn't expect you two to take action together.
I'm surprised you know each other, but whatever.
Before contacting you all, I was looking into the case involving the Sin-Wish Syndicate murders, and every clue pointed straight to Full-Wish TV.
People need to stop getting lobotomies? Yeah.
The Sin-Wish Syndicate?
Exactly. When I accepted this mask, I promised to make a name for them. Since that's no longer possible, the least I can do is uncover the truth on their behalf.
Yeah, for Kostai!
Well, sure are a bunch of stand-up folks. Investigating's one thing, but you didn't have to go and join the society, did you?
You joined them?
There are personal reasons, too. The loss of pain being considered happiness. That's always made me keep a close eye on the Smile Society.
Something here want justice, exactly.
Unfortunately, the regular members know almost nothing. I couldn't find any clues related to the abundance. But regarding the surgery, they did leave behind some clues.
See, it's funny, Asheville, he's not afraid of nothing, but he's afraid of his landlord. I mean, who isn't? That's what you gotta have a place to live. And right now he sleeps in a cooler. So, pre-op psychological assessment record. Psychological consultation for members experiencing pre-op anxiety. The session has been archived per standard protocol. Patient info has been anonymized for confidentiality. The consultation record is as follows. Okay. Sunday is anti-lobotomies. Praise the Master of Elation. Is everyone having a happy day today? Member A, uneasy and restless. I'm so happy. No, you're not happy. If you were, you wouldn't be here right now. Today, I'm not speaking as the president of the Smile Society. Think of me as just a normal friend, someone you can open up to about what's troubling you. Lady Fullwish, I'll admit, if it weren't for everyone at the Smile Society, on the day I got laid off, I probably would have... Well, offed yourself, I guess. But with your encouragement, I found a new job and even gained a new family. I think I should give it one more shot and try to find happiness through my own strength instead of jumping straight into the surgery. You're absolutely right. The society isn't the IPC. We'd never force our members to do anything. Today is just a friendly chat between friends, so relax. Let's just talk about life, shall we? How's work been lately? Getting along with your coworkers? Is everyone happy? Quote unquote. Yeah, everyone's so happy, bursting with energy every single day, and it's all thanks to your help. But sometimes I feel like we're from two different worlds. Whenever I'm exhausted and just want to sigh, I take one look at them and it's like I'm doing something I'm not allowed to do. Which, yeah, because they're living a fake happiness. I went through the same thing in the days right after the Bloodstained games ended. Everyone was so kind, but the more help I accepted, the guiltier I felt. I was so scared that if they saw even a hint of unease on my face, it would hurt them too. I was scared that if I cried, I would make them sad. But that only made me lonelier, made me think that misfortune itself is a kind of original sin. Actually, to pay, yeah, that's a lot, like 1 billion credits, that's a lot. Yeah, I totally get that. It's like this vibe hanging over all of Planarcadia. Whether it's at the company, out of the streets, or online, seeing everyone laughing and having a blast always makes me feel like I should join in too, but don't blame yourself. Pursuing happiness, in italics, is human nature. It's precisely because you aren't happy enough that you yearn for that world of happiness, and you've mistaken that yearning for alienation. Picture this. Everyone around you is laughing, but you're the only one in tears. Your wife and kids are happily chatting away nearby, while all you can do is heave a heavy sigh. Do you really want to turn your back on them? Or would you rather bask in that atmosphere of happiness, again in italics, stand by their side and share a laugh? Happiness is a divine gift, not something to be ashamed of. When it comes down to it, do you truly resist the happiness surgery? You simply haven't recognized your true self yet. Tell me, what is it that you really want? That's very cult-like. Yeah, see, Jay's got it. Cult. Yeah, it's exactly a cult. She said, I want to join them. I want to be happy. That's, yeah, ew.
It seems my suspicions were right. Not everyone joined of their own free will. Rather than offering comfort, the Happiness Research Society amplified their craving for it. When everyone around you is praying for happiness, refusing to join begins to feel like a kind of original sin.
Yeah, not good. Very cold.
Do they not manipulate the hearts of others using the very same terror in dreams? Even if I weren't a supplicant, I wouldn't stand idly by.
So, she doesn't stand a chance in the debate then? She's ticked off so many heavy hitters. I really thought she'd have some smarter tricks up her sleeve.
Well, again, she's not actually a supplicant, which is the own thing. So, the mysterious emoji thing, right? It said that she was like her toy or whatever. So we have to think about, like, if Full Wish is not the real supplicant is Shuhu or whatever, like that thing that's in control, or whatever that voice was, the puppeteer. The question really comes down to, like, what exactly does all of this accomplish? I'm just wondering, like, okay, so we have this, like, 2,000 or 22,000 people or whatever. There's a huge crowd of people who've gone through this surgery. They implanted them with the cells of this emanator of abundance, and presumably the said emanator is the actual supplicant, and that's what it is. But Full Wish herself isn't that. We don't even know if she's undergone the surgery herself. She's just a masked fool that's kind of going along with it. What exactly does this accomplish? I don't really get what the plan is here.
Well, one thing we do know, at least according to Blade's account, is it's possible that this will lead to Shuhu's resurrection.
Well, they said, like, if they collect everybody together, it goes by, like, I guess, in a weird kind of, like, Dead Space rules of collecting everybody together will create a new thing. Like how, like, Dead Space does this with, like, having all the necromorphs kind of, like, replicate and grow and grow and grow, and then they consolidate by the marker to form convergence, which makes a big brother and moon kind of thing, which is a whole separate weird thing, but Eldritch Horror, I feel, is somewhat appropriate. But, like, why would this Emanator person who wants to resurrect directly antagonize the other supplicants bringing them in. Because, like, you think that if all it really took was just to, like, consolidate a lot of people together. Like, I guess they're, like, trying to get wish power by, like, beating the other supplicants in the debate in some way. But, like, what does Full Wish gain from this? Is she just being controlled by it? Because, again, she's not the supplicant.
I mean, that remains to be seen. I don't think we've heard... I don't think Full Wish's motivations have been made clear.
They've not. But, like, again, like, Evanescence confirms for sure that, like, Full Wish is not the supplicant. So, like...
Yeah.
I don't know what she gains from this. Cults are 99% about control, but I'm sure there's some other kind of Eldritch thing going on. I mean, there's definitely an Eldritch thing going on for sure. They have a fucking Cthulhu face as a mask. Like, it's some Eldritch horror thing or something, which is probably related to Shuhu in some way. But, like, I just don't really get, like, what Full Wish exactly hopes to accomplish here.
The way... well, I can't say too much because I'm confusing what you already know from what I know having played this.
I guess we should probably just continue and let eventually have
like more I don't think it's spoilers to say that more information is going to be provided to you.
Yeah, I mean, I would hope so. They've mentioned Honkai twice this patch. I need to know what that's about. I'm very invested in that information. When the time comes, what should I say?
When it comes down to it, it's just like the Phantom Moon games. People love surprises, so over-preparing is pointless. I've met plenty of big shots, but nobody has a knack for grabbing attention like you do. Use that to your advantage and play things by ear.
We're good at that, kind of.
Precisely because we were once adversaries, I don't think you have anything to worry about.
And I'll be joining in too anyway. Just to shoot me a glance if you need me. And I'll back you up.
Glad to have you on our side. Any advice, Mom?
When I left Plain Arcadia, someone once said this to me. When moving forward, never ask too many questions. The moment we stop to think, doubt seeps in. Fear of becoming a laughingstock or of being rejected. It sounds absurd, yet that's how people are. Don't let the word debate lead you astray. Just be yourself, as you always have been. When it comes to you,
fucking controller, stop fucking with my audio.
Hello, viewers. I regret that we must meet under these circumstances. This is an emergency broadcast. A supplicant is attacking Seafeld City with the power of the Harmony.
What? No, we're not.
What kind of commotion is this?
What?
Don't look at me!
They look a bit scared. Could it be related to the broadcast just now?
Okay.
He's the...
Okay, so I guess she's exposing Sunday's role in this. Which I guess is easy enough to do. It wouldn't be that hard to stir up fear about that.
What? Is Full Wish TV up to their old tricks?
Yeah, I didn't think about it until this point in the story, but like Pearl is at least to some degree aware of Sunday's presence, right?
You know, now that I think about it, I don't really know. I don't think she's met him.
I don't think she has either, but I think she knows who all the supplicants are.
I mean, she must know that to some extent. I mean, she's talked to Evanescia, so. Somebody's being framed for crimes. Yeah, he didn't do a crime this time.
Yeah, I mean, but that's kind of the thing. Like, isn't there an outstanding IPC warrant for his arrest?
More or less.
Like, should Pearl be trying to arrest him, or does him being a supplicant supersede that?
I would say that, like, even if there was a warrant, it doesn't really matter, because remember, the person that released him was Jade. So, like,
That is
all of the
true.
Stonehearts are already aware of his release, and they don't give a shit. He is serving other purposes that the IPC are aware of. So, like, even if they were to arrest him, the only real issue is more public opinion, rather than the IPC itself.
Yeah, I mean, that's true. Like, Jade would have apprised Pearl of it.
I would assume that Jade communicated that to someone. At least, like, what's his name? Like, Diamond is, like, the leader of the Stonehearts. I imagine
Yeah.
that Diamond's definitely aware of it, so, like...
Diamond should know. Whether or not Pearl knows, I don't think that was ever confirmed to us, but I don't think it's unreasonable to believe that Pearl was made aware of it.
But even if she wasn't, I mean, I feel like ultimately the IPC is not Sunday's biggest problem right now.
Right.
Hello, viewers. I regret that we must meet under these circumstances.
More so the public opinion
As
of
you all
people
know, to
who are like,
prevent
hey,
a repeat of the
didn't that guy
blood-stained
try
games, I organized a
to
televised debate.
do a conquest?
I hope the dispute between supplicants would stop at words, and the right to decide the winner would be shared by everyone.
Girl, why are you stacking up the chairs Monogatari style? What's happening here?
I was confident in my victory.
I was ready to fulfill my promise. To build an Arcadia free of worry, where the only thing people need to do is laugh.
But now, I must cancel the debate and reveal the truth to the public. For what these outsiders seek to tarnish is more than just the Phantasmoon games.
I implore all citizens, do not panic at the footage to follow. We are facing an
Maybe
unprecedented
the state of this
danger.
room would lead
But
some of
this is
her
not a time for
employees to think
despair.
maybe she's not the most stable of people.
Yeah, again, she's got these chairs stacked up on Monogatari style, if you've ever seen the anime. And I'm like, girl, you got the
There's
ominous red light over you, the weird stack of chairs.
The giant smiley face on the monitor, like,
Yeah, it's a little sketch.
A reporter in Seafeld City captured this scene. This man should be no stranger to you. His name is Don Hung, a member of the Astral Express and a renowned hero.
Don Hung, what did you do?
And yet, accompanying him is none other than the Cian Joe's wanted criminal, the Stellaron hunter Blade. Rumor has it, he was once tainted by the flesh of the Abundance and could go berserk at any moment.
Says the person infecting people with
Back then,
abundance.
I trusted the Astral Express, figuring this was just a simple capture operation.
But a short while ago, I found members of the Smile Society infected with the flesh and blood of the Abundance. Only then did I
Okay.
realize what sort of conspiracy I was being dragged into.
Okay, so she already knows that we know about the abundance in the surgery. So she's heading it off by saying she had nothing to do with it, so she can control the narrative. Which, I mean, again, I get it, but like, what do you gain from that?
Aside from the Trailblazer, there's another supplicant aboard the Astral Express who used an alias not too long ago to infiltrate the Smile Society.
Well, that's
But his true identity reveals him to be an interstellar fugitive, a member of the family, Sunday. And by sheer coincidence, he traveled with the IPC back to Ashvale, arriving at the debate venue together.
Uh-huh.
Ladies and gentlemen, I won't summarize this, lest my own views mislead you. I will only present the indisputable facts for your judgment. May the Master of Elation bless us all.
Girl, you've already tainted this shit. It's not about the facts, it's how you present them. And you've presented these facts clearly with like inflammatory. Like, God, I live this shit every fucking day. This is nonsense, and I know it's nonsense. God, this fucking propaganda bullshit. It's so annoying. Like, cause like what she says here is like she brings up attention to like having Blade being contaminated with abundance, and then immediately goes into the Small Society's infected with abundance, which both of these statements are true, but placing them together after this, the obvious implication is that Blade is spreading the abundance to her people. She's misleading people into thinking this. It's not about, like, even though both of these things are factually correct, it's the presentation and framing of it that's actually going to mislead people. She's doing it very deliberately, which is very clever from, like, a media propaganda perspective, but, like, girl, what the fuck are you gaining from this? You're not even a supplicant. Why are you here?
So that's the setup. Such blatant manipulation won't fool anyone for long.
Oh, you have little faith,
No.
Asheville.
Everyone, we'd better get out of here.
What is it?
Maybe when we arrived at the TV station, the debate wasn't just starting, but had already finished.
Wait! How could... Viewers, we interrupt with an emergency announcement. The Department of Aberration Defense has confirmed that the power causing the flesh of the abundance to become infectious originates from the harmony.
What? What? What the fuck do you mean?
The supplicant is attacking Seatbelt City with the power of the harmony! Please, dear citizens!
Enough small talk. It is time to fulfill my duty.
Oh, hell yeah. Evanescence, let's go!
Let us become one and share in boundless elation.
Smiling flesh? Ew. That's gross. Also, I like this new, like, design for abundance creatures. Like, this is
No
kind of...
rush. Emptying your mind is a good way to relax as well.
I like the way that looks. Joy Ascendant. What do you look like? This is a cool design. I like this.
Yeah, these new designs are really cool.
So make it win. Dispel the gloom. Restore the skies.
Won't fool people for long, but it goes away. Yeah, that's true too.
Found me.
Yeah, my squad's gonna beat the shit out
Shine
of
for the
this.
heroes
but
as you
nonetheless.
wish. You can't run. Embrace a new life.
I thought for sure they would force me to have Evanescence in my party, but I guess not. Or plant-like? Well, yeah, abundance is like that. All of the abundance creatures are plant-like in some way. Just look at the Mara struck.
Your smile is contagious.
Flowers.
And now they're
bloom for
duplicating
tomorrow.
like the propagation. Interesting.
Amateur.
Well, Castros' dragon will
Death
probably do it,
protect
so I'm
us.
not worried about it. I got an achievement for that.
Pain? What flavor of candy is that? I want more.
An interesting like visual parallel that I feel like we should draw attention to is the fact that, like, remember that Evanescence is also a creature of abundance in a sense. She's got all the pink, the other stuff, and I like that these abundance creatures also have the same, like, the sakura petals and the pink stuff with them too.
Yeah.
It's an interesting parallel with that. Almost certainly deliberate.
It's also interesting that, you know, you're
distorted.
defeating these creatures of abundance with the emanator of veracity.
You mean like fat fuck?
Indeed, I do.
Let's go.
Come closer. Just a little more.
Is he dead?
No, the flesh is regenerating. It won't be long before he gets back up.
I wonder if
No
my
matter
cats
how
get
many times
annoyed
he is
with me
killed.
because I keep moving
that
where I
case,
am
he is certainly
until they
worthy
get
of the
up and
great
then they
wheel of
settle into a
fortune
new
hanging over his
location.
head.
And then I
So
move
this is
again and
Foolish's
they're
goal,
like, we
to
just
twist
got
citizens
comfortable
implanted with Shu
where
who
we
sells
were.
into giggling abominations and wage war on every supplicant. It's horrifying to be sure, but
So her goal is, according to Yagwang, to twist citizens implanted with Shuhu cells into giggling abominations and wage war on every supplicant. I guess, like, if we look at it from like another angle, Full Wish was a victim of a supplicant.
Yes.
And I guess in some ways you could maybe make the case that like her rejecting the mask and I guess in a sense waging war on the supplicants would be her rejecting Elation in its entirety. Of like, fuck the Eon of Elation, fuck the Phantom Moon games, fuck the supplicants and everything they stand for. They all represent the things that brought me the most suffering. I want this stuff to end. Even though that means killing it at its core. So like for her, I guess, like if you were to reduce it to that, her killing all the supplicants and for whatever reason, like I guess this is how she thinks she can end the Phantom Moon games or at least control it in some way. Allows her to sort of like prevent that.
So your thinking is that her motivation is kind of like a burn it all down sort of thing.
Kinda, yeah. Because like we don't really know what she gets. She's not the supplicant. We don't know how she got this like abundance thing. But like assuming that it's
we don't know how she got it, but she was off world for a while there.
Yeah, but I mean they said she went to like a sort of I don't want to say an IPC black site, but it was like some sort of like study thing under the IPC. So
yeah.
the two things we know about Full Wish is that she's traumatized from the Bloodstained games, that she hates the IPC. So my thinking is that those things may or may not be connected, that like for sure she hates the games and supplicants because I guess you could see it as like she suffered and people that she loved and cared for all died because of the Phantom Moon game, because they died because of supplicants. So her wanting to like end that system would track, that would make sense for motivation for her. And then you could maybe say that she blames the IPC for it, but we already know that the Phantom Moon games existed before the IPC took control of the planet, so those things don't necessarily connect. It seems to me that like her hatred of the IPC doesn't, like, it's a useful tool to manipulate the masses, but I think her personal hatred of them doesn't necessarily stem from that at all. It might be from like what happened to her off-world and how she came into, you know, control of the cells.
Yeah, I mean, if we're talking about what wronged her, like obviously the Herald of Death is responsible for the death of her family. You could draw a connection there and say, well, the Herald of Death was motivated by the Phantom Moon games. The other thing that we know is that the Fool sent her a mask basically calling her suffering a joke.
Yeah.
And she took that poorly.
Even to the point of trying to destroy the mask, so...
Yeah.
It seems to me that, like... Again, like, we know that her, like, oh, I heard the voice of Elation. We know that that's bullshit. And I think I would go as far as say that, like, Full Wish doesn't seem to be motivated by following Elation at all. I would say that, like, by all accounts, it seems to me that she would be more inclined to be resentful to Elation than anything else. So, her, like, if her strategy really is to burn it all down, to me that would make sense. But it also would make sense, like, let's say she gets Shuhu cells in some way. We don't know how or why, but, like, maybe, like, the voice that she actually heard was Shuhu or the Abundance talking to her about, hey, I can help you accomplish this. I can help you do this. Like, corrupting this stuff. Like, that's an outlet for that. Shuhu would have a reason to hate the IPC, I feel like. Though more so the Hunt than anything else in the Xianzhou, because they are presumably the reason why Shuhu was killed in the first place. So, I don't know. I feel like, again, Full Wish's motivations seem really odd currently, because I don't really know what she gets from this, other than just, like, burning it all down currently seems to be the most logical thing based off of what she's suffered thus far. Because she's not a supplicant, so why is she pretending to be one? Why is she siding with this abundance thing? Why is she doing all of this? But if it's to kill all the supplicants, to end the Phantom Moon games forever, maybe, like, because, again, like, we already established that, like, the actual supplicant here is probably Shuhu, right? All the different people who have Shuhu cells in them, that's the real supplicant.
Yeah.
So,
although, that being said, like, as far as, like, if Shuhu has motivations, we don't even know to this point if Shuhu is conscious or not.
Yeah. We know that resurrecting them is part of it, but, like, to me, like,
yeah.
Shuhu being the supplicant is really the only thing that makes sense, because the only people who, like, all quote-unquote wore in the mask were people who had Shuhu cells in them. It's like that's something
yeah.
that really makes
Like
the most sense.
The mask is encompassed amongst all the people with Shuhu cells, so it does stand to reason that Shuhu is essentially the supplicant. Yes.
And then the only other thing we have that may or may not be related to that is the weird emoji thing that talked to Sparkle, which might be Shuhu or it might not be Shuhu. We don't know yet. So I'm looking at that and I'm like, what are you? What do you gain from this? What did you promise Full Wish? And even if it was Shuhu, like, or maybe it was something else, maybe it was some other faction we've yet to see introduced yet. I don't know. I'm like trying to figure out like what exactly do you gain from it? Because like if her goal is to burn it all down, you think like the destruction would be part of that, right? But like that's what destruction wants, is to kill everything. But we've not seen that yet. That doesn't mean it doesn't exist, but you know, is it? Part of,
thus
like,
far the destruction has not been a particularly noteworthy part of this arc.
Yeah. So like, is it the destruction's MO to weaponize, you know, emanators of another path to cause problems? That doesn't really seem like the thing we've seen thus far, but also we have other emanators of destruction we haven't seen yet. It's like maybe, but
it's possible. It's also possible that she wants vengeance without necessarily following the path of destruction.
Yeah.
Like there's nothing to say that the destruction are the only people capable of destroying things. Even though that is kind of their state of being.
And again, there also is the other elephant in the room of Sparkle mentioning Honkai, Silverwolf mentioning Honkai, and like that is a civilization-destroying threat. That is a very, very big problem. I would argue bigger than the Eons themselves. And the question comes to why the fuck did you mention that? Which is also really relevant, and we just don't have an answer yet.
Right.
I'm confused. Also, I'm going to go to the bathroom really quickly. I'm going to be right back.
Okie dokie.
Entertain chat pending. Have fun.
Okay. Hey chat. Are you guys having a good time with the story? I thought, and I don't know why I thought this, because I should have known better. But going into Obzi's stream today, I'm like, oh, he can. I think this is like a patch that he could do in a single stream.
Hold on. Let me see if I can get this to the audio correctly.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on, I think I broke the audio. One more.
Okay. He won't do this in a single patch. He is maybe... God, I don't even know if he's halfway... I don't even know if I would call this the halfway point. I guess I'd probably call...
Yes, I
Welcome
did.
back.
I have a question.
Yeah, what's up?
Now, I know it's not the most, complicated and tantalizing thing ever, but can we just say that Foolish could potentially just be going insane and just wants vengeance for the sake of vengeance?
I mean, that's entirely possible. Obviously, I
is blaming
know the answer, so I can't say yes or
put-
no, because that would just be me giving the answer. But I can say it's possible.
I know. Don't give me that.
Yeah.
Also, I'd like to state that sometimes when people go insane, if they can't actually fight the person that has caused their pain, they'll blame it on someone else who's weaker than them and just attack them instead. So I'm just wondering, can Full Wish's motivation just not be she's just mad?
I mean,
both in the literal and figurative sense.
I would say that's definitely possible, but I would also say that that's a boring answer.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think Hoya would really support it. Yeah, she's just mad about stuff. Like, I feel like with the way that Hoya is going to handle this, if it really is revenge, which we don't know that that's the case yet, but like if revenge really is her goal, I feel like there's going to be very specific, like who she's directing it at, how she's going to accomplish it. Like, she's not like just going crazy immediately. This has clearly been like a slow burn thing. It's been going on for like 15 years.
Oh, for sure. I mean, I'm just wondering if potentially something maybe had brought her to go to a tipping point that has now escalated the issue.
Well, remember that she did see her entire family get murdered.
Yeah.
So.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, there's no question she's got trauma that she's dealing with. as far
I'm just saying
as like,
recently, if there's an event in this particular patch, not 15 years ago, that maybe have escalated those feelings.
I mean,
not that
the instigating event from. Yeah, I guess we'll see.
Yeah.
All I've really seen thus far is like we know that like the happiness surgery part of her cult is like it's actually inserting abundance stuff into every person. So like the emanator of abundance is controlling them through those cells. And we know that Full Wish is complicit in that in some way. We don't know why.
Yes.
None of what we've seen.
She doesn't want people to be sad anymore.
Yeah.
She has she is the one that not necessarily like she's not the doctor that gave them the happiness surgery, but she's the architect behind the happiness surgery so far as we know.
Yeah. And like I don't know, like you could maybe make it stuff like, oh, she just didn't know, but I don't think that's really the case. I think she definitely does know.
No, I think she probably did know, and she was just like, I could see someone if they've kind of slowly gone mad. If they're like, if I can prevent other people from being sad for the rest of their lives, then why wouldn't I help people do that? You know, kind of like almost like being brainwashed while also brainwashing others kind of thing.
Well, yeah, but like my argument here is that from Full Wish's perspective, the way that I see it is that, again, she watched her entire friends and family and everybody else die because of a supplicant from the Phantom Moon games. A supplicant that was later captured by the IPC, held in jail for a really long time. It wasn't executed until the last, like, I don't know, 4 or 5 years. So they spent like 10 years in a jail until very recently, in which case they were like ejected into like a sun or something and died. But like Full Wish suffered immensely and lost everything because of the Phantom Moon games. So you can maybe make the case that if her goal is to, you know, what she actually says, to relieve people of their sadness, you could maybe make a case that she views the Phantom Moon games and elation itself as a source of misfortune and sadness for everyone, and burning the system down to the ground is the way to do that. That using the happiness surgery is sort of like a lobotomy thing for it, but like also it's just a means to an end because she seems to have some contact with some other figure that we don't know. Maybe it's Shuhu, maybe it's something else. That's telling her, if you do this, this will accomplish that goal.
That's why I'm wondering if it's a mixture of both.
Yeah, I don't think it's as simple as her just like recently going nuts. I think it's the fact that the Phantom games had started again anyway, which we already knew was potentially going to happen, though it apparently is very recent.
I'm just saying it's entirely possible that the person who is behind the scenes of Full Wish, if there is a person, is what's the word I'm looking for? Escalating the issue now.
Their goal
knowing
is to be
what her weaknesses are.
Yeah, like whoever it is that Full Wish is working with or for or whatever, I think with is maybe how I would interpret it currently. We don't really know what their goal is. We don't know anything about them yet. Shuhu, if it is Shuhu, their goal is probably to like be resurrected again.
Probably.
Because they were ripped to shreds and pieces, and that's like they're not like really alive anymore, but they kind of
shreds, you say?
Yeah.
Shreds?
The shreds, you say? Do you know the reference?
I do know that.
Excellent. Excellent. I'm glad.
I haven't seen Futurama, but I got it.
Thank you for understanding my reference.
But like we don't.
Really I don't know the reference, but I probably do, but I don't recognize it at this current point in time as I'm trying to cut a sandwich.
That's okay.
Yeah, like as far as who the like we're assuming that it's Shuhu, but like that isn't necessarily a guarantee. Like we were saying earlier, like it could be like say an emanator of the destruction who's using Shuhu as a means to an end. But we've also not seen any emanator of destruction do anything like that. So like we're just kind of like venturing a guess about the motivations of a character who we've maybe seen one time, and their whole thing was getting pissed at Sparkle for beating Full Wish's illusions.
Yeah, all we know for certain is that
maybe Full Wish's
cells are being
illusions
used.
Part of his plan, though.
Well, that's the way that this weird emoji thing described Full Wish was my toy.
Yeah.
So it feels like
part of their plan. Control.
I don't know what to make of this whole thing. Honestly, there's a lot of like.
Well, you also have no idea what the emoji thing is yet.
Yeah, we don't. Like we're assuming it's maybe Shuhu, but we can't necessarily say that for sure, and it doesn't really seem in line with what we know of.
Would Shuhu? The real question is: would Shuhu want to have someone as a toy?
We don't know. That's the whole thing. Shuhu is like a character we've never really met because they're effectively dead. So
And honestly, we don't even know at this stage if Shuhu is conscious or not.
Yeah, that's
because
the other thing too. We don't
this
know
will
anything about it.
resurrect Shuhu in theory. Like it seems like that's the nightmare
A game
scenario.
theory.
It is a game theory. It's okay. It is. It does seem to be the idea that this would resurrect Shuhu, but we don't know like to what end that would.
Yeah,
we don't know what that would do.
I think I'm erring on the side of it's probably not Shuhu because, like I said, like we don't know that Shuhu is like conscious at all, and it definitely strikes me as odd. Of like if this emanator of abundance was conscious, like why did they even need to do this at all? Why go to this trouble? Which is odd. And again, Sparksy mentions Honkai, and I'm like, why the fuck do you mention that?
That's a different thing.
Like, are these related? Like, why are you talking about this? Like, explain your fucking self.
I figured Sparksy was just going through the fourth wall, but what do I know?
But again, like they said the same thing with Silverwolf, but like from like a more meta standpoint, the only other time that Hoyo has ever mentioned Honkai directly in this game was talking to Welt when the game first launched. That's the only other time it's ever been directly talked about. So like, why now? Why mention Honkai now? What's so relevant about doing this now? And that's where I'm like really saying is like, because like again, we know that Sparkle knows about what Honkai she probably knows what that is because when her and Vita talked, there's a good chance that they shared information. We know that like she told Vita about Eon stuff, which Eon would have had no concept for, or Vita would have not. Yeah, but like there's a good chance that Vita also explained things to Sparkle about the Kakuna finality and how Honkai operates. Like she could have explained a lot of that stuff to her, so they have information there about a lot of these things. So Sparkle knows, which means Sparksy knows. Welt knows about it because he literally lived through it. He's a former Hersher of Reason that wielded Honkai energy, so he has that information. And Silverwolf shouldn't know about any of this stuff, and yet she does. She maybe is breaking the fourth wall, as she is oft to do, but like, does she actually know what Honkai is in the actual narrative? I have no idea. If she does, what does that mean to you? How does Honkai fit actually into this universe? Is it related to this abundance shit happening? I don't fucking know. And I'm trying to figure out like everything I know about it, the cogs are turning at like 90 miles an hour. And I'm trying to figure out what's happening here, and I can't quite piece it together. I feel like I'm missing something. There's some information here that I don't have.
My question is,
at the very least, you're missing half the Patch's story.
This is also true. Which is to say, I should probably progress the
is it possible it might be referencing an event that happened similar to this in a different Honkai game, though?
Not really.
There wasn't some sort of entity that was trying to like suck up all the energy of people around it or something?
Yesn't. It's not a thing that Sparkle would know about. At least not at the time that she met Vita.
But I'm just saying, in general, if we're saying that Honkai is maybe using Sparkle to talk to the fourth wall for a hot second.
She calls it like, she's in reference specifically to like Full Wish's power of like suggestion and controlling people's brains. Like, oh, this is that thing, like whatever, Honkai chapter. And I'm like, what do you mean? And then it immediately goes into her talking to the weird emoji thing, which is a whole other thing.
Yeah.
In Impact 3rd and with Gunskirl Z, I cannot speak about Gunskirl Z's plot because it is no longer available on the global servers, and I did not play much of it, so I don't have as much context for it. But with Impact 3rd, that isn't really how Honkai operates. There are some things that later get to, like, for example, you have the Feng Huang Down, which is a divine key made from the Hersher of Sentience from the previous era that allows you to create illusions and control minds. And to some extent, the previous Hersher of Sentience was able to infect people through mimetic words. So like how the mimetic viruses operate, the Hersher of Sentience from the previous era operated like that. That it would infect certain words and people would read them, it would cause problems. That was the whole thing. They didn't go into too much detail about that. That's very briefly mentioned in the manga, and then it isn't really talked about much else. The current Hersher of Sentience doesn't really do that. She does things, she creates illusions and stuff, and she can be a bit annoying, but like we like Senti, we love her. Then you also have like the Sky People, which is the big enemy from Opposum Odyssey, which we don't know where they come from or what they are. They're probably connected to Vita in some way, but we don't know exactly how. And their alleged goal is to draw Honkai out from the planet and absorb it. But we don't really know why. And the reason they even came to Earth at all was because of Void Archives, who is a character in Star Rail, but we've not seen him yet. He's only been mentioned. And Void Archives himself is a divine key made from the previous era Hersher of Reason's core, and he looks like Otto because Otto held on to him for 500 years, and so he now talks and looks like Otto, but he's not a variant. It's a whole thing with that. Like, there's like Yesent is the answer to that, because like it's kind of that, but there's nothing really exactly specifically like this. And nothing that's like, because Opposum Odyssey happens after Sparkle meets Vita, so that's not a thing she would know about. So none of that's really relevant to this specifically. I have drawn comparisons to what happened to Vita's original planet. There's a concept that's similar to wish power, which I have drawn attention to already once before. That Vita's entire thing is kind of similar, that she operates with like wishes. I think her actual boss was called like the wishing spout or something. And there's a possibility that wish power is in some way connected to Honkai energy in some kind of way. But that's more of a broader thing that might tie to the Phantom Moon, but we've not confirmed that. We don't know if they're using that term specifically to like draw attention to Vita, who we know is around.
I mean, Full Wish's name has wish in it.
I don't think that means much. Again, she's just somebody who's around. I don't really know. Like, there's a lot of like pieces to things. But as Pinning said, we're only halfway through the patch, and we don't have all the information yet. And I have a lot of little things I'm thinking about while I'm trying to piece it together, and I don't think I quite have everything here. I've got like snippets of a puzzle that I haven't quite got all the parts yet. So that is to say, I should probably progress.
Not to pressure you to play. It's just that.
How exactly did she do it?
There's still lots of patch left.
Yeah.
Also,
General.
Also, I
please
kind
do
of thought
not
you would
call
be
them
further
that.
along today.
These people are nothing like the denizens of abundance you're familiar with.
Oh, well, we're 5 hours in. Damn.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
you are.
Let's see.
I mean, don't get me wrong. You're almost certainly going to be able to beat this patch in the span of this session and next session. So you're clocking at a good enough pace for that.
You tell me that if I stream for another 5 hours, I won't finish the patch?
I mean, you absolutely could.
Do you want to stream for another 5 hours, though, or do you want to actually get some sleep today?
Okay, have you seen my channel? Have you seen how long my streams are?
Let's
I
put
know
it this
how long
way.
your streams are, but I'm asking you. Do you want to
Let's
get
put it
sleep
this way.
today, or
If
do you want to stream for
It's
another
the
5 hours?
weekend. Who sleeps on the weekend?
If you were to dedicate yourself to focusing on gameplay, I'm not talking about like speeding through or anything. I'm just talking about like focusing on playing the story without any significant tangents. You could complete this within, I would say, 2 hours.
Yeah, but you're asking a lot of me to not go on tangents.
That's the thing. Like,
I mean,
if you wanted to finish this tonight, you absolutely could. Will you? I don't think that's going to happen, but I'm not saying that it's impossible. I'm just saying I don't think.
I know I have plans to potentially leave this call, but you're still here, and both you and I know that we are terrible at keeping Homsy on track.
Admittedly, I am part of the problem.
Yeah, you guys are like the designated derail Obsy for way longer than necessary people.
Yes,
that's your role now. I'm going to create a new role in Discord for that.
Yeah.
Specifically for you two. It's fine.
You mean me and my chaos is a normal thing for other people to know that?
This is fine.
It's fine.
Like
yes.
if I wanted to like really just zero in and lock in on the plot, then I would just not be in a voice call, or I would make a private.
That's true. You could kick us out.
I mean, I could. Or again, like I do like what I did last patch, where I just like decided I'm not giving VC. I'm gonna I gotta finish it because I didn't want to have like 2 patches worth of content piled up on me. I was like, I need to focus. But that was like not like a personal dig either. It was like really just like I have like a week to finish this, and I will not get another stream out of this if I don't do this shit now. I need to focus. And then when we brought Pending in at the end of that, we were like, what, talk for like another 4 hours after that? Like,
we did.
Yeah.
We got derailed anyway. So.
Yep. We certainly did.
Let's see. So what's Evanesia pissed about? So let's see. So Yaguang says,
okay, I'm gonna leave again because I can't watch the stream and be in this call at the same time.
Valid.
All right, talk to you in a bit. Bye bye.
Nesia says, do not call them abominations. These people are nothing like the denizens of abundance you're familiar with. Okay, in what way, Nesia?
They are just normal people of Seafeld City, struggling with the grind of daily survival. They don't have the strength you and I possess, nor have they ever seen the world outside of plain Arcadia.
Okay. So you have
They
empathy
just want
for
to
them.
stop and catch their breath. Even if that breath is poison coughed up by Foolish.
And Nessia's pissed.
You're right. They deserved sanctuary.
Depending, I'll
But
be
right
here for
now,
a
there's
second.
another group of people who need our protection.
Connected to the TV yet?
Since
Hello.
we have the power, let's do
So yeah, I
something.
absolutely hate ads in
Whether
hockey
for the
games.
survivors.
You
or the
know, I
victims.
already have. I get like. I tune in on video anomalies when they happen on screens.
Mm-hmm.
Every single time a person. I thought you went to the bathroom.
I came back. We've been talking for like 5 minutes. Where have you been? I went to go pee. I grabbed a drink and I've been back. We were talking this whole time because I'm back. What do you mean?
Sorry, I was just watching the stream. Maybe I need to like have it set to live.
I came back after I peed and got a drink. What do you mean?
Anyways, but yeah, no, the visual stuff on screens bugs me a lot for the hockey games.
Yeah.
Because especially the linemen will keep walking back and forth, and all I'm seeing is like flashes of light. It's great. It's awful.
It's super distracting.
What are you guys talking about?
So, okay, so in a hockey game, there are ads along the boards. I don't think that's going to shock you.
Yeah.
Do you know what a hockey? You know what you can picture like a hockey rink, an ice rink in your mind, right?
More or less.
Yeah, and you can picture like what the boards are, and there being ads there.
Mm-hmm.
So what a
The walls
digital
around
ad
the rink.
is that the TV station decides, hey, we don't actually want to show the ads that are on the boards. What we would rather do is have like sponsors pay us to put our own ads on those boards, but those ads aren't physically there. So what we'll do is we'll digitally superimpose them over the boards.
That seems like a lot of effort for like not a lot of reward.
And it's not super like good either in terms of like what it ends up looking like, because hockey is a fast-paced game. So players are constantly moving around the boards and the camera is constantly moving. So they have to do this digital tracking. And I'm going to assume that they probably have a program that's doing this digital overlay in real time, but it is certainly not a perfect thing. So it messes up constantly.
My brother explained once that apparently the masking is so bad that sometimes what would happen previously, but it looks like they gotten better at it, was that since the return team normally is wearing white jerseys, I think, or it's the home team.
Home team is usually the one with the lighter jerseys, I believe.
Okay, so since the home team is normally wearing like a white jersey generally, the ads would impose on the jersey, so you can't even tell which player it is that's skating back and forth. They've fixed that, it looks like, but the problem is like when the lineman, for example, is moving back and forth, since their stripes are thinner than the referee's stripes.
Mm-hmm.
All I'm seeing is the mask is glitching, trying to like realize which one is a person and which one is like the board, to not put an ad on the board. So there might be AI involved potentially.
There probably is some degree, yeah.
And it's causing the screen around it to warp and flash like a clear color, and I'm just like, okay, am I having a migraine? Or is it just really bad digital shit? Every single time it happens. And since the lineman's going back and forth.
Shirley, what did you make? Also, you're saying oh no because you realize that we've been delayed. What have you done while we're at a point where I'm looking at stuff? Did you post it in Salty?
Oh, that reminds me. I need to send Charlie my face.
What did you do, Charlie? Oh my god, yes. I see it. I appreciate this immensely already. So, for chat, those of you who have not seen this, Charlie's been playing Tomodachi Life, which is great. And
I may have died, Charlie. Okay, give me a break here.
She's added my favorite thing ever, which I had to find the fucking thing. Window capture this.
All right, I'm gonna go to
Twitter
to find my face.
If you guys have seen OCT, the band on Company Time and their song "Half Horse, Half Man," she's added it, which is one of my favorite songs. Actually, it's so fun. Great song. Love that. I don't know what you're going to be giving people this for, but I'm absolutely here for it. Good shit, Charlie. I'm very proud of you.
Woo!
It's a good song. I can't play it for copyright reasons, but like, that's a good song. It's fun. And stupid.
Hold on. I can find my face. I swear it exists.
I believe in you.
I'm gonna mute for a second, and we're gonna go do plot real fast.
Yeah,
sure.
You do plot.
Fucking excuse me, Discord. What do you mean? Yes, my stream deck is meant to do this. That's the whole point of it. I already authorized this. What the fuck? Excuse me, Discord. I have told you that this is okay.
Oh god, now we're tangenting on you trying to stop the tangent.
I pressed the button and it says like, hey, do you want to authorize this? And I already have 4 fucking times and it just keeps
authorize it again.
What the fuck? Yes, authorize.
Getting authorized. All right, I'm gonna both give you my shitty ref and also this Minecraft picture because the Minecraft picture face is my correct face.
What the fuck? Deafen.
Bye.
Work. What? Oh my god, it's shat itself. Okay, whatever. I'll do it manually. God damn it. Fucking Elgato's not working with OBS for some reason. And it's not working with Discord. It's been a pain in the ass. I'll fix that later. Okay, continue.
You were the referee of the Phantom Moon Games. Even if you were forced off the field by underhanded means, surely you retained some right of arbitration. Now the land is overrun by walking corpses, and the people are plunged into misery. Are you telling me the supplicant who committed such atrocities still hasn't committed a foul?
This is merely a common occurrence in a game that has lasted thousands of years. Calamity.
Yeah, as we
So
figured.
long as the supplicant can draw wish power to fill the Phantom Moon, the game knows no taboos.
Yeah, well, we knew that already.
The Master of Elation allows supplicants to enact the utmost benevolence, beauty, truth, greed, and absurdity, even the utmost evil.
Then where, exactly, do the boundaries of the Phantom Moon Games lie?
A good question.
Since when do Aha's games ever have boundaries?
What is your role as the arbitrator of the game?
You don't understand, General.
Then make me understand.
Dude, she's so pissed.
As you wish.
Oh, okay. You're opening up a portal thing. what lore are we getting?
I wonder if you've heard of the tragedy of the Bloodstained Games from 15 years ago, General.
Compared to the catastrophic history of the Phantasmoon Games, that was likely nothing more than an insignificant...
Countless times, I wanted to reach out and touch those muted hearts to make them beat again. But I can't save everyone. It's always been this way. The Phantasmoon Games have only one taboo, and there is only one rule I strictly abide by. The games must proceed, never ending, just as the sun and moon rise and fall. Those who defy this law shall be banished, executed, and suffer unceasing torment.
Okay.
General
Harsh
Yaoguang,
rule, but sure.
have you ever wondered, why am I the arbitrator?
I wondered that.
Simply because you possess the power to eradicate those who transgress.
Eons ago, in the Master of Immortality's mysterious garden, flora flourished with such intensity that they suffocated all other life. A meddler quietly infiltrated this place, plucking the most enchanting and luxuriant branch.
I really like this art. This is really pretty. Also, I don't know what this is about here. I could take that to mean a lot of things. Let's keep going with
The
this.
severed branch screamed in protest, for before she was gifted with eternal life, she was a divine envoy, leading her kin in search of the elixir of life. She was a beast of blind love and hatred, a sword dancer who devoured the crimson moon. So proud was she, never having known how to yield.
Okay. So she's talking about herself here, I guess.
Save for the blazing phoenix of the Xianzhou, she has never been defeated by another. How then could she tolerate a meddler defiling her fragrance?
Evil ghost. Hard to say. I have some thoughts, but we'll hold off on them for the moment. I'm gonna wait for them to finish this.
Are you speaking of myths or true history?
When the past is as distant as the afterglow of the stars, does it really matter whether it's myth or history? That meddler transplanted her to another world. And through this method, they imprisoned the most terrifying of horrors within the most ridiculous of games.
Okay, let's look at this in context again. So, the meddler transplanted her to another world where they imprisoned the most terrifying of horrors, the most ridiculous. So, that also implies that she was also one of these horrors imprisoned in a ridiculous game. So it says anyway, and the meddler was an Eon of some kind, potentially. Because they used the capital they. Unless, of course, it's not an Eon, in which case she doesn't know how else to describe it.
You mean you yourself are that most terrifying thing?
Not inaccurate. What the thoughts now? We're going to wait.
You've misunderstood. Or perhaps not. The meddlesome god promised to enlighten her, to teach her to know true joy. And in the repeated cycles of the Phantasmoon Games, the meddler did not break their promise.
Notice also that this weird ghost thing is an inversion of Nessia. You can see the little fox ears coming off of the thing here. Like, she's seeing a reflection of herself in it. Which... Okay, here's where I will talk about this. Because there is an entity in the broader Honkai universe that does in fact do this. And that's the Will of Honkai. The Will of Honkai is not... this is just a weird thing. According to Impact 3rd, the Will of Honkai never existed. It's a thing they created by shackling Honkai energy with Prometheus. And in the times that we've seen it in Impact Third, it was whatever form Prometheus took after the fact, where she started to sort of mimic the people that she talked to by like looking like them. She would take on their form in a sense. When she talked to Sirin, she looked like Sirin. When she talked to Mei, she looked like Mei. Like we've seen that happen before, where like that's what the Will of Honkai used to do. And I know that Guns Girl Z also has a Will of Honkai that does this. And what's interesting about this as well is like pink and purple is a very common motif for Honkai energy. It does come up quite a bit. That is a thing that does happen. It's a very, very common thing. And this idea of like having this like make promises to lure you in is what it does. Like before they had explained that the Will of Honkai never really existed, we had seen things like how Sidon was sucked into becoming a Hersher of the Void, which was that like it promised her the power to exact her revenge on the people that tortured her and killed her friends. We had seen how there was, originally it was described to us like there was like a Honkai personality that would take over. It's not really how it works, but it's how it was originally portrayed to us. So like this does have the vibes of Honkai, as it were. It's not necessarily that, but it does have the vibes of it. This like faceless entity thing that mimics your appearance and promises you things that you want, but those things are kind of like a monkey's paw thing. Yeah, that does have the vibe of Honkai. This pink energy stuff, that feels like it. But she's talking about it like it's an Eon, like it's Aha or something. And we don't know that Aha does this or not, but it wouldn't be surprising that it would. So like, I don't know that there's any evidence to suggest that this is Honkai in any way at all. And again, she's talking about it like it is an Eon. But that is an interesting comparison to make. They probably are, that if it's not Honkai, it could be, but that's why Sparksy mentions it, potentially. But again, we don't quite know yet. It could just be that they're reusing stuff, because like Hoyo does do this. Genshin is a prime example of where they will take concepts that they've had before and they will reuse it for future things that have nothing to do with it. They do that quite a bit. But Honkai is also intrinsically tied to Sakura's story in a lot of ways. Be it Rin or Sakura, Honkai is a very important part of that. In Rin's story, she becomes the Hersher of corruption. And in Sakura, in the current era story, she sort of like brought into being corrupted and becoming a pseudo-Hersher of corruption because Rin's evil hate and personality and stuff that was trapped in the box, like her Hersher personality, is sort of what corrupts and takes advantage of Sakura's hate. So like, it's sort of. But looking at this, like, again, you can see the similarities to draw here, but there's a lot of things in Star World that draw similarities to Honkai. Like the Black Tide from Amphorius draws similarities to Honkai. Like, there's a lot of little things that have parallels to it that doesn't necessarily mean that it actually is. And I don't want to say that it is, because so far Star World has never done that. So I want to wait and see.
She once witnessed raging flames boil the seas dry, saw civilizations rise from the dust and wither back into it. She gazed upon the purest souls, burning away their brilliance, and stood silent as supreme evil reveled in blood upon the earth.
I guess Honkai doesn't exist in this game. They are describing it as an Eon. Well, no, they're not. Again, because like Welt specifically, because Honkai does exist. I guess to explain this a bit as like a sort of crash course in it. All of the cosmology of Star Rail and Impact Third and Guns Girl Z, all of them are encapsulated in what is called the Imaginary Tree. The Imaginary Tree is, as you can think of it, a sort of like higher dimensional version of all possibilities in all time. It has imaginary energy that runs through it. That energy is also Honkai energy. Honkai is literally at the core of all of existence. Period. End of discussion. That's it. And when Star Rail first launched, you can ask Welt about his past, you can ask Welt about Eons, and Welt tells you directly with no ambiguity that Eons are not Honkai. Well, no, actually, scratch that. He doesn't quite say it so unambiguously, because what he actually says is he thought Eons were the enemies of his homeworld, and that they weren't that. And unfortunately for us, that does leave a little bit of a gap that it could mean Honkai, but also could not. Because the last enemy that he would have fought would have been the Sky People, which are not actually Honkai entities, in which case he could have thought that the Sky People and Eons were the same thing. And so when he says that he thought they were the enemies of my home world, he means I thought they were the Sky People, but they're not, which could be the case. Or, which, again, him talking about Earth and not imagining Honkai energy and Hershers as the enemies of his home world, him not describing Honkai as that would be very, very weird. Because, like, Honkai is the greatest threat to Earth. Like, yeah, sure, in recent memory for him, it would have been the Sky People, but, like, Honkai is also the enemy of his planet, in a manner of speaking. Unless, of course, again, because there's always ways, like, rooms for retcons here. You also have, like, Kiana being the Hersher of Finality, and she's sort of, like, shackled Honkai in some ways. So, like, Honkai is no longer the enemy of his homeworld because Kiana controls it. And it's no longer the issue, in which case the only enemy he could be referring to would be the Sky People, in which case Eons very well could be Honkai entities. But so far as we've seen, there's not really any, like, confirmation to or not as far as whether or not they are. I'm under the impression that they aren't, but that might also have been retcon. This could very well be part of a retcon. I mean, it doesn't know of Honkai. Yeah, well, again, usually when they... Impact Third has already introduced us to a Sakura variant who does talk about Honkai energy, but they call it something else. But the rules by which it operates are always kind of the same. There's some leeway to that, depending on, like, what world you're in and how it operates. But, like, generally speaking, if it's Honkai energy, we know about it. There's a way to figure it out. Like, they might use different words for it, sure. But, like, that is a thing we would know. Right now, Eons don't seem to be connected to that concept. We don't know what Eons are, or why they exist. We don't know that they're Honkai creatures at all. They may not even be related to that. They might, but we don't really know. As far as, like, why Eons even exist in any way whatsoever, why they can affect things and, like, use their authority in the same way that Hershers kind of do to fuck with things, we don't really know why they do that. So it sort of remains to be seen. I'm looking at this, I don't know that there's anything here that really suggests that this is or isn't that case, but, like, let me look at it again. The metal does not break their promise. So she's talking about like it's Eon. And Eons may or may not be Honkai anyway. So I don't know.
Finally, amidst the love and hate of the insignificant, she gradually glimpsed the essence of fleeting life. The meaning of elation. Finally, she became me.
So, you're afraid of waking her? Afraid of becoming her once more?
Over the past 1,000 years, I have called upon her power 3 times to avert catastrophe. Each time, it left an irreparable scar upon the land.
This is the abundance. Healing and torture, coexisting as one.
Okay, let me read this through again. So, she says, she's talking about her past self when she was alive. In a sense, like the actual version of her, seeking immortality. She talks to potentially an Eon. And then, now she's saying that she calls upon her previous power, that monster of what she used to be, only 3 times, leaving what she calls an irreparable scar upon the land. And Yaguang says this is abundance, healing, and torture existing as one. I'm trying to think of what to make of that. Evanesia knows that when in Star Rail people know of Eons but not of Honkai stuff. Maybe. I don't... It's hard to say. Each time... I'm trying... Let me look at this over again. So she's looking for... Alright, let's go back through this again. The Master of Immortality, so that's the Eon of Abundance. So eons ago, in the Eon of Abundance's mysterious garden, flora flourished with such intensity that they suffocated all other life. A meddler quietly infiltrated this place, plucking the most enchanting and luxuriant branch. The severed branch screamed in protest, for before she was gifted with eternal life, She was a divine envoy, leading her kin in search of the elixir of life. She was a beast of blind love and hatred, a sword dancer who devoured the crimson moon. So proud was she, never having known how to yield. We don't know exactly what this means, so what this is saying is, like, whatever she used to be, she was this meddler. So the original Ava went to the Eon of Abundance's garden to pluck a branch in her search of immortality. Calling her a divine envoy is interesting, because that could mean a lot of things. It could mean Emanator, it could mean Hersher, it could be like anything. I don't think we really know yet what that actually is representing here. Save for the blazing phoenix of the Xianzhou, which that's probably Fuqua. I'm gonna say right now that's definitely Fuqua. She has never been defeated by another. How then could she tolerate a meddler defiling her fragrance? Which is interesting. Now that I think, because if this actually is a reference to Fuqua, that's really fun. And I have some reasons for that. Fuqua always has like a phoenix motif quite a bit. That's a very common thing for her. Specifically at Impact Third, like literally, that's like one of her battle suits is Phoenix. It could be very interesting that, like, when they do introduce Fuqua in the Xianzhou, like, you know, because we know that she's like the, what's the word for it? General, whatever. She's not a general, but she's a something I can't remember the word for. We know she's there. We know she's very powerful, and she can kill a lot of things. So, like, having her fight Abundance here, this probably is Fuqua, which is really fun that they're actually referring to her as Blazing Phoenix. I like this. My headcanon's already that this is Fuqua. Marshall, that's it. Marshall Hua, that's who it is. So, save for Marshall Hua of the Xianzhou, she's never been defeated by another, so that's the whole thing. How then could she tolerate a meddler defiling her fragrance? That meddler transplanted her to another world. See, but then this is a whole other thing too. I gotta remember how exactly, because like it seems like the meddler here is discussing Evanesia, and then she would mean the Eon of Abundance. Oh, God, I'm trying to make sense of this entire sentence here. She was a beast of blind love and hatred, a sword dancer who devoured the crimson. Yeah, so we know that's talking about Evanesia. Before she was given eternal life, she was divine envoy leading her considered elixir of life. Yeah, okay, so we know that. Probably. Save for Fuqua, she's never been defeated by another. How then she shall a meddler defiling her fragrance. But see, like, this seems to say that, like, it's the Master of Immortality's garden. And that this is someone else. In which case, that means that Fuqua fought Immortality. Which is whole... God, I need to sort out my thoughts here. This is a lot going on. Meddler transplanted her to another world. And through this method, they imprisoned the most terrifying of horrors with the most ridiculous of games. The meddlesome god promised to enlighten her, to teach her to know true joy, and they repeated sacrifices against the meddler did not break their promise. It feels like Nessia is like changing who she's talking about. Like that feels like she's flip-flopping about who she's actually referring to here. I'm not sure what to make of that. And like looking at this, what is that? What do you mean, Nessia?
Even knowing everything, would you still have me wear that fox mask and exercise the authority of arbitration?
Miss Evanesia, what you are terrified of is not this fox mask. Quite the opposite. Evanesia is the mask you wear. What you are terrified of is your true self.
Yeah, still glad you got to the scene because you're getting so much more out of this than I did. Like, I understood the main points, but not the deeper stuff. Yeah, like, I think what they're definitely referring to is, like, it's definitely talking about Fuqua. Like, I think that that's not even, like, really up for debate. Like, something connected to the Xianzhou that has a phoenix motif, like, that's Fuqua. Like, that has to be Fuqua. So, Marshall Hua is going to be significantly more important than I think we've ever given her credit for. She's been name dropped a couple of times, but like that's definitely who they were in reference to, which means she's old as fuck. And what I think is very interesting here too is like, we're going to set aside Evanessia's history here for a moment and just talk about Fuqua for a minute. Fuqua in Impact 3rd is a pseudo-Hirsch of corruption. Like, she, because of Mobius's experimentation with Ren's like Hirsch of corruption, like core, ended up turning Fuqua into a pseudo-Hirsch of corruption where she has immortality at the cost of her having like to delete her own memories over and over and over again because it's too much for her brain to manage. So Fuqua quite literally is like a phoenix. On top of her being in charge of the project to resurrect, you know, human civilization after everything got burned down, also like that. There's a whole other bit and pieces with this too. So it is almost certain to me that like the phoenix of the Xianzhou is Fuqua. It's Marshall Hua. And having them have her be tied to abundance in some way, maybe implying that the reason why she may or may not be immortal this time around is also because of the abundance, is a pretty clever way of doing the exact same thing. Like, I find that very interesting. That like we could say that like Fuqua is immortal again because she has abundance in her that she didn't necessarily want. And now she can't die in the same way that Impact 3rd's Fuqua couldn't do. So I kind of like that as a way of explaining that. Like, we're already learning more about her than like we would have ever guessed from a thing that has really very little to do with her at all. Like, I find that kind of interesting because this patch has nothing to do with her. So that's interesting. She maybe is a broken identity of a sealed person she was. Well, I mean, not really. They literally just say right now that, like, Evanessia, as we know her, is a mask of the original person. Like, she's terrified of who she was. Which, for Rin, is actually very appropriate, too. Because, like, Rin became the Hirsch of corruption, and she was terrified of hurting people, and it wasn't until she was murdered that her Hirsch of corruption power killed a bunch of people. So... yeah, you missed the Fuqua reference when you played this part? Yeah, like, that's almost certainly who that is. Like, without question, that's talking about Fuqua. Like 100% that's who that is. So, with Evanessia here, like, she's definitely talking about her past self. I don't know that she's not saying that she is an Eon. We know she's, like, connected to Abundance in some way. We already know what Yaosha looks like, so she clearly isn't that. I don't know. I'm trying to figure out, like, what she's actually talking about. Like, she seems to, like, talk about this meddler as more than one thing. Like, meddler seems to be, like, talking about Aha fucking with things, but also about Evanessia's original personality fucking with things. And then the Eon of Abundance being in there. So Don Feng doesn't call himself Don Feng. Not really. That's because he literally isn't. Like, Don Feng is who he was in a past life, and then Don Feng died. He was reborn as Don Feng. So that's very different. Nessia is the same person, kind of. She didn't go through a rebirth thing in the same way that Don Feng did. Don Feng's entire thing is tied to permanence also, which is a whole other thing. It seems like Evanessia had a personality and person that she was originally. What they called her a divine envoy, which could be a lot of things. The fact that her art has her looking at a weird shadow version of herself in this, like, garden thing is a really, really interesting motif. Again, I zeroed in on that because that's exactly what the, like, Will of Honkai does. In Impact 3rd, anyway. And Guns will see from what I've seen of it, it looks more like a weird Eldritch horror, but, like... I have so many, like, there's so many, like, bits and pieces here. I'm trying to figure out what what she's meaning here.
I, too, was once terrified of my mask.
Your mask?
A mask, known as Arbiter General. Whenever the tides of war demanded, I have no choice but to don it. To become that slaughtering general, coldly watching blood and tears be shed, plotting and divining beneath the astral charts, even accepting the scorn of bereaved orphans, all to ensure the Luxero is loosed.
I don't understand. As a general of the Xianzhou, why have you urged me all this time, urged this creation of the abundance, to reveal its true form?
Again, she's saying she's a creation of abundance, which does suggest that, like, she was the original meddler who went into the Garden of Abundance and was transformed into a creation of abundance, signifying the death of her old self in this new life now.
It's laughable, really. I arrived in plain Arcadia for the sole purpose of involving the Master of Elation in my divination, seeking to rewrite a fate already cast in stone. But to steer the orbits of the stars is no easy feat, whether it be the Lux arrow that topples the sky or the games of the Elation. It's difficult to grasp even if you go all out. From the instant the Phantom Moon's declaration increased the stakes, my divination has spiraled out of control.
Did you have control of this?
My fate shifts ceaselessly between adversity and prosperity. Life and death becoming impossible to fathom. With the eons in play, divination is futile. The only thing you can ever put trust in is people. Just as I once believed my teacher could successfully fulfill their fate. I really believe in you too, Miss Evanesia.
Why?
Has anyone ever told you you're quite the gambler?
Now that's aventurine.
Daring to push your chips onto an unknown quantity, like me? In a game where the eons themselves have taken a seat at the table?
When we first met, I could not gain insight into the will or woe of your fate. Yet, I was willing to trust you. I believe you are also the key to rewriting destiny in this game, whose ending no one can foresee.
Why?
Miss Evanesia, the spiritess that watches over me is named the Kala Chakra Sky Plume. It is a symbol of the hunt's foresight, verdict, and self-discipline. Why does the decisive god of the skybow bear such a visage? After much contemplation, I finally understood. If the value of discipline was understood, the creations of the abundance need not be abominations. And without temperance, the consequences of the hunt are no different from destruction. I am not some gambler, nor am I an ant beneath the gaze of the eons. I was the one who offered up a piece of my own insignificant fate, forging their trajectories. The situation outside is volatile. We don't have a second to spare for idle chatter. Miss Evanesia, I've given you my answer, and I'd like to hear yours in return. When you realized Full Wish was not a supplicant and you could not pass judgment, why did I see hesitation and doubt in your eyes rather than your usual indifference? I know you already have a game changer in mind. You're just not ready to use it yet. Please, tell me your solution.
As you wish. To exercise the right of arbitration, irrefutable proof is required. Proof that a supplicant has indeed broken the rules and disrupted the order of the Phantom Moon Games. Yet surveying the board, I see not a single transgression. Since there are no sinners, then I shall become the sinner.
Nice impact third line. Thanks for that. Kinda.
General Yao Guang, you once asked me, where do the boundaries of the Phantom Moon Games lie? Well, here's my answer. The boundaries aren't on the outside, but at the core. Now, I shall transgress the taboo and divulge to you the true purpose of this Ionic game.
Oh.
Through this method, the Master of Elation imprisons the most terrifying of horrors within the most ridiculous of games.
Uh-huh. Meaning what?
The terror slumbering at the heart of Plain Arcadia is...
Is? Oh! Oh, you don't say! Okay. Now that is very interesting.
According to statistics, approximately 200,000 individuals fell ill simultaneously and were transformed into
Oh, that's really interesting. Okay. Okay, I have a lot of thoughts about that. She censored it. Okay, so that could be Honkai. That actually could be the actual monstrosity sealed away. Ooh, that's interesting. Okay. I have a lot of thoughts about this. So let's backtrack about what we know, okay? With Impact Third, we know that, like, the Cocoon of Finality exists there. Honkai exists in its free, natural form. It forms Hershers, it causes problems, it destroys civilizations. It is a world-ending threat. However, the solar system is completely and totally encased in imaginary energy where nothing can interfere with it at all. We know that, like, according to the, the Garden of Recollection people, that eons have not influenced anything whatsoever when it comes to Earth and the solar system. And I have theorized for a very long time that this was deliberate. That the Cocoon of Finality, and by extension, that access to Honkai occurring naturally, was quarantined. That it was kept separate very, very deliberately. Because it is such an existential problem that that was the only way to deal with it. So I like the idea now that we have another thing here that has access to Honkai energy that can do things the same way the Cocoon of Finality does. And they created the entirety of the Fantasy Spin game specifically to seal that shit away. That Honkai actually is at the core of this story, and that the games are meant to keep it sealed. That something related to that is here, and that's the purpose of it. That's why no one talks about it. That is why I think it's censored. Why else would they? Why else would Sparksy mention it? Why else would fucking Silverwolf mention it unless Honkai was at the core of this story? Is this finally the fucking time for us to talk about it? I think it might be. I think that Honkai isn't supposed to exist only because it's such a problem. Like, to give you a little bit more of an idea of, like, why this is so important is because, like, what Guns N' and Impact Third establish is that, like, Honkai is sort of like a naturally occurring thing that, like, as civilization grows, so too does Honkai with it. And its entire purpose is to eradicate the fuck out of it. Honkai just occurs, you can't do anything about it. And all the reasons why it's such a problem is because it's like this grand cosmic threat that you can't really do anything about. And it wasn't until, like, Kiana embraces finality and becomes the Hersher finality that it becomes not a problem for Earth, which is an exceedingly rare thing. When talking to Sue in the Elysian Realm, he explains that he looked through the imaginary tree to the all possible outcomes and timelines and things, and there was never a solution in terms of how to usurp Honkai. He had nothing. And when he expends the last of his entire life essence and loses his physical form, he gives the one possible answer to Durandal, which is how they are able to sort of, like, progress moving forward in the end of part 1. Like, that is the kind of threat that Honkai actually poses. It is a very, very, very real thing that is a problem, which is why I have always said that if Honkai shows up, it's not going to be some, like, side thing or, like, a pawn of some Eon. It is fundamentally at the core of everything that happens. It has to be. So for them to censor this now tells me that, like, whatever the fuck is here, it has to be related to that. Which means that us seeing, like, the Honkai, like, the Will of Honkai descriptions or whatever, like that thing that's talking to Nessie through the portal that draws her here, could be related to that. That she, like, calls her, like, what was it, an envoy of the divine? You know what else gets talked about as divine in the manga? Also one that just got re-released in said manga? The fucking Will of Honkai. When Sinnen goes to the moon and talks to the Will of Honkai, even if it doesn't technically quote-unquote exist, she talks about it like it's a god. When Otto talked about it, he talked about it like it was a god, because it effectively is. It controls everything, and it's tied to the fundamental forces of the universe itself. So, like, to have what is essentially a Hersher, or something like that, being imprisoned here, an envoy of the divine, if you will, yeah, that would be a fucking problem. We've said this for years, that if Honkai's introduced, it's gonna be a fucking problem. Do you think Honkai can lean? Yes, of course it could. I think Eon's... I don't know exactly what Eon's purposes are, right? But I guarantee you that they wouldn't be able to violate the law set up by Honkai, and I feel like Honkai could absolutely kill them. Like, I think it could very easily do that. Like, Honkai energy, again, is like part of the imaginary tree and the flow of entirety of time and existence. It is literally woven into the fabric of existence. Eons are not exempt from that. They're really powerful beings, sure. They control the flow of fate and destiny through different planets, sure. But when faced with actual Honkai, I don't think they stand a chance. I think it's an existential threat, even to Eons. I think it always was meant to be. And if we take that as the explanation for it, this would explain why Kiana's a problem. This explains why the Garden of Recollection might be interested in her, because Kiana has not reached her full potential yet in Impact 3rd. They say that at the time, she was making waves in their mirror the same way that an Emanator would. But we already know that Kiana doesn't fully know how to control the Cocoon of Finality yet. She's embraced it, sure, but she doesn't know how to control that. It controls dreams, it can reset time, it can do fucking everything. So, like, take a thing like that, and then you have, like, what do Eons do? Create illusions, destroy planets sometimes, create civilizations. Eons are almost directly opposed to Honkai in every way, it feels like. I wonder if, like, and this is now really headcanon-y shit, for sure. But, like, way the fuck back in Impact 3's history, they talked about how the Imaginary Tree and the Sea of Kwanzaa are sort of, like, always at odds with one another, right? That, like, the sea is sort of like the embodiment of chaos, and the tree is the embodiment of, like, order and time. And the tree is trying to suck up the sea to extend its branches, the sea is trying to drown the tree. And we've seen, like, beings be born from the Sea of Kwanzaa in some way, but I wonder if, like, if Hershers, the Cocoon of Finality, are sort of, like, tied to the imaginary tree and the flow of Honkai energy, destroying civilization as a means of, like, pruning itself in a way, or the natural forces of decay, in a sense. What if, like, Eons are like that, but for the Sea of Kwanzaa? Like, that could be an interesting thing, that, like, yeah, they don't have anything to do with Honkai, because they're not Honkai. Like, they're a fundamentally different existence tied to the Sea of Kwanzaa itself. But that also does explain, like, if we go by that logic, I think the one big flaw I would have with that is, like, again, the Sea of Kwanzaa is chaos. And the one thing that, like, Eons are really defined by is creating paths and orders, so that doesn't really track with them. But, like, I don't know. I'm trying to figure out, like, what Eons are, and I'm thinking they're not really, like, Honkai entities, but, like, what else could they be? Are they just things that exist when Honkai isn't around, and Honkai is meant to prune them? That, like, if Honkai is around naturally, Eons can't exist. Maybe Honkai kills them. Maybe it's like the natural predator to them, kind of a thing. And Eons can cause problems by the... Like, think about what Star Wars talked about, right? Star Wars talked about how, like, Eons are always, like, a fucking problem. They're talking about killing Eons all the time because they're a fucking problem. Lai gets bitched about this. He's like, I want to kill the Eon I created. Eons are sort of like... let's... I'm getting ahead of my... I'm excited, so I'm rambling. But let's back up a little bit and calm down and talk about this a little bit more. Eons weren't always Eons, right? They were, like, being, like, Leviathans or people. And they ascended to this, like, powerful form as the embodiment of, like, this ideal. And they became shackled by that. They create these paths that people follow, which also shackles and changes their fates in a lot of ways. It has this, like, means of, like, controlling people's fate and stuff. So what if, like, Honkai, which destroys a lot of things, is meant to be like removing those things. And when you shackle Honkai in some way, when you prevent it from flowing naturally, eons are the result of that. That eons themselves are like a plague, and that for things to exist naturally in their like normal state, eons wouldn't exist. I wonder if maybe that's the case. Like eons are like a human, like a civilization creation. Like if you didn't have Honkai, then eons would exist, but Honkai kills it or prevents it from existing by sort of culling the tree, as it were. I wonder if maybe that's the case, which would be kind of interesting too. I like the idea of like Honkai being the natural predator to eons. I really like that as a concept. That it's sort of like how a universe would naturally progress. Like Honkai itself is a problem, and like why it's been shackled, or like if we go by this context, it's like, okay, well maybe Honkai's been shackled and that's why things exist and no one talks about it. Like maybe that's the case, sure. The question comes up of like, how? Is this the fate that like Impact Third would face? Because Keanu's embraced finality. Would they be beings at the Sea of Quanta? Maybe. We don't know much about like entities at the Sea of Quanta per se. There's some cases to be made that Saw and Vita kind of are, but only like kind of. Sea of Quanta is just mostly chaos, and it's sort of like a higher dimensional concept, not really like an actual physical place you can go to. Though you kind of can, but you would die. But that's beside the point. You said they're plentiful and they're pulling things in many directions, so it creates chaos. It does do that. So there is a case to be made too that it could be both of those things. But I think the idea that they're creating paths does run it like antithetical to the idea of chaos in the Sea of Quanta. But I don't know. Having her censor what's at the core of Planet Arcadia, I feel like that means it's Honkai, right? Like it has to be. In which case, I think I get why Vita would be here. Because she already knows about Honkai. She'd have an advantage in ways that other people wouldn't have at all. I bet you Vita knows. I bet that's why she's here. Which is really interesting. Does this also mean that Welt will have something to do? Finally? I don't know. I have a lot of things. I can't say for sure that it's Honkai, but like, that would make so much sense. Like, if that's what it actually is. Critical flaw in my theory. Is that because Welt's not allowed to do anything? Again, I haven't sorted out the details in my mind yet. My brain's racing. If it's Honkai, it involves Welt. Yeah. Yeah, I'm just... There's so much to think about here. That's a no-go. Yeah, Welt can't be allowed to do anything. Man, I'm just... That has to be what she's talking about. I can't go back and look at that again. Which means that I might have been right then. That like when we saw her looking into like that teleporter portal thing, that she was talking about herself, and she was talking about Honkai and the will of Honkai in a sense, and the meddler was Aha, who traps her in a thing. Maybe. That's I need more information. There's a lot to unpack in that. Like, there's so much, like, that's so interesting, because that very, very possibly opens the door to so much shit.
The affected staff are quarantined immediately. Prolux Tower is a valuable safe zone.
Let's just continue the patch. We'll see what we say.
If you'd listened to me and thrown every suspect in prison, you wouldn't be in this mess.
Silverwolf, I need lore, please.
So, why'd you call me here?
It's an emergency. I want to see how the script plays out.
Huh?
No one could have guessed an emanator of the abundance would return by hijacking others' bodies. Everyone is hesitant to act for fear of collateral damage.
Right.
But since he is here as well, deduction. This crisis was within your calculations all along.
Okay, so Pearl does have blades here. Figured.
Half right. Shuhu is the reason Blade made the trip. As for the outcome, tell you what, I'll show you the script. It's too wordy, and I can't be bothered to paraphrase.
Fair enough.
Here, sending you a copy.
For the sake of our business partnership, save this virus copy for someone else, hacker.
She really sent her a virus.
The feeling is mutual.
That's hilarious.
Seems you don't trust me much either.
Never
I told
changed
you,
Silverwolf.
I've done my research on you. Or to be precise, on all of you. Destiny's slave may be able to foresee the future and pen scripts for the Stellaron Hunters. But in the face of Eon intervention, his vision is powerless.
Right.
However, the IPC has its own methods.
Honkai unpacked that.
Oh?
Yes.
I'll grant you a privilege. Starting now, user Silverwolf has unrestricted access to the Arcadian internet.
Let's go.
I could have done that myself.
With the precondition that I agree.
Silverwolf just looks very dumb.
I want you to hack into the internet, trace the source of the Joy Ascendant contagion, and figure out the catalyst and transmission vectors. Suppressing the surface commotion is a simple task, but if the root cause isn't addressed, the chaos can never be truly eradicated. In exchange, I'll turn a blind eye to the Stellaron Hunters' suspicious activities for the time being.
So this is what it means to see how the script plays out. Maybe you should keep it wide open. One eye might not be enough.
I love how cocky she is.
Let's start the investigation with the sick ones inside the building.
I thought this was supposed to be a safe zone.
Safe means that I monitor everyone's every move, including yours. And hers.
Who the fuck is hers? Oh, hi, Kafka.
Judging by the time, I should be right on cue.
Hi, other mom.
Not exactly right on. You missed your cue. You should have made your entrance 4 lines ago.
Silverwolf, you should have set her up for aura farming.
4 lines back. Oh, one eye might not be enough. You were laying the groundwork for her entrance.
Good. Love that.
Margin of error, 23 seconds. Coordination needs improvement.
Sure, Pearl, whatever you say.
My bad. I lost track of time. What about you? Did the operation go smoothly?
It's a long story. I thought it was a battle royale, but it turned into a zombie crisis.
Sure,
I think it should have been you instead. I heard Elio gave you a long vacation. Whereabouts?
Let's call it a business trip. 10 days in Penacony with a packed schedule.
You're in Penacony? Why are you in Space Vegas?
I'll take today, for instance. I needed to arrive at Iteen Park on time, order 2 drinks, give the cash spewer 3 knocks, and watch it spit out 650,000 credits. And then, I was supposed to get on the line and say hello to you.
23 seconds late. Not very punctual.
Oh, I don't mind. After all, even a late warning might just save you and Blady's lives.
I love her calling him Blady still.
Elio asked me to pass along a message. Don't lose to Aha.
Good.
That's it? Anything else you want to say?
Hope you enjoy yourself.
Bye, Mom.
What secret messages have you been sending?
Pearl's so mad.
Nothing. We've said everything we needed to say. If you think there's more to it, that's just because you don't know us well enough yet.
I don't deny that, but I will sooner or later. Jade warned me, never underestimate the enemy. Compared to the 10 Stonehearts, the Stellaron Hunters possess much greater solidarity.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Is she seriously not just throwing shade at her colleagues?
No, I think it's an accurate assessment of the stars.
The probability is 9%. I'll reserve judgment for now. Hopefully, you can give me an answer. Remember the objective. Hack the network and trace the source of the Joy Ascendant infection.
This is true. Okay, hack.
When you access the network, data's going to flood your mind. Brace yourself. Prompt block permissions unlocked. Data floodgates released.
So, is this kind of game fun?
What is that?
This was your first mission. A pity you had to cheat.
Oh, they put her in
No.
solitary confinement again.
You don't even know the first thing about games. What gives you the right to call me a cheater?
I love seeing Terminus down here. Just let me in.
You handed over that cartridge willingly. Why did you steal it back?
I just took it back to play with. Saying steal, that's so hurtful. Besides, you guys just left it casually lying around in the vault.
Okay, I'm blocking this a bit, so let me hide this so you can see. I love that Silverwolf has drawn like Firefly's like thing here, but it's just a stinky one, and she's drawn like Blade over here behind Obsibot, but like being beat up. Like she's so petty. The X through the Kafka thing up here, the dead cat. She's so petty. Silverwolf, what are you doing? I love her so much. Don't ever change, girl. You were so silly.
Fine. You think we were careless? Well, next time we won't be. I'll put it in a containment room at Pierpoint. Go ahead and try borrowing it then.
She's also doing the Bronya face. Hold on, I wonder if I can find it. I have that somewhere. Let's see. Honkai Bronya. Let's see, images. Let's see if I can find it. Yeah. She's doing the Bronya face, which is, where is that at? That. She's doing that face just about. She's not quite there. She's almost there. She's almost doing the face. Soon, Silverwolf, you'll embrace your true Bronya. I know you will. I know you'll do it.
Nice idea, but the execution's a no-go. You guys can't even get in there without
She does
me.
the Bronya face a decent amount this patch, or at least close enough. Yeah. Is she supposed to be the one holding the bat, or did the Trailblazer wield a bat when we were the Silver Hunters? You know, given the fact that she has, we don't know about what the Trailblazer did during their time as the Silver Hunter, but like it could be her. Because it has, like, the ponytail. Like, you see how she's got, like, the little ponytail drawn in? That could be her drill thing. So I think this is supposed to be her. That's what it feels like to me. And these little things here, this is, like, the bunny ears. She looks like how Haxor Bronya looks, where she has, like, little rabbit ears out of her hood. It's a lot like that. So I feel like this is supposed to be her. And then she's bonked Kafka. She's bonked Blade. She's drawn Firefly as Stinky. And she's bonked the cat. So that's what I think is the case.
By the way, I changed the passcode for this cell too. 1337.
She
I
changed
can
it to
leave whenever
Leeds.
I want.
Good job, Silverwolf. You goob.
Oh. Is this the skill of a top-tier hacker?
We're the one she hasn't drawn. We may not be with the
cartridge was clearly the ending you refused, yet you still used it. Care to tell me why?
It's gonna be a game over anyway, so I'll play however I want.
The ending's the same, so the journey doesn't matter. Sounds more like you're just making excuses for yourself.
It's not the same. You guys believe in destiny. I don't. That's why I don't mind spoilers.
Sure.
Then, when you see how things end for you, are you afraid or excited?
Leet? Exactly.
Bored. Because feeling bored proves I haven't become her. That's why I joined you, the Stellaron Hunters. Those who play the game to change the ending. Why am I suddenly thinking about that?
Yeah, good question, Silverwolf. Do explain.
This is still Perlux Tower? Boy, whatever dude is her employee?
Exactly. Clearing up the truth is also a way to save these innocent people. I'm looking forward to seeing what you can do.
You said you'd turn a blind eye. I didn't think you'd actually be monitoring me.
The road ahead is fraught with peril. I'm just watching your back on behalf of the IPC.
So you say.
If the worst happens and you end up an enemy of the whole world, I'll be there to switch to the world side in the nick of time.
Oh. I didn't take you for the humorous type.
Just to play all the innings of the game? Yeah, that sounds right. No, I was gonna pause it, but I guess I didn't really do that. I still really like Silverwolf's design. I think it's one of my favorites. It's very Bronya. Unlocked achievement, etc. Yeah. This is a very good outfit for Silverwolf. And what is this thing?
You're asking if I've got something on my mind, just because I clock out on the dot every day. What, be like you guys? Slaving away and sweating bullets? I'm built different.
Built different, he says. Sure.
After the surgery, I look down at my boss with my head held high every day. She's so sweet and shiny. Cute as my puppy back home.
Uh-huh. Data flow model analysis.
What are you doing? Are you finally firing me?
This guy's the same. Couldn't handle the pressure, so he chose the worst possible path. Working for the IPC never ends well.
It sounds like no. Honestly, it sounds like it sucks. Let's say this guy.
Huh. This one's a normal human. No surgery performed.
Smile to live to see tomorrow. Smile to conquer the false and the vile.
They have that like TikTok filter on the voices, which is kind of
I
funny.
don't understand. What's so funny about all this?
Those around you all wish for your happiness. Is that not cause for rejoicing?
Hi, Full Wish.
So smile. Don't become a sinner of unhappiness.
Smile, smile, smile. Smile, 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 smile.
That's not creepy at all.
No, smile. You okay?
That is terrifying.
Little bit. I'm glad we're in agreement there. Alright, now what does this thing have to say?
Keep smiling! Flash a standard, beautiful, happiness-inducing smile! Thanks to the surgery, I'll be Employee of the Month forever! It can only be me!
Is it hand not holding the staff?
Isn't this cheating? Whether happiness surgery counts as unfair competition has always been a subject of debate. Since there is no explicit ban, there are plenty of similar cases.
Look, is her hand actually holding the staff? Not working in the favor of the game? Yeah, they are a little bit.
Who are you? Am I under detention? Is this because of the surgery? Fantastic! What a precious opportunity for interdepartmental exchange!
Sure.
Let's see. Who am I up against this time?
Yikes! What the heck? There's something unclean.
Yeah, I don't want to make
I
that.
saw it too.
Gross.
Flashed by. Seemed like mimetic contamination. But it's buried deeper, and it's far deadlier.
Okay.
Creepy. No clues left on this one.
Shh, don't put that out. I will, though. I'm gonna look at the models closer.
Find anything? Aren't you going to start the interrogation by asking my thoughts? If not, then let's keep going. No need. The answer is already clear. At the moment of mutation, the synesthesia beacons of the 3 victims receive the same signal.
Uh-huh. Controller, can we stop fucking with my audio, please? Smile, happiness is not a sin. Smile is a sin, not happiness. Unhappiness is... Let's see what this says.
On the surface, it seems like nothing more than ordinary encouragement. No, that runs completely counter.
Okay, so you can just pick this thing.
Unhappiness is a sin. Parentheses. Smile. Guess what this is? Full Wish's happiness syntax. Quick on the uptake. The Joy Ascendants can be counted among the denizens of abundance, but they are also imaginae born of wish power. She whose cells are the catalyst. That immortal being lying in slumber has endured countless agonies, so he is exceptionally sensitive to perceptions of joy. So, Full Wish encoded happiness syntax and broadcast it via synesthesia beacon. Once the recipients were influenced by it, the flesh and blood of the abundance within them reactivated.
You need to use a medics when you can brainwash.
And that's not all.
Kind of the same thing.
As people transformed, they generated new wish power. It kept snowballing until eventually even those who hadn't had the surgery got assimilated. Bingo. That's the full picture. The whole double whammy of the disaster. Full Wish's plan succeeded. Sorry to interrupt, but you've got a message.
From whom? Silver Wolf. Who? Listen. Kafka? You're a joke. Unsubscribe. Spam, don't even bother. I love how, like, that's her video. It's just like, unsub. Done.
Baffling. Who's there? Probably some rival hacker with a death wish. I'll deal with him later. The only question remaining is, how did Full Wish transmit the signal?
She is a media mogul.
The answer is obvious. I just need to confirm one thing. Hold on. I'll be right back.
How can a plan Arcadia's data network?
Ugh. Duo mentions city. The prime metropolis of plain Arcadia. Too bad the denizens of abundance run the show now. Even the Department of Aberration Defense is helpless against the innocent citizens who have mutated.
You're right on my tail. And here I thought I'd manage to shake you.
So, what's your answer?
Take a guess. If you extend the signal lines from Pearlux Tower and Dual Mention City outward, where do they intersect?
In a side quest.
Seafeld City.
To be more precise, the Seafeld TV Tower.
Almost all the supplicants are there. Isn't Foolish afraid it'll all be for nothing?
The more heated the battle, the more the wish power spirals into mania. Maybe in her eyes, this is just catching them all in one fell swoop.
But she
Of
also
course,
isn't a supplicant.
there's no
so-
need for us to join the fun. We'll leave Full Wish to the Astral Express. Now that we've locked onto the signal source, the rest is easy. Open a back door for me, and I'll crash the whole of Seafeld City for 300 seconds.
120 seconds. That's enough.
Knew you'd say that. Deal.
All right. Cool, I guess. Time to hack some shit.
What happened?
Adding to whitelist. What's wrong?
It's fine. Probably just lagging. You keep handling things here. I'll teleport somewhere closer to the target.
Weird. I don't know what to make of that. 5 seconds later.
Drat.
Why is everything pitch black?
Just zoom your POV out a bit and you'll see. There was a little accident. I clipped into the map.
Okay, sure.
Unbelievable. Never thought I'd see you bug out someplace like that.
Don't
I
add
kinda love
insult to injury. The teleport failure rate is lower than 0.02%.
Oh, she breaks the fourth
It's just
wall, yeah.
bad luck.
I mean, I guess we're like looking at this through Pearl's POV.
Give me a sec. I need to get unstuck.
That's so silly.
I can tell. A hacker definitely had a hand in salvaging the world in Canvas.
Okay, yeah.
I'm just gonna tweak the parameters. I'll spawn a helper. And change my outfit while I'm at it. Wait, what is this outfit? Ugh, never mind. I'll debug it later.
Yeah, I guess it doesn't really matter right now. Does it? Let's do that. Basically just another version of the arrow, but different. Right, I should probably... let's see. Well, there's not a whole lot really hidden in this area at all.
Finally made it out. Where am I?
A residential zone. Quite a distance from the TV station. Whitelist registered. Ready to get things started.
Something's off. Way off. Hold up. Someone's messing around behind the scenes here.
Is a hot fucking
Clearly headed for Pearlux Tower.
Why? Time is precious. There's no need to backtrack.
No, it's absolutely necessary.
Is
Because
it?
the genuine Pearl is still waiting for me at the office.
Okay. So it wasn't Pearl at all.
When did you figure it out?
It was the practiced, confident tone you used when you said happiness syntax. You sounded like you knew everything all along. So, What exactly does Pearl want me to investigate?
Disaster stems from the tongue. A bad habit I just can't seem to break.
Who the fuck is that?
Stop getting sentimental with that face, you shadow hiding behind Full Wish. Why don't you take off the mask and let me see which clown is underneath?
Okay, hold on. They're saying that this is the person controlling things.
Disaster stems from the tongue. A bad habit I just can't seem to break.
They're still using Pearl's voice here.
Just what I had in mind. But kicking things off like this, well, it lacks a sense of ceremony.
Why don't we switch things up and reintroduce ourselves?
Yes, please. I want to know who the fuck you are. Is it Aha again? Are you here to fuck shit up? Oh,
Hey
weird emoji
there,
thing.
little guy. You've got a rather unique look.
Okay, who the fuck are you?
Since you look like a mean ball of chaos, I'll just call you Mr. Meanie. No objections, right?
Why so serious?
Okay, Joker,
Do I
calm down.
look like I'm no fun? I just want to play a game with you, hacker.
Don't even think about it. I don't care if you're a fan or a lunatic. Get lost.
I'm not a fan, nor am I a lunatic. Or perhaps it was because I was a fan that I became a lunatic. Without even realizing it, you've pointed out the very essence of the paths. How philosophical of you.
There is something seriously wrong with you.
I'll take that as a compliment. I've heard your story, and heard about those 76 accounts.
Why does everyone in the cosmos, no matter how important they are, just love bringing that up?
Because it's funny.
No offense. I just thought that, much like yourself, it's a not too shabby joke.
I get it. You're the one who sent me the message. I always keep my word. You're dead meat.
Stop making fuss. We got lots of time. As long as you're willing, game time is infinite. And it doesn't matter if you're not willing. Nobody gets into my game, and nobody gets out. Spoiler alert. The reward for clearing the game is, I'll tell you my entire plan.
Aha.
But by the time you finish playing, you'll be finished too.
So, I still don't really know who this is. Like, we had originally guessed that it might have been Shuhu, but there's no reason to think why Shuhu would be this. Because again, we don't really know how conscious Shuhu even is. There's a vague possibility that it's just another emanator of destruction being another problem, again. But we've seen no real evidence of the destruction thus far, so it's hard to say that's the case. It could be Aha, but this isn't really the voice they've given Aha yet. In which case, why would they take a specific interest in Foolish if that was... I don't know. They might be doing this voice thing to trick Foolish into thinking that they are actually Aha. But I don't really know what to make of this voice yet.
You done? Get lost.
Yeah, I guess she did
You're
mention that.
not even on your main account, and you want to play with me. Who do you think you're dealing with?
I made a mistake. You're even more impatient than I'd imagined. You're a prisoner here. What gives you the courage?
Because I love playing Ethereum Wars.
What, the Pokemon thing that they
What a
actually did?
shame. I prefer Cosmic Card Collective. Just a small card table. Yet, it serves as a microcosm of the entire cosmos. Just as the script
Because it's not
foretold.
Shuhu.
In the end, Full Wish gets her wish, and the Arcadia becomes an abundance hellscape. Shuhu resurrects and transforms this rotten planet.
What?
Sounds familiar, doesn't it? There's another line. Judgment follows close behind as the hunt draws its bow.
Maybe it is the destruction.
To
Maybe we're right
deliver
about that.
a gift. A Lux arrow piercing through Ahatopia.
Who exactly are you? Do you think you can write the script?
Oh, I imagine Elio's futile efforts look just like yours, don't they? I not only know it, I can hold the pen. The future you abandoned will, by my hand, make a return as a spicy comedy. I've got it. How about we use this for the opening line? Tonight, a Stellaron hunter dies in the Arcadia.
So here's another thought. So earlier we did say that like Evanescia being censored could suggest that they're trapping Honkai in the center of the planet. However, as I've said before, Honkai is never talked about in Star Rail, ever, even though Sparkle mentions it for some reason, and Silverwolf mentions it for some reason. It could very well also be that this planet was destroyed by destruction, and they trapped an Emanator here. Like, that's also very possible that that's the monster they're trapping there, which is just like one of the other destruction Emanators. Like, that could be very possible too. In which case, they want to censor it because they don't want us to know the destruction's relevant to what's happening in Planet Arcadia. And I guess when Evanescia does talk about her past, she does mention that was after the world was destroyed. So you could say that like her promise to that artist or whatever after they had restored the planet was like they fought the destruction killed everything. The artist was like, I'll repaint the world. And her promise is I'll maintain the games to keep the Emanator trapped. Like, that's also very possible. In which case, this voice could be that Emanator of Destruction. In which case, my excitement was misplaced. Damn it! That makes more sense. That feels like what Star Rail would do. They're not gonna talk about like Honkai because of course they're fucking not. Ugh. It's an imminent destruction, isn't it? I've convinced myself of it. I knew it. I knew it wasn't going to be that simple. But I still stand by what I said before. I do like the idea that Honkai is quarantined. It isn't really as active outside of, like, the solar system. And for reasons of, like, probably being a natural predator. I think there's some merit to that. Though I still feel there's not, like, wild speculation more than anything else. But, like, it's probably not relevant to this. Fuck! I wanted it to be. Damn it. Fine. We'll just ignore the fact that they mention it again, and we're back to square one. Break the program shackles. Error.
My body isn't listening to me.
Yeah, the problem with that, and like why the Express can't really visit Earth, is like they have established that like Akivili never went to Earth. They'd have to do what they do with Emphoria, like blazing a new trailblaze directly to it. But like, there's the other problem of that Earth is surrounded by the Honkai tidal zone, which is very, very, very difficult to get through. To the point that it nearly killed an Emanator of Permanence. And aside from Sparkle, no one else has really been able to get through it. Other than, like, Vita. And we don't know how Vita escaped either.
Legendary hacker! Is that all you got?
mask.
Thing about masks is, once you put one on, it ain't up to you anymore!
Finality versus elation. The moment when paths collide is always fascinating. You will either die in a blaze of glory or die comically. I don't care. Both are equally amusing.
I really have to ask, where does this confidence of yours come from? Plain Arcadia is crawling with emanators. How are you going to take us on? With a single masked fool and a bunch of abundance minions?
Do you know the secret to longevity? It's don't die. To be honest, my answer is pretty much the same. The emanators you speak of are nothing more than a tenth of a pebble, a piece of wood.
So Evanesci's an emanator, interesting.
Oh, and a warlord.
Yao Guang's an emanator. All right.
Who can you count on? You've even ruled yourself out.
I didn't realize Yao Guang was an emanator.
Full Wish is just a front. The real culprit behind all these strange incidents is you.
Well, yeah,
Full
obviously.
Wish is a good student. Unlike me, she doesn't procrastinate. She's decisive, daring to take action by directly carving a smile onto everyone's face. I'm willing to give her project my full support. For instance, by trapping a certain buzzkill hacker in a dark zone with no exit.
Something else I want to draw attention to. If you don't recognize this space, this is also the same place we were last patch, where the weird creepy mouth thing was. So this is like that area where we went to when we went to the tavern. Or was that patch before that? But instead of that weird creepy mouth thing, it's now this. So that's something to try, like this. I think this is the same place. But instead of the thing, it's just this weird creepy emoji. Silverwolf talking about feeling bored when she used her cartridge, meaning she hasn't become her. It's like their emanator selves are separate. Yeah, maybe.
Or perhaps for you, that would actually be a treat.
I'm only hearing one thing. There aren't many people who can ruin your plans, but I'm one of them. Your scheme is like a tower of blocks. All it takes is one little nudge from someone like me, and the whole thing comes crashing down.
Sure, Silverwolf, if you say so.
Pulling out the blocks and watching it all come crashing down. That's my kind of game aesthetic, too. If you hadn't joined the Celeron Hunters, perhaps we could have been partners.
Sure, man.
You? Based on what?
On the grounds that you've already lost.
I would say
One
probably
last
not.
Joke. On a scorching summer day, a popsicle was walking down the streets of the Arcadia and melted. Take a guess. What were its last words? It said, I've lost my cool.
Bad joke.
What a pity. Compared to that popsicle, you don't even qualify as a joke.
Release self
I'll
backup.
ask one more time. You? Based on what?
Create a new
Allow
avatar.
me to explain. Ether copying. Out of this batch of supplicants, this is easily the most run-of-the-mill mask ability.
I mean, her whole thing is ether editing, so you know, that tracks.
It wins on being easy and effective. Perfect for veteran players. I gotta say, the Eon of Elation knows a thing or two about gaming. You're way out of your league. You wanna play with me? Getting played by me is more like it.
She's got her 76 alternative accounts again.
You're too prepared for this to be a spur-of-the-moment decision. Did you not trust Pearl from the very beginning?
You expected her to trust Pearl?
What are you talking about? I don't trust anyone.
Yeah, like, really?
There was a moment
Even I know
when
that.
I started to view everything that was happening with suspicion.
Was it that 23-second discrepancy?
Aren't you clever? Elio is nothing if not cautious when it comes to variables that can affect the script.
Valid.
Just because he can't see this place clearly doesn't mean he can't see elsewhere. The script he gave Kafka has nothing to do with Plain Arcadia, but it was incredibly detailed. Every minute, every event, clearly laid out. If there's even the slightest discrepancy, it means I've got someone on my tail. Some mysterious figure capable of interfering with the script. Counting today's little stunt, you can add another item to the list. Mental instability.
A sound cue from Soul Celeste thing is wrong. Yeah, I did hear that too.
It proves precisely why you are helpless against my abilities.
Like, they gave us a few sound cues where it was clearly, like, meant to draw attention that Silverwolf herself is, like, recognizing something is wrong. Because they didn't do it just once. Like, they did it with the discrepancy there, but also with a few other things. Just moments where stuff was clearly, like, striking her as odd. So, I did notice, I didn't draw attention to it, but, like, yeah, you are right. They did have that, too, which is kind of fun.
Why not take a look at the present? Killing you once is no different than killing you 1 billion times.
You say so, man.
Unfortunately for you, I have all the patience in the world, while you are out of time. This Arcadia is on the brink of destruction, and you are powerless to stop it.
Sure, I guess.
Unfortunately for you, Plain Arcadia is none of my business. I have no patience, and I don't care about time. I'm here for a mission, and Elio's objective from the very beginning was to smoke you out. Take a guess. Who's the hunter, and who's the prey? When I rip your head off and kick it into the dark zone, will your powers still work then?
I love how cocky she is. It's so much fun.
Come to think of it, I have seen a script. I have a friend who is a master at inspiring others. We work together flawlessly, and in one particular possibility. You two will kneel before us and offer up Aha's head with your
Okay, so you're not Aha, I can cross that out. So you probably are the inhibitor destruction trap in the planet.
Then just you wait. You're dead meat. I'll say it again. I always keep my word.
So that probably is like the destruction emanator that's trapped in the
Just
planet.
moments ago, our reporter successfully exposed the Herald of Death scandal and paid for it with their life.
What? What are you talking about?
IPC used a monster named Shuhu to create an infectious virus.
Massive numbers of civilians have been transformed into the Walking Dead. Your family and friends could all fall victim.
Well, that was Fullwish she's doing, kinda.
Supplicant, the Director Foolish will fight to the bitter end at Seatbelt TV Tower. Please lock your doors and windows and stay safe. Foolish TV wishes you safe passage through this crisis.
Listen to that. So, we're full-blown villains now.
She beat an Aha already in a game. She's got all the reason to be cocky. I mean, yeah. I mean, I guess she didn't like technically beat him, Do you want to hint about Mr. Meany that probably won't help? Sure. Right now, my working theory is the emanator of destruction trapped in the planet. Because it's not Honkai, damn it! Ugh. Fucking tease, Hoyo. Ugh. I felt so smart, too. God damn it. But yes, you can give me your hint. Your unhelpful hint. There's something other than what's on the screen in the pixels, maybe. You likely heard Mr. Meany's voice in a trailer from months ago. You mean the weird one with Nihilux? Where it was like all the fun like what is it? The yaoi with the eons kind of thing? I don't really remember what's in that trailer, honestly. But regardless, even if that is the trailer, I can watch again, it won't help anything.
As for the remaining supplicants,
I can't reach them. We'll just have to take things one step at a time.
just a few minutes ago, these people were talking and laughing. We overestimated our opponent's humanity.
Well, odds are that supplicant's not really a human anyway, so. Can I get Lon to glance my way?
You better pray they don't look this way. This is a matter of life and death, and we don't have time here to be sentimental. Otherwise, there will only be more casualties.
Fair, I guess.
No. It's probably more like wanting to die, but being unable to.
I used to be a fan of the Nameless, too. I'd excitedly tell everyone they're true heroes. But look at how that turned out. They don't care at all about
I wonder if all
whether
the generals are imminents. I think they are, actually. I think that's correct.
What do we get for our sincerity? The Astral Express just smugly declares another trail to blaze. I ask you, what gives you the right to call yourself a trailblazer?
He said, it's an older trailer than that. I'd tell you the one, but you'd know for sure, probably. It's probably the one with all the destruction emanators, isn't it? Isn't it? Probably the Stone Hearts are also emanators? Yeah. I mean, we've learned a lot about emanators so far. We know that Herta's one. We know that all the Stone Hearts probably are to some extent. All the generals are. We don't have any... I don't remember if we ever learned how many generals are, but we know of at least 3. So there's that. Evanescia is... I'm assuming that makes her an emanator of abundance, which is interesting. We know that Shuhu was an emanator of abundance. Because, like, I don't know why Evanescia would be an emanator of elation, because, like, Aha never makes those, so... And then we have, like, Acheron, who's one for Nihility.
Are you okay?
I mean, things are kind of fucked, Mom. Take it into context. I'm speechless.
Twisting the facts. That's the only move she's got. I've seen it all before.
Except Silverwolf, she's an emanator.
Wish power is gathering. I have to say, Full Wish's approach is proving quite effective.
Let's quiet down the onlookers first. With the IPC helping out with crowd control, hopefully it won't be too much of a hassle.
Con artist? In bed? With the IPC? You no shame.
Yeah, don't
Isn't this completely out of control? What is Pearl doing?
We're past the point of no return. The longer this drags on, the worse our odds get.
But public opinion is a double-edged sword, and we can use it to our advantage.
Evanescia started to clock and makes her an emanator of abundance, but it's interesting that she does Elation's bidding. Yeah. Can somebody be an emanator for 2 different eons? Abundance and Elation get along. Yeah, they do. I wonder if, like, a person can be an emanator for 2 different eons. As unheard of as that would be, if ever there was a case to be made for it, Evanescia does sort of fit the bill, doesn't she? Because you could clock her as Emanator of Abundance or Elation. Either would matter and would be relevant to what she does. She's a creature of abundance, but a creature of abundance being turned into an Emanator of Elation is also kind of interesting too. So like, I don't know that we know for which one she is, but that's kind of fascinating to think like she could be both.
If we can just tear off Full Wish's mask, the tables will turn in an instant. The others must be taking action too.
Looks like we aren't the only ones making a move.
No doy.
Let's make this quick. In the tradition of the Phantasmoon games, it's supplicant versus supplicant. Audience against audience.
Then I'll be counting on the navigator to watch my back.
You do wonder too, Ava seems like a special case. The way Yao Guang talks about her, it sounds like her powers are near Eon. Ava certainly seems to refer to Aha as more of an annoying friend than a superior. You see, this is sort of what I was finding confusing earlier, because like it almost seems to imply, and I do not think this is the case. I want to clarify this right now. The earlier dialogue where they confirmed like Fuqua thought abundance directly, that conversation almost seems to talk about, if we assume the meddler or whatever initially is supposed to be Inesia, that she sort of like merges with abundance, and it seems like it's talking about the Eon of Abundance after the fact. But like, that's why I felt so confused by reading that dialogue, because it feels like she's referring to like 3 different people at once. And like, if it's Eon versus Eon, then like, yeah, of course they would find like Aha to be mildly annoying. But Nessia being an emanator of abundance or something very close to that, with a lot of authority shared with her, also tracks a bit. It just, the way that they worded that was so confusing and strange. I couldn't, like, I had to keep rereading it, and I wasn't sure I could really make any heads or tails of it, because it's so odd. But she's not the Eon of Abundance, because we already know what that looks like. We know that that's not Nessia. So, like, what is that? The weird, like, not Nessia faceless entity we saw in the portal thing? What is that? That's not Aha, is it? But like, Aha's never like transformed to look like other people, in the sense of like the same way that the like Will of Honkai does. So like, what the fuck was that about? Like, that entire scene with Evanescia, I think warrants like a lot of revisiting, because there's a lot of little nuggets of really important shit in that conversation that I still don't feel like I fully grasp, even reading through it carefully. Like, I don't know what to make of it. Like, it's just, I need to reread that entire thing, because that entire conversation is so strange. Aha's a weird Eon, though. The fact that they apparently were on the Express and got up to shenanigans, they clearly interact with regular people. Yeah, like that's expected. And Aha probably takes on a human form in some way or another, which is not really out of the realm of possibilities. Like, that weird entity that Nessia was talking to could have been Aha taking on a form that looks like her to kind of, I don't know, mock her in a way. And that would mean that it drug her through the portal. But then, like, if we also operate in the assumption that the monster trapped in the middle of the planet is an emanator of destruction, does that imply that Nessia was originally that? Which makes no sense. Is the thing trapped in the planet originally her? Is the thing she fought again? Like, I have so many questions that I don't really know even where to begin pulling the threads at. Is kind of thing. Like, it's a little jumbled in my brain, and I need to, like, sit on this for a while. You would love a direct translation of the conversation to see how that compares to... Like, I do too, actually. I think that might help clarify some things. To get, like, a proper, like, direct translation of that entire interaction, because I think that would help. Time for you to go, Z. Okay. Night, Jay. Thank you for popping in.
Please, be careful.
How should I put it? This feels like destiny. 15 years ago, I defeated the Herald of Death with my own 2 hands. 15 years later, you have donned the Supplicant's mask. I trust that if I could pull it off, There's no reason you can't do the same.
When we return, tell me about the past.
Go forth and trailblaze your victory.
Yeah, I mean, Himiko's probably got this, right? She's probably fine. Okay, I don't really want to get sucked into, like, useless combat. So let's go through a few things here first. We have claimable rewards. Oh god. My annual report, I'm scared. I'm scared. What is this? This is a tangent. This is a little break. Oh no. Is this gonna tell me how much I've wailed in this game? I don't know that I need to know that. Let's do it anyway. It's a little break, guys. We're taking a break, so I can sort my thoughts. March, why did you call everyone here to write reports? Do I have to click this? Wait, you look. Wolf. To think you'd resort to such adorable tactics just to avoid writing reports. Ta-da, I didn't do this. It was these fans of the Fluffy in the audience who did it with their wish power. They came together as Fluffies to make a stage play, an adaptation of the past year's adventures aboard the Express. Today is premiere day. And that's why we've turned into the Fluffies? Well, this is an immersive theater after all. And don't think I forgot about the report, because this Trailblazer report will be automatically generated after the final act. Okay. You brought your homework to do during the play. The conductor would be so proud. Many other companions are here too. You should interact with them and take group photos after the show. Quick, grab your seats, you two. It's just wolf. Okay, sure. I'm afraid of what this is about to tell me. The Fluffy in the game is word for fur. Yeah, it sounds like it. Welcome to live stream a performance of the stage play The Fluffy. It started back on 4/26/2023 when Basketball Raccoon. Oh god, that's when I started playing Star Rail. April 26th of 2023. Has it really been that long? Oh god. You've been the main character for 614 days. You managed to check in and make an appearance for 167 days. Oh, I don't do the check-ins. I keep forgetting to do that. Evening is your most active highlight of the day. Yeah, because I fucking work full-time. Of course it's the evening. According to legend, if you peel an apple, another special lady will appear. Yeah, whatever. What lady? Himiko, right? Then she'll ask you, do you want to enter the Forgotten Hall? You played on day 1. I did play on day 1. I've been playing since the very beginning. March is not happy with us. Oh god, we're about to learn a lot of stats about my about my playthrough. May 1st, you ignited the wildfire in the Eternal Freeze of Bellabog. July 20th, you resolved the crisis of the Ambrosial Arbor's abundance fueled resurrection of the Shienzo. I don't need to look at that. And then May 11th, you went to the planet of festivities and fought the tyranny of the Order in Mikhail's dream. You're up to 1,072 days. Yeah, I haven't logged into this much. I missed a lot of time there. On November 9th, you faced the destruction and penned the magnificent heroic epic for the planet. That was a stream. And now the latest chapter is landing. Ever since February 18th, you crashed into Aha's playground. The Astral Express has entered its most elated chapter. The ambitions of mortals, the madness of the imaginae, the gambits of the eons. What exactly is Baseball Raccoon walking into? I don't know. Oh, hi, Cass. I'm already on the latest chapter. He wrote more fan fiction? Let me read it. Can't see what happens next. Will Sir Raccoon unlock a new form? Probably. And of course, Payla's here to talk with Cass. A fellow The Fluffy enthusiast when Exchange fan works. Sure, if you don't mind. Of course, Hyacinth and Lynx are there. In the past, the character you spent the most time with across the map was Acheron. Yeah, no shit. She kills everything in the fucking map, so I don't have to do anything. This is why I have my May variant with me at all times. This is relevant. It would have been Ellie, but I haven't had Ellie very long, so... Besides the companions of close friends, you made 11 close friends. The memory bubble can really hold them all. Oh, hey, look! It's Ellie! Let's go. Also, Archer's over here in the corner? Why the fuck is Archer here? Oh! No, these are the characters I pulled. Okay. These are the characters I pulled. So, we have Sparkle, who I just got, like, last patch. Cypher, Finan, Yao Guang, Don Hong, Hyacinth, Cyrene. So basically all the Crisis heirs and also Archer. Which is hilarious, because, like, fucking Archer. I don't even want his ass. I don't even care. Yay, Ellie. Hi, Ellie. From waking up all alone on the space station to now being surrounded by all these trustworthy companions, you did that. Because if you're radiant warmth, an irresistible pull draws others towards you. Or, you know, my money pulls them towards me. Neither interstellar stability or the laying of the silver rail would be possible without the utmost contribution of every single character, much less collaboration over path power. I love that they have the fucking Seal Slammer's glasses here. Like that's what this is, which is hilarious. Also, you have like Finance Sword, Fat Fuck is here. We love to see it. I like we have Cypher's Coin. I'm glad. I mean, all these are like all the Flame Chasers, but like I do like that we have Cypher's Coin. Bands of the Fluffy have tallied all characters' appearances ratings. Take a look. What is this? The most frequently played character each month was Acheron, Finan? Cypher. They're all Cypher. It's all Cypher, guys. I didn't really play much in January, so there's nothing there, but it's all Cypher. That's so funny. That is fantastic. I love to see it. I played in January, though. Right? Because we did streams in January, I'm pretty sure. Why is there nothing here? I did streams in January. What is that? It's probably Cypher, though, given that starting at, like, the moment we got her in August, it's just been Cypher. That's amazing, truly. She's great, though. We love Cypher. In the past year, the character deployed most frequently across all paths was... Oh, let's see. So, we have Aventurine and Topaz, Firefly, Bronya. Of course, Bronya and Aventurine make sense, because I use them in a lot of different teams. The Herda, who I've barely used. Shit. What's your fucking name? I don't remember hers. Oh, God, my brain. Lingsha? Yes, Lingsha. Again, she's on my Firefly team. Like we have like basically two separate teams here. Acheron up 522 times. Also, you can't see it, but fucking Ellie's here 181 times. She's my most used remembrance character. She beats out Topaz, Firefly, Link. Like she beats out like almost. She's like what's my third most deployed character, and then nobody from the Trailblaze because I don't use them really ever. I love that Ellie is like now my like what third most deployed or fourth most deployed character, top 5 at least. That's so funny. We love to see it. My girl. The most frequently borrowed support character was Cyrene, borrowed a total of 6 times. Oh, what? Only 6? Damn. Yes. Thank you for Ellie. You two really are inseparable. You must be super close, just like me and my day one, Lil Gwei. Of course you two are. Sushang loves her orange-haired streamer girls. No comment. At least you worked well together then, no? Not necessarily. Some might see it as a form of enslavement. As in, I've made you my slave all this time. Funny. Are there any companions whose special archives you'd like to see? Oh god, there's so many characters here. I want to know about Ellie. Ellie's the only one that matters. On November 6th, you encountered Cyrene, who is currently at the following stats. Character level 80. Trace is leveled up to 62. 0 on item levels equipped, yeah. Equipped with This Love Forever Light Cone, which is her base one. Relics with 29 effective sub counts. Yeah, she's not the most well-built character, but it's fine. As the star of the Fluffy, everyone's seen how hard you've hustled this year. A minute of stage that were 10 years of practice. Throughout the past year, oh god, you've consumed 32,000 Trailblaze power and spent and earned 58,416,609 credits in total. Congrats. Of course, you also contributed a lot of abandoned relics. The automatic discard device salvaged 1,447 idle relics. Almost the lead number, which is kind of funny. And extracted 1,420,500 experience. That's a lot. Probably not as much because I didn't play as often as I should have. Cosmo's #1 Fluffy comic, according after something's available with the Fluffy, blah blah blah. Okay, whatever. I'm on it. The Ashton Detective Agency, walking dogs, grooming kitties, running marital background checks, neighborhood disputes. I'll accept any commission. This is the rate for a 24-word ad. Money, run, Mr. N. Broke bitch. I don't know if Phil, like, at least didn't tell me how many jades I spent. I don't need to know about that. They might still. Okay, let's see. We're not done yet. This is a little break while my brain sorts out my thoughts. You see the nose with Finan? I'm not surprised in the slightest, Dan. Open this year's volume and find a shining addition to your Trailblaze record. You've unlocked 1,072 achievements in total, with 394 this year alone. 91,000 Trailblaze power, 125 million credits, 5,729 salvage relics. Yeah, that tracks because you play a lot more than I do, so. Look, you've looked at a record of 281,555,516 damage in a single attack. I did? When the fuck did I do that? Since when do I do that kind of damage? The highest record of healing is 26,454. That actually probably does track. That makes more sense. There's 281 million damage. What the fuck is that from? That must be like a weird boss mechanic or something. I got more achievements than you, though. I mean, I just spent a lot of time doing all the Amphoria shit. Like, I got all of the, like, nymphs and stuff, which took forever. There were so many funny, memorable side stories apart from the Mount Trailblaze plot. Remembering having little Chimera and sunglasses as your companion? I forgot about the Chimera. In Steel Slammers, you fought alongside 12 chubby baby seals. I basically did that to finish it. Probably Currency Wars? You know, that would make sense. Currency Wars would track. Also, wait a minute. You do Currency Wars more than me. How did I get 281? Oh, no, you got, never mind. You got 2.1 billion. I got 281 like billion. I'm like, why the fuck did I do that kind of damage? You did decidedly a few margins more than me. I still have this little cipher. It's so cute. Aggie, I made up my mind. I'm naming my baby seal Cat Sealy. That's a lot of damage. Yeah, right? I didn't realize like 2 billion's a lot of fucking damage. Like, Jesus Christ. That's orders of magnitude more than I've ever done. Is that why you gave me the name Seal Bling Bombshell Reveal? Steel Slammer's time, meow. God, I love Cypher so much. She's so fun. You discovered an abundance of treasure in foreign lands. This year uncovered 112 treasures, bringing the overall total treasure to 1,726. Okay. Damage gets crazy high with wealth creditors. Never expected our little raccoon was talented to start a cooking show. During the Chrysos Maze Grand Restaurant, the Trailblaze Hearth managed by you and your companion Chrysos, you achieved a stellar 4-star Michelin rating. Yeah, because I finished it. You got 500,000 in revenue. You came up with 17 max level signature dishes. Yeah, okay. So I just finished the event, basically. All right, the Dromus event. I forgot about this one. You took excellent care of Dromy until it maxed out its growth chart. Anaxa was right about you. In the Crisis Awu Championship, Cyrene became most trusted Crisis air companion with 3 deployments. Well, yeah, of course it's Cyrene. Is anyone fucking surprised? Master Cat Thief in tow, you waged 28 battles, yeah. In the end, your flawless teamwork earned you the highest title honor of Crisis. Yeah, I only did like the bare minimum of that, to be fair. They're all giving me happy awoos. My day, it's time for today's training. Hekaikis, I'm here. I love how we have Aglaia and Cypher again, represented by this stuff. You sometimes even became the team think tank, decrypting 260 nymph puzzles and capturing Spirit Thief Bartolos 41 times a lot. Which is to say, I did all of it. Do you know how fucking annoying that shit? I did spend like 2 days looking for all the fucking nymphs. You know how hard that shit was? It was such a pain in the ass. It was such a fucking pain, and all I got for my trouble was a cutscene with Lygus bitching about the allegory of the cave again. I don't need that again. I spent so long doing that, and all I got for my trouble was like an icon and a Lygus cutscene. Again. You can chase for the nymphs too? Yeah, sure, I guess. I encountered 4 mishaps. Oh yeah, that's when I can like have the things fall on my face. I forgot about that. I'm surprised I didn't do that more. It's your favorite Miss Sparksy. Nope, nope, not opening up. Bye, Sparksy. Gray hair isn't back yet. Are you asking who's there, Gray hair? No one important, just a white mushroom knocking at the wrong door. Okay. Welcome to Planet Arcadia, which happens to be the planet we're currently on. The bizarre and surreal world in canvas. The strange imaginary made with wish power. Guessing you're probably pretty used to it all by now. You've collected 3,664 pixie coins while exploring the streets of the island so far. Remember to exchange them for rewards. You've also become good friends with Wispe, finding a total of 52. Yeah, I found all of them. I went through a lot of trouble to do that too. I did that off stream. At least for like, obviously like not the new areas, but like I've definitely done all of that. It's always about Cloud, but you're the boss now, so forgive that Furbo for Bullitzer for sequencing pictures of you. As the new president, you've led an unreliable group of Furbos, or unreliably reliable group of Furbos, drove the magazine to number 13 on the bestseller list and published 8 break reports. Which is to say, I only did the bare minimum of that. I powered through it off stream like last week just to be done with it. So the digital pet egg's last update was 10 years ago. You need to hang in there, Master Fox. Oh, she has a Tamagotchi still. Good. Tisk, hand it over. Hey, upgrade complete. Your gameplay is mine. You're welcome. Wow, biggest boss. I'm adding you as a friend. I like that Silverwolf and Nessia seem to be friendly. I like that. That's fun. I feel like they'd get along. How about a round of Cosmicon Collective? I've played none of that. I've avoided it like the fucking plague. During the event, you raised your rank to Silver Combat Expert. Yeah, I didn't really want to do more of that. Oh look, Cyrene again. I wonder why that is. You collected 24 character cards in total, 9 of them being actually rare cards. Your core tactic is your most played ace, Cyrene. Which looks like the card you rated the most in the cosmic. Yeah, I wonder why that is. I fucking wonder. Luck up. Don't be discouraged even if you lose. The general's luck is already pretty good. Luck plus plus. Too bad if it still falls short of yours, but fortune still favors us. At least Simp is accurate. It really is. Charlie clocked me on that one pretty hard. Luck max. Oops, my bad. Seems my luck is just unstoppable over here. Ha ha ha. Luck max. Hi, you got some skills. Looks like it's time to finally get serious. This hand, I can't afford to match either side. Yeah, wild that Cyrene was my top played character and all these things. Never could have fucking guessed it. Wild. Alright, let's go for the last one here. It's a shame I couldn't E6 her because Ellie came out at Impact 3rd and I had to will for that, but I would have got her to E6. I'm waiting for the rerun. Oh look, Cyrene again. Hi, Cyrene. Why are you here again? You faced every challenge thrown by the infinite branches of the Divergent Universe in the spirit of Thousand Faces. For all the what ifs, you found... Oh, I didn't really do much in Divergent Universe, actually. Most frequently used character for clearing, Cyrene. Number of clears, 2. Yeah, I didn't do any of that. I really didn't do Divergent Universe like at all. I don't do in-game stuff as often as I should. But still, my girl is still here, so glad to see that that's still the case. Stares and curious. Moos and confused. Stares and even more curious. Moos and even more confused. Do we need to stare like them as well? Yeah, we should. Oh, I didn't do MOC. I skipped this shit a lot. I really did not do this. Oh, look! My Cyrene team! Most frequently used character forgotten all this past year was my Cyrene damage team? Crazy. Let us see yours on that. Yeah, I told you, I didn't do any of it. I forget to do MOC. But the one time I did, I used my Cyrene team. Crazy. And so they're here. Because of course they are. I didn't do any of this. I think I skipped this entirely. Yeah, I forget that this exists. Most frequently used character in Pure Fiction in the past year is none. Because I didn't do any of it. I fucking forget Pure Fiction's a thing. This is the finality one too. I might have done this once. I don't think I did this very much. Yeah, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. Oh, I did one of them. I did do one. Which was my Acheron team. This is before I had Cyrene. So, I guess that makes sense too. I didn't do none of that shit. That tracks. King and check stage? What the fuck is that? I don't even know what this is. What? I have no clue. I literally have no idea what this game mode even is. Anomaly arbitration? Okay, I've not done any. I don't even know where to find that. Like, I have no fucking clue where that even is. Like, legitimately, I have no idea where that even is. It's on the Express. It's for the whales. Yeah, I had no intention of doing it anyway. Listen to Diviner Fu. If you want to become a general, the first thing you need is a strong physique. That's the one that I don't do? Yeah, I figured as much. Yo, look at fucking swole face Shao here. Good shit. Come on, try lifting this dumbbell. Yes, ma'am, General Face Shao. Straining. 330 pounds. Haha, don't you think I could do it? Or don't think I could do it? Yeah, of course you wouldn't. Now, I did do Currency Wars. I did do a lot of this. And probably my like, you know, Wheels Aglaya or whatever, like that one. Like, that's the thing I did. Yeah, look, Aglaya being the top one here. Crazy. So, highest rank was Advancement Master, Essential level 80. Highest damage was 1.8 billion. Record creator was Aglaya. So Aglaya did a lot of damage. Good job, Aglaya. Proud of you. Most used investment was Blood Flame's Invitation. Peppy has arrived. 70 things unlocked. Day didn't. Yeah, I did the Aglaya thing for all of this stuff in Currency Wars. Shocking no one. No matter where they are, humans will always fall in love with the fluffies all over again. Whether or not your world has grasped the concept of Currency Wars, you have one Albert encounter so far and crossed paths with Peppy 3 Peppies. Yeah, it didn't say 1 billion. Yeah, I guess it wasn't Currency Wars. Huh. Your investment habits worth frequent review and study were highest in Nax and Tribute. Again, the support teams for my Aglaya team. Unsurprising there. Most frequently synthesized 3-star character was Aglaya. Yeah, that tracks. I need to do more Currency Wars, honestly. Oh, 4-star characters. I forgot that you can even make 4-star characters. I never really get enough of them to get 4 stars in the first place. Let's see. Top 3 most synthesized advanced equipment. The chip, the boots, and the banner figures. Most of the 3-star and 5-cost character, I don't know what any of that really is or does. Doesn't matter. I don't do much of this as much as I should. Total store refreshes 1,645. Total gold coins consumed for the store refreshes 2,162. I probably should have more of that. I should have done more of this. Scissors, rock, and rock. So they both beat up Blade. Tisk. Got any for dinner again today, Blade? Who taught Blade to always throw scissors? It's probably Silverwolf, because it'd be funny. Yeah, I really did not do much in the way of like currency wars. I should have done more of that. Every all-out effort, every wish, every drama along the Star Rail converged to create the miracle before us. This power has brought the Express to Planet Arcadia. This time, we will all witness the will of the Trailblaze with our own eyes. Did this journey lead us fluffward? Grand finale, the fluffy fan stage play. Bravo. Our adventure really turned into a miracle lifted everyone's spirits. Why is it kind of embarrassing? The show might be over, but things are still pretty lively backstage. Yeah, all the partners who are making a cameo appearance are waiting backstage. Hurry over and share your thoughts with them, then make your wishes for the new year and share your blessings. I was back in human form. Nice. Okay. I thought they were going to tell us how many jades we spent, but I guess not. I'm going to choose the Ellie one. I know people meme about it. I'm choosing the Ellie one. Bite me. I may have my critiques of Ellie's handling, but she's still my favorite character, so fuck you. Okay, so let's go ahead and do it. They said character need to put in here? No. Where is my girl? They won't out you like that. No, they won't. Where is my Ellie? Yeah, where's my Ellie? There. Fucking give me my Alicia, goddammit. And you know what? We'll choose we will choose all the Impact third characters. So let's get Akron as my other one. Wait, what is this X supposed to be? Do they just not interact? They have nothing to say. What is the X? Oh, I guess it's like to remove them is what that means. I feel like I need to put Cypher in there because I love Cypher and she's really funny. And let's put Akron in there because she's funny. Hello on the YouTube side. We got sidetracked. We were doing story, but then I got sidetracked. I can only choose 5 characters. So Akron, Cypher, and Cyrene are obviously gonna be the ones to choose. I want Evanessia in there. Look at that. We got Evanessia. And, no, actually, I should maybe put May next to Cyrene. That seems like that should be appropriate. Hold on. May has to go next to her wife in the other game. How's it going? It's going well. We're just taking a little bit of a break to do this stuff because I just got it. And where's Cyrene at? There you go. Cyrene, you can sit over there. And then we can put Evanessia and Silverwolf there. So a lot of like mostly Honkai characters. And then also Cypher. That's what this is. There we go. Take a photo, we'll share it. What will almost certainly be my most used characters, that's how this is going to be. Okay. Cool. We have the Ellie stuff. As is the case. This is as expected. This is how it needs to be. Yeah, just send it. I don't care. They can gawk at how little I've done the in-game content. Oh, hey. It's like, look, other people here. Oh, look, it's pending. Look at that. I see pending over here. I'll give you a thumbs up. Good job, pending. You get a thumbs up from me. Because you have a mem icon. So this is what you get. This one person chose an Ellie thing, so you also get a thumbs up. Congratulations. The rest of you, no. None of you get things. You didn't choose Alicia, so therefore I can't support you. All right, I think we're done with this. Just a thumbs up. Yeah, I don't know what that does for you. All right, did that not like count as shared? Well, I didn't want to click this again. I didn't want to do this again. I didn't want to do this again. Let me out. Yes, I'm already done. I don't want to do this again. Stop it. Okay, so we'll do that later. I don't know what it does either. Yeah. It's nothing to me. Most likely, new account, so you don't feel new. Oh, well, hold on. I did not read that correctly. God, my brain just fried itself. It'll say nothing to me, most likely, as you created a new account, didn't feel like you're using your old one anymore. I mean, I guess that's fair. I have no reason to, like, make a new account, so I didn't intend to. Oh, look, we got a letter from Cyrene. Hold on, I have to read Cyrene's letter. Look, this is my favorite character. We have to. To Stella, or Artemis as I named her. I saw it when, as I've written, turned to a new page. Together we wrote a gentle ending to the chapter named Flame Chase Journey. The new that we're born in Forius quietly awaits its sequel. This must be the tomorrow you see, right? On the road towards the past, I saw ripples reflected in you. So I'm writing this letter, praying it can cross through time and find its way back to you. And it's not just this one, you know. I wrote a lot. Some nagging you to exercise properly, some reminding you to eat and sleep on time, and I'll leave that as a little mystery. Maybe a surprise will pop up one day in the future. Who knows? I like that they're actually leaning into her, like, mischievous nature. This is the thing I felt like Cyrene was kind of missing, is, like, Alicia is a gremlin. She's a little imp. So, like, we need Cyrene to be a little bit more, like, goofy and be a bit more of a menace to other people. I need more of that, please. So, time to set off. Your trailblaze journey will always have ripples by your side. Cyrene. Thanks, Cyrene. My favorite. The best one. This was I chose it from her. Yeah, because I chose her for that. Good. Apparently there's no trailblaze level requirement for Emphorius. I'm not really surprised by that. Nice, so I got a lot of shit for that. Good, because I could use the Jades when Evanescia comes out. That's just like a free 10 pull they just gave us, which is fantastic. I will gladly take all the Jades, because I fucking need it. What is this? Posting in Planet Jump fans group chat. There's no activity in trading grounds for like a blah, blah, blah. Okay, yeah, whatever. I'll do that later. I don't care about this. Rewards can be claimed. Submit. I'll take the more Jades from this. Thank you. Level Trailblaze 30 with 65k experience stored. I don't honestly understand the purpose of storing Jades, or not experience. Like, Insane used to do that, like my mod. I don't fully understand why to do that, but like, you know, you do you kind of a thing. I'm not gonna judge. I don't understand. Like, I never felt the need to do that personally. Damn, look at how many Jades I've got now. That's nice to have. Time to convert that all immediately into this. Do you feel like increasing equilibrium? I guess that's fair. Alright, we have oh god! I forgot that there were enemies here! Shit!
Amateur.
I forgot there were enemies.
Dispel the gloom! Destroy the skies! Found me!
Well, go my Cyrene team. Instant jumps in. For real though.
With enough believers, live become
I was gonna like pull on my Akron team so I could
Flowers
insta kill her.
bloom for tomorrow.
You're hypocrite!
Okay, they're mad at me. They get over it. I don't care.
Embrace a new
I'm a
life.
content creator. You think I give a shit about negative criticism on the internet? We live and breathe this shit. Come on. Try harder.
May death protect us!
See, battle over.
Every memory turns into ripple.
Okay, I do actually want to go change my team really quickly. Actually, doesn't Silverwolf skill eat things? Doesn't that, like, kill off normal shit so I don't have to fight them? I think it does, right? In which case, I could use Silverwolf for this instead of Acheron, and I could just passively do it. I think it does. Hold on, we're gonna do this.
Let's have some fun.
Yeah, it does. Let's go, Pac-Man thing.
We'll have to deal with the ones in the tower ourselves.
Hey, could you, like, come over here and eat? Move! Pac-Man! You're caught on a corpse. There we go. I'm glad I pulled for Silverwolf. Alright, go, eat the thing. Oh my god, he gets caught on things really easily.
The drop rates are this bad.
I love that she just gave a shit, but like, yeah, this is a bad thing.
Do not stop smiling.
Okay, is there anything else around here?
If you feel uneasy, remember, those are not your emotions. It is simply happiness fine-tuned.
I'm always gonna love that this thing sings Cyber Angel. It's wonderful. Oh, there's a Wispay over here. Let me grab that. Yep, thank you. Wait, what do I have an achievement for? What is this? Obtain a total of 8 fortune pouches through Yaoguang's technique. I gained a thing through Yaoguang's technique? I don't know what that fucking means.
Nothing new under the sun. Plain Arcadia wasn't the first victim.
Full Wish, what do you hope to accomplish for
Concerned
this?
citizen tipped me off. In fact, Urillo 6 became an IPC asset practically the moment it waved goodbye to the Express. What
not
a
really.
Pity, Astral Express. This debate is no longer your show, but a trial for all citizens. Friends in the audience, whatever you do, don't look away.
Uh-huh.
I wouldn't dare! I wouldn't dare!
Keep it down, will ya? You're gonna get thrown in jail!
What?
Is this the debate Full Wish prepared? I figured it was a trap, but these tactics are just despicable. It's truly shameful.
Let's see. Don't get mad, action is the best counterattack. Yeah, exactly.
Full Wish is stalling for time. At this rate, it'll never end. The elevator's cut. The emergency exit's a no-go too. We're short on time. Let's just scale the outside of the tower.
You don't seem very enthused about that, Ashvale. You know, I do realize now that, like, if I use this team and I keep doing stuff, we're gonna run into some problems because I haven't leveled up any of my relics at all for this. Okay, this one has 3 skills on it. We can use this one. Let's see. Yeah, auto add, just go ahead and go. Why are you leveling up the shit I don't why? You have 3 stats to choose from and you choose the one I don't fucking need? Gosh, I hate the fucking relic system. It sucks. God, the relic system is shit. For this exact fucking reason, look at the rolls on that. Bad. Yeah, re-roll this shit. There. Good. Yeah, give me the new one. We're not doing that shit. Fuck you. Absolutely not doing that. Bad. She got 1 in speed. Now we have more in speed. Now we did it better because I re-rolled that shit because fuck that. I'm not doing that nonsense. This one only has 1 stat. It's not worth leveling. This one has 2. That's alright. That has none. Not worth leveling. This one is not even relevant anyway. This one only has 1. God, that sucks. Okay. Let's see. Recommendation. Alright, smart equip. Hold on, let's take a look at this. So this one has, yeah, so we definitely are keeping this. That's pretty solid. Yeah. Okay. Can we do anything with this one? We have nothing here. This is so fucking useless. Okay. This one has none. That's all these are useless fucking things. This is terrible. But I guess we have this one, which has 1 stat that's useful. Okay, so yeah, let's just use that one. That has at least 1 stat that's useful. Speed main stat is more important, yeah. I guess. That's really annoying though. They're useless. I really need to go get more stuff for this. This just sucks. This is just bad. This is a bad rolls in general. That just sucks. But also I can re-roll shit. I wonder if I should do that with some of these for Silver Wolf. I shouldn't do that right now though. Yagwang also needs things, and this is also like useless. But this one has 2 stats. That might be helpful actually. That doesn't have all the ones I want, but that might be okay. That has 1. Actually, let's go back and just look at the smart equip thing. This shows me what's actually helpful. So none of this shit is helpful. 2, 1, and 1. And then 0. God, these are fucking awful. Ugh. This is why I hate the fucking relic system. The relic system sucks. Is this still the right set for Huahua? Has that changed at all? Because the game suggests this, but I don't think that's actually the right set, right? Like, isn't this the set that's most useful for her? Let's see. Not that one. What is it I'm using for her already? What is this thing? Messenger's Holovisor and Whalefall Ship. Wait, why the fuck did I click over this? Oops. I clicked OBS for some reason by accident. Custom plan. Where is that? Yeah, let's do that one. Yep, confirm. Okay, they have one that's slightly better, potentially, so that might help a little bit. Most people have her on the Warrior Goddess set now. Is that what this is? She's generally the best healer set. Set info. Yeah. How do I, like... Let's edit this. So you're talking about, like, this set. And not that. Planetary ornaments. Is it still Broken Keel? What's the other one people are using for her? I don't remember what else she's using. But it seems like I don't have much in the way of anything at all for that. So that's not really helpful. Whatever they made for Hyacinth? Let's see. What is the Hyacinth one? It's not Amphorius the Eternal Land, is it? Surely it's not that. Or maybe it is, I don't know. I don't remember. I don't know. Let me unmute. Maybe Pending can tell me. Pending knows more about this stuff. This is meta shit that I don't have. Pending, help.
That startled me.
What is what's the best set currently for Hua Hua? Is it like what Anne says of like Warrior Goddess for one, and then Broken Keel for the planet ornaments, or is it something else?
Let me look it up. I don't think it probably is the Hyoscene set, but I don't think it helps that much. I think it's just lack of a particularly good option.
Yeah.
Let's see. So they're recommending for the planetary set Loose Shaka, but that doesn't make any sense for Elation because Elation doesn't care about the attack. So Broken Keel is better because at least that gives you crit damage.
Yeah.
As far as they do suggest the Warrior Goddess set. Best in slot for all healers, increasing their speed by 12% and providing its team-wide 15% crit buff. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, so I'm checking Game 8, which is the other place I look at for stuff, and they're suggesting still the one that I'm on, Messenger of Traversing Hackerspace. They're still suggesting that as like the main set.
So
I don't know what Pridwin says.
Pridewin lists that as the number 2 option. Can be used to provide a minor buff to speed scaling characters like Yao Guan and Silverwolf, increasing the team speed by 12% for 1 turn every ultimate, though Ho-Ho can take a while to recover. Can be used during key targets' turns to extend the buff duration to 2 turns, except for Silverwolf 999, since her turn automatically starts. So it seems like Messenger Traversing Hackerspace is a decent option as well. If you already have Messenger gear, then
I need some better parts for it, but it seems like it's mostly fine.
Given that you have that, and I'm assuming you don't have the Warrior Goddess set, you may as well go with the Messenger set, because it's not like it's going to be that big of a difference. It's basically the difference between whether or not you get the 15 extra crit damage.
Yeah.
Which is nice, but not critical.
Yeah, I'm looking at like what Game 8 suggests for the ornaments. They're saying Fleet of the Ageless is one to start with, and then Broken Keel, which is what I had on her originally, is the second best. Thoughts?
So Fleet of the... I wouldn't recommend Fleet of the Ageless for this, because Fleet of the Ageless is another attack buff, and a lot of Elation characters don't care about attack. So in most cases, yes, Fleet of the Ageless, but because you specifically want to use her for a Silverwolf team and eventually an Eva team, it doesn't really help in that specific scenario.
Yeah. So they've swapped out one of my things, but it seems like my Hua Hua is about as good as I'm gonna get her right now.
Yeah, that's fair.
But God, my fucking like Elation characters have shit stuff. I got shafted on that really. I need to go grind for that stuff. It sucks. I'm not gonna be able to do much of anything. Damn it. But whatever, at least like Silverwolf is pretty strong and Hua Hua is strong, so maybe they'll be able to comp for it.
Hopefully.
We're gonna find out. I should probably use my team instead of just using Cyrene all the time. I should probably use another team. They might be actually smart, but also it's Cyrene, and I love my girl.
It's certainly worth trying out the other team. See how you like it. Obviously, that team is incomplete at the moment, but
yeah.
But it's worth giving it a try. Are you also putting Elation MC in it?
Yeah, Elation MC is part of the main squad for that right now.
Cool.
I have, what is the team for that? It's Silverwolf, Elation MC, Yao Guang, and Hua Hua, which I think is like the recommended team for that.
Yeah. Like, Sparksy would be the sub for Elation MC, but you don't have Sparksy, and Elation MC works pretty well too, so it works out.
I got an achievement for that. I'm just going back and forth randomly.
That's funny.
That works. It's fine.
Yeah.
Also, thanks for the treasure, because I like treasure. I will say, I'm glad that the annual review thing did not out me on how many J's I spent.
Yeah, that was nice of them. I'm also very fascinated I was very fascinated by your discussion during that. Well, I'll tell you after this scene.
I mean, I've turned off autoplay, so we can talk about it. It's fine.
Oh, I was just gonna say I was very fascinated by your discussion about the Eva Evanesia Yao Guan scene, as well as like obviously Meanie and Silverwolf.
Yeah, the thing that frustrates me about that is like I go back and look through that, and I try to read it carefully, but like that scene is really confusing. Because it feels like Evanesia is swapping who she's talking about while using the same term for them. And
yeah.
That really feels like it's not really clear who she's actually talking about at any given point in time. Because she's referring to like her past self before becoming this creature of abundance as like a separate person than who she is now. It's kind of why she first like as if like she died. So we have that problem. We have her talking about Aha showing up as a meddler, as another thing. But she also refers to her past self as a meddler, but then also she says she, but sometimes it's in relation to whoever like owns the garden thing or whatever, which would be the Eon of Abundance. So like she keeps changing it. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about, Nessia?
Yeah, it was like when I first saw that scene, I felt like this feels a little bit of Amphoria style writing.
It does a bit, but it also feels like something was lost in translation to me.
That's where I'm at. I think something was lost in translation. Because the problem isn't pacing. I don't think the scene goes too long. I just think that the language that they chose was maybe a little denser than it needed to be. Like,
then, it almost reads as if it wasn't translated correctly.
I think so.
Which is like, it's not a pacing problem or that they're using Amphorian language or whatever. It's that somebody didn't translate it right. And what would have been clear about what Evanesia was talking about was not clear because they didn't translate who she was actually talking about.
Yeah, I'm gonna see if I can find what the direct translation, like maybe if I find like the original Chinese dialogue.
Bye, Anne. Thank you for stopping in so late.
Bye, Anne. I wonder if I find the original Chinese dialogue, if I can bug a friend to look that over. Yeah.
I mean, maybe. The other thing that I wasn't expecting them to do is, like, I mentioned before that they did just straight up tell us that it was Fuqua that she fought. Because, like, Fuqua being called a phoenix, like, that's not anything new. Like, those of us Impact Their players, we already fucking know. And the fact that Marshall Hua has not shown up at all, but she's been mentioned at least once in terms of, like, dealing with Locha. We don't know much about her, but from this conversation with Nessia, it seems like with Impact Third, she's old. She's been around for a while, which leans a lot into what I really hope for her character writing, which is that right now we're under the assumption that Marshall Fuqua fits into an arc that I have dubbed the No Mercy for the Corrupted arc, which is how do I explain this shortly? Okay, so in the previous era, Fuqua was just like a kid, right? And then she got inducted into Moth and began to fight against Honkai as a soldier, just kind of doing what she was told. Because Mobius experimented on her, she also becomes a pseudo-Hersher of corruption. She is designated the head of Project Ember, which is to sort of restart civilization and guide and protect them with the help of Nuwa and Fushi as her subordinates who are in cryostasis and not immortal like she is. So later on, they have like periodic meetings where they talk to the other project leads, which would be Kevin and Sue. And they should have talked with Grisea, but they lost contact with her probably because of Vita and Saw's meddling. That's a whole other thing. Don't worry about it. And while Fuqua is out and about, she loses Nuwa and Fushi because of Honkai being accelerated by the rapid growth of civilization. Because they were helping civilization grow, but by doing that, they accelerated Honkai's resurgence, which would have doomed humanity again. And this led to the rise of the judgment class beast Chio, which the Yellow Emperor had to help fight, and then she dies in the process. Nuwa and Fushi die during that fight, and Fuqua is left by herself. So now she's lost all her friends. She has lost contact with all the other people who from her era, and then she is now just trying to figure out how to deal with Honkai in the current era. So she creates a dojo at Mount Taishuan, and she takes on disciples, and she trains them in the martial arts stuff that she knows is effective against Honkai to help them deal with Honkai infection and stuff. And the creed that she has is no mercy for the corrupted. Anybody who is corrupted by Honkai, regardless of who they are, dies. And it's partly the reason why her disciples tried to kill her is because one of like their own becomes corrupted. They know that she will kill them instantly, and so they attempt to kill her, but she doesn't die because Fuqua's immortal. So like a lot of what we know of Martial Hua seems like she's pulled from that same kind of era. This idea of like anything that's corrupted has to die. In this case, it would be denizens of abundance, right? That she would be no mercy for abundance creatures, regardless of where they come from. I will kill them. And the fact that they've now seemingly suggested through this dialogue that she may have had a history with abundance before, and it might be why she's immortal again, is also very similar. Because remember that Fuqua is no mercy for Honkai, but Honkai is why she's immortal. She's a pseudo-heroic corruption. So them doing that again is really interesting. And having her be called, like, the Phoenix of the Xianzhou is a fucking rad thing to suggest that, like, yeah, Fuqua's coming, guys. We know. And she's old, and she's been doing some shit for a while.
Yeah.
So I like that. That was like a really like subtle thing that I think for people like who aren't me, they're gonna miss that. But like, yeah, that's a really interesting little detail.
I mean, I missed it when I was playing it. I didn't clock the Phoenix thing at all.
Yeah. And most people won't. Like most people don't know what they're talking about. It's like the same thing with like whenever they have like Star Traveler show up and Vita talks to them. Those of us who recognize Star Traveler know that that's Vita. We know that it's related to her. When Vita shows up and talks and takes them away, we know that. But players of Star Wars who don't have that context have no idea who that is. And it means nothing to them right now. So for them, it's going to be like way the fuck later when we actually meet these characters. That's going to be like a big surprise to them. So whenever we meet Martial Hua at some point in time and she's called like the Phoenix of the Xianzhou, this is going to be like, oh shit, they mentioned that in Planet Arcadia. Evanescia knows her. For some reason. We don't know why Nessia knows her, but like for some reason she does. But like that's kind of interesting.
I mean, I think the main takeaway from this patch is all old people know each other.
I think that's probably fair.
We're getting that with Ashvale too. Like why do you know these people? I mean, he was a Galaxy Ranger, so I guess it's not that big of a stretch that he knows all these people. But
yeah.
But just like it feels very coincidental that like, oh yeah, Ashville also knew Blade from way back in the day. But it's fine.
The thing that I'm still hung up on for this patch is like, why does Sparksy say that her fighting Full Wish's stuff is like the Honkai chapter? Like, you have that, and you have Silverwolf allegedly breaking the fourth wall saying this is Honkai, and I'm like, okay, but like, what does that actually mean? Like in this context, why do both of you talk about this if it's not relevant? Like, if I'm right, and whatever's in the center of the planet is actually just an emanator of destruction, which it seems very likely currently, and that the games are meant to just contain them so they don't destroy the planet again, to limit the destruction's growth and whatever, which I guess is fair. I still like the idea of it being Honkai, damn it! I like that better. But, like, I don't know that they're gonna say that, in which case, why censor it at all? Why mention Honkai this patch? I just... My brain's hung up on that. And again, like, during, like, the thing where Nessia talks about it, like, they have that weird thing in the portal that looks like her but isn't her. That's such a, like, Will of Honkai thing to do, and we've not seen much in the way of, like... We haven't not seen that, but, like, we did sort of when, like, Evernight was teased in, like, that weird bug patch. And then we've had, like, that happen with Trailblazer a bit, where they see themselves reflected, but that's, like, the alternate version that you didn't choose.
Yeah.
We have that. But, like... What is that?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I can't say, like, what is and isn't coming in this patch, so...
Yeah, and I wouldn't ask you to spoil things now anyway.
Yeah, exactly.
Get to it. I've got to, like, try to theory craft in real time, but, like...
Yeah, but, like, I can't... Yeah, but I can't, like, confirm or deny any of the theories on things that I have advanced knowledge of. Yeah. By virtue of having finished this patch.
Let me ask you this, how far in are we?
You are actually pretty far in now. This is kind of like I hesitate to call it the final part of the patch, but like this is kind of the equivalent of like when you were in Star Rail Fest in the previous patch. This is the last major location area that you're in.
We're building to the final fight then.
Exactly, yes. You're still early on in this location, but this is the last big location. So like if you were playing this game normally, I would say an hour or so you could finish this, but
it's me we're talking about,
so I don't think it's going to be like an hour. I think realistically you're probably looking at like 3 hours of additional story.
And we haven't been for 8.5. We have been going for a while, but this isn't really like a good stopping point yet. So I'm like, I have so many questions, and part of me wants to keep going, but also I can feel the fatigue hitting me, and I'm like, I should probably stop at some point in time soon. But also I'm like, I want to fucking know. I can't sit on this for a week, damn it.
No, I understand the desire to finish this.
So I guess it's a good sign.
I don't know that you're gonna. I don't know that you're going to. Well, I mean, I guess you kind of got like a fairly natural stopping point coming up, except for the fact that that stopping point isn't going to answer the questions that you have. Like most of the things you're talking about, are backloaded at the end of the patch. So
okay, well, I guess we'll go back to meeting and see what we can do with this.
Okay, good luck.
And of course, fucking Discord's not letting me do shit again. I literally every time I press the button, it's like, do you want to authorize Elgato Stream Deck? I'm like, yes. And then I press authorize and it promptly ignores it and doesn't let me do it again.
It's like, why would I do this if I didn't want it?
Yeah, like fucking annoying shit. Okay, let me just do this manually again. Ugh, fucking Discord. I'll fix your shit later. Alright, let's continue.
I cut the signal. She kept repeating herself, so I figured I'd make her shush.
That's fair.
Thank you. Though, isn't it a little too quiet?
Careful, there's something on this floor. And it's a big one, too. My arm's starting to twitch.
Oh, so your weird wolf shadow thing is gonna eat people. I mean, I guess that's fair.
The magical girl troop that got here before us. So they've taken my full wish. What a shame.
Oh, hey, the Wispe thing that I can use to pay me to tell where stuff is. I'll deal with that later, not right now. We have plot to finish. There's still a lot of Wispe probably in like the interplanar jump stuff, so we're not gonna bother paying for that yet.
Not a mimic. Not interested.
Why are you more interested in the mimic?
Where'd everyone go?
Damn, everyone's dead. This is a bit of a problem. I'm really wondering about like this. We see a lot of this. It's not Siren, but it's kind of Siren coded, and I'm here for it.
Let's have some fun.
Oh, look who's waiting.
Thanks, Wispe.
Let's have some fun.
Oh, the enemies run from you.
Watch it. Someone's behind that door.
That's really funny. Oh, it's Blade. Hi, Blade.
You. How?
I mean, I guess it makes sense you'd be here.
Starting today. Happiness and laughter.
Anything else around here I should grab?
Happiness and laughter. Starting today. Happiness and
Blade, why are you here? Do I have to fight you again? I'd rather not. I don't want to fight you again.
Enough. With things as they are, how could you possibly remain unaffected? Old friend. Are you Ying Xing now? Or Shuhu?
I am Blade.
Okay. So he's fine. Got it.
That's all I wanted to ask.
Fair enough, I guess.
Let me handle this. Maybe.
No need.
Tuning
We can
it'll
trust
work.
him.
Oh, hi, Don Hong. When did you get here? Still is so happy. Bestie! I missed you so much.
I ran into Himiko. She told me to come help you. Sorry, it took some time to get upstairs.
I don't think I've seen Stella this happy to see Don Hong in any major capacity at all. Blade, you alright, buddy?
Seeing you makes me feel much calmer.
Why? I thought you
Weird.
hated his ass.
You didn't have an episode?
Quite the contrary. When the first wave of the disaster burst out, he nearly lost his sanity. We fought a vicious battle and paid a cost. It was only when General Yao Guang showed him Yin Qing's hand-forged token that he finally came back to his senses.
Okay.
According to the Stellaron Hunter's plan, Blade must be here.
Let me guess. Something to do with stopping Full Wish?
Probably.
Correct. Full Wish sought to exploit the abundance, but she never expected another host of Shuhu to participate in the Phantom Moon Games. What she can do, he can do too. In a different form. We just need to create an opening for Blade to seize the mask.
Does he already
Then
have
those
that?
200,000 people can be saved.
Don't rule out the other
I guess
possibility. Everyone dies at your hands. If this were the IPC, they'd throw you in jail for sure.
Good thing we're not the
But
IPC.
for now, everything depends on you. The common folks are innocent.
They're still advancing, trying to bury the truth with violence. But the Astral Express won't succeed. Elation shall not be defiled. Thank you, everyone in the Smile Society.
Why is there a live audience? Has Full Wish completely lost it?
No, she's
Their
still on
cunning
Full Wish
tricks
power.
won't corrupt our society. Will
Happy people
protect this
can't
world.
die.
They're not like normal people. The vast majority have mutated. So Full Wish really can manipulate them. But right in front of the cameras. She ought to be avoiding suspicion.
Yeah, good point.
Even though the IPC reduced them to this state, their inner desire still brought them
You're really
back
saying the
to
IPC
side
did
of
this?
righteousness.
Really?
Healed already? That fast?
They are abundance creatures, so.
How can a person full of happiness ever die?
They've completely lost their minds.
That's how it's done. Let them taste their own medicine.
What a pain. Drag this out any longer and we really won't be able to kill them. Prepare to break through. Let's go.
You know, I didn't really consider it, but like, if Blade is also like a host of Shuhu's cells in some way, does that also mean that if Shuhu is the real supplicant for the mask, that Blade could just take it? Because like, that would mean that he's also technically said supplicant, which is kind of an interesting thing to think about, but like, it's more of a technicality than anything. Unless the weird emoji thing is the real supplicant, and then obviously not, but I'm assuming that like that's not the case. Alright, how will my Elation team actually vote? Stella being almost dead is not voting well.
Let me teach you some moves.
Get there.
Baneful cloud scatter.
For funsies when she had this
An
stuff.
explosive start. Oh my lord. Our might commence.
All for the thrill.
Trample. Yeah.
Hoping that Silverwolf can carry.
All eyes are on you.
Wiped him out. This next round, real gaming. Bonus round.
Real gaming.
Bonus round. Bonus round.
This is fun. I like this. Like a Verge of Reason ass ending. Sure.
There's no other choice. I'll stay behind and hold them off.
We're
that
losing
plays
our
right into their
teammates
hands. Splitting up the supplicants puts us at a disadvantage.
It's better than all of us getting stuck here together. Besides, if you guys aren't around, I'll finally get a chance to show off a little.
I guess.
Go on. I won't die.
No, I assume not.
I posit. Your deduction contains flaws and is untenable.
Oh, hi, Pearl.
I
Fancy you
propose
showing up here.
Retract your statement, lest your wish to die peacefully in bed become impossible to fulfill.
You certainly have impeccable timing. Don't tell me you're already at Pier Point.
I gave a hacker an assignment to track down the mastermind, but it seems she's gotten herself stuck.
Has she?
The signal from the TV station is causing interference with our comms. We can't keep this line open for long.
And it won't take long for them to revive either.
I mean, they are
Long story
abundance
short,
creatures.
the principle behind the Joy Ascendance is this. Certain suggestive information interfere directly with their synesthesia beacons, activating the implanted flesh of Shuhu. Patients undergoing happiness surgery all became supplicants, so it's no surprise they were affected by wish power. But the second wave of mutations sent everyday people and mechatrons nearby into a frenzy as well. Conclusion. An unknown force is spreading its influence. An emotional plague.
Like a mimetic virus, again.
Shoot. So, just taking out Full Wish won't be enough.
Because Full Wish isn't the supplicant anyway.
And you? You're just gonna stand there and watch.
I've got to keep tracking the lost hacker. For now, I can only send her to assist you.
Hello. Please support the IPC. All for the Amber Lord.
Sure, Silverwolf.
What's this?
That hacker's data slice. It will help you eliminate potential threats.
I love that they just like created a version
You're
of
in
this
the
loyal to the
optimal spot
ABC.
to
That's very
initiate
funny.
the hack. Load it onto the nearby terminal. Quick.
Just looking at this screen ticks me off. I wanted to smash it anyway, so this kills two birds with one stone.
Okay, let's do some progress.
You can't even spare the world in canvas? I do not wish to meet
Okay, so the weird emoji thing is here. Okay, yeah, whatever. I figured out how it works already.
but your actions are simply too despicable!
Our emotions shifted slightly. Looks like we're pushing the right buttons.
I still don't know what, like, Mr. Meanie is supposed to be. I have my suspicions, but... Hi, can you, like, destroy this thing properly? Please and thank you. Hey, why don't you come eat this thing? Come on, you can do it. Correct, nerd.
This bootleg Silverwolf is actually pretty useful.
Bootleg
Production
Silverwolf.
plan is already in the works.
They're mass producing bootleg Silverwolf. That's hilarious. I'm sure she'll be very pleased with that, and not at all annoyed.
But the astral plan will succeed. Elation shall not be defiled.
Alright, let's go. You should purchase a mini Silverwolf, which is great. Alright, come on, eat the thing. Hi, Quiet's on. Hello, hello. Thanks for popping in. Oh, yeah, eat the bomb. The bam. Okay, is this all we needed?
Okay, looks like it worked. But why is it just the screen? Pearl? Can't get through again.
Stupid controller. Peasant? Asheville and I have the same reaction. Oh, you show yourself again.
Looks like this is the unknown force Madame Pearl mentioned.
Yeah, what the fuck is this thing?
They are imaginated creations born from the synesthesia beacons. The supplicant masks of those 200,000 victims.
Okay.
No wonder the Joy Ascendants got tougher the more we fought. It wasn't their flesh and blood getting stronger. It was these weirdos pulling the strings.
If we don't get rid of these smiley faces, there's no way we can stop Full Wish.
Why start analyzing now? Don't bother. Just empty your mind. Isn't that happiness?
Not really, man.
Let's
I get no
focus on
thoughts
what's
head
right
empty,
in
but
front of
not
us.
really.
If we can see it, we can deal with it.
If it bleeds, I can kill it. Good on you, Asheville.
Stand back, everyone. Watch out for friendly fire. Hmm?
What?
Hey, where's the young lady?
Oh yeah, where did I go? I'm right here.
Something's off. Dan Heng.
So you noticed it too. We're disappearing, one by one.
Okay.
What are you guys talking about?
Yeah, we're still here. What's happening?
It's you.
Do you like it? We turn up the light eye on one another. In our eyes, there is only me. So, oh, blind to everyone else.
I have no idea what's going on right now.
It doesn't matter if you can see or not. Let's meet at the top of the tower.
I guess so. I mean, I'll just go run over there. That's fine.
Going to the top of the tower. Oh, you're too late.
What do I care about some stupid emojis anyway?
By one.
No, I don't care.
Companions are right beside you. Yet you will die alone.
I mean,
Truly unfortunate. And truly.
you say that, but like, we trust our companions. We'll be fine.
Disappeared? What's going on?
An illusion.
Disappeared. Oh, no. He's merging into one. Never to be fortune yet. Congratulations! You're the first lucky soul to be voted off.
Yeah, what the heck are you? Yeah, what is this?
Struggle harder. Let me announce the answer. Standing before you is the wish power of the rebel.
Malice of the
I am
rabble.
the mask everyone wears for themselves. Plain Arcadia's snarky buffoon. My heart is filled with sorrow, yet my face is one
I don't think I have been more confused during a Star Rail patch than I have in this one. Like, genuinely. I have no fucking idea what's happening.
Would you rather die than live?
Laughing at your stupid ass plan. That's one thing. Hi, Silverwolf.
Talk is cheap. If you've got the guts, put me on trial.
Thanks for the save, girly.
This meanie family of yours sure has quite the colorful cast of characters.
Great Wolf, when did you get here? What's up, fam?
I heard someone was messing with my data. I had to come lay down the law.
Nice.
I'll do you a favor while I'm at it.
Little hacker, once I formatted every byte of your data, you won't even be able to record a whimper.
Cocky little bastard, isn't it?
Don't rush. I'll send you to meet Mr. Meanie right now. Take a guess. At which stage does a boss like you usually appear? Just one place. The tutorial.
The disrespect. I'm here for that.
Mere child's play. What are you so
Oh, hi,
smart
Elio.
about?
Slash feminist. Good shit, son.
Victory isn't hard, but I'm being generous today by letting you witness the gap between us.
Oh, I love this. This is great.
Not bad. You've got some moves. What? You still think you can win? The Stellaron Hunter's mission ends here. Take a good look
Go,
at
natural
who's taking
transformation.
Welt. It's the last Emperor of the Dark Zone.
Let's go. Dragon Brand. Dragon Brand. Good job, Bronya. Slash Silverwolf, slash Bronny, slash whatever you want to call her. Good. And with Terminus again. Why are you here?
That should put a stop to the endless flame wars.
You know, Silverwolf, you have 2 drills. When you evolve into getting 3. You
Don't.
look...
It's a long story.
Okay. Can the Joy Ascendants be restored?
Nope. I can only keep them quiet for a while. Stop them from going crazy again.
What did you do?
I hacked the beacons, then initiated 200,000 threads of operation. It's a high-level play, but I've got plenty of experience.
Good shit, girl. Nice hype for, like, the Deus Ex Machina.
You go handle Full Wish.
You're not gonna give me any spoilers?
Elio didn't want us to tell you, but we talked it over and decided to ignore him for now.
Okay.
This time, no one can see the path ahead. You're going to have to walk it alone.
I love that I can just do that. I
Go.
just decided to ignore it.
I wish you good luck.
Always, girl. It's always fun hanging out with you.
You've got quite the patience eavesdropping for this long. A real mean one. Let's see just how long you can hide.
Yeah, reveal who the fuck it is, please.
Is this for the sake of ceremony again?
You finally showed up, Mastermind.
Okay.
One more round. How
Also, I
about
love this
it?
art. This is really good.
Such a pity. If she'd stuck around a little longer, she would have witnessed an even more interesting truth.
Yeah, isn't he like the dice-headed fucker? That's who that is, right? The guy that has dice for a head? I don't remember all the Emanators of Destruction, but I guess we were right. It is Destruction again.
Is this appearance a future you've borrowed? In a certain possibility, you stand at the pinnacle of the Emanators of Elation, the universe's one and only true player. Every game already cleared. No more challenges, no more thrills, and naturally, no more laughter. Just silence.
Assad, come on. Okay.
How many times have you worn that bored expression now?
For you, this is the last time.
I can tell. Right now, I'd be wise to stay out of the line of fire.
Scared?
Is he he
Too
could be
late.
trapped here then?
How many more aces do you have up your sleeve? Play them one by one. I'm watching.
You'll see. Just not right now. Don't misunderstand, Hacker. I'm only stepping behind the curtain because tonight's comedy stars someone else. The Phantasmal games will continue, marching towards destruction, just as Emphorius did. Take a guess. This time, who will be mourning when the clock finally runs out?
Okay.
The noise is gone.
So let's dissect this revelation. So we know that Mr. Meanie is actually Assad, or Pramod, or whatever, and we also know that from like the Emphorius trailer thing that he's not stuck there. So that loops us back then to Evanesi's conversation that whatever's trapped in Planet Arcadia is not this Emanator of Destruction. Because he's already here. He's just being a pain in the ass just for reasons, I guess. He's not trapped here. At least as far as we know, unless he's able to project outside of the planet for some reason. So that brings us right back. Maybe it is Honkai trapped in the planet. Maybe? I'm gonna like, you know, suck on that copium for a bit.
Silverwolf said just now that this time no one can see the path ahead. So even the script stops working sometimes.
Yeah, apparently. Quit checking your phone. Twitter's not helpful.
Think about that doesn't make any sense. People from the you sticking up for the IPC dog?
Wait, did I just hear somebody in the background say "drop dead, you fucking losers"?
Foolish basically has no evidence at all, right?
Think about that doesn't make any sense. People from the
You sticking up for the IPC dog?
That really does sound like it, doesn't it? It sounds like "drop dead, you fucking losers." Like that's what that sounds like. What the fuck? Our first uncensored swear word in Star Rail? One more again. Hold on.
Foolish basically has no evidence at all, right?
Think about that doesn't make any sense. People from the
You sticking up for the IPC dog?
That really does sound like that. There's no way that is what it is, but it really does sound like it.
Looks like the winds of public opinion are starting to shift.
The IPC is interfering with the live broadcast, but Foolish TV will never yield.
So you say.
We will fight those despicable supplicants from beyond the sky to the bitter end.
As agreed, we'll meet at the top of the tower.
Damn straight.
Let's go. We shouldn't keep everyone waiting.
You know, it is really odd. Like, okay, if this abundant shit really is from, like, Pramod doing it, why go such a roundabout way of doing that?
Slowly,
What an
it's
odd
right.
thing to go do.
The joy ascendants have calmed down.
Not interested. Let's have some fun.
Why go like such roundabout methods? I mean, we've seen them do underhanded tactics before, which isn't like that. So, like, you know, Fantalia was like that, but like,
Heroes sealed a
that's such an
Lord
odd
Ravager
thing
at the
to
cost
do.
of their lives, only for their efforts to be undone by the arrival of the Express, unleashing a catastrophe that swept across the cosmos.
My controller
We're
is
going up
stuck
through
looking
the elevator shaft this time?
Furious is nothing more than fuel for the Trailblaze.
Freedom while ignoring the question?
Do you seriously
What do we
think
got?
I haven't read as I've written?
Let's see. I think we can figure this out. Oh, it's just like a random jump boost. That's fun. I'll make sure to check that on these places. What's up here? Wait, how can I not? How do I access that thing? Well, we'll just ride this around, I guess. What is the point of like dropping all the weird little dudes? Thank you, Wispy. Moving on to the next thing. God, you guys talk too much. Alright, well, onwards. Go ahead and grab that, please and thanks. That was surprisingly effective. Yeah, what's up, Furbos?
Everything we can to get those counter articles out, so don't you dare move! Speaking of a condemnation, the Astral Express appears to be stricken with guilt and has seized its attacks on the Joy Ascendant.
If they really were villains, why would they care about being condemned?
I mean, I don't. So, like, well, what is the problem here exactly? What is going on? Hold on. There we go. Thanks for that. Someone it boost me? Why would I do that? They're trying to anti-smear Full Wish. I mean, I knew that, but like, I guess, but this is like the Furbos being bad at their jobs. I guess that does track. I guess this makes sense. The Furbos aren't exactly known for being good at this.
We're through. Don't let your guard down.
We got more claimable rewards. What else am I getting? Oh, it just crossed the fucking reset for the day. That's what that was. We've been streaming so long that the fucking day, the server reset. Not the best, but you do want people on your side for the sake of pulling Wishbone away from shoot. Yeah, this is true. That is correct. Let's see. What do we got over here? Yep, the fucking server reset. Truly amazing. Okay, we can check the other thing.
Looks strange.
I mean, is it actually Full Wish, or is it not like
But I am
a
not
song?
afraid. Not when I have all of you by my side.
Okay, we have a puzzle thing in this room, which I'm not gonna bother with right now. Congrats on making it to the daily reset. Yeah, we did daily reset stuff. I've been streaming for so long now. We've done this. Is it a good thing? Who's to say? It's just a thing. I feel bad for people trying to watch this VOD. It's such a long VOD. Oh, hi Sparksy. What do you want? Gray hair, be very careful. Almost forgot about you. Any good news? You gonna explain the Honkai stuff to me? Full Wish's power is called Happiness Syntax. Sounds fancy, but all it does is manipulate people by stirring up and amplifying their inner desires. The bad news is, this trick works best in Planet Arcadia. Any good news? Sparkle just fought her way out of the tavern, going back live soon. Good luck with that then. Later! Fucking Sparksy. Are you here just to be a pain in the ass? Could you not be like a little bit more helpful? Okay, we got Full Wish's weird ass place to sit. Okay, what do you want, Full Wish? She became a
Ladies
TV.
and gentlemen, our hero has arrived.
Bearing vanity, violence, and that signature baseball bat. Here you are.
Yeah, what the fuck is your deal, girl? Oh no, I let her speak.
Relax. I don't intend to use happiness syntax on you. I never planned on defeating you, or that star-studded team backing you up. Each one of you is a ticking time bomb. A single stump, and the shockwaves could shatter plain Arcadia.
As is the case for all supplicants?
It's all too clear. Forces from beyond the sky, ultimately destroying plain Arcadia. History remembers it as the cosmic bloodstained games.
I mean, I wasn't planning on killing anybody. You did this on your own. Yeah, nobody cares.
No one cares about your excuses. Because I'm going to defeat you and put an end to all this.
Then do you remember the last time you had a good laugh? Let me help jog your memory.
Oh god, what is this? We have a good time when we're here with all of our friends. What do you mean?
A living, breathing person turned into a flower right in front of me, and it was giggling.
Uh-huh.
Someone! Anyone! Save us! Where is the IPC? Where's the Department of Aberration?
Also, this is Paradise Dandadon.
Pitiful souls. And laughable, too.
There is no need for panic. The Research Society of Happy Smiles foresaw this calamity long ago.
Did it?
We hereby proudly recommend our health tonic, the Rejuvenation Fountain. It wards off the abundance and reverses disease.
Oh, great. Fucking conspiracy theory streamer grifters trying to sell me supplements to solve my problems. Crazy. Never seen that happen before.
Idiots. Trying to profit from a disaster. They can't even save themselves.
Looking at the
Aren't
wording
those
in
your
the
fault, though?
evacuation notice, I see the IPC's fingerprints all over this. I think the Express is just taking the fall.
No, if you ask me, this is absolutely a Foxian conspiracy.
What do the Foxians have to do with this shit? It's only Ting in here.
Sheer foolishness. I call
Racist
upon
old
us.
people.
No, it is imperative to convene the Arcadia Council immediately and reach a consensus on the following. To reclassify the Joy Ascendants as a brand new subtype of Imagine.
Why? Why would you do that?
What?
And then accept them with all your heart, and one day you'll be able to coexist peacefully.
Are you fucking dumb?
All these years later, and it's still the same bunch of idiots running the show.
I mean, Foolish is wrong there.
What's up, chap? Surprise! Didn't see that one coming, did you? Just
Of her things of Sparksicle, lol.
Sparksicle is back to bring you the biggest surprise of the century.
Uh-huh. What is that?
That's right. I'm laying my cards cards on the table. This whole laughter-filled carnival is my masterpiece. So, do me a favor with those lucky little fingers of yours and hit that follow button.
Hit the follow button. Smash that subscribe button.
So she's still alive after all.
Like, comment, and subscribe.
Do you see it? The true face of Plain Arcadia. You try to defend yourself, but from start to finish, few actually care.
Okay, well, we knew you were
Why are they
kinda like
laughing?
this.
No one cares. This is my home. An absurd Arcadia that performs a farce in the name of elation.
So you hate elation now, right?
Everyone's suffering is worthy of their laughter.
You think you're wide awake, yet you're the one who's fallen deepest into the dream.
Okay. Thanks for the interjection, Sunday.
Use tuning to make her confess to the public. Also, we need to pry out of her how to undo the transformations.
Does tuning even work on her?
Or, Full Wish, you can do it yourself.
But she won't.
This is your last chance.
We're the pro tags. Look at how
Once the
colorful we are.
transformation starts, there's no stopping it. Killing me won't do you any good.
Besides, aren't you the ones to blame for all this?
Why would we do this?
You're a stubborn one.
Your kindness is laughable. How can a fool's play end in a boring epiphany? Come then. I've set the stage for a bloody spectacle.
You're the one talking about blood. We didn't even want to
Right
kill you.
at the top of the Seafeld TV tower. Prepare to welcome the climax of this game.
Also, don't you show people hanging from the ceiling? That's unsettling.
Cowardly vermin.
We need to catch her. Immediately.
Yeah, see, catch is
Hand it to
correct.
you guys. It takes real patience to sit through all her jibber jabber.
Some of us get the right idea. Fucking foolish, just
I'll
can't
open a
shut up.
shortcut for you. I'd like to see what other tricks she has up her sleeve.
Thanks, Silver Wolf. I appreciate it. Why the fuck am I... Why am I just walking? My controller's acting a little wonky. I think the cable's dying. I need to buy a new one. Well, I want to know about this pile of chairs. A villain who meticulously decorates the map just to deliver a few cool lines. Talk about a boring sense for drama. And also precarious. Like, that's just so dramatic for no reason. Okay, off we go.
Blaming me for cheating? Ban my account if you dare. Take this, system crash.
Never change, Silver Wolf. Okay, how do we get...
These vines. It's them.
The shadow is stirring. I hope it doesn't come to that.
Okay, thanks for the wispy.
Pathway generated. Obstacles cleared.
I'm kind of glad that we're just working with Silver Wolf right now. Like, that makes me really happy that, like, the Silver Hunters are, like, supposed to be these, like, big bad guys or whatever, but, like, we're just kind of chill with them. Like, it's fine. She's like, yeah, I'll come help. It's whatever. The script says to do it, so. Like, obviously her hands are a little bit tied by the script, but I do find that very funny. Foxian's catching strays and not even knowing it.
The source of Shuhu's flesh. They're just up ahead.
What a mess.
Yeah, it is a mess. Let's go. Oh, here we go. Team must include the Trailblazer. Okay, well, good thing I have my elation team, but they're not really leveled up. Would it behoove me, we think, to, like, level up some of these, even though none of them are particularly useful? Like, as much as it, like, sucks that I don't have everything the way I want it, like, I feel like I need to have at least something leveled. Otherwise, we're gonna be kind of fucked here. Let's see. Let's just not do that. I don't really want to have to do this, but I feel like I kind of need to. Especially this one. I really don't want to level that one at all. Okay, we leveled this one. Fine. I'll level this too. I just need it to be like something useful. Let's see, we got that one leveled up, and I guess we'll just level this. And we'll leave the other ones off. I'm not going to bother touching those, but at least this stuff is leveled. Well, let's just enhance this one to the next cap, get the skill, and then we'll call that one done. I won't even bother touching it. Well, I need to go the same thing with Yao Guang as well, because like I can't just have her like not be useful here. Alright, cool. You get something. Congratulations. It didn't really roll into anything I wanted, but I don't want to waste a reroll on it right now. This one... Yeah, we'll just do this too. Not that I want... Wow, that sucks! Okay, sure, I guess. Flat leveling... And again, we'll do this. I really don't want to have to do this, but I need at least something to do here. Yeah, see, I don't want to level these at all because they're useless. So. Alright, that'll have to do. Let's hope that that actually works. Star challenge, let's go. I'm kind of glad I built my elation team up a little bit. Like, even though they're not really like the artifacts suck, but this is your last stopping point. Okay, yeah, I kind of figured, but I'm committed now. I want to know the end, damn it. Also, that's sketchy. Oh, it teleported me down, damn it.
That giant flower.
True owner of the mask.
I'm just gonna laugh back.
Life is short. Why not smile more? We're all recipients of Aha's blessings.
Uh-huh.
Seeing how ghastly everyone looks, let me tell one last
John Hung's ready
joke.
to throw hands. Let's go.
On that bloody evening 15 years ago, a student covered her mouth and hid in a broom closet, watching as her friend was smeared across the blackboard like paint. After she was rescued, she couldn't go home. The adults brought her 2 small boxes.
Small boxes?
Her parents were inside. From then on, she lived inside a wardrobe until a granny from the Mutual Aid Society knocked on her door. Child, you have to come out. There are so many others like you. We can help each other pick up the pieces, bit by bit. Did that child find a way out? Yes. And thank goodness.
Uh-huh.
Every day she received letters of encouragement filled with smiley faces. She returned to school, spending her days and nights with new friends. People held her hand and said, "Go get 'em. You're the pride of the Arcadia." And I said, "That's right. I am the pride of the Arcadia."
Uh-huh.
Click! That's the one. The perfect, tearful smile. Where are the cameras? What are you doing hiding in the back? Get in here! We need to capture every single detail.
I'm gonna make a comparison here about what Foolish. I've been trying to figure out what Foolish looks like to me, and I think I know. I know exactly who she looks like. But I need to pull up an actual image that's not questionable, because Google Images is sometimes very questionable. Okay, are you guys ready for this? I don't think you're ready for this. Like, you want to know who she looks like? she's that. The hair is slightly different, but it's the vibes are there. The vibes are similar. The vibes are very similar in my mind. I mean, look at that. Look at that and tell me you don't see it. It's a little different. A little bit, but not by much. You get a little bit more like definition to Android 18's hair. It's the same thing, man. I'm telling you.
I don't quite understand. I understand everyone wants to document happy moments for me, but why are there so many cameras?
Mr. Collier, you're getting too excited. You let the cat out of the bag.
No big deal. We can edit it in post.
Post? Edit? What are you talking about?
This is the most like genuine Foolish has ever sounded.
Foolish. Congratulations. Just moments ago, you conquered every last viewer. Ratings for the elating show, Please Be Happy, just hit an all-time high.
The investors made the call immediately and greenlit the budget for the next 3 seasons. Cast members, and especially you, Foolish, great work. You are the pride of the Arcadia.
Okay, what does any of that mean?
What did you say? So, the people who helped me? Uncle August, Miss Spy? Were they all actors?
Yeah, so she fucking hates Elation, right? Like, that's definitely what this is.
My tears! They weren't fake at all!
The inspirational girl who survived the Herald of Death tragedy. A 100% true story. That's exactly the effect we're after.
Remember to look at the camera, superstar. Give us another smile.
You know,
that night she locked herself in a room again.
I really can't say I blame her for being pissed, because, like, what would you do if you, like, went through a horrible tragedy only to find out that every person you had ever relied on in the aftermath of that were all paid actors monetizing your suffering for their own personal gain? I feel like justifiably pissed is probably the right word. Because that's kind of fucked up, Planet Arcadia. Damn.
She turned away from every camera lens, hoping for just one person, anyone, to offer a sincere apology. But in the end, she received only a Featherlight package. Guess what was inside?
A fool's mask.
Ah,
correct.
Okay.
But not quite. There was a note behind the mask, and it read, "The way you cried, you looked like a complete joke."
Honestly, the fools were kind of right about that one, though. They recognized, like as cold as that sounds, right? Understanding that, like, all the people around her were completely fake and paid actors. It is like a cruel joke. Calling attention to the absurdity of that tragedy is sort of what the fools are about. That does actually track. As, like, harsh as that is, that seems like somebody was aware of it and, like, was calling attention to it to Foolish's face. Or, you know, in a sense. That's very on brand for the fools, though. So you made yourself into the
You want to demand an apology from the world of 15 years ago? You're the one who's become the aggressor.
How could that be? I merely turn people into actors in front of the lens. That is all. Gods are fools, mistaking malice for mirth. Mortals are shams, masking malice with mirth. So, my dear supplicants, go ahead. I know you just want to turn me into a mindless monster too, don't you?
What? Are you stupid?
Don't engage her. The camera is on us.
Did she implant Shuhu cells into her own body?
Viewers, I knew it! They're trying to frame me! Soon, I'll lose my mind!
Do you know what this gives? Like, everyone who's seen Hazbin Hotel, it reminds me of like the very end of like Vox Populi, when the angels show up and Vox's immediate reaction is, "They're here to silence me." It's that. It's exactly fucking that.
But I will never yield. For the first time in my life, I will speak words of happiness to myself.
Wait, you can use your thing on your
I
own?
will
Fuck.
spit right in your smiling face. I want to see when a mortal destroys the elating show you've been amusing yourself with. Will you still be able to laugh?
Up, she's violated the rules of the game. The one taboo she's not supposed to.
From the elation!
Evanesia, this is your chance, girl.
Create a never-ending Phantasmoon Games! Oh gods, let everyone never stop laughing! Is this as you wished?
Okay, that actually is the most Honkai looking ass boss we've ever had.
Supplicants from beyond the sky, if this game never ends, will you ever find happiness?
She wants the game to go on forever, looping inside an undying deadlock.
Stay focused. Don't let Shuhu assimilate you.
Okay, characters afflicted with happiness state will gain stacks at the start of the turn. Once they reach a certain number of stacks at the end of their turn, they will become converted into a happiness puppet. Attacking and defeating the enemy targets can reduce stacks to avoid being converted and overcome the happiness effect. Okay.
Troublemaker.
Paramount Bliss
I'd like to be one
inverted.
too.
Ill Wish instead of Full Wish. Arch Lotus. Interesting. Okay, now I gotta remember how to fucking play my characters, because I'm assuming this is the final boss of the patch, so.
Stars favor us. Last is humanity's anthem. And like,
Very funny.
a bad omen. Don't thank me. Our might command.
Wiped him out.
People always say that the will of heaven observe the heavens with my
I
divination.
don't know what it does, but it's probably fine.
Act of love. An explosive star. Don't think. Feel. All for the thrill.
Okay, I'll have to
Even so, there are still people rooting for us.
Let's go! Go, Silverwolf. You're pretty good. Girl, you got a fucking problem.
Fiends or devils, I'll crush them all!
Alright, I think this support thing is still active, so we can just do this.
Very funny.
Alright, let's do that. And EMC ult.
Must find her weakness.
Feast your eyes, uh-huh.
Okay, that's some creepy shit. What the fuck even?
I believe in the Astral Express.
The climax of the comedy. How could it be complete without you, the protagonist? Come, receive this blessing!
Oh god, you're creepy. I love these new... I love all these, like, new things. These are good, like, the little way they show this stuff. Please keep this for longer things. I need it.
That's it?
So weak. Don't stop now. I haven't had my fill yet. Kill her. Kill her. Kill her.
Ew. Ew. Gross. Weird.
Don't lose, Lady Foolish!
I believe in the Astral Express.
Ew, I didn't like that. I didn't like its gross, weird human teeth. Unsettling. Oh, hi, Evanescia. What's up, girly? What have you been up to? Are you gonna help?
Another nameless.
Another nameless?
I have awakened only 3 times in a millennium. 2 of those instances arose from the exceptions you brought.
Uh-huh. What does that mean? You're Evanescia.
No. I have come to pass judgment. Full Wish's transgressions have been judged by the Phantis Moon. Now, I will return everything to its proper course.
Okay, so this is the other personality that she didn't want to use. Let's read what she said again. Oh shit, it won't let me read it. Okay, fucking damn it. Its proper course, what does that mean?
It is simple. By my hand, the joyous sentence will return to the embrace of the Master of Immortality. Even if Shu-Hu were to rise again, the outcome would be the same.
They will return to the embrace of the Master of Immortality, or merge, so they all merge back together, which would bring Shu-Hu back to life, kind of? But for her, it doesn't really matter. You're not Evanescia. Who are you?
Dragging 200,000 innocent people to the grave. I can't accept that.
Innocent. The innocent people you speak of are willingly offering up their wish power to the enemy, driving you into a corner.
Sure, but that doesn't mean they need to die.
I can see it clearly. Their support for Full Wish, and their hostility toward you. It's all from the heart.
And?
So what if it's true? As long as there's still someone out there who has hope, I won't give up.
Yeah!
Indeed. In Aha's games, right and wrong are of no consequence. So you must understand, everyone you save today could just as easily turn around and spit on someone else. Or perhaps even you, tomorrow.
Sure.
On the path of elation, humor and cruelty hold equal strength. Full Wish bested you because she granted all living beings the right to mockery. Mocking you, her, even themselves. Mocking everything disappointing about this Arcadia. As you can see, people have chosen the masks she offered. To think a mere game could change the world, that is nothing but a fantasy.
Interesting. So, the Fantasy Moon games, everyone's treating it like this big serious thing, but she's saying that that's not actually the case. That a mere game that AHA wants to play wouldn't actually amount to anything. Which, you know, from the perspective of the Elation, I guess that would make sense. Like, imagine setting up a game where you've promised them this, like, grand thing only for it to mean fucking nothing in the end. I think AHA would find that kind of funny. I'm not arrogant enough to think
I only
that.
believe one thing. People are disappointed in the world because they want it to get better. And I can show them that someone will always step up.
You don't even have a decent mask.
Oh yeah, I mean, Nessia did draw the mask for us.
But you seem to be hiding an interesting ace up your sleeve.
Am I?
If you allow that wish power to surge into you unchecked, you'll end up just like Full Wish, tainted by it, losing your sense of self.
I mean, Nessia...
And how can you be certain that you won't be changed by the elation?
I guess that's a good point.
It doesn't matter. A journey is supposed to change a person.
Adds more to Vanessa potentially being beyond the Emanator, given how much she knows. I mean, she knows quite a bit, but I don't know that this instantly takes it out of the realm of what we've already known. She said that she had that other form of herself that she didn't want to wield anyway. This is now the third time she's had to do it, which was in relation to, I guess, Nameless that have caused problems before. So, this is only the third time this has ever happened. I don't know that that necessarily means this has to go beyond Emanator or not. I think it just really is like the other form she already established was pretty damn powerful. The monster, kind of. But also, this still doesn't necessarily address like what's sealed in the planet or what the games are meant to keep concealed. So, there's that too. There's a lot of little things here. I don't know what to make of this yet. All right, well, I'm choosing the Crystal Flower because that's an Ellie theme. So, a journey's supposed to change the person. The Crystal Flower that embraces the world. We're gonna talk about Ellie. Yeah, Ellie.
Even if the world isn't kind to us, that's okay.
Yes.
As long as I
God
don't
intended.
forget, there will always be someone to remember the meaning of a smile. It doesn't matter who I used to be.
Uh-huh.
What matters is what I want people to see when they look at me.
You know something? You're far more arrogant than you realize.
Are we?
But if you aren't mad enough, how could you ever earn their favor?
What does
It
that sound
seems
effect?
even in the darkness, there's a light that still shines for you.
The glow sticks from Star Rail Fest?
Oh, so here's where we actually awaken EMC. So I was kind of right last patch then. Us getting the supplicant mask wasn't us becoming EMC. Now it is. I fucking knew that was... God damn it. I was right the first time. Yeah. Check back in 3 minutes. I was right the first fucking time. We hadn't unlocked EMC yet because we hadn't done that. I fucking knew it.
Because
make a
3
bit
minutes
fair
is all you need to believe in the light.
Sure.
Childish. Using glow sticks as weapons. That's certainly a first.
Mm-hmm.
Then the pact is sealed. Fantis moon above and sacred tree below, witness this oath at this moment. As constant as I am, as certain as your ascent, let it be never forsworn.
Uh-huh.
You're up, protagonist.
And now she's back to her usual self. Interesting.
Yeah, you got this!
So I knew her drawing mask didn't mean much or anything.
I believe in you!
Feels good being retroactively proven right. Vindication!
You got this!
No matter what kind of wish, I'll accept it, and I'll change it.
I'm so glad they were still
Beneath this mask, I'll show them.
Hero meets a dazzling entrance.
Fucking Star Wars ass pose. Oh, it's like a cat mask. That's fun.
Back on stage! That was quick. Just who exactly is the undying monster here?
Intentionally feeding.
Right. Use May the Trailblaze fly you starward to make the target immediately use elation skill one time.
Your moment to shine. Light it up. What next? The stage is yours.
I love being vindicated.
Where'd you pop up from, little lady?
Chat trying to gaslight me.
Are you alright?
Yeah, I'm fine.
I'm good. Actually, I've never been better.
Man, I've said this like 3 times already. I am so glad they let
turn
Stella
on
talk.
auto. I'll carry.
Like, she's actually being characterized as an actual fucking character now. Keep that up, please. I guess that doesn't really Alright, we move y'all wrong.
Stars favor us. Plasma humanity's anthem.
And then does AoE really do anything other than like I guess it's more damage to
Yeah.
the shield. Or whatever that matters.
Next of luck. An explosive star. All martial arts. Our might command. All for the thrill. People always say that the will serve the heavens with my divinations. A bad omen. Don't thank me. Don't think.
We're doing a lot of
Wiped him out. This next round, real gaming.
Real gaming. I like this old one.
Do you hear that, full wish? The voices calling for me to defeat you.
Alright.
Move aside, amateurs. Fiends or devils. Now, crush them all.
Why is it so slow? I thought it turns the double speed on. Okay, let's do AoE now.
This one is for Scott.
No, it's not! We're not avenging Scott, god damn it!
And the state brings what?
We are not avenging Scott! Fuck him.
This one. This is for everyone you tormented.
Using the Stellaron to strengthen the people's wish power. That's the cancer of all worlds. Using one disaster to snuff out another.
Sounds like a skill issue, bitch.
Stars favor us.
High tech this. I'll laugh at your corpse.
Into a blissful hell.
I love the lightsaber. Get wrecked, nerd.
I'm sorry, my dear viewers. In the end, I still couldn't protect this Arcadia.
Girl, we're not doing anything to it. You are.
The people have made their choice. You've lost. You don't know what their wishes are.
I don't know. And I don't care.
I mean, that was obvious.
So slow. It would only take the herald death an instant to kill me. But it took Arcadia 15 whole years.
I mean, I get your hate for the planet, I really do, but like, girl, this was not the way to deal with that. Should have gone to therapy.
She's dead.
Yeah. Yeah, she is.
The one responsible for all this. And yet, she gets to just drift away into death.
And left us with a massive headache to boot.
Yeah.
You haven't forgotten, have you? The real crisis is only just beginning.
Yeah.
If the abundance transformations continue, this whole world will be reduced to a demonic star.
Which means that the Eon of the Hunt's gonna kill everything.
The moment Fullwish died, the internet went into a total meltdown. She was planning to go for broke from the very start. She didn't leave us any way out.
Everyone's going to die!
Back as a ghost and haunt you for this!
Please save us!
The situation is already spiraling out of control. At this rate, it's only a matter of time before a third and fourth wave of disasters hit.
The Honkai Third Impact?
That's enough.
And I know this is sudden, but all eyes on me, please.
I am Cinderborn of the Daybreak Squadron. I'm currently borrowing Miss Sparksy's livestream channel.
Okay.
Everyone, please listen to me. It's not time to despair just yet.
Cut the chatter! Hurry up and save me!
TV's laptop. All this time, Fullwish has been deceiving everyone and rigging the game. It was the Nameless who stopped her, and even now, they're still trying to stop the disaster from spreading.
Hey, our boy came in clutch.
We can't just sit around waiting.
Good job,
to be saved.
Cinderborn.
Supplicants aren't the only ones capable of miracles. We can rely on ourselves to make our wishes come true. I'm assisting with the
obviously.
rescue efforts in Seafeld City. To anyone who can hear my voice, please take action immediately.
True, you really know how to be
Panic won't solve any...
Keep your phone lines open and conserve your battery. Tell your friends and family. Tell everyone around you. There is still hope.
Hey, he's actually living up to the title of like the Daybreak Squadron or whatever. Good job, dude. This is a good little like wrap up to your character arc.
All rescue forces are en route to Seafeld City. And Blurry, would you like to say a few words as well?
What, Nihilux is here?
Hi! Hello, everyone! I'm the author of Fluffy Across the Blue.
Why the fuck are you
Blurry
here?
QR cult. So pull yourselves together, or else I totally draw your scaredy cat faces into the comics.
I guess.
Speaking of comics, the Fluffy's latest update, Audience with the Divine, the Plain Arcadia volume, is complete. The release date is set for...
What?
Who are you?
I'm your attending physician. What did you promise me when you were discharged?
That face is great.
What a thoroughly entertaining comedy sketch. Well then, chat, that's a wrap for tonight. Bye!
I should start ending my streams like that. What do you guys think?
It seems this world is not completely incurable yet.
Don't tell me. You have a plan?
Yeah, tell me, Blade, what's up?
Gather the scattered flesh and blood of Shuhu into my body, and I will command it as Full Wish did.
You definitely want to
Maybe.
sparkle. Yeah, exactly.
There's still a chance to turn this around.
That's the kind of streamer I want to be. Definitely.
You're insane. You want to let that thing gather in one place to rise from the ashes? We must not repeat the mistakes of our past lives.
I knew it. You just couldn't resist pulling a big stunt.
Alright, Silverwolf, what say you then?
I am the only host capable of maintaining my sanity.
Without the Spirit Whisper, I'm not 100% sure I could restrain you.
That means a lot coming from her.
What if there was someone who could perform thought tuning and control you? Would that improve our odds?
Alovian kid, don't do anything stupid. Do you have any idea how many infected people there are? Can you control the thoughts of hundreds of thousands? You're just adding one more victim
I mean,
to the
he
list.
kind of already did, to be fair.
Mr. Ashvale, there will always be people who do stupid things.
Valid.
I've been wondering something for a while now. How did Plain Arcadia get its name? Just like Penacony, the surface is all glitz and glamour, but underneath, the currents churn violently. But now I understand. Stasis can never bring happiness. Here, all answers are accepted, and all possibilities are allowed. People's wishes collide, shattering along with this Arcadia. But just like all shattered worlds, there is a light here that will never go out. I once sought to put an end to suffering, and for that very reason, today, I hope to have the opportunity to trailblaze the path ahead for them.
Look at you getting your own character arc wrap-up thing, too. Good for you, Sunday. You're growing. We're so proud of you. So, for fuck's sake, controller. Can we stop being obnoxious?
People of the Arcadia, I, the Exile Sunday, hereby reveal my identity to all of you. On behalf of the 33 martyrs of the Sinwish Syndicate, I humbly beseech you, please, for the sake of this warrior, offer up your fear. There is no need to suppress it, nor should you feel ashamed. Please, face your fears, for only the truest of emotions can save this Arcadia. I will weave your desires into a lifeline. This will be an arduous, synchronized wish. A triumphant hymn that transcends the flesh and blood of the abundance and sounds throughout the Arcadia.
Yeah, people of Planet Arcadia, lend us your strength for a spirit bomb. I mean,
give us your wish power.
To give Blade all the abundant shit.
Put an end to this farce.
Oh, Skybow. Please, do not cast your gaze here.
May the tragedies of the past never be repeated.
There's still hope!
Yeah!
There's still hope! There's still hope!
Alright, Sunday, you got this, buddy. We believe in you.
Your dreams always come to an end. This time, I will defend everyone's right to feel pain.
Alright, March was supposed to be doing shit with Welt. I forgot.
The time has come. Show her! I might
I don't think you're gonna die yet, Blade. You're not allowed to.
That which began because of us. You and I will end this together!
That's fun. Ooh, that's pretty.
Nice. Before it fully wakes up, I'll end this game with a single parameter.
And it's gone. By abundance. Kinda. Or who we swapping to? Blade, how you feeling, buddy?
Don't crowd around me. I'm not dead yet. If you want to say your goodbyes or catch up on old times, form a line.
I didn't know you could make jokes, Blade. Nice work, Bladey.
Everyone just wants you to live out a good life.
The word live seems rather disrespectful to him. Saving a planet from the scourge of the abundance is indeed a monumental achievement.
Yagwang, where the fuck have you been?
You missed the entire battle. Where did you go?
See, Asheville's asking the right questions.
Apologies. I had a long talk with someone and spent quite some time divining the future, peering into the possibility of the Rainbow's intervention. Fortunately... Thank you, Stellaron Hunter. I say this with the utmost sincerity.
Shocking.
So,
But nice.
did your hexagram reading come true?
Dragons clash in the wilderness. Their ichor dark and yellow. I assumed the High Elder and his nemesis would engage in a bloody battle.
No, they've
It
been
appears
friends.
the prophecy did not come to pass.
Ah, they're besties now. It's
Perhaps
fine.
those words hold a deeper meaning.
Now kiss.
The battle is over. Have you regained your sanity?
Thank you. But doing just this isn't enough.
Are you still mad?
What are you doing? Why? Why are you plunging the fragments of the shard sword into your own body?
I hate you who is right before my eyes. Only this way can I remain lucid and remember those mistakes.
I guess this was from, like, before.
Only in this way can I face the coming death match.
Alright, seems a bit extreme, but whatever works for you, man.
He uses a fragmented sword to maintain his sanity. The pain must be indescribable. Ichor, dark and yellow, refers to the color of the shard sword when it shatters.
I see. That's a fascinating interpretation of the hexagram. But we've strayed from the topic at hand. As an envoy of the Xianzhou, it appears I must fulfill my mission now.
Now?
Escort me back to the Xianzhou, to remain imprisoned for all eternity.
Are we
Or
actually sitting Blade
perhaps
away?
Execute me on the spot.
If you want to make a move on a Stellaron Hunter, you'll have to answer to me.
Good.
I'm not unreasonable. I can grant you the ending you've been seeking. A dignified funeral, all your own.
How do you intend to accomplish that exactly?
If everyone is in agreement, then come with me so we can discuss the plan. As for the burial site, I have chosen Plain Arcadia, at the end of the world in Canvas. Sealed there is the entity that will allow you to exact revenge on Shuhu.
Oh? Okay, are we talking about this now? Oh, don't end on that. Give me answers, god damn it. Oh, hi, Himiko. What have you been up to? Oh, hey, EMC can be leveled up even further now. Also, we have a lot of new things here. We have this, which I'm not doing right now anyway. More achievements, so let's get that. Clearing out all the annoying pings because I do not want them. And Robo shit. Just the one more, which we'll get later anyway. I'm not worried about it. Alright, chat with everyone. Okay, I'll start with Danhong. What do you want? There's one more scene? Yeah.
Good. I'm relieved to see you're unharmed. When I saw you fall, I thought it was all over. Thank goodness you're back. You always come back at the critical moment.
Yeah, that's what we do, man. We're really good at this shit.
You seem a little different now.
Do we? Perhaps because I've embarked on a new path?
I can tell. This path really suits you.
Yes, it does, actually. Why did you change your outfit too?
I'm not sure why. But after leaving Amphorius, the blood of the permanence that had long lain dormant within me began to pulse once more.
Oh?
Presumably, in a place so close to the abundance and life itself, Imbiber de Lunay's powers have grown more active. I had intended to use this legacy from my past life sparingly, but the situation in that battle just now was dire, and I didn't have a choice. To keep Blade from losing his mind, every single one of us had to give it our all.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that makes sense. What are you gonna do next?
I'm going to speak with Blade, and General Yao Guang too. I'm curious about the funeral that was mentioned just now. Could this be the release he's been waiting for all this time? Furthermore, those who underwent the happiness surgery, will they be able to be safely restored to their original state?
I'm curious about this entity thing.
Perhaps when this is all over, I can assist the Department of Aberration Defense with the aftermath.
And also what there's
I have a feeling that defeating Full Wish will only be just the beginning. The myriad of complications that follow, that will be an even tougher challenge to handle. Anyway, let's head back to the Express first. We can talk there.
I mean, eventually I'll talk to you, but whatever. Hey, Silverwolf, what say you? Why does the Alpha Wolf sigh?
Blade was taken away by that Cienjo lady. Danger. Why are you calling me that all of a sudden?
Because it's funny.
After this battle, you've grown a few inches taller in my eyes.
Are you making fun of my height?
You are short, girl. Like, come on. You can't, like, not know that you are fucking puntable height. You gotta know this.
Alright. He's anything but. He's got so many issues.
Yeah, but he's like your dad.
In the blink of an eye, as the flesh and blood coalesced, that thing suddenly burst into a tree. Lucky for us, I was quick on the draw. I compressed it with an algorithm and stuffed it right into Blade's body. We should thank the little Dragon King too. He kept Bladey under control. Nice assist.
Mm-hmm. So, what's the plan?
Keep playing the Phantom Moon games, obviously. What was that line again? Next time we meet, we'll be enemies. You dare defy me when I'm level 999.
I will fight you, Civil Wolf. It's fine. It's funny. Alright, Sonny. What's you?
I never imagined tuning could be so fatiguing.
No?
Fortunately, I succeeded.
Was it not exhausting before? Thanks, Sonny.
Saying thanks. You're making us sound like strangers.
I mean, I did call you Sonny, so... You okay?
I'm fine. Linking everyone's thoughts together reminded me of Anna's dream. The world is truly full of wonders. This time, I used my tuning to defend the right to suffer. I feel like I'm no longer flying alone, but walking the earth together with everyone. It's grounding and reassuring.
You know, I'm glad Sonny's getting shit to do. That's nice. What are you gonna do next?
I think it's time I headed back to the Express for a rest. I've got a feeling I'm in for a lecture from Mr. Yang.
Yeah, probably.
Sometime soon. I plan to pay my respects to the fallen of the Sinwish Syndicate. I want to tell Polwave that I fulfilled his request.
For Costide too.
See you on the Express.
I feel nothing for Scott, but I do feel for Costide. How dare they do that to my boy? Alright, Mom.
Are you alright? You're not hurt anywhere, are you?
No, I'm fine. I'm doing great. Alive and kicking.
Thank you, Himiko, for taking us on this journey.
Don't be silly. Right now, I just want to bring you, Dan Heng, and Sunday, everyone, back to the Express.
Yeah, where things are nice and safe,
Brew
probably.
a few cups of coffee, sit in the party car, listen to records, and idle away the time chatting. I just want to see more of you all.
God, they're giving us so many death flags to Himiko this patch. Coffee, ...
Mm-hmm. One cup of coffee to pick you up and wipe away the fatigue. Look forward to it, okay?
I will. I'm sure coffee can't be that bad.
Going to see someone. I'll be back on the Express soon. Wait for me.
Don't take too long.
Alright, so who's we gonna speak to? The tide of wish power has subsided. I wasn't mistaken. You've kept your promise once again. Now it's my turn to ask for your help. Let's meet again on the way to Graphia Academy, yeah? Okay. I've already unlocked Trailblade. See, I fucking knew. I feel so vindicated that I was right. That we hadn't unlocked the Path of Elation yet. It wasn't until we got our actual fucking mask. Like, y'all tried to tell me, no, like, you already have that. No, the fuck we did not. Not until now.
Joy or pain? What matters is that we're the ones making the call.
I knew it. I feel very vindicated for that, but also, I knew it. Alright, let's go talk at the Graphia Academy.
Saving progress. Next time, let's crank it up a notch.
Oh, hold on. That's a thing. I'll take that. Look at Sybil for those short little legs.
This is it.
Alright, who are we meeting now? I mean, we do owe Sparkle her mask.
Welcome back. Welcome back to the everyday routine of playing Arcadia's piece.
All right,
Scored
Nessia.
a big victory, huh?
You have some explaining
How's
to
it
do,
feel?
girly. I don't know.
Feeling lost and empty? That's really not like you, protagonist.
What about you? Am I speaking to Evanessia? Or her?
Yeah, who is her?
Take a guess.
Given that you're cheery and not Goldenite, I'd say it's Nessia. But sure.
What a shame. It's not every day you get to be a supplicant.
only to miss out on the spotlight completely. Still, at least I didn't become a villain character. A blessing in disguise.
It's fine. You have infinite lives after all.
You have infinite life. And in the future, infinite opportunities await.
Thanks for cheering me up. Little Raccoon, I've been a huge fan of yours all along. I knew
Oh my
it would
God,
pay
this
off
again?
on the very first page of the Fluffy Volume 1, Chapter 1.
This bit again? Come on, girl. What are you buttering me up for again? At it again. Reel it in.
Yes, I have a favor to ask of you.
Okay.
I need you to go deep into the world in Canvas and warn its creator.
Graphia. You mean Graphia?
A millennium ago, Graphia sacrificed herself to create a plane within the painting to resist the demon legions from beyond.
Okay, so the destruction.
Since then, she has been slumbering in the deepest reaches of the scroll. And now, the enemy we once joined forces to fight has returned.
The destruction, because
Someone is forcing me to break the rules, to exhaust my strength. Someone wants to ruin the Phantasmoon games and destroy the Eon Seal. Please, tell Graphia. The Demon Lord from beyond has returned. You must be careful.
I love that she calls Assat a demon lord. That's very funny. Will you come with me?
While you were fighting, I was using the power of abundance to heal the wounds of all those affected.
That's nice.
Sorry, I guess I overdid it again. I really need a good long nap now. Look forward to my next dazzling entrance, little raccoon.
She's so fun. I love her personality. I brought back the special effects you forgot.
Evanesia?
And she's gone. Meanwhile, at the roof of Perlux Tower...
The ink has not run dry, but the painted scroll's on the verge of tearing. I never thought the one who'd show up would be you.
Okay, whom the fuck are you talking to?
I'm flattered I managed to slip into your blind spot.
Alright,
With everyone's
Kushiba.
eyes fixed on Full Wish, Perlux Tower security really isn't what it used to be.
She must enter the
But
Odin
that
State.
doesn't explain how a mere security officer could sneak in. Answer me this, Miss Kuchiba. Just what sort of secret are you hiding beneath that mask of yours?
Oh? She's a supplicant too?
A masked fool? A spy from the marketing development department? Or the ninth supplicant?
As of right now, I'm still a security officer for the Department of Aberration Defense, and just as dutiful as you are. All I want is for the Phantasmoon games to continue.
The one rule of the games that can't be broken, yes.
And as for how much I'm willing to divulge during this conversation, that depends entirely on your sincerity.
Playable Kuchiba win?
What do you want to know?
I know the IPC has been plotting in Plain Arcadia for years, and it certainly isn't for the authority of the Elation.
Oh, yeah, no shit. They follow the preservation, but whatever.
What you're trying to lay your hands on is the darkest secret of this world. A horror sealed away by the Eonic game.
Oh, are we gonna name drop it? Name drop it! Name drop it!
The remains of the Eon Ouroboros are on Ahatopia. Right.
Oh! The fucking weird teethy thing! Okay, yeah, I guess that tracks. That does make sense. We talked about that last stream when we saw the weird toothy monster thing. But, did we know that the Veracity was dead? Was that a thing? Did we know that? Also, what does that matter? So, here's what I don't understand, right? Like, does the Eon's body matter? Like, at all? And if it does, why? Because, like, we already know that the IPC has, like, tours of the fucking preservation. They have a whole space station set up for that. Like, I mean, obviously it's not dead, but does that matter? Are eons still a problem even when dead? I mean, I guess we'll find out, but also, if Ouroboros is dead, why? Who killed it? Why did you mention Honkai, Sparksy? God damn it! Fuck! I mean, I get I was wrong about the Honkai thing, which, I mean, is fine. I can be wrong. But, like, why mention it at all? What does it have to do with fucking anything? If Honkai could kill an Eon, I feel like Honkai could kill an Eon. Like, I do stand by that. Let me unmute on Discord so we can chat about this a bit, even though it's like 6 a.m. Okay, unmuted.
So yes, the thing at the bottom of the planet is what remains of Little Ika.
Oh man, Little Ika's dead. So sad.
Yeah. But so I guess two things. One is, like, we really don't know what like lingering power the corpse of an Aeon has.
Yeah, this is
so, like, we know that Nanook's blood had some degree of power to it. Because we were able to open up the path with it before. And whatever... Presumably that it has some value because the IPC wants it. So by virtue of the IPC wanting it, there must be some value there. But the other thing is, like, when you were mentioning the Honkai stuff, like, I didn't really think about the Honkai when I was playing through it, but it does make me wonder, like, is the fact that there's the corpse of the Aeon of Veracity really the only thing, or is it not just the corpse, but also the Honkai that killed it that's in the core?
I mean, it's very possible, because, like, the fact that, and again, this is maybe me reading into the meta too much. The fact that both Sparksy and Silverworth both address this is Honkai, like, or chapter Honkai, they're talking about it in relation to all of this shit that's happening now. Or in Silverwolf's case, you can maybe write it off as a whole thing. Which, from like a meta thing, is like, this is literally the first time they have ever talked about this. They have never name dropped this except from Welt. And that begs the question of, like, why now? Why talk about that now? Why address this at this point in time when that is not a concept they've ever explained to the Star Realm people at all? They have never, ever talked about this. And I feel like there has to be some degree of importance behind why they would choose to do that now.
Yeah. I think, like, if you wanted to introduce Honkai to a new audience that doesn't necessarily know anything about Honkai, establishing it as the thing that killed the god would be a pretty effective way of saying, okay, this is a real threat. Like, we've been kind of messing around at the whims of Aeons for the last 3 years. And if we establish Honkai as the thing that killed the Aeon of Veracity, then that makes Aeon a credible threat to people who know nothing of Impact Third.
Yeah. There's also another thing that I think has been sort of like a lingering question over the game for its entire existence, which is, how does one kill an Eon? Right? Like, we sort of have this, like, discussion of, like, or maybe not, like, we sort of, like, know that the game is sort of, like, leading us into a final climactic battle against Nanook, where we will have to kill them off, right?
Yeah, I think it's pretty fair to say that Nanook is a major villain.
Yeah. And then we have, like, other characters like Tingyin who are talking about killing gods. We have, like, other characters like the Xianzhou wants to kill the event. Like, we've people talked about this, but we've never really gone into the details of like
exactly
how you
to
actually do that.
Yeah, the closest we've got to like an answer is Lygus, who had like an actual like established plan with Iron Tomb for the sake of killing Noose. So that's I think the only one that we've seen thus far that had like a credible plan in mind to kill a god, but like Lygus's plan wouldn't have just killed Noose. It sounded like it kind of would have destroyed pretty much everything.
Yeah, there's also the other factor too, that we know that Eons can kill each other, which is its own thing. We've seen that talked about.
Yes. Yes.
So like, aside from Eons killing each other, what could possibly do that? And I feel like they're gonna have to introduce Honkai in some way. And it's, as I have said many a time, and I stand by this still, they're not gonna like reduce Honkai to just the whims of one specific Eon. Like, it's not gonna be the Eon of Finalities thing, unless the Eon of Finality operates like how the Herrscher Finality did, where it doesn't really operate on the same rules as the others. Because that's, if we wanted to use that as the case, which I don't think is necessarily a good thing to use, but we'll discuss it anyway. Before we got to the actual Herrscher Finality stuff in Impact 3rd, the way we understood Herrschers and how each one was going to work was that each Herrscher was born from like the formation of a Herrscher core in a host who was chosen by the Cocoon of Finality to be the host. And they would channel a certain energy controller of some fundamental principle, like, you know, electricity or electromagnetism or the void, whatever the fuck, like, you know, something or another, right? And they represent these sort of ideals to sort of destroy civilization over time. Guns N' Roses kind of does this. I don't know how much they've diverged from that in a while, but Impact 3rd definitely has that be like sort of how it works. And so we were under the assumption that, like, okay, then we get to the Herrscher Finality, and that's just going to be the ultimate big bad, the combination of all the others. Like, that was sort of how we understood it. And then we actually got to the Herrscher Finality, and it doesn't work like that at all. That what it really is that the Herrscher Finality doesn't necessarily need a host in the traditional sense of the word. Not like all the other Herrschers have been. It's sort of like the avatar of the Cocoon of Finality itself. It can choose a host. Like, Cinna tries to become one, and it rejects her. She's, like, close to becoming one, but she doesn't actually wield its authority. Whereas Kiana she does an embrace with it, and she becomes the true, actual Herrscher Finality, and is able to wield that authority because of it. Even then, she doesn't even have a full control over, like, what it is. She doesn't fully know what to do. So, like, the Herrscher Finality ended up operating under completely different rules from all the other Herrschers entirely. Like, it's its own, like, separate thing, tied to this, like, fundamental force of how Impact 3rd was set up. Because the Cocoon of Finality is, like, a very unique, like, a cosmic threat. So you could maybe make the case that when we get around to the Eon of Finality, that will also be the same thing. That the Eon of Finality operates like the Herrscher Finality in the sense of it's entirely different rules that do not apply to it, that applies to all other Eons. Do we know that right now? No. We have no evidence to suggest that is the case whatsoever. We have no idea where the Cocoon of Finality came from. We have no idea if it's connected to Eons in any way whatsoever. We don't know that. So, me looking at this, maybe that's the case, maybe not, but they need to establish Honkai in some sense, something or another. It needs to have some kind of, like, threat. And it being, as I mentioned earlier, which is an idea that I rather like, is that Honkai, for whatever reason, is restricted outside of the solar system. That, like, Herrschers, the Cocoon of Finality, things like that aren't free to move around. And so Eons and things can exist because of it. Because so far, with every planet we've been to, with all the people we've talked to, we've never seen anyone mention Honkai or a thing about it. Literally ever.
Yeah.
Which strikes me as immediately really odd. It either means that nobody knows what it is, or that they all do, and it's just like a sort of like tabooed thing that no one talks about. That it's the ultimate real threat that they need to address, or could address, or that there's things in place that are meant to stop it that maybe even the current people don't know what it is. That maybe Eons are like a stopgap to stop the Honkai from spreading. Like, we don't really know exactly how Honkai fits into things.
Yeah, it's something that they're going to need to explain at some point, but certainly, like, we haven't seen Honkai yet. Or, like you said, we haven't even seen someone that's been established as knowing about Honkai outside of Welt, and Welt has not told us anything
No.
of value.
And in the Star Wars universe, the people that we know who would know about it would be Vita and Void Archives and Sparkle.
Yeah. Yeah.
So for Sparksy to mention Honkai and calling this the Honkai chapter is significant, I think, in some way. Does this tie to Evanescia and the remains of the Eon of Veracity? I don't know, but I feel like it has to in some way.
I think it would be interesting if it does. Like, I like that as like where this is leading. I don't like, obviously we don't have any direct evidence outside of like the pieces kind of fit.
Yeah. So what I think would make the most sense to me is like, there's a few different ways they could introduce Honkai as a concept, but having it be the natural predator to Eons is a really cool idea. I like that a lot. And that would also be a good segue into characters like Void Archives, who was created from a Hersher core, like Welt, who wields a Hersher core as a weapon, who used to be a Hersher, and someone like Vita, who directly opposed it for most of her entire existence.
Yeah, like if this is the arc that introduces Honkai, it also makes sense why this is the arc that introduces Vita.
Yeah, like it would track to me of like the characters that we know they're setting up. That would make a lot of sense to do. Of like, hey, by the way, like there's this thing going on in the background. Like if you're looking for it, you'll see it. And then when they introduce Vita and Welt and Void Archives, they're like, hey, by the way, here are 3 characters who have direct actual experience with this concept. These are the enemies that they've been facing their entire lives. By the way, they know about this shit. Which could, really interestingly, put Vita in the same position in Star Wars that she currently is in Impact 3rd. Vita is a massive pain in the ass. Everyone hates her because she's a pain in the ass. And what Vita does, and the way her MO operates, is that she like keeps a lot of information to herself. She plays really coy and only reveals it as it is beneficial to her to do. So like, it's kind of selfish. It's sort of why I think it works well for her in the concept of like masked fools, like why she'd be part of them. And if her entire MO is, I fucking hate the gods and I want the gods to die, which is probably what it's going to be, or something close to that, her knowing about Honkai and knowing Honkai could kill the gods is a pretty interesting fucking thing for her. And that would make sense. And she's, again, had direct experience with this. Void Archives, we don't really know what his motivations are right now. We know that he had contact with the Sky People in a post-Honkai Odyssey, and we don't know what he exactly hoped to gain from doing that. But he's a Honkai creation in some extent, anyways. And Welt, as the defender of humanity, fought Honkai his entire life. So, like, Vita would show up, she would have this information, but she wouldn't tell us. So, like, there'd be a really interesting way to set up an arc of having Vita show up and just being an annoying pain in the ass to everybody while she doesn't tell you information about Honkai until it's convenient for her to do it.
Yeah.
And like, Welt would know this, and she could, like, get Welt to, like, they could have a whole conversation about this, because, again, Welt knows her, or at least he should, so, like, there's interesting, things to do with this.
I mean, it would involve giving Welt a thing to do, which is sacrilegious, so that's the biggest issue.
I agree.
I'll never get over how little Welt gets to do.
Really and truly.
Like in 4.2, like we kind of like went past this without giving it an acknowledgement, but like we're going into this dangerous zone and all this, and Himiko's like, I guess I'll go into it with the Trailblazer, and Welt's just like, cool, I'll hang out on the train. Like, well, really? You don't want... Himiko's about to risk life and limb? You don't want... She's going into an obvious trap? You don't want to maybe get...
Be part of that?
Yeah, you don't want to give a second thought to maybe helping the person that you have seen die once before?
So here, I have another, like, this is, again, maybe a bit of hopium here, but I'm going to stick with it anyway. So far up to these, like, planets we've been in, every one of them has kind of, like, let a specific character of the Trailblaze, like, shine in some way, right? We've had stories focusing on Mars, stories focused on Dan Heng, now we have a story focused on Himiko and Sunday. It is Welt's turn. Welt needs to have a story focusing on him. He's long overdue for this.
If you want a little something to add to that hopium, I don't know, did you after Welt said, like, cool, I'll hang out on the train, you had the option to talk to Welt. Did you talk to Welt?
No, I don't think I did. What did he say? I'm assuming you did.
You basically said, the Trailblazer basically says, are you sure you're going to be fine alone? And Welt's answer is, don't worry, I still have plenty of fight left in me.
Yeah,
so
a statement has never been truer, I say.
Yeah, so, like, I want to believe that is setting that is, like, a subtle nod to the idea that he is actually going to do something at some point.
So
we haven't seen it. But
here's
I
my hopium crackpot theory. Okay, this is where I think I sit with this. Is that I don't think Plan Arcadia is actually going to talk about Honkai necessarily until the very end. I think that it's going to end with this reveal of, like, Honkai and Vita, something like that or another. There's going to be something about this towards the end. And then the next planet we go to is going to be the Welt arc, with maybe Vord Archives and Vita especially taking sort of like a more important role in it. And that would be the Honkai-focused story.
That would make some sense. Like, I could see... So, like, in 4.3, it sounds like we're going into the world and we're going towards the core, and they've already laid the groundwork for the fact that the Aeon of Veracity's corpse is down there. I don't know if we're actually going to see the Aeon of Veracity's corpse in 4.3.
I mean, we've already kind of seen it, though, at the end of the last patch, remember? Because that was that weird toothy thing.
That's true, yeah.
And that was, like, tearing the world apart. So, like, that's already an issue.
Yeah. And we're also going to see Graphia, and I'm interested in that.
I am too. I wonder if Graphia is going to look like Himiko or not. I wonder if that'll be how they handle that. Or if she'll be like the Sakura that we hope for. I'm hoping for
Yeah. I would kind of like for her to be Sakura. Like, I would love if, like, that Sakura and Eva is Ren.
Yeah, I like that a lot too. I'm hoping that's the case. That'd be really fun.
And they would have an excuse to reuse a model.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, like they could just, if they're feeling bold, they could maybe, like, palette swap a little bit. But
I feel like what I could see being the case is, like, either like what I said before of, like, a new planet focusing on this, or it's like the latter half of Plan Arcadia, because, like.
Yeah.
I don't really know where this story is going to go. Like, they sort of, like, blindsided us with Iron Tomb, like, halfway through Amphorius.
Yeah.
So
well,
it
Lygus wasn't introduced until... God, when was Lygus? Like, Lygus was introduced in, like, 4.2, but he wasn't introduced as a villain until... Sorry, yeah, 3.2. But he wasn't introduced as the villain until, like, the very end of 3.3, and then, like, became, like 3.4, and was when Finon had his crash out, and 3.5 was when you actually got the Lygus fight.
Yeah. I feel like we could see something similar here, because, like, Plan Arcadia is supposed to be, like, what, our full year of content, right? And we're only, like, 3 patches in, 2-3 patches in?
Yeah, I think people, I don't remember them saying that, but I think people have said that was something that was said, and given that I've been going light on the live streams, because the live streams have a bad habit of spoiling things.
Shit. Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm like, okay, if you're... Like, that, it's something that bugs me personally, because I know they've complained about... leaks giving spoilers, and I understand, I sympathize with that, but like, at the same time, your live streams give spoilers. Like, why do you always, in every live stream, show off who the final boss of that patch is going to be? I'm like, that's not good. I want to be surprised by the final boss.
Why did you make me do this?
Yeah.
Cue the Omni-Man speech.
Exactly. So like, I just stopped watching the live stream now because I don't want to know who the final boss is going to be.
That's a mood.
It's a huge spoiler.
But yeah, I feel like we could see it either be like the next planet is a Honkai focus thing with Welt being the focus of that patch, or it's the latter half of Plan Arcadia. Because I don't think we know too far in advance what the leakers have said. Like, we do know that, like, Blade's coming, and there's like a Himiko SP down the line somewhere, and things like
Yes.
that. But like beyond that, like I mean, that doesn't put us in like 3-7 or like 4-7 or anything. It puts us like at what, like 4-4, 4-5 maybe.
So we know that 4-3, the only character is Blade. That's the only one that they drip marketed. And at this point, if there was going to be another character, like tradition suggests that they would have drip marketed anyone else. So 4-3 is just Blade. As far as characters we know are coming out, but they haven't been released, we know we're getting well, at least based on the leaks, we know we're getting a Himiko.
Yeah, we should be. That would make a lot of sense.
We can say with almost absolute certainty that we're gonna get Nihilux.
Oh yeah,
don't know
I
when.
thought she was sooner, honestly.
Yeah, I don't know when, but we can say confidently we're getting Nihilux. I think it's fairly clear that we're gonna get a Pearl at some point.
Yeah, those are given.
Yeah,
but, I mean, they could also put like Nihilux and Pearl in the same patch too. So like the number here just
they absolutely could.
Patch,
yeah. So we have at least, like, let's say we know Blade is 4.3, then we have at least 3 other characters that we can say with confidence are coming that are associated with Plan Arcadia. So that would take us to like 4.5.
Yeah, which still gives us a good amount of stuff to get through before we get to what allegedly be like. If we assume that like 4, 7, or 8 would be the end of it. I don't think it would end at 5-0, but maybe it would. We could maybe assume like 4, 7, or 8.
4, 7, 4, 8 seems like a reasonable projection. Yeah.
Yeah. That means we're still missing like half the story with characters we don't know yet, which could be anyone. The Himiko SP potentially, but like we also have like Vita we know needs to be coming down the line. If we have a Honkai focus story, then that would be
at a certain point. You gotta think that Vita is going to be a pullable character if they're gonna have her.
I can almost guarantee you she will be.
The only thing is, I kind of think that if Vita is pullable, it might not be part of 4.x. It might be they might save that. Yeah, they might save it for 5x.
Exactly what they did with her in Impact Third, which is like Vita was introduced in 1.5, and she was there to menace and be a pain in the ass that entire like part. Like part 1.5, she's the antagonist, and then we had a big boss fight fighting her, and then fighting her original, like her creator Saw, the original Vita, and kicking her ass. And it wasn't until after that was done, and when we got into part 2, that's when we got Vita as playable. Was in part 2. So it took them a long time to like it was about a year worth of content before we actually got playable Vita. So I feel like them introducing her, having her be a semi-antagonist or something going on for us to deal with first, and then a year later on down the road she's actually playable. Yeah, that would make sense to me.
Yeah,
that would track.
Kind of not horribly dissimilar to the path that they did with Sunday, where they caught him as a antagonist for a few patches before they made him a playable character.
Yeah, I don't know that they would wait a year for it like they did with Impact Third. We also get like fewer characters, so like, you know.
It wouldn't shock me if Vita ends up being the next anniversary character, because I kind of feel like they would want her to be a powerhouse, and typically speaking, the anniversary character is the powerhouse, and also the anniversary character tends to be like one that they push hard sales wise.
Could you imagine if instead of it being Vita it was like a Welt SP?
I would be so happy. It's all I want in this world.
Welt actually gets something to do. The anniversary character is the Welt SP. That'd be so fucking funny.
They never do it because I don't think they have confidence that Welt would sell.
That's sort of where I'm at too. Is I don't think they would. I think Vita would sell because she's.
Yeah.
I mean, look, when she first came out in Impact Third, all I saw on Twitter for like weeks was just horny posts. People were really horny for that woman, and still are. So, yeah, I think like if you wanted to like push sales, tried and true, you'd push Vita. That's what I think. Do.
I think it's safe to say that they would anticipate plenty of people pulling for Vita. in the same way that I'm sure they anticipated plenty of people pulling for Cyrene.
Absolutely. Robin, Sampo, Aventurine, SP, and Part 2 Fakers. Yeah. How confirmed is that, though? Like, I mean, we've talked about the fake collab, but like, they've not really talked about the fake collab.
So, I have heard tale of Robin and Aventurine SPs in the pipeline. I have no idea when. Like, obviously, they haven't been involved in this story at all so far, which isn't to say that they can't be later. It's just, like, I've heard that is a thing that will happen eventually. As far as whether or not it's part of Plan Arcadia, it very well could be. I just don't know. As far as the Fate stuff is still probably going to happen eventually. But after, like, what happened was the leak suggested that Rin and Gilgamesh were going to be part of 4.3. When nothing to that effect was mentioned in the 4.2 live stream and no drip marketing was given, people kind of came to the conclusion that that leak was probably wrong. Or at very least, the part about it being 4.3 is almost certainly wrong. It's still not, it wouldn't be shocking if we eventually get those fake characters, but that leak might have just been bad info. So at some point we might, but even if we get Rin and Gilgamesh, like, that's kind of a side thing, because that's not going to have anything to do with the Plan Arcadia story. That'll be the same as when we got Saber and Archer. It'll be like a side story thing at best.
Yeah, this is true. Wait, I had Topaz's official icon? I didn't know that.
You can also get
a mess ever since that Yun Lee cosplayer leaker got arrested. Yeah.
That's kind of the problem.
My rule of thumb has always been take leaks with a massive grain of salt.
Yeah.
People have been saying for like months now that they're going to have a new Impact 3rd crossover with Star Rail where Firefly is going to be the playable character.
Oh yeah, I heard about that too, and nothing's happened
for that. Like,
yeah,
people have been saying that for months, and I don't think it's true. I don't think there's been any evidence of that at all in any way, and like, why would she be? I've said this before that, like, you know, I haven't necessarily always been right about this. Like, I talked with Rena about it, and he had told me long before I had seen it from leakers that Ellie was going to be the Impact 3rd character that would show up in Star Rail. And I was like, that doesn't really make any sense, because, like, Ellie's dead. And she's, like, perma-dead. And to that extent, I was right, because a version of that Alicia did not exist, but a variant of her did exist, and that was Cyrene. So what he was referring to was, like, a Cyrene thing. Like, that was coming. And that was leaked before we even got to Amphorius. But, like, that was ages ahead of it. And I was like, I don't think I really understand, like, why they would do this. And then they found a way to talk around it anyway, because of course they did. They can find retcons for anything. But, like, I won't rule it out of the, like, realm possibility, but, like, so far I feel like leakers have had a very mixed track record at best. I'm not sure how much, like stock you can put in that.
Yeah, the only thing we can say officially is we know for certain Blade is 4.3 because HSR already confirmed that with their drip marketing.
Yeah.
We can reasonably say Nilux and Pearl are in the pipeline because, I mean, those models are too well made to not be
playable.
Yeah. Although Screwlum, but, you know, Screwlum has thus far been the exception to that.
Well, there's also the case of, with Pearl at least, that every other Stoneheart has been playable.
Yes.
So it would make a lot of sense for them just to continue that trend and have the next one also be playable. So
yeah, like, I am fully anticipating Pearl being playable before Screwlum.
Yeah, I remember that.
So yeah, I think we can safely say, like, obviously Blade confirmed. We know at least 2 more Plan Arcadia characters are coming. We've heard tale of Aventurine and Robin. We haven't seen them.
Or
but
in his
it's
predictions on
entirely
how that
possible.
would fit into things.
Yeah. I mean, I could see a way because, like, Robin obviously is linked to Sunday, and Aventurine isn't another Stoneheart, so there's certainly ways they can be inserted into the story, but given that they haven't been in the story yet, like, I don't know for certain. But then again, I guess we're only 3 patches into what could be an 8-patch story, so you never know.
Also, on a side note, I'm looking at the description of, like, some of these head accessories. So, the ears are called Little Raccoon Goes Full Evanefox. And it says, Evanescea has long made a habit of wearing the Fluffy's matching headpiece, happily Roman conventions. Still, nothing compares to seeing her idol wearing the pink fox ears that represent her. Wait, that's my look? It is, right? I'm not imagining this? Click. That's way too cute. Okay, one more shot. I'm printing this and keeping it by my bed.
That's awesome.
I love her so much.
Yeah.
I also like this one for like fucking Silverwolf. It says cool Overlord shades with translucent multicolored lenses and blue-pink flame effects along the edges. These retro arcade style glasses are, by appearance alone, almost a perfect one-to-one match to the original. Quote, so you're expecting HP bars, weaknesses, and loot to pop up? Yeah, no. They're just plain goggles with a holographic filter. I love that Silverwolf gives us a shit for our stupid assumptions.
Yeah.
Wait, what does the Mim hat say? They say that at amusement parks on other planets, cute animal friends are always a kid's favorite. This Mim hood is going to be a bestseller for sure. But doesn't it make the wearer look a little puffy?
The only problem is mass producing it is hard because we skimmed the one and only Mem to make it.
I also like that, like, this dialogue implies that, like, Cyrene made this.
Yeah.
Like, again, I said this earlier. This is a fucking tangent for sure. I said this earlier, but, like, Alicia is a fucking gremlin, right? Like, she is a menace to everyone. And Amphorius did not really, like, give Cyrene time to be a menace. But then we get little things like this that show us insights to her personality and little silly things that she does.
Well, that's...
And I'm like, why didn't they just give us more of that? Like, I like that she does silly things.
That's something that I appreciate with Planet Arcadia, and granted, this story is better suited for it, but I like that we get a lot of silly interspersed with the drama.
Like, they have, like, I don't remember where to find it, but there's, like, another thing that showcases that, like, she's a big fan of, like, Castrus's fan fiction. And she definitely would write fan fiction herself. Like, they have little silly bits of, like, Ellie's personality that do show up in, like, not the story.
Yeah.
And I'm like, God damn it. Like, we're missing part of Ellie's personality here.
Yeah.
Shit. Just total side note, because I'm like, I want Cyrene to be more... I know this pisses off some Star Wars fans who think that she got, like, a character assassinated to be jammed to the Ellie mold, which I think is... You didn't pay attention to the fucking story if you think that's the case. But, like, I do wish they had showcased more of Ellie's personality. Make her more like my girl. This is important.
Yeah.
And I know we always spend, like, every stream we go by, we always talk about Amphorius, but, like, I do feel like the one thing with, like, Cyrene that I always found really interesting was, like, Cyrene was a way for us to examine Ellie's personality in different circumstances. Like, a core part of, like, Ellie's character writing was that the Flame Chasers didn't exist without her. That was, like, the whole point of it. She's the heart of the team. So, seeing how, like, dependent she is and, like, talking to people, spending time with them, Cyrene posed a very interesting question of what happens to Alicia when you don't have her in that situation? What happens when Ellie doesn't have the opportunity to talk to people? What happens when Ellie is completely isolated from people? Does she change? And the answer to that is no. Ellie is always Ellie. But, like... As interesting of an idea as that is, I do feel like they still needed to have Cyrene have more time. We should have met her more. Or replaced her character entirely with Evernight. Like, one of those two things.
Yeah, I mean... Like, I think the reason why we keep going back to Amphorius is because... While it wasn't a bad story, there are certain parts of it that are kind of frustrating because it's just like, oh man, but this would have potentially been so much better. Like, it feels like there was a lot left on the table that could have been changed in a way that would have risen that story.
Yeah, I think it ultimately was just like some missed opportunities where the story didn't quite like reach its like full potential, and utilizing its characters in a way that would have made a little bit more sense. But even so, like I don't think that like Euphoria's story was really bad. I do think it just had pacing problems.
No, I don't think it was bad. I think that it could have been better, but I mean, you could say that about any story.
Yeah. I
but
do think that there is a large division of people who criticize it who just didn't understand the plot. Like,
also, I just saw Shadow eat hair. Like, why did you do that?
Typical cat behavior.
Yeah, you just ate kibble and you left. There was plenty kibble left. You left it, and then you just decided to like eat a piece of your own hair that was on the ground.
Yeah, this is just very much cat behavior. This tracks.
Yeah, this tracks.
Let's see, where is it? I could buy other stuff here. No, it was a good stuff. What the fuck was under? It was this thing. I've been looking at like the Lightcomb redemptions and the character redemption. I still have no idea who to choose for this. And like which Lightcone I want. Like I don't have Robin's Lightcone.
Oh yeah, I've been debating about what Lightcone to get to because I have 4 of those now. So
yeah, like I have Japard's, I have Welt's, I have Brawnia's. I don't think I have Clara's. No, I do own Clara's, never mind. I have Bailu's.
I don't think there's a reason to get Clara's because Yunli's Lightcone is in there, and I think Yunli's Lightcone is best in slot for both Yunli and Clara now.
Yeah.
So I think if you wanted like that type of, because Yunli is basically better Clara.
Right, which I have not leveled Yunli at all.
I don't have Yunli. But now that she's a 50-50 lost character, I guess I will eventually.
So
you could also say for a future one that is true as well.
Yeah, looking at this, the ones I actually need would be like, I don't have Blades, which I don't use Blades, so I don't care.
Yeah.
I don't have Fushwins, I don't have Yunli's, Robin's, or Argenti's. So
yes.
I'm looking at these 5 and I'm thinking, what would be the most useful one for me? And I'm feeling like Yunli, Robin, or Fushwin.
I think all of those are valid. I would say.
So just save. I might just save it because I don't feel like I'm in like too much
save. Like I guess the question is, clearly you're not using Yunli because you haven't leveled her. Do you use Robin?
Robin is the character I actually use, which is why I was like, I was checking
because my understanding of Robin's Lightcone is it is a very good fit for Robin. So if you're using Robin enough that you want to give your Robin a boost, then I do think her Lightcone is worth it. Fushuan's Lightcone is kind of a similar situation where, like, if I remember correctly, Fushuan's Lightcone is a pretty solid boost for the character, but it's a function of, are you using her? And if you're not using her, then there's not really a point to it.
Fushman, I think, is a character that, like, if I actually had her leveled, I would use her. But I haven't had a chance to really do anything with her, so she doesn't do much of anything right now.
She is an interesting one, I find. She's not the best in terms of sustainability, but the upside to her is that her field gives the whole team crit rate, and if you have her E1, which is not an unreasonable ask now that she's in the 50-50 loss pool, and if you have her E1, the field also adds crit damage to it as well. So Fushuan's got some pretty solid utility as like an extra damage buffer for a team. And I think if you get her Lightcone, that goes a long way towards helping her with her sustainability issue. So if I'm remembering her light cone correctly, which I might not be. So like I definitely think there's utility for her, but like there's plenty of competition for healers. So like you don't need her.
Yeah, I'm just like, you know, like Robin needs to have like, she needs better shit anyway. Like her relics are bad, and that's the whole thing. But her light cone is like just this fucking like 4-star harmony one, which is like whatever. Like it's fine, I guess. I haven't leveled it up all the way, but like whatever. Yunli should probably be useful if I actually had Yunli leveled, but I don't have Yunli leveled at all, really. Like, she's level 80, but like her light cone has nothing. Her traces are halfway leveled, and her relics have nothing.
Yeah, there are certain enemies that will action advance themselves, and for those enemies, Yunli is pretty nice because, of course, she counters enemy hits, so that can be very useful. Yunli is situational, but she can be a useful DPS to have.
Yeah, I think I'm with John. I think I might just save because I'm looking at all this and I'm like, I have most of these characters.
It doesn't sound like you have any urgent need to use it right now. So you could you could certainly save. I mean, it's not like the light cones are leaving the store, so you still have the option to get any of those light cones later if you're like, man, I really want to boost this character.
Yeah.
And of course, like, new light cones will be added over time. I don't know how often. It feels like every few patches they're adding to that store now. So, and each time they add a character to the store, typically speaking, they also add their light cone to the store to go with it.
Also, I'm looking at like my characters here. Also, I have E6 Bronya.
Oh, interesting.
I didn't know that. Also, my fucking Welt is E3, but fucking Yunqing is also E3. I don't need Waterboy at E3.
I have my two highest are Welt at E5 and Himiko at E5.
My Himiko is E3 currently. Bailu's E2, Yunqing is E3, Japard's E2, Clara's E0. Loach is E1 for some reason. Ronmei is E1, Topaz is 0, Huahua is 0, Robin is 0. So, like, I don't have much of a need to buy any of the characters either, because I have all of them, unless I want to get their E1 or something. Which I don't know any of these that I feel too pressed to do that with, unless you have some suggestions about which one to level, but I don't feel like I need to get to E1 for any of these.
I mean, it kind of falls into the same thing of, like, it's a question of if you use them, because, like, Huahua's E1 is useful if you're planning on using her.
Well, she'll be useful now because she's in my fucking Elation teams.
Yeah, so if I remember correctly, her E1 will give the party a speed boost, which, you know, is nice given how much Silverwolf wants speed. Yeah. So, like, it's one of those things where it's probably going to be useful for a few months or so. I assume eventually they're going to give us an Elation sustain, and that'll make Ho-Ho, like, yeah, so you would get like a few months out of it, and then, like, who knows.
Yeah, I think out of these characters, the ones I actually use would be like when I'm using my like Robin was. I have another team that has Robin in it. I don't remember what team it is. Huahua now has use. Huahua hasn't been used for a while, but she does have use now. I have a team with Topaz on it. I think that one's not used very often, but I do have one that she does get used on, and Ronmei gets used. Everyone else, I don't really use.
So, I think...
out of all of these, though, I think Robin and Ronmei probably get used the most.
I will say that if you want, like, to buff your Ho-Ho, the Eidolon is a better bet than the Light Cone, because I think, if I remember correctly, her Light Cone provides extra attack, which isn't super helpful for your Elation team.
Well, I have her Light Cone anyway, for Huahua.
Oh, well, then that doesn't matter, I guess, then,
yeah,
you know.
She has that equipped. Like, again,
get her Light Cone.
I have, Max Super, just have an S1 Light Cone for her, and then...
Oh, okay.
But if I wanted to get
I'm kind of surprised you pulled for that.
I don't remember how I got that, to be perfectly honest with you.
Yeah. I mean, you know...
It was a long time ago, man. My brain does not remember this shit.
That's fine. Yeah, so like, you could get her E1. It would make the team better. It's like a temp boost, but like, an elation sustained, while probable, it doesn't sound like it's coming in the near future. So she's probably going to be part of that team for a little while at least.
Yeah, I'm gonna sit on that for a while too. I think just saving it for the moment is probably the most useful thing because I'm looking.
I mean, that's perfectly
valid.
valid.
I don't think I really need any of this stuff.
You don't necessarily need it. Like, so far, what I've been doing with the store coins, as far as like characters go, is I got her Ho-Ho because like, or however it's pronounced. I always struggle with her name because I didn't have her yet. So and I'm still have two others that I haven't spent, and I'm kind of just using those store coins for collection purposes. Like, when they add a character that I didn't get, I'm just gonna snatch at that character because, like, long run, I would like to like have a pretty complete roster. And since they added the store, it seems like that's not an impossibility. Like, obviously, the latest and greatest like will always be rare, but eventually, it seems like characters are just going to continue to cycle into this store.
Which, I mean, it's probably a good idea to like save it. Also, I was just checking. I have like enough shit to do like custom relics and stuff for some of these characters, so I should be able to like give some of my characters proper shit for once.
Well, that's good.
I should do that because I need that for Yao Guang apparently. And EMC as well, but Yao Guang probably needs it more than EMC, just because EMC will probably be replaced by something else later.
Yeah, I would think so. Like, EMC, it seems like my understanding of EMC is they are perfectly usable, but in terms of like being like a key component of a team, RMC was and HMC were like of higher importance, whereas EMC is just kind of like, you can plug EMC in there if you needed an elation support and you didn't have alternatives.
Yeah, we'll figure that out. But also, we've now crossed 11 hours of fucking streaming, and I think I need to call it because it is 7 a.m. and I need to get.
It is in fact 7 a.m.
So I hope that everybody has enjoyed this. I don't know that I will do a stream for the event stuff. I usually don't, just because I don't think it's really worth doing. So I don't know when we'll do the next Star Rail stream. We'll see if there's anything interesting. I don't know.
Yep.
Evanescia pulls, whatever that happens, we'll be doing that.
Yeah, in a few weeks, I think it's fair. I mean, I'm pulling for her, and I know you're pulling for her as well.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so I'm pretty sure we can gather together a group to do Nessia pulls when that happens.
Yeah, so we'll be doing that. As far as like the next few streams for me, I still have not decided on like what games we're picking up next, because again, we finished Silk Song, we finished Code Vein 2, we're not done with this patch, so we don't have to touch Star Rail for a few weeks. Zenless doesn't have a new patch for a while. We might do an Impact 3rd stream where we like play through some Elysian Realm runs and just like play around with like the new May and some of the previous games I've been putting off on like practicing stuff in Elysian Realm with. So like we might do something with that, which would be a very casual thing. May not even be worth doing on YouTube. I just do it on the Twitch side of things. As far as other games, I am open to suggestions. Those of you on the YouTube side, if you want to leave it in the comments and give me some suggestions, I would greatly appreciate it. Some things that I've been racketing around possibilities, like doing like a Jack and Daxter series, like doing through all the Jack games, at least all the main console ones. I don't know about the spin-off ones, or like the Ratchet and Clank games, because I do like those quite a bit. Or doing something entirely new like Anno Mutationum or like Replace, which just came out. Anno Mutationum's been out for a little while. I've had that on my eye for a bit. So I don't know. Depends on like what everybody kind of feels. Or maybe you can yell at me to do actual edited content to consolidate my thoughts for lore videos and things, because I should probably be doing that anyway.
I mean, to some extent, you could stream that process.
I don't know how to do that. I've thought about like how I would approach a stream with like editing videos and writing stuff, but I don't think writing would be all that interesting.
Writing would be a lot harder to stream than editing. Like editing, there's a visual component there. It's not like the most engaging visual component in the world, but you can kind of chill with the stream as you edit. In a similar way that you can kind of chill with the stream as you draw.
Yeah, maybe we'll do that. I mean, I have like the recording from all of our pull stuff from like pulling for Civil War, so I might just do a practice stream of like attempting to edit that down into a proper video.
Yeah.
Maybe. That will depend entirely. I have no idea. Doing like what's the word for it? Like subtitles? That one? Yeah, that would be annoying to do. Like captions, it would be a pain in the ass to put into the video, but it would be
absolutely.
It would be worth doing, but like God, I've done shorter videos for pull stuff. Like I did pulls for oh God, I did a pulls video that was just me making fun of Mari being mad at me for pulling doubles in Genshin. And that video was like 5 minutes. I remember it took me like 3 days to edit that. So editing a proper video down would be such a pain in the ass.
It is a tedious process.
Oh God, I hate editing. I have to fight. You guys would see me like bitch about Premiere in real time because I fucking hate Premiere. Or we could maybe watch me suffer to learn DaVinci Resolve because I still need to try to learn how to do that. But either way, I hope you guys have enjoyed. I will decide what we're doing for future streams anyway. I have no idea. I don't know. Next is going to be a bit of a weird one anyway because Chayla's coming to visit. We probably won't do any streams over the weekend. But I mean, we're all caught up with stuff right now anyway. So we'll probably not do anything over the weekend. So I might do something earlier in the week to account for that. I don't know yet. We will see. But I will see you guys sometime next week with something. And that'll be that.